At the dinner table, Shen Mo sneaked a look at Lu Yu. This woman who was 6 years older than her had a powerful aura. Lu Yu likewise quietly sized up Shen Mo. This fiancé that he had never seen before seemed interesting. Unlike the other rich kids that Lu Yu had come into contact with, Shen Mo didn't seem to have that much heart. 10 minutes later, Yanuki finished her meal and walked towards the living room couch. Shen Mo looked left and right, realized that no one was paying attention to him, and followed him over. The living room sofa in Villa Willow Moon was a coffee table surrounded by 3 sides. Lu Yu sat directly opposite Lu Xinhua. Flanking the sofa sat Shen Yilong and Shen Jiayun. Shen Mo wanted to sit next to Shen Yilong. But, sit next to me. Lu Yu's cold voice interrupted Shen Mo's movements. Shen Jiayun hesitantly spoke. Moon. Lu Yu did not look at him, stared at Lu Xinhua, and said bluntly, Shen Mo is my licensed legal husband. Seeing Shen Jiayun upset, Shen Mo suddenly felt good in his heart. For so many years, no matter how open-minded he looked, he still had a grudge against the Shen family, and now that Shen Jiayun was upset, he was naturally happy. Shen Mo sat on his butt across from Lu Yu. Seeing this scene, Lu Xinhua sighed slightly and said softly, You now that you are awake, there are some things I can tell you. Lu Yu interrupted him impatiently and directly. Give me all the money that Grandpa left in the fund, and subsidize me with an additional 3 billion, and I'll transfer all the shares in my hand regarding the Lu family group to you, and I'll quit the Lu family group. From now on, I don't care if you give Willow's group to a bastard son or a bastard daughter. Lu Xinhua was dismayed. Next to him, Shen Yilong sighed. Shenmer's heart was agitated. Grasping grass. It is really a big melon ah. With the name of the old man of the luxury family, Lu Xinhua even has an illegitimate child. Lu Xinhua frowned tightly and said, You're the only child I have. How could I possibly hand over the group to an outsider? Snorting disdainfully, Lu Yu coldly said, Dad, just stop pretending. Something happens to me, and you dare to say it wasn't those bastards of yours who did it. Lu Xinhua was about to say something else, but looking at Lu Yu's cold expression, she shut up again and just opened her mouth and said in a depressed manner, Fine, but you need to give me some time. Seeing this, Shen Mo couldn't help but roar wildly in his heart, grasping the grass. Looking at this attitude, the good man Lu Xinhua is actually a scum ah. On the other side, Shen Jiayun watched the Lu family finish their internal chat and hurriedly stepped out to speak. I want to talk to you. Lu Yu glanced at him and said indifferently, Talk about what? Talking about me being in a coma and you didn't think about saving me, rushing to marry me off to someone else to help my dad with the money my grandfather left me so you could reap the benefits? Or talk about how you actually love me, but the family fortune is too generous for you to give it up for love? Or talk about how I'm not good enough for you in a plant? Shen Jiayun was dumbfounded. What was with this furious attack? But he still hurriedly said, I have bitter feelings. Yanuki laughed. A mocking laugh. Bitterness? Shen Jiayun nodded frantically. Lu Yu sneered. None of my business. Shen Jiayun was dumbfounded. Willow Moon continued to drive a taunt. I don't care what you're suffering from. I only know one thing. The fact that I woke up at home and not in a hospital proves that I didn't receive the best treatment. Secondly, I woke up married. A marriage that would have profited my dad, who has always been at odds with me. Both of these are enough to prove that you, Shen Jiayun, my ex-fiancé, didn't save me when I was most alone and helpless. So your bitterness is useless to me. Sisterly, Wang Ma, see off the guests. The 2 nannies who had watched Lu Yu grow up silently came to one side and made a gesture of please. Shen Mo stared dumbfounded at the departure of the 3 Shinjians and couldn't help but say in his heart, grasping the grass, this plant wife of mine is so valiant. I would have thought she would still be tangling with Shen Jiayun for a while. After all, it's a childhood friend from childhood. Yanuki snorted at that. This is Shen Jiayun first abandoned her. In front of the fact, she still go to the bitter entanglement. It would be a disgrace. So, breakaway is important. Thinking of this, Lu Yu's eyes flickered as she looked at Shen Mo. What to do with your own husband who can be hurt in the heart? Shen Mo was staring a little hard by Lu Yu. What is this vegetable wife looking at me all the time? Thinking about it, Shen Mo's thoughts were skewed. She couldn't have been lying down for 6 months. And now that she's woken up horny and thirsty, and seeing that I'm as beautiful as a flower, she wants to eat me, a little virgin, while she's still in the middle of her marriage. Lu Yu spewed out a mouthful of tea, rolled her eyes, and said breathlessly, I'm not that horny. Shen Mo flew up in a flash, staring at Lu Yu with wide, unbelievable eyes. This woman can hear what's going on in my mind. Lu Yu was a little flustered in her heart, but on her face she still elegantly wiped her mouth and calmly said, Little brat, you're too good at guessing. However, Lu Yu began to measure Shen Mo. Nice body, and if it wasn't a little weak right now, it would indeed be nice to try to eat it dry. After all, The thought of almost going to her death without a single man to sleep with made Yanuki feel a bit of a loss. Chapter 3 Tasty Dumplings and Fun. Thinking of this, Shen Mo unconsciously straightened his back and said smugly, "I'm not afraid of you." Luyu raised her eyebrows and looked at Shen Mo in amusement. "This little cutie. What's your degree?" Shen Mo frowned. "What did it mean? Who am I to tell you?" "Just don't tell you, I'm a junior college." "Oh, specialties." Shen Mo was stunned. "How did you know that?" Looking faintly at Shen Mo, the corner of Luyu's mouth hooked into a smile. "It's kind of fun to tease the kids. It's simple. If you were a good student, you would have been proud to tell me a long time ago." Shen Mo felt a wave of dizziness. Is this the crushing of intelligence? Luyu deserves to be the top student in the college entrance exams and graduated from the Wodaeku Academy. Listening to Shen Mo's innocent heart, Luyu made a determination that she would keep Shen Mo. The reason is simple. Instead of looking for a highly intelligent, rational, profit-oriented husband like Shin Jiayun, it is better to look for a husband who she can hear her heart and has no secrets in front of her. The former requires mutual reckoning. The latter can be taken at face value. It's really easy to choose between the lesser and the greater. Of course, the most crucial thing was that Shin Mo was Shin Jiayun's younger brother, his half-brother. And she, Lu Yu, was Shin Jiayun's former fiancé, which was, more or less, a bit of a backstabbing pleasure. Patting the seat beside herself, Lu Yu motioned for Shen Mo to sit over. Shen Mo hesitated, not wanting to go. Lu Yu spoke faintly, "Don't you want to talk to me about what the two of us should do next?" Shen Mo sat down instantly. "Of course I want to talk about it." Lu Yu resized up Shen Mo. The height is about 185. The weight is not visually detectable, but the body is well proportioned, and the facial features can't be said to be much more than perfect, but they are definitely decent, belonging to the durable type. The rest is. Lu Yu touched Shen Mo's abs in his shocked gaze. "It's not bad. There's 8 pieces. Shen Mo sat back a bit in fear. "What are you doing? Didn't you say to talk about it later? Why are you still moving your hands?" "I'm a yellow-bloomed man, and everything I have is reserved for my wife." Grandma, however, said that chastity is the best bride price for a man. Listening to Shen Mo's heartfelt words, the corners of Lu Yu's eyes curved with smiles. "Very good. Really good. So you Shen Mo is the party of mouth and gun. Did not really go to the big healthcare This is more satisfied." Yanuki smiled lightly. "Of course I want to savor my husband's body." Saying that, Lu Yu's gaze was fiery as she glanced at Shen Mo's abdomen. Just now when she touched her abs she tried downwards and felt that it was not small. Add to that an 8-pack. And the man's got some really nice hardware. If I wasn't so weak right now, I'd really like to cave a little tonight. Wang Ma and Li's sister-in-law, who had returned from seeing off the guests, heard this, looked at each other and quickly went upstairs. On the second floor, he shouted to Shen Mo, "Auntie, we're both asleep. Later you carry Miss back. By the way, Mrs. Washing and her body's evening massage are all yours as well." After saying that, his figure instantly disappeared. Shen Mo watched the scene with a dumbfounded expression. "No, aren't you guys afraid I'm scum? You're just going to leave your delicate young lady in my hands?" Lu Yu snorted and laughed. Her own Wang Ma and Li's sister-in-law were as fun as ever. "Honey, carry me upstairs." Yanuki continued her own flirting spree. Shen Mo, on the other hand, was incredulous. Why is this? Is Yanuki so open? He really felt like going crazy. Theoretically, he should have left Lu Yu behind at this time to go by himself. But right. Shen Mo looked at Lu Yu's face. Figure. And he admitted that he was a big thug batch. A big beauty for you to hug? Don't you want to hug her? Anyway, Shen Mo hugged. Or a princess hug. Lu Yu was first surprised by the princess hug for a moment. Then she put her hands on Shen Mo's neck and put her plumpness and Shen Mo in a dead heat. Back in the room, Lu Yu looked at the blushing Shen Mo to get interested. "Honey, serve me a bath." Shen Mo instantly red-warmed and stammered. "No, it's not good. I'll go find Wang Ma and Sister Li." With that, he turned around, probably in a hurry, and tripped his left foot over his right and almost fell. That made Yanuki laugh out loud. "It's so much fun." Shimmer had a hard time with it. Lu Yu laughed softly. "Are you afraid I'll eat it? Little virgin man." 3 words, so that Shen Mo instantly turned around, indignantly said, "Who do you say virgin? I am known as the man of the Jinghai Vocational Science and Technology College of Lao AI, the Zhenghu People Golden Gun. It's just giving you a bath. I've done it plenty of times. A man, even in death, cannot lose face in front of a woman. That said, how should a woman's clothes be undone? Damn, is it too late for Baidu? Should I find an excuse to go to the bathroom first?" Yanuki was going to die laughing inside. This little man is so much fun. With a twinkle in her eye, Lu Yu smiled and said, "Hubby, you should go ahead and put the water on and try the water temperature for me." Shen Mo froze for a moment. I'll go. Why didn't I think of that excuse? Shen Mo rushed into the bathroom as if he had fled, and in no time, the sound of water rang out. Ryuki, meanwhile, lay back on the bed, letting out a loud, silent laugh. It's still a big innocent boy. Not a moment later, Shen Mo walked out of the bathroom and blushed. That, water. Call me wife. Luyu interrupted Shen Mo. Ah. Shen Mo was stunned. Is this appropriate? Baidu didn't say how to solve this move. Still really went to Baidu. Luyu wanted to laugh even more, but she had to hold back. Luyu slowly walked off the bed, and took off her skirt in front of Shen Mo, revealing her white jade-like body. At this time, Luyu was also panicking in her heart. After all, it was the first time she had done such a bold thing, but the thought of molesting this innocent little virgin excited her, and she threw everything to the back of her mind. Sticking to Shen Mo's body, Luyu stood on her tiptoes and whispered in Shen Mo's ear. The two of us are a licensed and legal couple. It's only natural for you to call me your wife and for me to call you my husband. So husband, can you help your weak wife with her bath? The warm breath pounced on his ears, causing Shen Mo's body to instantly come to a reaction. Grandma, Baidu, for God's sake, you guys didn't teach me how to crack this one. Swallowing his spit, Shen Mo braced himself and said, Old wife, we're not familiar. We only met for the first time today. Isn't that too fast? Liu felt Shen Mo's stiff body and laughed twice. Soon, we can all be licensed. It's legit, yo. Not to mention, Luyu hugged Shen Mo's body tightly, thinking about the teaching film that her girlfriend once showed her. One hand touched Shen Mo's abdomen. One hand reached behind Shen Mo's head, whispered in Shen Mo's ear. Not to mention, I almost became your sister-in-law. Chapter 4 Reasons to Take the Money and Walk. Hearing the word sister-in-law, Shen Mo's body couldn't help a tremor. Mom, this woman also comes with a gain buff. This time, Luyu couldn't help it and laughed outright. Shen Mo's face was red, but he had also reacted. Feeling the temperature on his body that belonged to Luyu, Shen Mo gritted his teeth. Asterisk. I'm a man. Luyu is not afraid. Do not care. I'm afraid of what? Charge for the sake of your sister-in-law. Shucks. For the sake of Demacia. Shen Mo turned around and helped Luyu into the bathroom. 30 minutes later, Shen Mo put Luyu on the bed and walked into the bathroom to take a shower himself. Except he silently turned the water temperature to cold. The 30 minutes he had just spent made his days feel like years. Asterisk. If you, Luyu, weren't still physically weak, I'd definitely let you know what it means to be Lao AI. Grandma, the eldest grandson didn't let you down and became a gentle and polite good man. On the bed, Luyu smiled as she listened to Shen Mo's heartfelt chants in the bathroom. This little man, he's really good. In the 30 minutes just now, Luyu could obviously feel Shen Mo's patience, but he never went further. A real man. Willow Moon laughed softly. A man who knows how to restrain himself is a real man. A man who indulges his desires in a chair is no different from a wild animal. The same goes for women. Shen Mo had been emotionally stabilized after exiting the bathroom. Luyu didn't intentionally tease Shen Mo anymore and just let him give herself a massage. In the words of Yunuki, a wife's body can only be touched by her husband. And Shen Mo doesn't give her a massage. Does he want to watch his wife's muscles atrophy? Shen Mo was defeated again. Crawling on the bed, while enjoying Shen Mo's massage, Luyu picked up her tablet and logged into her official website within the Lu group. Your account password is incorrect. Yunuki sneered. When Shen Mo saw this scene, he said strangely, I remember your father held a press conference and said that the president's position would always be yours. Why is the account still not logged in? Luyu was unconcerned, and while clicking on the business news board, she casually said back, you listen to a word of what that group of old business hooligans say, just believe 0.1. Shen Mo hummed and continued to massage Luyu. I have to say, Yunuki's body smells so good. Honey, tell me why you married me. Is not a crush on me. After not hearing Shen Mo's voice for a long time, Luyu smiled and joked. Shen Mo's hand froze instantly. Is this what grandma used to say about certain death? How am I going to answer that? Honestly? The Shen and Lu families pay too much money? I'm afraid I'll be killed. But if I don't tell the truth and get caught later, in case she doesn't kick me out, this will become a point of conflict between the couple. Grandma, for God's sake, how to solve this problem? Forget it, let's be honest. I don't know if you've heard my story. I don't have the right to inherit from the Shen family. I didn't have a single share in the company there at the beginning. All I have is what my grandmother gave me when she died. A small 2-story building in the county town. A set of rural compounds in my hometown. And tens of millions of dollars in savings. If I wasn't going to marry you, I'd be back in my home county right now. Opening up a barbecue hot pot restaurant with that little 2-story building and laying down. Speaking of which, I also have to thank you. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have been able to get the Shen family shares as well as the Lu family shares and make a big profit. Shen Mo said seriously. He really thanked Lu Yu. Lu Yu froze for a moment and became more favorable to Shen Mo. However, she didn't think anything in her mind had actually fantasized about not divorcing her. That's pretty good. She doesn't want to leave either. Where to find a little husband so good to hold afterward? By the way, from what I heard in your conversation with your dad today, the guy who made you a vegetable is your dad's illegitimate son? Won't you retaliate back? Shen Mo suddenly thought of something and asked curiously. Lu Yu nodded, looking at the news on the business section on the tablet, casually said, definitely want to retaliate back. Don't you see that I'm even going to sell my own shares in Lu's group to my old dad? After all, the only way for me to be at peace is to detach myself from the cleanliness. When the Lu family is unlucky in the future. Shen Mo sucked in a breath of cool air. Good man. This tone of voice, this is the rhythm to make the Lu family collapse. Ryuki was laughing in her heart. Which of her words said she was going to put the Ryu family out of business? Putting down the tablet and turning around. Lying on the bed, Lu Yu looked at the fear in Shen Mo's eyes for her and explained. I didn't say I'd let the Lu family go out of business. I just don't want to get involved in the Willow family anymore. And I'm going to wait for it to take advantage of the opportunity to step on it twice when it's unlucky in the future. Silence to stay. How come when it comes to Lu Yu it's all about getting out of the way? Sitting back and watching the downfall. Falling down the well. After rolling her eyes and pointing to her thighs, signaling Shen Mo to continue massaging, Lu Yu explained, a giant in the entity industry with a stable capital chain like Lu's group, $100 billion group. It is very difficult to move like the novels say that the sky is cool and the king is broken. Shen Mer wondered, since it's hard to go out of business, shouldn't your way of getting back at your dad be to go back to being president? Lu Yu continued to explain, plus Lu's group is a shareholding system. Although I have a stake, it's not much, only 8%. While my old man has 50% in his hands, if I go back and keep working for Willow, I'll probably end up as a wage earner for the rest of my life, and my old man won't have the day to give his shares to some bastard. After all, just for the fact that I was in this car accident, a vegetable, and no one went in to see me at the end of it, Pops didn't love me, so it's best to take the money and walk. Shunmare was stunned. There are a lot of luxury sets. Lu Yu sighed and continued. The only chance I have to wait for the Lu family to go down is for me to go away and give my father the illusion that those dozens of illegitimate children out there, that, by laying down a killer, that old man doesn't care enough to play hard to get and compete. That way, whichever bastard Pops puts on stage, that bastard's life will be in danger, and I, myself, am safe. When the Lu family's infighting picks up, that's when the Lu family will be unlucky, and that's when I'll take advantage of the opportunity to take revenge and fall on my sword. Good math. Not bad for a highly intelligent person who just knows how to hold back. Like me, when I hear of a bastard assassination, all I can think of is a drive-by. Listening to Shenma's heart, Lu Yu thought it was really funny. After the massage, Yanuki familiarly turned off the light and went to bed. This night was hard for Shen Mo. After all, he was a big young man with a lot of firepower, and he ended up holding a beauty that he could only look at but not eat. This night, Lu Yu slept soundly, and she finally woke up to understand what her best friend meant when she said that a 37-degree embrace could help her sleep. Chapter 5, Abdication. Love. Early morning. Shen Mo just woke up and saw Lu Yu looking at him with a pair of eyes open and smiling. Then, Shen Mo instantly turned red and jumped up and rushed into the bathroom to take a cool shower. Yanuki laughed out loud on the bed. She was getting to like the feeling of molesting Shenma. After 10 minutes, Shen Mo walked out of the bathroom and hurried back in. Inside the room, Yanuki was moving her body in her silk pajamas. And the silk is really transparent, especially the sunshine again alight. Yanuki looked at the bathroom door with a bad smile. She wanted to recover as soon as possible and eat Shen Mo dry as soon as possible. When she first woke up this morning, she looked at Shenma beside her in a trance. Finally, he felt out his cell phone and launched a message to his best friend. Cho Yunyun. Zhao Yanyan was first surprised by her recovery, followed by a burst of greetings, and finally by asking her what she was going to do next. Lu Yu didn't hide it, and incidentally asked her question about how she and Shen Mo should get along. She wanted to keep Shen Mo, but she didn't think she could keep him by teasing so the only way to ask is to ask good girlfriend, Cho Yunyun, who was known as the King of the Sea, and Zhao Yanyan gave her own answer after determining that Lu Yu wanted to keep Shen Mo. Yu, if you really want to be a couple with Shen Mo, then take advantage of the passion now to make sure if Shen Mo means anything to you. If Shunmare has it, you two get together at light speed and do what you need to do and what you shouldn't. After all, marriage sometimes needs to be based on passion, not day-to-day love. Next, Zhao Yanyan popularized a truth to Lu Yu in detail. Passionate marriage is more likely to live together, such as Zhao Yanyan's parents, dating the first meeting, satisfied with each other's conditions, and then February blind date, April engagement, the year after the February due date, life and beautiful. The day-to-day may not be able to go together in the end. That is, Lu Yu and Shin Jiayun, the two people have known each other for more than 20 years, and have been in love for 10 years, but in the end they did not go together. When Lu Yu wanted to retort, Zhao Yanyan directly sneered, "In my father's words, the longer the relationship lasts, the less a man wants to get married. So you and Shen Mo, it's best to make sure that you're both interested in each other, and just get raw. Anyway, as you said, it's the first time for both of you to have a basis for being together." The blunt words made Lu Yu blush. So, Lu Yu decided to listen to Zhao Yanyan. By the time Shen Mo came out again, he already had resistance in the face of Lu Yu's temptation. "I'm, done washing. You go ahead." Shen Mo let the door open. Lu Yu smiled brightly, and as she walked past Shen Mo, she wrapped her arms around Shen Mo's head and gave him a gentle kiss on the cheek. "Honey, this is your punishment for not calling me your wife this morning." Shen Mo backed away with a reddened face. "Goblin. It's a goblin. Grandma, what should I do?" Shen Mo was torn. Yanuki grinned and walked into the bathroom. When Shen Mo and Lu Yu came downstairs, Wang Ma and Li's sister-in-law were standing by the dining table looking at the two of them with anti-smiles on their faces. "Miss, Auntie, did you sleep well yesterday?" Shen Mo blushed a little more. Yanuki smiled and nodded. "It's just great to have a man." Wang Ma and Li's sister-in-law cheered out and hurriedly pulled out chairs for the two of them. "Miss, Auntie, this is the fresh vegetables we both went out to buy this morning on purpose. All of them are tonic for the body." The corner of Shen Mo's eye twitched as he looked at the wolfberry peanut porridge on the table. "If memory serves, it's a kidney tonic, right?" Lu Yu did not engage in other things at breakfast, just calmly sat next to Shen Mo, held his hand, and let Wang Ma take a picture and send a friend circle. The accompanying photo includes an early morning messy bed and a photo of the two together. The accompanying text is that it's nice to have a man, especially when that man is also comparable to a giant eunuch. After the circle of friends was sent, Lu Yu's WeChat messages didn't stop. All hellos. Yanuki was the one who didn't return. Until Shin Jiayun called. Yanuki picked it up. Shin Jiayun's nervous voice immediately came. You and Shen Mo. Sleep. Yanuki replied rather decisively. Shin Jiayun's voice was filled with despair as he said, You, how can you be so unself-loving? What have you taken our 10 years of affection for?" Lu Yu pulled out her ears. Her eyes rolled, and she said to the phone, "Husband, lighter, I am still eating. I have to be full before I can eat." Bang! Before the words were out of his mouth, the sound of a cell phone dropping to the floor came from his cell phone. Lu Yu smiled and hung up, looking at Shen Mo with a smile. "Honey, are you happy? I helped you get back at your big brother who had been looking down on you before." Happy. This was the first time Shen Mo had felt care since his grandmother's death. From the time Shen Mo died when he was 15 years old to this year when he graduated from his specialty at the age of 21, a total of 6 years, Shen Mo had been alone. Shen Mo also tried to make friends, but when people knew that he had no father, no mother and no relatives, they subconsciously despised him. Coupled with the fact that Shen Mo himself is a bit depressed, sincere friends have not been made. A smile appeared at the corner of Lu Yu's mouth. She knew that Shen Mo lacked love, and as long as she took the initiative, she would definitely be able to take it. A man who can be heard by her alone in his heart and still be naive should never be spared. For the rest of the breakfast time, Shen Mo had been very silent, only his eyes occasionally glancing at Lu Yu, who was concentrating on her meal next to him. The beautiful and mature big sister who is still willing to gas her ex-boyfriend fiancé for him is really attractive. After breakfast was over, Lu Xinhua arrived just in time and smiled broadly as soon as she entered. You, I saw your friend's circle. You and Xiao Mo are getting along well." At this time, Lu Yu had already changed into a housecoat and sat on the sofa with a smile on her face. "Is Dad ready for the cash and the share transfer contract? Oh, and the press conference. I'm resigning as president of the group for health reasons." Hearing this, Lu Xinhua immediately revealed a dissatisfied look and unhappily said, You, I'll take what you said yesterday as nonsense. This position of group president has always been yours. Snorting, Lu Yu leaned back into the couch, snapping her fingers and laughing. "Dad, since you're going to play dumb, I'm going to get someone to look into the car accident that knocked me into a vegetable. I watched the news yesterday and realized that the accident was treated as an accident. Guess, do I believe it?" As she said the last 3 words, Lu Yu raised her head, killing intent flashing in her eyes. Lu Xinhua was silent for a long time, then sighed and said helplessly, You, can't we just pretend that everything is in the past? Dad promises you that there will be absolutely nothing like this in the future. Lu Yu smiled disdainfully. The meaning was obvious. It didn't hurt on you, so of course you can make snide remarks. Lu Xinhua looked towards Shen Mo, who came down from upstairs, and said softly, Xiao Mo, you also persuade Yu. I only have this one daughter, and you're the only son-in-law. In the future, this Lu's group will all be yours. Shen Mo smiled, walked over to sit next to Lu Yu, and said softly, Uncle, there is a saying that listening to your wife will make you rich. Are you kidding me? One is an uncle who can count on his own daughter, and the other is a beautiful sister who I have a crush on, and who may also have a crush on me. Of course I'm going to pick the beautiful sister. Yanuki smiled contentedly. This little man was so nice. The eyes of Lu Xinhua looking at Shen Mo were no longer kind. Just this scene was also seen by Lu Yu. Lu Yu smiled. Pops, you are still as snobbish as ever. Dad, hurry up and get the ready money with the contract. How fitting that some money in the district would be exchanged for me leaving the Willow Group. Lu Xinhua sighed deeply and said seriously to Lu Yu, Yu, Dad really doesn't want you to go. Just the contract that had been prepared long ago was placed in front of Yanuki during the talking. It's just that unlike what was agreed upon, Lu Xinhua gave $12 billion in cash, determined that the contract is not much of a pitfall. Lu Yu also did not pull the unneeded. Directly signed. 10 minutes later, Willow Moon's private fund called and the money had arrived. Lu Xinhua also spoke at the right time. Let's have a press conference today. Yanuki smiled and nodded. That afternoon, the Lu group held a press conference, and Lu Yu was in a wheelchair, pushed by Shen Mo to attend. At the press conference, Lu Yu said to reporters with a face painted with bleak makeup, I am now officially resigning from my position as president of the Lu group due to health reasons. As soon as Lu Yu goes down, Lu Xinhua announces that the new president of the Lu group will be Lu Bai, the orphan he sponsored. Immediately afterward, the full biography of Lu Bai was announced. She was the top student of the Koiwayuki High School entrance exams. He founded a media company himself, and now he is starting a network banding business. And the cooperation with Lu's group can be said to be a strong combination. After all, the most fundamental business of Lu's group was to make furniture supplies and clothing, with dozens of large and small brands under its belt, and the sales channels had always been in the hands of dealers in various cities. If the emerging online bandwagon model can be started, then Lu's group will be taken to another level. Ryu's group. Favorable. The press conference was a success. Immediately after the afternoon, there are experts jumped out to sing the praises of Lu group. The evening stock market closed. Lu group shares rose more than 10 points. To Lu Yu's money, all the money in the stock market to earn back. When they saw these news, Shen Mo and Lu Yu were massaging in the massage room of the largest bathing center in Jinghai City. The beautiful young lady took the duo's heads in her arms and squeezed and massaged them little by little. No wonder you men like to come out for massages. This pillow pressed in the arms of a young lady is just awesome. Yanuki felt like she had really wasted the first 20 years of her life. Soaking, scrubbing, beautiful massage. This dragon down. It is indeed cool. No wonder everyone loves great healthcare. Shen Mo hemmed and hawed. Wife, I didn't lie to you. After launching Lu Yu's speech, Shen Mo offered to take Lu Yu out to enjoy herself. After all, Grandma had told Shen Mo that chasing a girl was simple. It was all about giving the other person what they thought was best. So, Shen Mo brought Lu Yu for great healthcare. Bath, soak and massage in a three-piece set is a blast. Willow Moon was reluctant at first because she didn't like being around a bunch of people, but she couldn't help but recommend Shen Mo all the time. So she came. Nowadays, Lu Yu just want to say one thing, the same massage, in the bath center. Follow the husband to press. Is comfortable. Hubby, didn't you say you want to take me to enjoy myself? What are we going to do after the massage? Shen Mo raised his hand in triumph. I won't tell you. You'll find out later. Yanuki came to life. However, she was happier that Shen Mo also liked her, which proved that the next plan could be better executed. Chapter 6, Lu Yu is mentally ill. After the massage, Shen Mo and Lu Yu went downstairs to take a sauna and a hot shower before going out. It was nearing dark outside by now. Let's go. Hubby will take you to vent. Shen Mo had a smile in his eyes. Lu Yu likewise had a smile in her eyes. This bathing center today was something she hadn't experienced before. Whether it was from the facilities, environment, service, or technology, it was not as good as the private clubs, top luxury salons, and high-end clubs she used to go to, but can't help the atmosphere. It reminded Ryuki of what her mother used to say about the bathhouse culture in the Northeast when she was alive. Well, Yanuki's mother is a big Northeastern chick. Thinking about her mother, Lu Yu wanted to go back to her grandpa's house. After confirming the relationship with Shen Mo, he can take Shen Mo back to meet his grandpa, the serious Northeastern brown old man. Lu Yu thought that her grandpa would definitely like Shen Mo. That scene will be interesting when the time comes. The The car had stopped as Yanuki thought. Violent venting unwinding gallery. The large sign made Luyu's eyebrows jump and she was a little disappointed. But she smiled and said, "So you're here to decompress." Shen Mo heatedly smiled. "I know wives you hoi polloi decompress to go back to the boxing gym or something like that. But I assure you, it's definitely different here." Luyu raised her eyebrows. "So confident?" Shen Mo smiled smugly in his heart. "Humph. While what you gentry play is certainly high-end, the pleasures of us mortals are also something you can't experience." Upon entering, he was immediately greeted by a muscular man. "Brother Mo. You're here. This is sister-in-law. Isn't she so pretty?" Shen Mo nodded and said smugly, "Sixth son, is the room I reserved ready?" Luyu didn't say anything, just looked curiously at Shen Mo and this strong man called sixth son. "All set. Bedroom, dining room, living room, the whole shebang. I'll take you upstairs." Rocco said that he was about to lead the way, but was stopped by Shen Mo. "Okay, room 302 on the second floor." Shen Mo took Luyu up by himself, just around the corner. As soon as the door to the room opened, a well-decorated and beautifully furnished room appeared in front of the duo. The room is similar to a hotel suite, but decorated as a one-bedroom apartment in a home. The table was set with still warm food and a cell phone. The TV was playing a drama, and the bedroom vanity was stocked with clean, but half-used makeup. The overall setting is like a perfect home. Luyu felt that it was fine for both her and Shen Mo to do their business here, and they could even have a meal afterwards. So, Luyu couldn't help but tease, "You don't want me to smash up this home, do you? I can't afford to give it up." After all, the setup was so good. Shen Mo smiled slightly and went to the kitchen to take out 2 bowls for Luyu. "Try." Yanuki shook her head. How exciting could bowl wrestling be? Shunmare let go of his hand. Snap. 2 bowls shattered in front of Yanuki, and that sound made Yanuki's heart flutter. Seems pretty cool. Shen Mo went to the kitchen again and took out 2 bowls, stuffed them into Luyu's hands, led Luyu to the dining table, made her sit down and then came behind Luyu and whispered in her ear. "Imagine that at this time, you are a young girl in love, happily making a good meal at home, waiting for your fiancé to return. Because today is the 3rd anniversary of your relationship and in a month's time it's your engagement party. You're so happy that you've opened a bottle of wine that you normally wouldn't be able to afford to drink." With Shen Mo's voice, Luyu subconsciously looked at the red wine on the table and her eyes flickered for a moment. Shen Mo watched as Luyu entered the state, and the corner of his mouth hooked into a smile. But, ding dong, the cell phone on the desk rang and a message showed up on the screen. "Kissing husband, honey, I'm working late today. You eat first." Shunmare continued, "But your husband is working overtime today." Getting into the swing of things, Yanuki felt her heart empty for a moment. Ding dong, another message. "Secretary Lu, sister. Brother-in-law has to celebrate my birthday today. Sorry, kiss the pictures." Shen Mo, "You found out that your fiancé cheated on you at this time you." Bang. Luyu got up violently, grabbed the red wine on the table and smashed it at the TV, roaring, "Shen Jiayun, you bastard." Shen Mo's body followed, so violent, quietly crouched to the side. After dumping the red wine, Yanuki looked at the dishes on the table, her thoughts going back to before the accident. She, the eldest young lady whose 10 fingers were not touched by spring water, had also prepared a table of dishes for Shen Jiayun. But that day, Shen Jiayun didn't come back, and she met him in her father's illegitimate daughter's circle of friends. On that day, she was ready to give herself to Shen Jiayun because they were about to get engaged. Thinking of this, Luyu directly overturned the entire table. The food, the dishes fell everywhere. Tables that are only aesthetically pleasing and have no quality become even more so one section at a time. Yanuki grabbed a table leg and stormed into the bedroom, slamming it right down on the vanity. "Shen Jiayun, my mother used to like you so much, but you ended up crawling into the bed of an illegitimate daughter." After smashing the vanity, Yanuki rushed back to the kitchen and smashed down on the neatly arranged dishes. "I was going to give myself to you, old lady, and you broke the promise." Shimmer hid in the corner of the living room, gagging frantically, grasping grass. Luyu turned out to have really loved Shen Jiayun. As a result, that stupid fork cheated on him. TSK, it's a pity that Luyu's body hasn't fully recovered yet, or else I could have taken advantage of the situation. Shen Mo to the extent that he didn't have any moral cleanliness, thinking that his girlfriend was dirty if she had loved someone else or something like that. On the contrary, he was thrilled at the thought that Luyu and Shen Jiayun had talked about love. Mud. He filtered Shen Jiayun. The woman that Shen Jiayun hadn't gotten in a 10-year relationship ended up being gotten by him. It was cool to think about Shen Mo. After smashing the kitchen, Yanuki rushed into the bathroom and smashed down on the mirror. "Damn Lu Xinhua. Old me, I entered the company as an intern at the age of 16. I started to talk about business at the age of 21. and made tens of billions of dollars for the company. But as a result, after old me was laid up, you didn't even let me stay in the hospital. The money to live in the house was still spent on my private savings. And you sold me and cheated the money left to me by my grandfather. Do you deserve to be called? Go to hell. Shen Mo sucked in a breath of cool air. That's a lot of cursing. After smashing the bathroom, Lu Yu once again rushed into the bedroom, opened the closet, took out the clothes inside, threw them on the floor, stomped on them frantically, and found clippers from the drawer, and made a burst of cuts and scissors at the bed sheets and covers. After cutting it out, he picked up the table leg and smashed it furiously against the painting on the wall, frantically venting his anger. However, Shen Mo understood Lu Yu. Anyone who's been betrayed and ignored by their fiancé, their dad, would go crazy. Shen Mo sneaked out of the room and went to the monitoring room. At this time, sixth son is here, stoned on melon seeds while watching the surveillance with great interest. Saw Shen Mo, handed him a handful. Brother Mayor, sister-in-law is mentally ill. Shen Mo rolled his eyes and said breathlessly, "What nonsense." Chapter 7, Blowing Awesome. Seeing that Shen Mo didn't believe him, sixth son was anxious and hurriedly said, "Brother, really? I'm studying psychology. Sister-in-law is definitely mentally ill with this behavior." Shen Mo saw that he had the posture to chatter on and hurriedly said, "Then you say, what kind of disease does she have and how should she solve it?" Rocco's eyes flashed with smugness as he said, "Mania. The solution is also very simple. It's to fall in love, so that she can vent the mania in her body by saying it through other channels." Said, with a meaningful glance at Shen Mo, "Brother Mayor, we've taken a bath together. I know your capital. You're the perfect medicine for your sister-in-law. So, for the sake of your sister-in-law's future, hurry up and do it." Shen Mo rolled his eyes. These were really breathless words. Lu Zi Shen Mo do not believe, also no longer say anything more. And then grinding, is that he does not understand? Handing Shen Mo a cigarette, the two of them smoked it while watching the surveillance. Shen Mo felt that this kind of behavior was quite immoral, especially listening to the fragrance coming out of Lu Yu's mouth from time to time. Sixth son, probably seeing Shen Mo's thoughts, smiled and said, "Brother Mo, this room of yours, at $3,000, is just enough for me to keep my capital. So guess why I'm renting a house to open this decompression hall." Shen Mo was silent for a moment and spat out, "Asterisk asterisk asterisk asterisk. You shouldn't be doing this just to watch others go crazy and listen to the gossip that is exposed when they go crazy." Rocco hemmed and hawed, "Yes, so, I'm actually mentally ill." After a cigarette, Lu Yu has also smashed the entire room almost. Shen Mo directly turned to leave. When he opened the door to his room, Yanuki was sitting on the tattered couch breathing heavily. Seeing Shen Mo, Lu Yu revealed a smile. "Honey, you're back. That was a good venting session today." In retrospect, when she smashed into the second half, Lu Yu felt like she was having a seizure. And everywhere she looked like the house she once lived in with Shin Jiayun. So it's especially cool when it's smashed. If she wasn't sweating after smashing, Lu Yu really wanted to give Shen Mo a hug. "Cool, will do. Come on, let's go have a hot pot meal now. There just happens to be one nearby. Ha 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 ha. It must be cool. I guess you must hate Shin Jiayun and Lu Xinhua, so you purposely envisioned this scene." Lu Yu was touched in her heart. Shen Mo was really interested in her as well. Tidying up his clothes, Shen Mo held Lu Yu's hand and walked towards the hot pot restaurant next door. Faced with a crowded and noisy hot pot restaurant, Yanuki was a bit terrified. The places she used to eat at were fancy restaurants, the kind where there weren't many people even during peak meal times. Nowadays, it's a bit uncomfortable to come and eat at the hot pot restaurant down the street. But looking at Shen Mo next to her, Lu Yu still decided to try. Finding a seat by the window, Shen Mo asked for a copper hot pot. This type of hot pot is charcoal burning in the center, just a clear soup base, and the main seasoning is sesame sauce. Thieves love it if they love it, and those who don't can take it. Shen Mo handed the menu to Lu Yu and said bashfully, "If you want to eat meat, just order whatever you want. It's my treat today." Ha ha, I feel like the yellow hair who seduced the rich girl at this point. Lu Yu's eyes curved up as she smiled and laughed. "Then let's have 10 plates of mutton." The waitress frowned at Shen Mo. Shen Mo quickly waved his hand and said, "No, 3 plates are enough." Yanuki was puzzled, but didn't mouth off. Shen Mo, on the other hand, hastily explained, "Honey, the amount of meat at the street store is not the same as the high-end restaurants you usually eat at." Lu Yu smiled slightly and asked for a few more plates of greens that she would normally have eaten, but she didn't recognize the names of. Shen Mo asked for 3 more cold beers. "You have to have hot pot with beer. It's especially good." Lu Yu just quietly looked at Shen Mo, pouring himself a glass of beer and downing it in one gulp. Shen Mo couldn't help but exhale. Cool. Pouring a glass of beer for herself as well, Lu Yu looked at Shen Mo with a smile. Is it a long time since you've had a drink? Shen Mo nodded, tears welling up in her eyes as she painfully said, ever since I was brought back to the Shen family after Dad found me to marry you, they have restricted my diet and made me learn a bunch of manners. It's hard to die. Lu Yu snorted and laughed, as if she saw the painful scene of Shen Mo being forced to learn all kinds of upper-class knowledge. That does seem pretty tragic. As we chatted, the copper hot pot was served. Lu Yu studied the charcoal-burning copper hot pot with interest. This is the first time she's ever had it. The Ryu family had been thriving for 80 years when she was born, so she hadn't eaten a copper hot pot with a charcoal flavor before. Especially looking at the thick onions in the hot pot, Lu Yu was even more curious. Shen Mo smiled triumphantly. Hey, haven't seen it. The waiter brought up the lamb again. Looking at the thick slices of lamb, the whole plate of lamb that was lifted up with chopsticks and not ice chips underneath, Lu Yu was stunned. Sliced lamb, and you can eat it like this? After all, the slices of lamb that Willow Moon remembers were thinly sliced and placed on sheets of ice. A plate of about 10 slices costs 380. Shen Mo dumped an entire plate into the hot pot under Lu Yu's shocked gaze, then asked the waiter for 2 more dinner plates. The dinner plates were brought up, the fondue was on, and the lamb was almost ready. Shen Mo chucked a plate to Lu Yu and chucked a plate for himself, then let Lu Yu watch as he first poured sesame sauce on his mutton and sprinkled it with cilantro, ruthlessly mixing it twice, and then he began to eat it fiercely, like a hungry tiger eating fiercely. Yanuki was stunned. Then she decided to give it a try. Pour on the sesame sauce, sprinkle on the cilantro and take a big bite. When he choked a little he picked up the cold beer next to him and downed it in one gulp. Cool. Lu Yu blushed red. Shen Mo smiled smugly. Is it that you haven't tried it? This is the way I read Mr. Chen Duxiu's memoirs where he wrote about the way the lower class people ate mutton. Especially cool. Ryuki nodded and looked to the rest of the mutton again, directly serving it up and pouring it in. A big brother at the next table saw this scene and couldn't help but tease. Brother, from where did you coax the young lady who hasn't suffered a lot? Shen Mo's eyebrows fluttered as he returned. Big brother, this is my wife, or a rich woman who has adopted me. Not coaxing. Oh. Yanuki was stunned. Were there still men in this world who would say they were adopted? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Under Lu Yu's shocked gaze, the big brother at the next table raised his wine glass and toasted Shen Mo. Brothers are awesome. Lu Yu was a bit dumbfounded. She couldn't understand it at all. Possibly seeing Lu Yu's surprise, Shen Mo smiled and explained, being adopted proves that I'm handsome, can coax people, and am capable in that area. Of course I'm going to say it out loud. Yanuki laughed. Not to mention, it made sense. The big brother at the next table laughed out loud. Yes. Maybe the atmosphere of the hot pot restaurant is too good. Or maybe it's because after 3 glasses of wine, everyone is a good friend. Shen Mo quickly took Lu Yu to sit at the next table. As soon as the two sides shared a table and the wine was drunk, Shen Mo began to blow awesome with his big brother at the next table. In Lu Yu's surprised gaze, Shen Mo was full of words, portraying the love story of the two of them in a colorful way. Not at all like knowing the two people, like knowing them for 10 years. The big brother and sister at the next table are listening to the blood boiling, CP knocking thieves. Even some of the guests at the other tables who had finished eating didn't want to leave and sat there to listen to Shen Mo blowing awesome. In Shimmer's story, he and Lu Yu meet at a bar, where Lu Yu goes for a drink and he works as a bartender. After slowly getting acquainted, Lu Yu provides tuition for Shen Mo, who works part-time, and then the two fall in love. The big sister at the next table interjected with a smile, stating that you two are not adopting, you are in free love. Shen Mo tensed and said, how can that be? The one who pays the bill today is my wife. How it's not a rap. This comment caused a chuckle from the people around them. Lu Yu also smiled and blossomed, following, it's an adoption. Oh, I'm 6 years older than Shen Mo, and when I went to college, he was still a 6th grade elementary school student. This comment caused the ladies around the room to widen their eyes and let out a squeal of excitement. Lu Yu smiled again and said, when I was with Shen Mo, what I pictured was that he had a good body and 8-pack abs, and he pictured that I had money. So how is it not a package? The surrounding circle of ladies looked at Shen Mo's face, and then looked at his abdomen, and collectively gulped. Sister, you eat too well. However, everyone took a look at the bag that Lu Yu was carrying around that didn't look cheap at first glance, and sighed. It was no better than no better than no better. Chapter 8 Education. Just when Shen Mo and Lu Yu were eating hot pot and drinking wine, blowing awesome kanzen with the people around them and enjoying life happily, the entire upper circle of Qinghai City blew up. The real bigwigs are speculating whether or not Lu Yu will retaliate against the Lu clan after she quits the Lu clan. The whole car accident plant thing looks like violent murder to the hoi polloi anyway. There are still some people whether Shen Mo will take advantage of the east wind of Lu Yu to go back to fight for the family property. Although Lu Yu had withdrawn from the Lu clan group, the real bigwigs all knew that Lu Yu must have some of her own industries existing in her hands. After all, as long as you're not a too little cutie, one wouldn't be running just one company when one has the free money and the power to do so. Lu Yu had been the president of the Lu group for 6 years, and casually made a raw material supply factory. Moreover, Lu Yu graduated from the Wadeyaku Business School, and she knows all her classmates who are very powerful, so who knows if Lu Yu has secretly held some enterprises. So the bigwigs in the circle were curious about what Lu Yu and Shen Mo would do next, even thinking about getting in on the action while we're at it. The second generation in the circle, on the other hand, were laughing at Shin Jiayun. That friend circle of Lu Yu in the morning is nakedly telling everyone that Lu Yu woke up and slept with Shen Mo. And Shin Jiayun, the pure love warrior who failed to take Lu Yu in a 10-year relationship, was green. That's right, in everyone's eyes, Shin Jiayun was green. The Shin family. Snap. Shin Jiayun on the sofa directly slammed his cell phone on the floor, sat there with red eyes and let out an angry growl. Shen Mo, that bastard. How dare he? Squeak. Shin Yilong and Zukalan, who opened the door and walked in, frowned at the fuming Shin Jiayun. Zukalan glanced at the cell phone on the ground and said in a cold voice, "What are you mad about?" Shin Jiayun aggrievedly looked at his dad and mom and said with difficulty, "Dad, Mom, Shen Mo and Lu Yu slept." Shin Yilong frowned and sat to the side. Bamboo Kailan said with dissatisfaction, "So what? People are husband and wife. They don't care about their bodies. Use you to care." Shin Jiayun was anxious and hurriedly said, "But everyone in the circle is saying I've been green today." Shin Jiayun didn't care about Lu Yu. He cared about his face. Going over to Ryuki's house last night to beg for peace was just a way to recoup the loss of Ryuki. After all, if he married Lu Yu, he would be able to share half of the money that Lu Yu's grandfather had left to her, and he would still have the upper hand in the fight for the family fortune. Keep in mind that he has two other contenders in his sister Shin Jejia and brother Shin Jiafeng. Zukalan glanced at his son in disappointment. "Green? Didn't you hook up with the illegitimate daughter Lu Xinhua kept outside a long time ago and green Lu Yu?" Speaking of this, Bamboo Kailan anger directly exploded, cursing, "Your father and I are decent people, whether it is a relationship or business. We have not done anything out of the ordinary. The atmosphere of our family, I think it is also good. How did you come out of such a scum? If you weren't my own son, I'd smack you twice." As a woman, Zukalan had one comment on what Shin Jiayun had done. "Asshole." Shin Jiayun was subdued by Zukalan's aura, and said aggrievedly, "But now your son I'm being laughed at." Bah! Viciously despising it, Zukalan indifferently said, "Serves you right. Who let you create your own sins?" But Shin Jiayun felt that his old mom didn't love him. Next to him, Shin Yilong didn't wait for Shin Jiayun to finish, then rubbed his temples and said with a headache, "When you had her accident and was diagnosed as a vegetable, I asked you if you still wanted to get married. If we tie the knot, our family will pay for Yu's treatment, but you chose not to tie the knot. When Lu Xinhua approached our family to ask for a marriage union and marriage because of the fund, I also asked you if you wanted to get married. You said you didn't want to marry a vegetable for money as a joke." Shin Yilong sighed and looked at Shin Jiayun with disappointment in his eyes. "Son, the opportunity was given to you. You made your choice, now just take the consequences." Shin Jiayun was dumbfounded, not expecting his old man to be this set of words. Angry Shin Jiayun dissatisfied, "Are you not afraid that the stock market will fall because of my bad reputation?" Bang! A vicious intent flashed in Zukalan's eyes, slamming the coffee table and saying hatefully, "Shin Jiayun, if I knew that you dared to do something superfluous, I would have smoked you to death." Shin Jiayun was dumbfounded. "Shouldn't you suspect Lu Yu and Shen Mo?" Snort. At the stairs on the second floor of the villa, Shin Jejia walked down slowly. Shin Jiayun turned his head and looked at her angrily. "What are you laughing at?" Coming to the living room and finding a random place to sit down, Shin Jejia said calmly, "I laughed at you for being so stupid." Shin Jiayun stared angrily. Zukalan was already impatient and got up and went straight upstairs, warning before leaving, "Shin Jiayun, you better give me an honest day at work. Get off work, go home, and if you want to get married, go marry that illegitimate daughter of Lu Xinhua. I'll whip you to death if you dare to target Lu Yu and Shen Mo for a moment." Shin Yilong glanced at Shin Jiayun and also went upstairs. Shin Jiayun sat disheveled on the sofa as he wimped out. His mom, Bamboo Kailan, is really going to beat her up? The day he gave up on saving Lu Yu, Zhu Kailan beat him up, a stick as thick as a mop handle, and broke it alive. Shin Jejia glanced contemptuously at her big brother and went upstairs as well. Sometimes she wondered if this punk of a big brother was really her brother. In the room, Zukalan punched and kicked Shin Yilong for a while, and Shin Yilong took it one by one. Finally, Zukalan sat on the sofa in the room and puffed. "Shin Yilong, it's also your seed. How come Shen Mo is so smart and Shin Jiayun and Shin Jiafeng are so stupid?" before Shen Mo's marriage, came to live in the Shen family for a month. Bamboo Kailan obviously can feel the Shen Mo body, that pure and simple smart. No great talent, no amazing talent, but just honest enough and pure. An example is, once she asked Shen Mo, "Do not hate?" Shen Mo's answer is very simple. Do not hate. Shen family can let him get the tens of millions of inheritance left behind by his grandmother, the old home and the county house. He is very contented. Shen Yilong sighed. What could he say? Thinking of something again, Zhu Kailan warned, Shen Yilong, you absolutely cannot help Shen Jiayun against Shen Mo and Lu Yu. Shen Yilong nodded. He wasn't that underhanded to take a shot at two children. Zhu Kailan saw that he agreed. Then he was relieved, and said to himself, that child Shen Mo has a bad background, but it's not his fault, and it's not your or my fault for putting him in the countryside, because you and I don't love him, and I'm not his real mom, but he's a Shen kid after all, so we gave him the old lady's legacy and a chance to cross the class line, so we're doing right by Shimmer. Bamboo Kailan said that the marriage contract with the Lu family, they actually do not care. The moment Shen Jiayun does not want it, it can end. As for the threat of Lu Xinhua, their Shen family is not afraid. The reason why they continue again is really to give Shen Mo a chance. Otherwise, without Shen Yilong operating behind the scenes, with Shen Mo alone, Lu Xinhua will give him 5% of the shares of Lu Group plus $300 million of property? What a joke. Shen Jiayun immediately entered a second-generation group chat when he got his new cell phone. There are all the second generation of the city of Jinghai there, only to see that his nemesis, the youngest master of the Wang family, the famous thug-rich second generation of the Jinghai city, was taunting him profusely inside. Wang Fugue, where is young Master Shen? Where is our disgraced money and face after leaving his wife? Mr. Shen, Wang Fugue, Shen Dishao. If I were you, I'd have to beat up Shen Mo and let him know what it means to say that my old man's woman is not something you can touch. Wang Fugue, young Mr. Shen, you wouldn't dare, would you? Wang Fugue, Shen Dishao. You're such a wimp. Shen Jiayun was furious and immediately replied, who said I don't dare? Just wait, I will make Shen Mo look good. In the hot pot restaurant, Shen Mo and Lu Yu were still blowing awesome with the big brothers and sisters at the next table. Only, at this point, it's been replaced by big brothers and sisters blowing their own love stories. After all, people are disobedient. When they finish blowing, the ones at the table next to them blow on it. Although everyone's stories are fake, the joy of the moment is real. Yanuki narrowed her eyes as she listened. Her mood was truly relaxed, a joy she hadn't experienced before. Looking at Shen Mo, who had already had a good time drinking, stripped off his clothes, and was naked, and comparing his muscle size with a group of big men, Lu Yu seemed to understand why the rich young ladies in novels all liked yellow hair. Chapter 9, Do Good People Deserve to Die? At 9 o'clock in the evening, Shen Jiayun, who had been stimulated by Wang Fugue to go and give Shen Mo a good look, sneaked out of the house and went to the KTV where his small circle always met. Fine. It's digging up the ground to find Shen Mo for me. I'll give him a good look. Shen Jiayun opened his mouth in a domineering manner, following the model of a bully in a novel. The surrounding group of rich second generation who relied on the Shen family group to eat silently went down to execute, and held up Shen Jiayun. Big brother is handsome. Big brother is overbearing. Worthy of being the crown prince of the Beijing Sea. Hot pot restaurant front desk. Shen Mer grabbed the check with his older brother who had been drinking with him, as if letting the other not as looking down on you. At this time Shen Mo and the next table big brother do not say that their money in the wife. Shen Mo anxiously said, big brother, you must let me tie the knot. I have the money. The next table brother proudly said, you have money counts for nothing. This is private money. A man's dignity. Yanuki and the older sister at the next table stood off to the side and laughed together. In the end it was Lu Yu who went up to settle the bill, and the big sister at the next table who dragged her big brother away by the ear. Send the drunken big brother of the next table to the car, and then blown by the cold wind. Shen Mo instantly sobered up, looking at the face of the same slightly red Lu Yu. The mind recalled what happened together this evening. Shen Mo really want to give himself 2 slaps. Done and done. Will she get mad if I blow my awesome saying she's my wife in front of Lu Yu today? Although Ryuki has been teasing me since yesterday. Who knows if she's real or not. The point is that I just got high on my own over hot pot tonight and didn't care about her. Will Lu Yu be angry at me for not being serious about pursuing her? Shen Mo was a bit embarrassed and didn't know how to speak. Lu Yu was laughing in her heart. She thought Shen Mo was too funny. Therefore, with a twinkle in her eye, Lu Yu coughed twice, causing the stiffened Shen Mo to shiver coldly. It's over. It's over. Lu Yu is really angry. Clasping her hands to her chest and making an angry face, Lu Yu beamed. Hubby, you didn't let me have fun just now, so you're going to make it up to me. Make up for it? How to make up for it? Let's see what's out there that Missy hasn't played with. With, say, a trip. His eyes lit up. Shen Mo excitedly said, "Wife, do you want to experience a trip where you can just leave? Let's not go home. Let's just book a ticket and go." Yanuki's eyes widened. Was it so exciting? Growing up, she'd lived by the rules, but she'd never done anything so out of the ordinary. For a moment, Yanuki felt her heart jump faster. Good. Shenmare breathed a sigh of relief. So, wife, is there anywhere you'd like to go? Yanuki thought about it. Urban. Shen Mo took out his cell phone, quickly browsed. There happens to be a train of 11, and quickly placed an order for 2 hard seats. Wife, husband take you to experience a youth without selling price. Hard seat straight to Urban. Stopping a cab. Shen Mo took Luyu to start a trip. On the other hand, the minions told Shin Jiayun the news that Shen Mo was at the hot pot restaurant. Shin Jiayun immediately ordered his men to charge and kill. In the car, Shin Jiayun spat out fragrant words. When I see Shen Mo later, I'm going to launch 3 questions at him. First question. Ask him if he knows about propriety, righteousness, integrity and shame. How dare he seduce his sister-in-law? Don't you know that this is a big taboo in the Jianghu? The second question. Ask him if Shen Mo knows the superiority and inferiority of the hierarchy. How dare he not answer the phone call from me, his big brother? The third question. Ask Luyu if she knows it's wrong to let me, a rich and handsome man, not to choose Shen Mo, that Yakuza. The little brother next to him was embarrassed for a split second and quickly applauded. Brother Yun is domineering. Once you ask these 3 questions, Shen Mo and Luyu will have to lower their heads in shame. Shin Jiayun smiled smugly. In the villa, Wan Ma and Li's sister-in-law were overjoyed when they received the news that Luyu had gone on a trip. At 9:40, Shin Jiayun walked majestically into the hot pot restaurant with his men. Looking at the hot pot restaurant full of fireworks, Shin Jiayun frowned, raised his eyebrows, and thought he was domineering as he said to the front desk aunt, "Where is Shen Mo?" Facing Shin Jiayun and his party who came down from the Rolls-Royce, especially the domineering president-like, the receptionist aunt indifferently said, "God's gold. You're in the way of the person behind you checking out. You can't influence me if you're rich. Are you going to give our boss $100,000 to fire me?" In the face of the front desk aunt's lack of cooperation, Shin Jiayun snapped and fished out a pile of cash from his arms. "Woman, tell me where Shenmare is." Rocco, who came to eat, happened to see the scene and silently raised his cell phone and clicked a shot. The bully shows his love for the front desk aunt of the hot pot restaurant down the street. This is news that must not be sold for hundreds of dollars. Auntie at the front desk collected the money and pointed to the door. "Is that the handsome guy with the pretty girl with the thief? They're gone." Shin Jiayun was furious. "Gone? How dare they?" The moody Shin Jiayun grunted coldly. "Indeed. Woman, tell me where they went." The receptionist aunt was embarrassed. She really didn't know this one. One of the customers next to me raised his hand and said excitedly, "Boss, you give me money and I'll tell you." With a cold snort, Shin Jiayun smiled triumphantly. "Look at that. The group is basking in my dominance." With a flip of his head, the little brother next to him drew out 2,000 in cash and handed it to the customer selling the information. That guest hurriedly mounted up and said in a hurry, "Boss, they go to the train station. I heard them say that they want youth without selling price. Hard seat direct LS." Shin Jiayun left in a flurry of wind with his men. In the car, Shin Jiayun proudly said to the people around him, "Brothers, Shen Mo is really an idiot. He can't even coax a girl. I guess when I go over there, Luyu should be crying and begging me to marry her. Ha 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 ha." The little brothers next to him all hurriedly flattered as well. Shin Jiayun was even happier. "Book me a plane ticket. I'm going to wait for Luyu at LS. Let her see what it means to be a godly warrior. Let Shen Mo see what it means to play with money power. Trains are for poor people." In the hot pot restaurant, the guy who collected Shin Jiayun's money watched Shin Jiayun leave, his eyes full of contempt, and the companion next to him said suspiciously, "I remember, isn't it a hard seat direct to Urban? Why did you say LS? The man who collected the money smiled smugly. "I call this robbing from the rich to give relief to the young couple who are charging for love. This rich young man looks like a bully who beat his lovebirds with a stick and took them by force. He must be made to suffer a little." The people around him burst out laughing at that. Sixth son, who was hiding on the side eating melon, silently sent what he heard and saw to Shen Mo. Then he contacted a gossip reporter he knew and sent over the photo of Shin Jiayun courting his aunt at the hot pot restaurant, looking at the 3,000 in cash that the other party had transferred. Rocco's mood was instantly pleasant. Nothing more to say. Shin Jiayun is a good man, but if you're a good person, you have to be bullied. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 10. A little bit of a tiger mother-in-law. Train station. That a bunch of train food and drink. Shen Mo and Luyu boarded the train. Probably because of the early morning hours, there weren't many people on this train. Yanuki leaned against the window and surveyed everything with delight. Although the hard seat was uncomfortable and the inside of the train was bad, but Luyu was inexplicably happy when she thought of her youth as described on the Experience Network without a sale price and a hard seat straight to urban. It's a sense of freedom that wasn't there before. Leaning back in her chair with her eyes closed, Yanuki recalled the day's entire day with a smile. In the morning, sign an agreement with Xinhua Lu to quit Lu. At noon, a press conference. In the afternoon, she went to a bath center she hadn't been to before and got a low end she hadn't gotten before. In the evening, I had a hard time venting at the decompression gym to get the depression out of my body. In the evening, I ate hot pot that I hadn't eaten before and wouldn't have made it to the top of the upper class, and I blew off awesome and kibitzed with the bottom feeders that I hadn't had easy access to before. Now, near midnight, she was on the train back to Grandpa's house. Thinking of this, Luyu touched her cell phone, boarded WeChat, and sent out a message. Mom, I miss you. I'm on the train to Grandpa's house. Can you and Grandpa come pick me up? No red exclamation mark appeared, and Yanuki breathed a sigh of relief. But no immediate replies appeared either. Disappointment flashed in Luyu's eyes. Ding 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 ding. What? You came by train? Is there no money? Mom will transfer it for you. Egu, my big daughter. Is it Lu Xinhua that bullied you? You wait. Mom will turn around and chop him. PayPal arrives with $100,000. Daughter, find the nearest stop to get off later. Find a hotel to stay in. Then send Mom a location. And Mom will pick you up. My silly daughter. Why don't you tell Mom when you don't have money? Looking at the non-stop messages, Luyu covered her mouth and cried. Next to him, Shen Mo, who was chatting with Sixth Son and spitting out 200 words about Shin Jiayun, was startled. Looking at the way Luyu cried into the cell phone interface, Shen Mo's heart burst out. What's going on here? What am I going to do now? Shen Mo looked to the left and to the right, did not find a tissue, gritted his teeth, took off his t-shirt and handed it to Luyu. Rub it with this. Thankfully it's October and I need to wear a jacket. Yanuki snorted a laugh and took the t-shirt, rubbing it up carefully. Then type into the screen. Mom, I came here with my husband. This time, I mainly want you to visit with Grandpa and Grandma. Also, I'm separated from the Ryu family. Will you take me in? Still no immediate reply this time. The next second, a 60-second voice came in. Egu, my eldest daughter. Say what to take in or not. If it wasn't for the fact that you weren't willing to go with me back then, and that beast of a father of yours wouldn't allow me to see you, where would you have needed to be so careful? What time is your train arriving and ask your husband if he's resistant to a beating. He watch a McCallid let you ride the train. Ding dong. Mom picks you up. You don't worry, ow. Absolutely arranged for my daughter properly. Yanuki was touched. Is this the love of a mother? Even if they hadn't seen each other for 15 years and hadn't been in touch for 5 years, the moment they heard their daughters were coming, they were as enthusiastic as ever. Yanuki silently typed a line. Mom, I'm sorry. Putting down her cell phone, Yanuki wiped her tears with her Shimmers t-shirt as she thought back to her mother. The year Luyu was 13, Lu Xinhua's mistress came to her door. Luyu's mother immediately exploded. As a northeast tigress she could not tolerate a little sand. Against Lu Xinhua is a beating. Directly to Lu Xinhua to hospitalization. Then probably to get back at Lu Xinhua. Luyu's mom got that mistress into her bed. When Lu Xinhua found out, he nearly died from a direct brain hemorrhage. Especially that female mistress named Wenya is really obsessed with Luyu's mom. Ms. Qin Hao. After that Yanuki lived with one dad, 2 moms, and 1 grandpa. Lu Xinhua had a heart attack every day when she looked at Ms. Qin Hao and Ms. Wenya, who were so happy to see each other. Divorce became the only end in sight at that time. Ms. Qin Hao agrees, but there is one requirement. Luyu must follow her. But at that time in the rebellious period of Luyu looked at Wenya and Qin Hao, 2 mothers, as really cannot accept. Decisive refusal. Lu Xinhua got complacent. And then Qin Hao scolded Luyu. And then said that the divorce is fine. And all the property of the Lu family must go to Luyu. Unless Yanuki gave up of her own accord. After Lu Xinhua gritted her teeth and signed it, she said that she would not allow Qin Hao to come and see it. But whenever Qin Hao comes to see it, the agreement is null and void. And Luyu will lose the right to inherit all her property. Thinking about it now, Yanuki felt like such an animal. Shen Mo looked at Luyu, who had been crying silently, and didn't know what to advise. As an innocent virgin, he really can't coax a girl. After thinking about it, Shen Mo handed his cell phone to Luyu. Honey, Grandma said that if when you're unhappy, think about something happy so you're in a better mood. Doubtfully took over the cell phone, looked at the operation of the hot pot restaurant Shin Jiayun forwarded by the 6 sons above, and directly laughed and sprayed. Especially looking at the follow-up of Rocco forwarding over the fake news that passers-by were getting paid to sell. Lu Yu couldn't help but laugh. There are so many righteous people. After lamenting, Lu Yu received a message from her best friend. Zhao Yanyan. Zhao Yanyan, you went to LS? Quickly find a place to stop. Shin Jiayun took a plane to block you. Pictures. Looking at Shin Jiayun's smug message sent in the second generation circle, and the words that were confident that he was going to win back her Lu Yu calmly replied back. Yan, Shen Mo and I are on our way back to urban. Cho Yan? Laughing my ass off at what's going on. Lu Yu sent the message that Rocco had sent to Shen Mo to Zhao Yan. Then, Zhao Yan, that means Shin Jiayun, the pretentious dog, has been sanctioned by the passers-by? No, I'm going to buy Shin Jiayun a headline tomorrow. Lu Yu, forget it, just smile to yourself. Uncle Shen and Aunt Bamboo are good to me. I can't lay my hands on them. Cho Yan, okay. Harvesting her mother's love, having her husband by her side, and watching a joke. Lu Yu was in a much better mood. Irving is still dark at 5 o'clock, but as Lu Yu and Shen Mo walked out of the exit of the train station, they saw a 178 tall, intensely beautiful woman wearing a trench coat with a 160 tall southern beauty striding over. Before Lu Yu could react, she was wrapped into the arms of the great beauty. My good girl, you're scaring Mom. How can you ride the train? Speaking of this, great beauty Qin Hao looked angrily at Shen Mo. You're my son-in-law? How can you take my good boy on the train? Also, don't you realize how cold it is in Irvine in October? Why do you let my good boy dress so thin? Qin Hao, the great beauty, gave Shen Mo a wild spray, making Shen Mo a bit overwhelmed. When Qin Hao finished spraying, the southern beauty, stood out and sprayed again. Also, are you abusing my family, Lu Yu? Why is she so thin? Qin Hao realized that his daughter was so thin. Hurry to hold up. Try. Qin Hao more angry. To Shen Mo as a foot, are you abusing my daughter? She is more than 1 meter 7, how only more than 90 pounds. Shen Mo was dumbfounded, grasping the grass. My mother-in-law is a bit too fierce. Yanuki was moved to tears on the side. Her mother didn't say a word about love, but every word was love. Lu Yu hurriedly stopped the husband and wife double play that her own mother and Aunt Wenya were about to start and explained. Mom, it's not Shen Mo who abused me, it's my dad. Qin Hao became even angrier. What's going on? Willow Moon tells the story of her car accident and 6-month vegetative state. Wenya's face instantly paled and hugged Lu Yu, just crying. Qin Hao was trembling with anger. What? Granddaughter, what did you say? You were knocked into a vegetative state? Shen Mo looked in search of the sound, only to see a burly old man in a military coat with a military cap standing not far away with a whip, next to a large cross-country vehicle parked. Qin Hao handed the car keys to Wenya and walked towards the old man. Dad, let Wenya bring you home. We'll both take a plane to Beijing and Shanghai. I'll definitely beat that animal Lu Xinhua to death. Back then it was agreed that Moon would be with him and he would take care of it. And that's how it turned out to be taken care of. And that little from the Ryu family group, don't think it's good either. Driving up to Grandpa Lu Yu's SUV, Qin Hao pulled her dad and ran. This thunderous scene stunned Shen Mo, grasping the grass. My mother-in-law, a bit of a tiger. On the other hand, pulled Lu Yu and Shen Mo to take the car home. Chapter 11, Lu Xinhua gets beaten up. On the way, Wenya told Lu Yu about Qin Hao's excitement yesterday when he heard she was coming. Again, he couldn't sleep and was worried that Lu Yu was wronged. Even more so, he scolded Shen Mo, who had never met him. Said he knew it wasn't a good man judging by the fact that Shen Mo let Lu Yu ride the hard seat on the train. When he said this, Wenya also smiled and glanced at Shen Mo. Shen Mo commiserated. Lu Yu, on the other hand, smiled with her eyes narrowed and said sweetly, Auntie, Shen Mo was very good to me. I can wake up thanks to Shen Mo. Shen Mo turned his head sheepishly as he thought about what was on his mind before Lu Yu woke up. In the future, I'll have to be careful when I sleep. And I mustn't reveal the fact that I once wanted to take Lu Yu's card to go for great healthcare. Ooh, so sad. Vanya smiled and stopped talking. Qin Hao and Wenya's home is on the outskirts of urban, a proper rural compound. As soon as the car stopped, Lu Yu's grandma, a windy old northeastern lady, rushed out. The old lady looked left and right at Lu Yu and ventured out. This one is too thin. Is this how that asshole of a father of yours takes care of you? Then he looked at Shen Mo next to him with a mischievous face. You're Yu's husband? How did you take care of my Moon so thin? Are you bullying my family, Yu? Believe it or not, I'll have Grandpa Yu whip you with a leather whip. Shen Mo was embarrassed. What should he say? Grandmother scolded and then went into the house holding Lu Yu's hand, pressing Lu Yu on the firebed. Grandma peeled apples and poured brown sugar water for Lu Yu, as if Lu Yu was a fragile ceramic doll. Shen Mer envied. More than anything, I want to marry a wife. And if this is really a family, is this the kind of love I can enjoy? While Grandma was taking care of Lu Yu, Aunt Wenya brought up the meal that had been prepared long ago. A proper big bone stew with sauerkraut, big white steamed buns, homemade blood sausage and a big mixed vegetable and fruit salad. Sitting on the bed, looking at her grandma's fiery eyes, Lu Yu was so happy. At the dinner table, Shen Mo tried to make himself as invisible as possible. Aunt Wenya softly told Grandma about the Yanuki plant. The angry Grandma slammed the table and said in a fiery voice, "Call her Grandpa. Make sure to whip that animal Lu Xinhua hard." It could be seen that if it wasn't for the modern law, Lu Xinhua would definitely be finished. After dinner, Aunt Wenya took Lu Yu to wash up and then arranged a room for the two of them to have a good rest. During Lu Yu's washing up, Grandma pulled Shen Mo aside, scrutinized and asked about their marriage. Shen Mo thought about it and honestly told all about his relationship with Lu Yu, including the fact that it was the third day they had known each other, including the stakes in this marriage. Finally Shen Mo whispered, "Grandmother, I want to marry you." "Why?" Grandmother narrowed her eyes and sized up Shen Mo carefully. Shen Mo seriously, truthfully said, "At first it was because Sister Yu was beautiful and rich, then after getting along for a day, I liked her gentleness, and today it's because I think your family is too warm and cozy." "Silly boy." Grandma snorted. She thought Shen Mo was tigerish enough. Shen Mo just laughed. In the bathroom, when you took care of Lu Yu like a child and asked softly, "You and that Shen Mo, what's going on?" The smart Vinya could tell at a glance that the relationship between the two was not like that of a man and a woman. Willow Moon tells the place of the duo's experience, omitting the heartfelt part. "Auntie Wen, I like Shen Mo. I really want to marry him, and he's clumsily courting me." Vinya smiled and whispered, "That's good. Being a gentle woman, she respects every choice her child makes." A little later, when you sent each of the two into a room with a hot bed. That's the nice thing about a large 3-in, 3-out yard. There's plenty of room. While Lu Yu and Shen Mo were lying comfortably sleeping on the fire bed, Jinghai City blew up. First, Shen Jiayun posted a photo of himself holding a flower at the LS train station on Weibo with the message, "Sincere man, bravely pursuing love." Immediately after that, Zhou Yunyun showed a train ticket to Urban for Yu Moon with the text, "Scum is still there to engage in self-righteousness and touching." Then, one of the editors of Jinghai Entertainment posted a gossip news, "The second generation of the rich family bravely chased the hot pot restaurant Ant News." In just 2 hours, Shen Jiayun instantly burst into flames. In particular, Shen Jiayun's nemesis Wang Fugui watched the fun and sent out the story of Shen Jiayun and Lu Yu in strings. What it boils down to is a statement that the scummy guy dislikes the fact that the person is a vegetable on one foot, and then thinks of pursuing the person on the other foot when he sees that they have woken up and inherited a large sum of money. In a word, the scum of the earth. Shen family villa. At the dinner table, Shen Jiajia silently told all about what happened yesterday, including Wang Fugui's squeeze on Shen Jiayun. Zucalan and Shen Yilong swiped angrily at the news while listening. Snapping, Zucalan snapped her cell phone on the table and gritted her teeth. "That stupid bastard." Shen Yilong sighed and made a call to the security company under his name, telling them to go to LS at fire speed to bring Shen Jiayun back. In the Lu family's old mansion, Lu Xinhua and Lu Bai were having breakfast. Lu Bai introduces his strategic plan for the future of the Lu group to Lu Xinhua. Lu Xinhua interjects from time to point out 2 sentences. The harmonious scene makes Lu Xinhua feel that life is really good. In the past, when Lu Yu was the president, he was directly treated as a seal machine, and he did not say anything, but only notified. After talking about business, Lu Xinhua and Lu Bai talked about Shen Jiayun. Both, "This child of the Shen family is hopeless. Xiao Baiyu should not learn from him in the future." Aha! Willow White was a bit distracted, and after Tang Jiao asked in a low voice, "Dad, do you really not need to care about your sister's place?" The Lu family's illegitimate daughters also knew some of each other, and the one who got involved with Shen Jiayun, Lu Bai just happened to know. Relationship is not bad. Shaking her head, Lu Xinhua sighed. "How do you care? The silly girl is deathly obsessed with Shen Jiayun. All I can do is find her a good job, offer her a good future, and the rest is up to her." Lu Xinhua felt that he is really a good father. Every illegitimate child, he did not lack of food and drink. They are serious about teaching, marrying a wife and children to marry. He has to give bride price dowry share. There was also the job search. Lu Xinhua was not left behind at all. Those who wanted to start a business were also introduced to contacts. That's why Lu Xinhua thinks he's a good dad. After eating and drinking, Lu Xinhua and Lu Bai got into the same car to go to the headquarters of the Lu Group. The company gate, Lu Xinhua just smugly get off. Snap! The sudden whip whipped Lu Xinhua. Granddaddy rushed up in his leather coat, and Cuckoo gave it a whirl. Liu Shua wailed on the ground. When Lu Bai wanted to intervene, he heard a cold voice coming from him. "Kid, guess why the security guards didn't stop?" Lu Bai turned his head with a pale face, only to see Qin Hao walking out of the company accompanied by the security manager. "Qin, Aunt Sheen. Good. Long time no see. Willow White's eyes were covered in fear that was visible to the naked eye, and her body began to tremble. He couldn't understand how the mongrel had come back. Chapter 12, Tyrant Qin Hao. The impression of the upper circles of the capital C on Qin Hao is just one. The devil of the world. Her most famous battle was when she was first married to Ryu Xinhua. At that time, Lu Xinhua was still a playboy and was very popular. At a banquet, a young lady who liked Lu Xinhua said that Qin Hao, a guy who didn't know the etiquette, had stolen her ring, and really found the ring in Qin Hao's bag. Naked planting. The tactics were underhanded, but they were the green tea tactics that the young ladies of that era liked to play. The men liked to see the women fight over themselves and stay out of the way, just watching the jokes. Everyone wanted to see what this Earth Panther from the Black Earth would do, which knows that in the face of this scene of stolen goods, Qin Hao indifferently smiled, pulled Lu Xinhua in front of him and asked him what he thought. Lu Xinhua froze for a moment and said that we should let Qin Hao apologize? Qin Hao is said to have relented and apologized. The next day, Lu Xinhua was hospitalized with 3 broken ribs. Immediately after, a Missy for the love of green tea female competition news rushed to the hot search. The reputation of that Missy who had a crush on Lu Xinhua was completely rotten and no one dared to marry her. Missy's family had no choice but to send her abroad. It is said that Missy came back again or Qin Hao and Wenya left Jinghai City. As far as Lu Bai heard, anyone who targeted Qin Hao back then didn't have a good time. A noblewoman falsely accused Qin Hao of pushing someone into the water, and Qin Hao made sure there was no surveillance. And in front of everyone, he tore the noblewoman's clothes to shreds, and pressed her into the water and almost suffocated her to death. There is an old lady Yin and Yang. Qin Hao is not like a noblewoman, like a tough guy, because she is really beating Lu Xinhua. And then Qin Hao will be that old lady when she was young by the third party to block the door of the bullying news sent all over the sky, as well as the old lady's son cheated on the video sent to the hot search. Spend or Lu Xinhua's money. There was also a time when someone went crazy and created a kidnapping case, which resulted in Qin Hao beating the person who kidnapped her up and sending him to the police station for 7 years. Followed by storming into the home of the person behind the kidnapping and sending the person behind the kidnapping in. The most classic is, to Qin Hao lawsuit is Qin Hao cousin. This time we know that Qin Hao family is the black land, that piece of landlord. Mrs. Qin Hao grandfather followed the Northeast King as a bandit. Their family motto is to be able to fight the rich but also have culture. Otherwise how to protect themselves as a hooligan. All in all, in a nutshell, Qin Hao is a demon. She's really doing it. And the only place Qin Hao planted himself was Wenya. Lu Bai heard his mother tell him that Wenya is a group of people in the upper circles of the capital C who have been bullied by Qin Hao, and they are specifically looking for a green tea master. It doesn't end well, though, as Wenya gets picked up by Qin Hao. Everyone is said to have been dumbfounded at the time. At first, Lu Bai is not believe, because Lu Xinhua dozens of illegitimate sons and daughters. How to see is not like Qin Hao big victory look ah. For this problem, Lu Bai's mother is this way. Lu Xinhua and Qin Hao is in agreement to marry, because Lu Xinhua's father saved Qin Hao's life. Is specifically asked Qin Hao to clean up the year or playboy Lu Xinhua. Therefore, Qin Hao has no feelings for Lu Xinhua. Lu Xinhua and Qin Hao's eyes on 2 roles. A sandbag. A tool to have children. As for Lu Xinhua's illegitimate child, Qin Hao does not care, as long as it does not make a mess in front of the good. Lu Bai also once asked her own mother why she wasn't on top after Lu Xinhua's divorce. Ryu Bai's mother just faintly said that there was a shadow. Therefore, when Lu Bai saw Qin Hao, he directly wimped out. Grandpa sat down on the side when he got tired of fighting, and the security guard rushed to bring chairs. Qin Hao didn't even look at Lu Bai and directly walked towards Lu Xinhua, who was crawling on the ground and moaning. Bang! Qin Hao kicked Lu Xinhua over onto his face, stepped on Lu Xinhua's chest, and snapped. Lu Xinhua, after the agreement was signed back then, I thought that you were a man, so I followed the agreement and didn't focus all of my attention on my daughters, and went into full scientific research. How is it that as soon as I returned, I heard the news that my daughter had been a vegetable for 6 months? Say, why is this happening? Lu Xinhua coughed twice and laughed out loud. Qin Hao, you also have a day to break your defense. Qin Hao fiercely exerted his force, and with a click, Lu Xinhua spat out a mouthful of sacrificial blood. Since you made my daughter a vegetable for 6 months, you'll be a vegetable for 6 months too. Qin Hao's eyes gradually turned cold, and Lu Xinhua's pupils shrank violently as he felt the pressure at his chest. Next to Lu Bai was anxious. This is his biggest card to take over the Lu group. Lu Bai just wanted to go forward, but was hastily rushed to the vice president of the group, yanked to Zhu Yong, the big-bellied, balding, glasses-wearing vice president of the group, chided. You're crazy. How do you think your mother broke that leg? Lu Bai looked at Zhu Yong incredulously. Zhu Yong carefully glanced at Qin Hao and saw that she didn't notice this side. Then he breathed a sigh of relief and whispered, That woman is just crazy. Some of the items in her hands doomed her to do nothing. But it's different for us mortals. As a juggler for many years, and a vice president of $100 billion company, Xu Yong understood a truth early on. The gap between people is very big, and the weight of life is different from life. Just like Qin Hao, on the surface, he was a former mongrel of Jinghai City, or a bumpkin from the Black Land, but in reality, the other party was a scientist, or a top-notch scientist. That's why when Qin Hao did something crazy back then, someone would stand up and give it away. Even if Lu Xinhua is hospitalized today, or even become a vegetable, at most Qin Hao will die, but the scientist will still be alive. Ryobai felt like he was going crazy. Stop, I'll give you whatever you say you want. Lu Xinhua finally couldn't stand it and hissed. Qin Hao smiled in satisfaction and looked at Zhu Yong next to him. Mr. Chu, in. Zhu Yong farted over, his face full of flattery. Mr. Qin, what do you need? Qin Hao gathered his hair and casually said, now go draw up a will and a share transfer contract. It's written in the will that if anything happens to Lu Xinhua, all the property will be Lu Yu's. The share transfer contract. Well, it's a simple transfer of 30% of the equity to Lu Yu. Lu Xinhua struggled to get up. Qin Hao, you violent maniac. You bully people too much. Qin Hao turned his head with murderous intent in his eyes and said in a cold voice, I only have that one daughter. If I hadn't been away for the last year, do you think you could have been good? I'm telling you, this thing doesn't just cost money. There's always one or two that have to go in. Lu Xinhua's pupils shrunk. Xu Yong quickly brought the stuff, and Lu Xinhua was held back to sign. Satisfied and relieved, Qin Hao continued to look at Xu Yong. Go find out for me where Shen Jiayun is right now. Xu Yong nodded his head and executed it immediately. Qin Hao turned to Lu Bai and sneered. There's quite a resemblance to that woman's face. Son, just because my daughter is kind doesn't mean I am. You better think about what you haven't done to wrong my daughter, or else. Ha! After saying that, Qin Hao walked towards the company hall. Lu Bai helped Lu Xinhua to the hospital. Chapter 13, Interesting Conversations. Kai Airport. Shen Jiayun was blocked by Qin Hao and Grandpa just after getting off the airplane. Shen Jiayun tried to run and was whipped to the ground. When Shen Yilong brought people here, Shen Jiayun was already covered in injuries, and he couldn't get well without staying in the hospital for a few months. Shen Yilong was enraged, while Qin Hao sneered. Fox, you can come up and fight if you don't want to. Convinced? We are convinced. Shen Yilong clenched his teeth and said word for word, laughing out loud. Qin Hao and Grandpa took the plane straight back to urban. The people of Jinghai, Qin Hao was able to bully back then, and she can still bully today. Shen Jiayun hugged Shen Yilong and cried, Dad save me, Dad help me take revenge. Shen Yilong laughed bitterly. What could he do? It was Qin Hao. Qin Hao's move this time made the mansions of the capital C once again remember the days when they used to languish under Qin Hao's might. Lu Bai has become a joke in the circle. He continues to be the president of the Lu Group. He is working for Lu Yu, not Wen. His previous press conference of the intention is a joke. Of course, there is a third way, transferring the property of the Lu Group, but there were other shareholders in the Lu Group, and they wouldn't allow Lu Bai to transfer his property to the detriment of his own interests. If it was in the past, they would still show some respect to the Lu family. After all, they were the major shareholders. But who let Qin Hao stand behind Lu Yu? Lu Bai was angry, fearful, but there was nothing he could do. Even his mother advised Lu Bai, money is enough to spend on the line. You may as well be honest now with the help of Lu's development of their own companies, and strive to create a new Lu's group in the future. As long as you do not mess around, Qin Hao will not take care of you. The words were very unambitious and made Liu Bai furious that his own real mother didn't even look up to him. Lu Bai's mother also sternly told Lu Bai, away from Lu Xinhua a little farther. That is a goat. When he was in a car accident, almost died. No, Qin Hao sent word. Lu Xinhua do not dare to take money out. For this reason, Lu Bai could only accept it with condescension. He believed that his mother would not lie to herself and victimize herself. Irving, Grandma's house. In the afternoon, Shen Mo had just woken up from his nap when he saw Lu Yu wearing a big flowery cotton jacket and flowery cotton pants. Willow Moon smiled and turned in a circle. Honey, am I beautiful? Beautiful. Shen Mo responded dully. He didn't tell lies. A true beauty is beautiful even in beggar's clothes. And Lu Yu happens to be this kind. But isn't this flowery cotton jacket and cotton pants a little too trendy? Lu Yu's heart is happy. There is no woman who does not love to hear others praise themselves. Squeak. The gate of the courtyard was pushed open. Ms. Qin Hao thundered in and hugged Lu Yu. I am mama. Worthy of being my daughter. Just good looking. Grandmaster also walked in from the back and let out a disgruntled cold snort at Shen Mo. This made Shen Mo couldn't help but spit in his heart. It turns out that not only does the old father-in-law look at his son-in-law more and more unfavorably, But the maternal grandfather also looks at his grandson's son-in-law unfavorably. Lu Yu narrowed her eyes and smiled. She thought Shen Mo was so funny, like a tireless spitting machine. After Ms. Qin Hao and Lu Yu made out, she dragged the two to the living room and handed over the share transfer contract as well as the will to Lu Yu. This stunned Yunuki. Your own mom. Is she that tough? Ms. Qin Hao said smugly. Humph. Don't be surprised. Don't be shocked. As the saying goes, a woman is weak, a mother is strong. Just before she could be complacent for long. Ms. When you walked in with tea in hand and shook her head and laughed, you're not weak. You beat up Lu Xinhua several times before you gave birth and couldn't get out of bed. When you still remembered the fear she felt when those dukes in Jinghai City paid her to deal with Lu Yu. That's right. Fear. At that time, Wenye was a famous green tea, specializing in divorce and breakup business, also commonly known as a full-time divorcee. Still, Wenye falls for Qin Hao, and she gets the job done, but fills herself in. Lu Yu was moved to jump into Ms. Qin Hao's arms. After the mother and daughter touched each other, Shen Mo began to be triple-tasked. 4 people, Ms. Qin Hao, Ms. Wenye, and Grandma and Grandpa, made up the inquiry team. Ms. Qin Hao raised her eyebrows and was the first to ask, I heard that you want to marry my daughter for real? Shen Mo stole a glance at Lu Yu and nodded. Yes. Ms. Vineyard then asked, why? Shen Mo glanced at his grandma and said suspiciously, didn't grandma say anything? Snap. You don't care if her grandma said it or not. You have to say it again now. Grandma slammed the table enraged. He thought that his granddaughter could finally come home to live here, but he didn't know that there was a yellow hair following him, which put him in a bad mood. Shen Mo said in an extremely serious tone, because sister you is beautiful and rich. That's a reason. So plain and simple. The people present were collectively speechless, but Ryuki's eyes curved in a smile. Grandpa slapped the table and said ecstatically, tomorrow you two will go and divorce your marriage. Just your reason. It doesn't sound credible. He must be a cheating little yakuza. Before Shen Mo was anxious. Lu Yu was anxious first. Grandpa, you can't get a divorce. Ms. Qin Hao looked at Lu Yu with hatred. Daughter, you two have only known each other for 2 days. Can you be a little more reserved? Grandmother frowned and spoke. Moon, what do you like about him? Shenmei was equally puzzled. Yeah, what do you like about me? Lu Yu blushed, coyly said. I like Shen Mo has 8-pack abs, a good body. The key also Shen Mo took me to drink beer, eat hot pot, and people can dash and blow awesome. According to Shen Mo said he also cooks a handful of good white porridge. Shenmei's toes unconsciously snapped, and he felt like he needed a 3-room building to ease the awkwardness. Sister, the way you describe it, I'm straight up yellow. Ha, when you pointed at Shen Mo and said breathlessly, you like you to be pretty and rich. Shenmei nodded his head. Yes, it was me who said that. When you pointed to Lu Yu again, you like this kid good body will take you to experience a new life. It's not bad to be a cultured person. You just speak with class. Willow Moon nodded with a red face. Yes, I said that. Oh, you two are quite a match. Wenye was speechless. As a former green tea queen, a villain who helped countless men get divorced by relying on her green tea skills, it was the first time that Wenye had ever seen such a breathless reason for falling in love. Then let's stay together. But I only have one request. Qin Hao suddenly spoke, interrupting everyone's thoughts. Shen Mo looked at Qin Hao suspiciously. What request? The others also looked at Qin Hao. Are you going to make demands that you absolutely can't fulfill? Qin Hao faintly said. Lu Yu, you have to take the next CQC. What's this? Shenmei was a bit confused. For her part, Lu Yu whispered, that, I can, and I know Magatama. It's just that my body needs to get back to working out right now. Saying that, Yanuki took out her own cell phone and found her certificate in the photo album. Shen Mo sneaked a glance and was confused. Close quarters combat? Satisfied. Qin Hao waved his hand. Good. Then you two fall in love. Vinya, transfer $10 million to the love fund for both of them. Shen Mo's knees instantly softened. Thanks mom. Qin Hao blackfaced. You kid. Can you have some backbone? You're like this. I doubt you'll be bought by other women with money. Impossible. Shen Mo refused sternly. Grandma said that those who love their wives are prosperous and get rich every year, and those who lose their wives do not have 100 fortunes and have bad luck every year. Yanuki snorted a laugh. That was funny. Chapter 14, This Body. It's awesome. In this way, with the help of Ms. Qin Hao, Shen Mo and Lu Yu began to get married first and then fall in love. With the goal of living a happy and fulfilling life in the future, Shen Mo began to dedicate himself like crazy, cooking with Ms. Vinya and Grandma, to be a chaperone for my mother-in-law, Ms. Qin Hao, mountain hunting with Grandpa. In more than a month's time together, Shen Mo successfully relied on his incompetence to rip off his grandma and grandpa, and his mother-in-law and mother-in-law. That's right, it's by incompetence. When grandma and grandpa, MS, Shen Hao, and MS, Wanya knew that Shen Mo was an ordinary college graduate who knew nothing except a good hand of barbecue and stir-frying skills, they were directly excited. In their words, the old Qin family loved such a son-in-law. Then the crowd inquired about Shen Mo's dream. Shen Mo very briefly described his dream of eating more and doing less without starting a business, taking shares and eating dividends and nibbling bank interest, and honestly lying down at home. These words made grandma and grandpa, MS, Shen Hao and MS, Wanya even happier, and in a moment of excitement, grandma couldn't help but ask Shen Mo, will you be dazzled by the chaotic flowers? Shen Mo's answer to this was to put his arm around Lu Yu, and pointing to his two mothers-in-law, he exclaimed, my wife is so beautiful. And the probability is that she will still be beautiful for another 30 years in the future. So how can I possibly be blinded by the chaotic flowers outside? What's more, would a woman out there spend as much money on me as my wife? No, they won't. They'll just spend my money. That's why I don't fall for the wildflowers out there. Because I love money and it stabilizes my life. Shen Mo said it very straightforwardly, which satisfied grandma and grandpa, MS, Shen Hao and MS, Wanya. However, they had another point of worry. That is, whether Shen Mo would not be able to stand it with his self-esteem. In response, Shen Mo smiled insubordinately, do you believe that as long as I post my daily life online, not only will no one run me down, but there will be a bunch of people who will envy me? Therefore, not only will my self-esteem not be hit, it will also be fully satisfied. MS, Shen Hao and others expressed disbelief. How can the world look down on a pussy-eating white boy? Has the world gone mad? Although they liked Shen Mo's unambitious look, because only in this way could Shen Mo always stay next to Lu Yu for the sake of a good life. But you can't just blindly say that the world will look up to a little white boy. Lu Yu, on the other hand, smiled and said that he could do an experiment. The big deal was to open a video account and film Shen Mo's daily life as a gigolo. Yuck. With her, Lu Yu, Wanya said no problem, just try. It just so happens that she has a media company under her name. She can directly arrange for manpower to shoot. If this track does well, you can also directly send Lu Yu to the media company. Yes, it's for Lu Yu, not Shen Mo. When Wenya said this sentence, Shen Mo was so happy that he directly hugged Lu Yu and kissed her fiercely. Wife, you are really a lucky star. Hold your thighs. The future food and drink will not worry. Lu Yu was both happy and saddened by Shen Mo's excitement. Happy that the people you have a good feeling about like you. Sad that the people who like you start with money. However, Lu Yu quickly set her mind right. The copy for the first video was written by Lu Yu herself. Tyrannosaurus Rex is a big anchor under Hoya Media, and his daily live broadcast is about fighting the landlord. On this day, before the Tyrannosaurus Rex started broadcasting, she received a message from above, letting her take the time to brush a video, which will be recommended in the same city there, to attract traffic. The Tyrannosaurus Rex still balked at the request that wasn't really a request. No problem. At night, in the live broadcast room, more than 10,000 viewers were watching Tyrannosaurus Rex fighting landlord online at the same time. The Tyrannosaurus looked at his hand of double kings, 4 twos, 4 tips, an airplane plus 2 singles, smiled smugly, instantly straightened his back. The Pikachu on his chest bounced fiercely attracting the audience's attention, and laughed rampantly. With this hand, I can still lose? How can I lose? Families, say nothing. Pop the champagne early and super double it. On the pop-up, 666. This is a sky-high opening, and the Tyrannosaurus Rex is so happy that he's giving out benefits. Ha ha, I'd like to know how a Tyrannosaurus Rex is going to make itself dead and lose. How can this still lose? The brothers upstairs are new, aren't they? You don't know how much of a wannabe Tyrannosaurus Rex is. Looking at the pop-up screen, the Tyrannosaurus Rex smiled smugly. It's just impossible to lose. The landowner plays his cards. A 10-fold straight is dumped, and half the cards are played. Not out on the Tyrannosaurus Rex family. The Tyrannosaurus Rex chose not to come out in front of 10,000 spectators and shook his Pikachu in triumph and laughed. Families, let's be kind and give the landowner a little game playing fun. Before the word fun was out of the way, the landowner a plane with 2 pairs of issued, symbolizing spring flowers came up on the screen. The Tyrannosaurus Rex looked at his instantly zeroed out beanstalks. His entire body went mad, and roared frantically. How can this be? How can this be? Bouncer, laughing. Tianhu opening. Must be impossible to lose the hand, hard to find a way to lose by her. It's really a case of you give people a gaming experience and they give you a spring. 666. Long time. Haven't seen a sexy and funny anchor in a long time. follow, literally exploded with laughter. After the meltdown, Tyrannosaurus Rex dialed his dad's phone and said sweetly, "Daddy, can you lend me your landlord account for a bit?" Pop up, the daily search for dad's help. Everyone else is looking to dad for money. Just her, looking to dad to borrow an account. And she can't borrow it. The phone was hung up, and the Tyrannosaurus Rex sat there stiffly, muttering, "It's over. I've lost my face." Patting her own cheeks and looking at the length of the live broadcast, the great mother dragon sighed and helplessly said, "In that case, let's brush up on a beautiful video to feed our eyes." Pop up, haha, Tyrannosaurus Rex daily brushes dude's water from time to time. But why doesn't she? A female. Look at dudes. Because she's gender female and hobbies female. 6. Tyrannosaurus followed the leader's instructions to click into the same city channel. And looking at the combination of handsome men and women on top of the first video, Tyrannosaurus smiled and clicked on it. Since the pop-up screen is asking me to brush up on the handsome men, I'll be sure to brush up on it. But I'd rather have handsome men and women swiping together. Pop up, gee, you're really mainlining a listen to advice. But this video promo image is pretty eye-catching for a handsome man and woman. Say, that pretty girl. It seems like I've seen her somewhere before. Tyrannosaurus Rex, watch the video. Narrator, my name is Shen Mo. I'm a waif from a small county, and I've understood one thing since I was a child. To be successful, rely on your wife. So, I went down a path of no return. I went into the family and married a rich woman. Under the setting sun, Shen Mo carried his bag out of the county and stepped into the marriage hall. In the hall, Lu Yu, wearing a white wedding dress, extends her hand to Shen Mo. In front of the screen, the Tyrannosaurus Rex covered his mouth in surprise and said, "Handsome man, I want to join the family with such a beautiful rich woman." The light in the Tyrannosaurus Rex's eyes made the audience sure that she wasn't telling a lie. However, all the viewers in front of the screen also want to join the family. Lu Yu is too beautiful. The body is concave and convex even if it is, but also has an angelic face, especially that pair of eyes that can smile. It is too attractive. The most crucial thing was that this Lu Yu is also a rich woman. Just how rich was currently unknown. Sidebar, before joining the family, I went through dozens of flunky novels and prepared myself for the pretense of a facepalm. But barring that, in the background, Jinhao waves his hand and tells Wenya to give Shen Mo a $10 million love fund. Mother-in-law is too good to me. The Tyrannosaurus Rex screamed, "Ah! $10 million, I want it too." Pop up, grip, is this the joy of being a flunky? Marry a beauty, get $10 million. This day, don't be too good. Envious. Can I get up there for an episode? I don't know if it's real or not. If it's fake, I'd like to say let me play it. If it's real, please make sure the rich lady takes a look at it. I can be a 3 for only $5 million. Upstairs, don't destroy market value. Narrator, I was really scared because of my mother-in-law's $10 million. And for that reason, I decided to raid the family. Today is the first day. So when I get up in the morning, I'll cook with Aunt Wenya and Grandma. Early in the morning by the stove, Shen Mo prepares breakfast with Wenya. In the morning, I accompanied Grandpa to see 1,000 running hogs. Standing at the fence, Granddaddy says, "Boy, granddaughter won't inherit, and these are your future to manage." At noon, I'll learn to make pig-killing dishes after my family. In the kitchen, Shen Mo, Grandma, Grandpa, Lu Yu, several people prepare pig-killing dishes together. In the afternoon, I accompanied Mez, Wenya, the wife to go shopping as a bag-carrying boy. In the mall, Shen Mo follows behind Lu Yu in a large bag, and it is obvious that part of the handbag can be seen as belonging to Shen Mo's men's attire. At night, I'm going to warm my wife's bed. On the pink sheets is a bad-faced Shen Mo. The Tyrannosaurus Rex covered his head and screamed, "No, his wife's family's face is too high." Pop up, even if you have a high face value, didn't you guys realize that Wenya auntie is the owner of 3 Provinces Entertainment? The key is that his wife, Lu Yu, is the beautiful president of the previous Lu group, which means that he really met a rich woman. Asterisk. Narrator, ugh, it's been a long day of walking today, and it's weirdly tiring, but luckily I got my wife to behave. Now that the wife's asleep, I'm going to go work out and make sure I'm worth it. On the bed is a soundly sleeping Lu Yu. Shen Mo is running hard in the gym. His 8-pack abs and angular body is very presentable. The Tyrannosaurus Rex wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth and took a screenshot of Shen Mo running on the treadmill. Hey, that body, it's awesome. Chapter 15, Together. Pop up, worthy of being a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Things are just to my liking. It would be better if you shared the diagram. Humph, I'm different. I don't just cut off handsome men, I also cut off beautiful women's. Sister Lu Yu paste. You guys took screenshots. I just clicked follow. I'll watch it every day from now on. Seeing this entry, the Tyrannosaurus Rex hurriedly spoke. Yes, hurry up and click on a follow for future viewing. Pop up, haha, the Tyrannosaurus Rex is in a hurry. The Haya media she's in is a branch of 3 Provinces Entertainment, which has to hurry to hold up the ant. Understand. Must give our ant a little attention. No, it's a follow for the lady. Didn't you guys see that the name of the number is Bossy Lady President and her little petite husband? 666. Stepford is a good word for it. The Tyrannosaurus Rex saw that someone said that she had to hold up the lady, and smiled with a wide-eyed smile. You guys are right. I do have to hold up the lady, and it's unlikely that the lady will reimburse me for the beans that I lost as soon as she's happy. At Ms. Shen Mo's house, Shen Mo and the others sat together on the sofa to watch Country Love. On the table was a computer with video data. After the episode played, Ms. Vineyard picked up her computer and exclaimed out. The video exploded. Ms. Shen Mo and Grandma and Grandpa hurried over and said, click on the comment section and see what everyone is saying. Ms. Vineyard may have been afraid of the inconvenience of watching, and projected her computer screen onto the TV before clicking into the comments section. A comment surfaced. From the Tyrannosaurus Rex came over to give the lady a shout out. I'll just say one thing. Sister Willow Moon paste. Gendered don't get stuck so dead. Picture this. Sister President look at me. Envious of the ant. Not only have a beautiful president sister spoiled, but also a beautiful mother-in-law and grandpa's pig farm inheritance. There was once a chance to go 50 years less before me, and if I had it to do over again, I would have done as my aunt did and seized it. Auntie, reply when you see it. Where can you meet such a beautiful president sister? Humph. You're all too pompous. You don't work hard yourselves. You think about shortcuts all day long. I'm ruffling my feathers here today. I don't believe in shortcuts as long as they're not for me to take. Alas, if I have the face of the ant, this body, I also go to take shortcuts. Family members, urban gym, the card can find me. Grip grass. No wonder the class reunion could not find Shen Mo, you kid. It turns out that it is to go to hold the thigh. Sister, gendered don't get stuck. Look at me. I'm soft and cute and can cook and pull full emotional value. Ha ha, you can't upstairs. You're almost more functional than our aunt. It is shameful to eat soft food. And you ask me why? Because it's not me who eats. Auntie, this life, as long as you are down to earth, do not think nonsense, do not engage in useless. The second half of life are down to earth. Just for the sake of just joining the family to give $10 million to see. The president's sister's family is definitely not a stingy person. The rest of the life is all proper. There has never been a moment when I hated my old harebrained self as much as I do now. Or I could have eaten with my face. Ugh. Hate. Looking at the background of the non-stop growth of the number of plays, the number of likes, Shen Mo and others are sure that the video has caught fire. Then looking at the envy in the comments section, Shen Mo smiled smugly. Grandma, Grandpa, Mom, now you don't have to worry about me not being able to stand it because of my self-esteem and then going out to fool around. Shen Mo's entire face was smiling like a chrysanthemum. Hey, I'll be honest. For me, marrying into our family is my third life's honor. Delighted Shen Mo let Shen Mo couldn't help but spit out. I say you kid can't be too rampant. You're not afraid of my daughter waiting for you to whisk away when you're old and gray. Shen Mo smiled smugly and said firmly, impossible. Absolutely not. I wouldn't even give my wife that chance. My goal is to raise my wife to be a waste of life, to pull full emotional value, and also to make her see the bad sorts of men out there so she can't get away from me. Of course, if I still get kicked in the ass like this, then I'll take the divorce money and go back home and hire 5 or 6 little babysitters to wait on me. And hey, I'm not losing out anyway. Shen Mo's articulate heart made Lu Yu want to laugh, and she wondered how Shen Mo would spoil herself. Of course, Lu Yu also believed that Shen Mo was the one who could do the job of hiring 5 or 6 small babysitters to serve herself if she didn't want him. Because Shen Mo is really quite good at enjoying himself. Ms. Shen Mo and the others who were becoming more and more satisfied with Shen Mo decisively went back to the house to sleep. That night, Shen Mo was in his room concentrating on brushing the video when the door was secretly opened. A silhouette tiptoed in, saw that Shen Mo did not notice, climbed in Shen Mo's ear and said, "Is the woman in the video good looking?" Shen Mo's body instantly stiffened, felt the softness of his back and gulped, "Not as good looking as your wife." "Then why are you still looking at that thing that you can only look at and can't eat?" Lu Yu laughed. The warm wind in his ear pricked Shen Mo's heart itchy, couldn't help but gulp and whispered, "This is not a wife, your body has not fully recovered. I also want a wife, you are." This is not the mother-in-law is tightly staring at it, wanting to laugh even more. Lu Yu stroked up Shen Mo's hand, snapped the phone down, and whispered, "Let's both talk." In Shen Mo's room, Lu Yu and Shen Mo were sitting face to face on the sofa. "What do you want to talk about?" "I don't even want to talk about it as long as I'm not talking about really being together." Lu Yu smiled faintly, fished out a piece of paper from her chest, spread it out and placed it in front of Shen Mo, and said softly, "You like me, I like you, so let's both stop trying each other and just get together. On this piece of paper is a breakdown of all of our two possessions. How about we bet that whoever cheats on the other gets all of the other's money?" Shen Mo picked up the paper and looked at it. "This is a betting agreement. The bet is the entire property of the two people. Whoever loses, who will be netted out of the house? Whoever is well conditioned to judge and whoever cheats loses." Shen Mo smiled smugly and waved his hand. "As a milky man who was raised by his grandmother, my old man will never lose. Just look at Shen Yilong. That man is all kinds of inappropriate, but he's really good to his wife." Lu Yu smiled equally smugly, signing the agreement that she wouldn't lose either. This night, Lu Yu didn't go back to her room. This night, Shen Mo and Lu Yu were officially together. Also this night, Shen Mo became famous for the first time, and an article called The Happy Life of a Flunky rushed to the hot search. It depicted in detail what Shen Mo had gotten after joining the family of Lu Yu. Hundreds of millions of cash, hundreds of millions of dollars worth of real estate, shares in the group, and most importantly, a beautiful president. This good life has been the envy of countless undeserving people. Of course, there are more people knocking CP. For example, Mrs. Wang and Mrs. Li, in Jinghai City, inside Lu Yu's villa. Wang Ma and Li's sister-in-law looked at the hot search and cried with joy. "Great, they knocked the CP together. Great, my own young lady has finally gotten rid of that scummy guy Shen Jiayun." And some people are happy and some people are sad. Lu Xinhua's illegitimate daughter, Shen Jiayun's young lover Lu Qingqing stared at the sweetly smiling Lu Yu and Shen Mo on the hotspot, her teeth gnashing. Why was Lu Yu so happy? Not only did she have money and face value, but she was also able to find such a handsome hunk for a husband. In all fairness, Lu Qingqing preferred the sunny and handsome one, Shen Mo, to the goon type, Shen Jiayun, Willow Moon. "I'll take anything that's yours." Thinking of this, Lu Qingqing picked up her cell phone and dialed Shen Jiayun's phone number. "Scum, let's break up." Shen Jiayun was confused, but it didn't matter. It was just an illegitimate daughter in the district. It would not have been able to get on the stage. Lu Qingqing looked at Lu Yu and Shen Mo on the hot search as still very upset, clenched her teeth, directly sent a message to the studio under her name. Lu Yu and Shen Jiayun and Shen Mo's news sent out. She absolutely do not let the three people feel good, even if it was interspersed with news of her meddling with Lu Yu and Shen Jiayun. Chapter 16. Only Shen Jiayun's injured world reached. Lu Qingqing hated Lu Yu to the core, even though Lu Qingqing knew that she had no qualifications to hate, as long as she thought of Lu Yu's good looks, good background, good studies, super workability, super rich, everything was perfect. Lu Qingqing was jealous to the point of jealousy. Why? Because you're good at reincarnation? Especially when Lu Qingqing then compared herself. She was even angrier. Lu Yu is the cool goddess White Moonlight. She, Lu Qingqing, is the seductive foxy girl in other people's mouths, the big-breasted girl who would be bullied in junior high school. Lu Yu was the first daughter and she, Lu Qingqing, was the illegitimate daughter. Lu Yu's mother was a scientist, and her Lu Qingqing mother was a junior who lived off her face. Lu Yu's grandpa's family is a rich landlord, and her Lu Qingqing's grandpa's family is a good gambler, disappearing grandma, and broken mom. Lu Yu's workability is superb. When the president of the years to lose shareholders dividends of more than 20 billion, she Lu Qingqing is into the entertainment industry to fight for several years but because they cannot speak, too sexy and was hacked out of the circle. Lu Qingqing counted her 24 years of life, and the only thing she had won over was Lu Yu in this matter of Shen Jiayun. However, Shen Jiayun is a scumbag. Once Lu Qingqing hooked up with Shen Jiayun, the other party took the bait, and then this scumbag wanted to whore for nothing. This is not a complete win in the eyes of Lu Qingqing. With jealousy towards Lu Yu, Lu Qingqing went into a dream. Early in the morning, Shen Mo and Lu Yu just woke up and were brought to the courtyard by Qin Hao. Then Qin Hao performed an unarmed brick splitting. Young man, must be resistant to beatings. Yanuki walked towards the dining room. Shen Mo's body stiffened in place. Threats. This is a naked threat. Yanuki covered her mouth and snickered. She was so happy. However, it's useless for you to threaten me. I'm a person who majors in a loyalty to marriage and love for my wife. And now the first step to start spoiling and scrapping my wife. Yanuki got curious as to what this first step was. In the restaurant, Lu Yu looked at the spoon that Shen Mo handed to her mouth in shock. Eat, or not? Grandma said that if you spoil a woman like a baby, she'll never be able to leave you. Your grandma, definitely talented. Yanuki thought as she cried and laughed. In the end, Yanuki ate it with a red face. My goodness, are you young people so good at this now? All feeding on rice? MS. Shinhao felt embarrassed to death when she saw Luyu eating the rice Shen Mo fed her and couldn't help but spit out. Can you pay attention to the impact? While Grandpa and Grandma watched with smiles and amusement. MS. Vineyard smiled and said, it reminds me of a book I once wrote. A breakfast was served, and Luyu was fed through the meal with Shen Mo's blear-eyed eyes. Looking back after the meal, Luyu felt like Hushin in the Chancellor Lu Luoban TV series, with someone to feed him for dinner, someone to help him with his clothes, and just about everything was fully automatic. It was awkward, but it was actually quite enjoyable. So much so that Luyu wanted to know how Shen Mo wanted to spoil her next. When Shen Mo was brushing the dishes, Shinhao leaned against the door and couldn't help but ask, why are you serving Luyu like this? Don't you feel bad? Anyway, Shinhao felt quite difficult. She hoped that Luyu and Shen Mo were in love with each other to support each other, rather than this party low to the bone. Shen Mo said smugly, it's not hard. You simply don't understand the pleasure of serving a beautiful woman. What's more, you gave me a $10 million love fund, and I'd be sorry for that money if I didn't serve it up like this. Shinhao rolled her eyes. She could understand the joy of serving a beautiful woman because she and Wenya would play happy games when no one was around, and role-playing wasn't uncommon, such as Princess Taiping and Shangguan Waner, and Snow White and her stepmother, but not to the extent that Shen Ma did, feeding directly at the table. Shen Mer took what his grandmother had told him, that if he didn't want to divorce a woman, he must spoil her like a baby and keep her away from him. The whole Chinhao didn't know how to answer, and could only leave speechless, when he saw Luyu in the living room, who was watching TV, drinking milk tea, and eating a fruit salad that had been cut into small pieces. Shinhao rolled his eyes and said breathlessly, you must make sure that you have the ability to earn money. Otherwise, I'm afraid that one day when you don't have any money, he won't be able to afford to support you. Ryuki smiled and said, don't you think it's funny, Mom? But don't worry, I'll make sure I can make lots and lots of money, and when the time comes, I'll be the main outsider, and Shen Mo will be the main insider. How fun. Shinhao couldn't understand the sudden change in Luyu and Shen Mo. She now just wants to roar. Family, who understands woke up. My daughter who can unscrew the skull turned into a dainty wife who needs to be fed for dinner. My stout son-in-law who is 1 meter 8 and weighs 104 turned into a pampered husband who spoils his wife. When I asked them the reason they said that it's love and have to hold on to it, but I would like to say that it is not perverted. Unlike the happiness of Shen Mo, Luyu and the others, the Shen family villa in Jinghai City was in an uproar early in the morning. 28-year-old Shen Jiayun, who didn't look the least bit like she was running for her 3rd year, yelled at the dinner table, Dad, Mom, I've lost all my face. You guys look at the news. They're calling me a scumbag. Shen Jiayun was going crazy, and as soon as he woke up, his bit with Luyu was on the hot search, interspersed with him cheating on Lu Qingqing. Lu Qingqing's reputation has long been blackened and finished. She doesn't care, but he cares. Now the internet is mocking him as the stupid one, abandoning his vegetable girlfriend, cheating on a minor star, and finally being picked up by his own half-brother who was not favored, and succeeding in becoming the petulant husband of the domineering female president, and getting $10 million the first time he meets his mother-in-law. 10 million Shen Jiayun himself do not have. His father and his mother every month to give him 200,000 pocket money. When he was with Luyu, always need to Luyu to succor him. Aren't you originally a scum? Bamboo Kalin opened up with a direct taunt. The hot search she saw first thing in the morning and didn't have nothing much to feel. After all, it wasn't a day or two since her son had wasted away. Shen Jiayun was choked enough to look pitifully at Shen Yilong, but the other party just faintly said, guess who let this hot search up? Shen Jiayun was stunned. Was this the time to talk about this? However, Shen Jiayun still pondered for a moment, then swore, it's Shen Mo and Luyu. They want to step on me to get to the top. When I think of the short video of Shen Mo eating soft rice on the internet that burst into flames, as well as the account that increased 2 million fans overnight, Shen Jiayun gritted his teeth. It is really over the top. It is not enough to beat him up, but also step on him to get to the top. Zhu Kalin and Shen Yilong glanced at each other. They were really scrappy. They could even guess wrongly. Next to her, Shen Jiajia snorted. My stupid brother. That hot search is obviously on that little girlfriend of yours. I guess that little girlfriend of yours broke up with you. Shen Jiayun stared with wide eyes, incredulously saying, how can that be? Although Qingqing broke up with me and called me a scum, it's impossible for her to put herself in it just to get back at me. Now the internet can say she's shameless and knows 3 is 3. Smiling disdainfully, Shen Jiajia did not answer. Zhu Kalin and Shen Yilong put down their chopsticks and left straight away. Having an aversion to stupidity, they couldn't stay with Shen Jiayun for a bit. The purpose of Lu Qingqing breaking up with you, calling you a scumbag, and giving you a hot search is simple: to highlight the fact that Shen Mo and Lu Yu have been together for a short period of time and are not true love, in anticipation of causing those who don't like to kowtow to the CP, and who hate it when other people have a good time with their bursting into flames, to come over and crusade against Shen Mo and Lu Yu. As for himself being loaded in and being scolded for this kind of thing, it is estimated that Lu Qingqing is used to it. After all, Lu Qingqing is a thick-skinned being who debuted for 4 years, was scolded for 4 years, and is now relying on the thick-skinned existence of running a water army studio and blowing awesome for the wives of the rich and powerful to live. Of course, Zucailin and Shen Yilong still looked up to Lu Qingqing. In the eyes of the two, Lu Qingqing, the one who could lick the wives of the mansions while being scolded, and the act of mixing food from their hands was also a kind of ability. As the saying goes, a man is only as good as his ability to bend and stretch. This was also the reason why Zucailin allowed Shen Jiayun to marry Lu Qingqing. Who doesn't like a smart and capable girl? What's more, most of Lu Qingqing's black spots were rumors. As for how Bamboo Kailan knew, of course, it was because Shen Jiayun complained every day that Lu Qingqing was as fake and noble as Lu Yu and wouldn't give him a touch. If it wasn't for his own son, Zucailin really wanted to blow his dog's head off. For the online hot search, Zucailin and Shen Yilong didn't care. When the netizens checked Shen's group, Zucailin directly asked the PR department to record a video of her and Shen Yilong. Dear customers, hello, we are the founder of Shen's group. About my family, that unlucky son did something unethical. We will just explain one sentence. From the beginning to the end, he is not the heir of Shen's group. What he did, and Shen's group does not have the slightest relationship. People can say that our husband and wife will not educate their children, but cannot say that our Shen's group products are not good. All we can say about Shen Jiayun is that if he wasn't our own son, we'd all manually blow his dog's head off. One last thing to add. Don't scold and mess. Lu Qingqing, she's been talking to my stupid son for a few months and hasn't even given Shen Jiayun a touch. She's a clean little girl. Moreover, it was Shen Jiayun who chased after the others, not a little girl who interfered. So please don't just scold the women and make the men perfectly invisible. This video came out. The whole network boiled. Families who understand woke up and saw the chairman of the 100 billion group. The president of the couple held up the ID card to record the video. Son is stupid. The last line in particular is a deep favorite among girls, and it's so well said not to make a man perfectly invisible. Shen Jiayun fainted directly after seeing the video. Shen Jiajia disdainfully greeted the manpower to send Shen Jiayun to the hospital. Lu Qingqing's eyes reddened after she watched the last paragraph of the Shen family couple's whitewashing of her. There are still good people in the world. In the end, Shen's group, because the couple sold their son out of the circle. Lu Qingqing's reputation successfully whitewashed a little. Those in her here to buy hot search marketing number of noble women because of the Shen family couple's stand, but also to Lu Qingqing. Hi. Lu Yu's account fans increased greatly. Only the Shen family cloud became the only victim. Urban. Lu Yu and Shen Mo followed Wanya to Haya Media Company because Lu Yu wanted to learn about the operation of a media company here. Chapter 17, Emotional Value pulling full circle. As soon as she entered the company, Ms. Vinya gathered everyone together, from the managing director of the media company to the heads of each department. At home, the soft-spoken Ms. Wanya at the meeting directly used her thin body to burst out of the overbearing presidential aura. Pressuring the people present did not dare to speak out loud. Ms. Wanya introduced Shen Mo and Lu Yu to the crowd present, focusing on Lu Yu and stating that Lu Yu was her sole heir, and that in the future, not only Haya Media, but even 3 provinces entertainment would be Lu Yu's. Immediately after that, Ms. Wanya took out the document in public, proving that Lu Yu held 30% of Haya Media's shares and was the majority shareholder, and that she came here this time in order to learn how the media operated. The people of Haya Media applauded and welcomed Lu Yu. After the explanation, Ms. Wanya asked if Lu Yu and Shen Mo would follow her to the general manager's office or go around alone. I want to look around a bit. Shen Mo took the initiative to open his mouth to leave. Humph. I'm not going to go with you to the general manager's office to learn about those confidential things, in case I'm asked to work afterward. I'm so wasted. If I screw up I won't be thrown out. Ms. Wanya didn't care. Her company would only be given to Lu Yu anyway, and after arranging for a secretary to show Shen Mo around, she pulled Lu Yu to her office. Lu Yu glanced at Shen Mo before leaving, feeling amused. It is estimated that others are in all sorts of conspiracy theories. Either Lu Yu does not give Shen Mo access to confidentiality, or the flunky will ultimately be defended and so on. Completely unexpected that it is Shen Mo himself does not want to work. The secretary is a beautiful young lady named Zhangli, who has been with Wanya for many years, and often comes to this side of the media company for Wanya, and is very familiar with this side. Along the way, the history of Hoya Media was introduced for Shen Mo. Hoya Media has been established for some years now, and its webcasters are involved in all aspects of gaming, dancing, music, humanities, and fitness. Like the 10 million fans of beautiful netizens that Shen Mo often swiped online, there were 4 or 5 of them here. Shen Mo also saw a game anchor that his college roommate always chased after. But Shen Mo remembered that this game anchor is a fish directly signed by the big anchor with A. Zhang Li explains for Shen Mo that Wenya owns shares of a certain fish and is the majority shareholder. In Zhang Li's words, there is no way. Do not look at our boss MS. Wenya is a will be at home to MS. Shen Hao cooking and cleaning up the room of the little dainty wife. But she is outside of the countless people's white moonlight. Back when the long Jianghu win the green tea, but countless men and women's object of adoration. The result was that MS. Wenya used those contacts to learn a lot of investment techniques back in the day, invested in a number of excellent companies, and became a generation of famous investors. Now and then those fish still take the opportunity to chat about investments and recommend projects to ask MS. Wenya for dinner. That's why MS. Wenya has more or less some shares in all the large companies with famous names in the market today. Shen Mo's eyes glistened. MS. Wenya, the model of my generation, is my object of study. As the saying goes, the false green tea soft rice is to feed on men, the real green tea soft rice is to be the king of the sea, borrowing the fish's connections to move up the ladder and make himself the overlord. But Shen Mo was also curious. Didn't Wenya ever roll over? Those fish didn't get angry at Wenya. Also, isn't MS. Wenya with MS. Shen Hao? Why are they still dating? Shouldn't they be desperate? Shen Mo regretted it after asking this question. Zhang Li, on the other hand, smiled and said that there was no need to be afraid. It wasn't a big problem. First, in the eyes of those people, MS. Wenya, who was with MS. Shen Hao, remained perfect and pure. Secondly, MS. Manya is so skilled in fish farming that she does not only keep male fish but also female fish. Thirdly, the emotional value provided by MS. Wenya is so sufficient that those fish can't afford to part with her. And crucially, the husbands or wives of those fish are also particularly relieved to be able to relax because MS. Wenya's sufficiently clean reputation proves that she can only provide emotional value, and no other services. Shen Mo said 6. This is the real Sea King, right? While wandering around the media company, Shen Mo realized that this Hoya Media had a characteristic that most of the men and women here were too good looking. Both the staff and the webmasters are beautiful or handsome. Those anchors and staff members, even those who are not congenitally qualified, can find strengths in them, such as being physically strong, sunny, not greasy, competent, etc. Zhang Li's explanation is that this is a rule set by MS. Wenya, a person who is not self-disciplined cannot run a good job. So MS. Wenya alone mastered the company, regardless of men and women, need to make their appearance conditions excellent. In a word, you can be ugly, but not disgusting. Boys, you can have bad skin, but you can't be obscene. Ma'am, it's okay to be inborn, but you have to make sure you're presentable enough. And self-discipline exercise is a must. Our old man came from a military background. And MS. Shen Hao is also a scientific researcher, belonging to the public sector. So MS. Wenya's requirements for her subordinates will be very strict. It's not just the body image that demands self-discipline under the banner, it's even the personal life. Zhang Li brought Shen Mo to the personnel department and took out an employee contract and handed it to Shen Mo, like paying taxes, unhealthy stuff, including male-female relationships and so on. But any employee who gets involved in one is fired immediately. So strict. Shen Mo silently spat. For this reason, our company conducts regular medical examinations, internal audits, etc. Shen Mo felt a little off as he listened. How was this like a warning to him? However, Shen Mo does not care. After all, he is a son-in-law. When the shopping was almost done, Zhang Li brought Shen Mo to the dance music area to see the beautiful women make up. This made Shen Mo couldn't help but spit in his heart, sending out benefits to come. After looking around, Shen Mo felt that none of them could beat Lu Yu. It had to be said that Lu Yu's aura and figure hung over everyone here, especially since the circle of dance music anchors are basically dumb brides. If you don't open your mouth, it's a water town in the south of the Yangtze River, and if you do, it's a disaster on earth. However, thinking of his own mother-in-law's rough character, domineering accent, and charismatic appearance, Shen Mo maliciously guessed that the mute brides here were perfectly in line with the hobbies of MS. Wenya. When Shen Mo saw Lu Yu and MS. Wenya again, it was during lunch. The place to eat was the restaurant next door to the company. Handsome with tattoos, the boss's wife is to open a chain of northeastern cuisine. Just happened to come over here to inspect. Heard that MS. Wenya specially came over to find MS. Dinner, Lu Yu and Shen Mo was incidentally rubbing rice. At the dinner table, the handsome tattooed boss lady poured out her bitterness to Ms. Her daughter looked for a yellow hair, was slagged off, and is in the process of divorcing, and when she said this, she also glared viciously at Shen Mo. Her son's studies are good, but he always wants to start a business, and he doesn't want to take over the family's chain stores and industrial parks. In the words of the handsome tattooed boss's wife, how will she meet her prematurely deceased husband when she goes down there later? Shen Mo couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth when he saw how the boss's wife didn't stop pouncing on Ms. You've already wronged your husband. He won't care. The eating Ryuki almost laughed at the heartfelt sound. Ms. while giving the boss's wife dishes, pour water, handing paper towels, while softly consoling, what children and grandchildren. Brother-in-law love you will not blame you. Son wants to start a business is a good thing to support a little bit is also possible. The daughter met the yellow hairs is also fine. Our family has the money to support the affordable. And besides, your daughter's ability to work is not quite strong. Their own operation of the restaurant's turnover of more than 3 million per month. Invested in that hotel. The hotel she invested in has a monthly turnover of $1 million. As we chatted, Ms. began to praise the boss's wife for her education, for raising her children well, and for being an exceptionally wonderful woman. Emotional value pulled full circle. Chapter 18, No Ambition. After a lunch, the depressed air on the brow of the handsome tattooed boss's wife disappeared completely. Happily, he took off the large gold bracelet from his wrist on the spot and gave it to Lu Yu. In the words of the boss's wife, great niece, if you are Wenya's daughter, then you are also my daughter. Don't be polite. Fumiya smiled and motioned for Yanuki to take it. Lu Yu put the large gold bracelet on her hand on the spot, making the boss's wife's eyebrows smile. On the way back to Hoya Media, Wenya smiles and explains that sometimes you receive gifts as a way to make the other person happy. Learned. Shen Mo couldn't help feeling emotional in his heart. Worthy of being a former sea king, this technique, it's just awesome. Pinching people's hearts to death. Truly a model for my generation. Lu Yu thought Shen Mo was really interesting. The whole person was interesting. To know that the general public heard Wenya's story is to think that she is disgusting. Shen Mo surprisingly feel that it is a model for my generation. In the afternoon, Wenya took Lu Yu to continue to learn how the media company operates, and Shen Mo wandered around the company by himself, and everyone knew Shen Mo. And there was no sand sculpture situation. Wandering around, Shen Mo came to the rest area. There are free coffee, snacks, and massagers where tired company employees can come and rest. Sitting in the rest area, looking at the company employees coming and going, Shen Mo was puzzled. Did not say that the company work are very hard, the bosses are inappropriate. How there is such a comfortable rest area. Hi, Auntie. The plump Tyrannosaurus Rex sat directly across from Shen Mo and greeted her with a smile. Next to her niece, a dull-looking girl, Shen Mo froze for a moment and returned as gently as possible. Hello, my name is Tyrannosaurus Rex. You can call me Dragon. This is my niece Dull. Tyrannosaurus Rex took the initiative to explain. Sweeping his chest, Shen Mo thought to himself that it was indeed quite domineering. Hello, my name is Shen Mo. Dull looked at Shen Mo with a blink of his eyes and secretly poked the Tyrannosaurus Rex again. Shen Mo was puzzled. Was this something? The Tyrannosaurus Rex hemmed and hawed, his beautiful face unexpectedly revealing a lewd expression. Auntie, I would like to ask how you met with Mr. Lu. Is it really what the internet said? Your brother Shin Jiayun did not want the plant, Mr. Lu. You went to take the place. The gossip in his eyes was undisguised. Shen Mo also knows the rumors on the internet. Got up this morning, just saw when Lu Yu also sighed a worthy of Lu Qingqing. Sparing his own reputation completely do not want, but also want to make her Lu Yu bad. Too bad it didn't work. Then Lu Yu looked at her account growth of millions of fans, as well as Lu Qingqing sent on several hot search. Let their own private finance to Lu Qingqing hit a hot search money, and sent a message to Lu Qingqing, said thanks to her hot search, and let her Lu Yu successfully become a victim to get the public's love. As for some of the jokes about her Lu Yu dumped words, Lu Yu said that she can accept the fact that the plane, who has not met the first thing you need to do is to get rid of all the bad guys you've met. In Lu Yu's words, this time, it could make Lu Qingqing so angry that she couldn't eat for 3 days. Therefore, Shen Mo calmly told Tyrannosaurus Rex and dumbfounded. That's right, it's true. Sister Yu. She became a vegetable because of some accident. Shin Jiayun felt that it was too humiliating to marry a vegetable, so my old dad thought of me, a child who was raised in the countryside, and asked me to take over. It's as simple as that. As soon as the words fell, Shen Mo heard the Tyrannosaurus Rex and Dull let out screams, and some of the people resting next to him looked over in surprise. Then, Auntie, Are you one of those fictional countryside miracle doctors who go to the capital C with a marriage contract? Did you know Mr. Ryu from before and made a private arrangement to go over there on purpose to save him? Is it possible that you have 4 or 5 other missy marriages on you? And then they all look down on you and dislike you. So next you're going to go down the path of being humiliated with Mr. Ryu, and then pretending to be in your face. Will you let us have the first melon when the time comes? Good. Nerves. A drop of cold sweat flowed down from Shen Mo's forehead, especially when he looked at the side gathering over more and more beauties, and the gossip in their eyes. He became even more nervous. In the crowd's expectant gaze, Shen Mo spoke with difficulty. Can you guys read less Dragon King face-slapping novels? Doll blinked, puzzled. Isn't that always the case? You grew up unloved and in the countryside, then stumbled upon the Mystic Master legacy and gained several marriages. When you returned to the Shen family, it was the time to prove yourself all the way against the odds, and take the opportunity to reap the favor of multiple beautiful women from all walks of life. Is this another version? Shen Mo's heart was tired, especially when he saw a group of people around him nodding their heads in agreement. He silently rubbed his temples and tiredly said, Everyone, although the Shen family raised me in my grandmother's place, but my grandmother was also a feisty little old lady, with her own big yard in the countryside with 3 entrances and 3 exits, and a few buildings in the city, and opened a barbecue restaurant that earns more than $200,000 a month and a few $1 million a year. So I haven't suffered much. Even when I went to work in a bar in college it was because of a part-time job, to experience life. That's why I don't hate the Shen family and won't punch them in the face. Secondly, medicine is rigorous and requires a lot of practice. No medical student can just read theories and cure people. So, the divine doctor doesn't exist either. I was pure luck against the odds. Next, Shen Mo bragged in detail about his unbelievable performance of luck, meeting Liu Su-wei just after he got married, and succeeding in securing his position as a flunky by virtue of his face value. The Tyrannosaurus Rex and others were disappointed, alas, and thought that the path of Shen Mo's homecoming was all the way to beat the face of Shen Long and others, save Lu Yu, and stay together with the gift of saving their lives. And that's it? Girls, reality is not a novel. There are not that many messy things. Everyone should just let the husband go. Lu Yu's gentle voice rang out from outside the crowd. Everyone turned around and realized that they didn't know when Wenya and Lu Yu appeared next to them, so they hurriedly greeted them and left with a smile on their faces. Shen Mo got up and greeted, Wife, Aunt Wenya, you guys finished talking, going home now? Wenya and Lu Yu shook their heads and sat down opposite Shen Mo. Wenya asked for 2 cups of coffee. Taking a sip of coffee, Lu Yu looked at Shen Mo with a smile. Hubby, just now my dad called me and asked when we're going back to Jinghai? What's wrong? Shen Mer wondered. Suddenly asked this why? Back to the capital C or not? Is not the wife you ordered? Lu Yu curved her eyes and smiled. My father means that I took the shares, and my mom is too tough to let me go back to inherit the Lu clan group and continue to be the president, so that you also go back to help, so that you can take over the reins of the Lu clan in my place when I have a child in the future. Shen Mo's eyebrows danced furiously, grasping the grass. Lu Xinhua, you stinking shameless, even pit me. Shen Mo categorically said, Wife, it's up to you whether to go back or not, but I definitely won't enter Lu's. Kidding, I'm a flunky, how can I work for your Lu family? Yanuki didn't know what to say. Wenya laughed. This Shen Mo is so funny. Shen Mo hurriedly sat next to Lu Yu, pulled Lu Yu's hand, and said deeply, Wife, you have the final say on everything in our family. Except for one thing, absolutely not, and that is for me to work. My only job can only be to serve you. Anything else? I can't do a bit. Who am I kidding? I'm just an ordinary college student. My resume can't even pass the mechanical audit of a large group. If I go to work for Lu's, how much pain and suffering will I have to endure to grow up? Which is also mixed with the risk of screwing up something and being kicked out of the Lu family. So, absolutely not going. Must end Lu Yu's attempt to get me into Lu's part-time job. Shen Mo's inner scream made Lu Yu cry and laugh. This person, too self-aware. Shen Mo face continued, Wife, you do not underestimate my work. Serving you every day is also very hard. At the very least, I have to go to learn a variety of postures in order to ensure marital bliss, but also to maintain the basis of physical strength. You, stop. Yanuki blushed. How this was getting more and more outrageous. Next to her, Vanya had an anti-smile on her face. So funny. Wenya and Lu Yu had been discussing the future of the media industry in the office, but they received a phone call from Lu Xinhua. The other party was full of resentment and said that Lu Yu should hurry back to work, and now Lu Bai's motivation to work is not very big, relying on him as an old man to support him, which is really too bullying. He also said that we cannot let Shen Mo just eat and not do. This is not good. At least we must exercise to the extent that in the future Lu Yu give birth to a child. Shen Mo can hold up the group. After the phone hung up, Lu Yu and Wenya felt that they should give Shen Mo a chance to go to the front of the stage and prove himself. After all, what man doesn't have some ambition anymore? Which knows, Shen Mo was really not ah. Chapter 19, The Happy Life of the Muffin's Son-in-Law Shen Mo. At the end of the day, Shen Mo bluntly expresses to Lu Yu that he cannot want to have a child and support Lu Yu's career wholeheartedly. When Shen Mo said this, his face was firm like the oath he took when he got his driver's license. Lu Yu's entire body was speechless. Husband, you paid quite a lot for this soft meal. Venya, on the other hand, burst out laughing throughout. In order to reassure Shen Mo that he really won't be forced to work, Lu Yu immediately made a call to Lu Xinhua, and won't go back to Lu's, and only wants to start his own business. Pissed Lu Xinhua off, yelling, "Your mom beat me up. You're mad at me. In the future you're going to inherit my inheritance, and now you want me to fight for you. There's no such thing as bullying in this world." It was clearly a loud scream, but it turned out to sound condescending. For her part, Lu Yu calmly said, "Who let you not die a few deaths to save me during the time I became a vegetable?" With one sentence, Lu Xinhua instantly ran out of power and could only grayly hang up the phone and continue to work. As for playing casually, getting back at Lu Yu, and losing Lu to such things, Lu Xinhua hadn't even thought about it. After all, he still has to rely on Lu's pension to send the end of life. Only he holds the giant Lu's in his hand. His little 3, little 4, little 5, little 6. Illegitimate children 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 1 0 can sincerely call him a father. Lu Yu determined that they want to start a media company to stay in Haya Media to study. Shen Mo is a follower behind her to serve her. When you finally really can't look at Shen Mo's boring life, let someone give Shen Mo a selfie stick, a high-pixel cell phone, and also gave the right to call a photographer at any time, so that Shen Mo can record his own life and run Lu Yu's short video account. The name of the video Venya had thought of. It was called Flabby Little Mo's Happily Ever After. Shen Mo refused. He just wanted to mingle and wait for his wife to take advantage of the situation. He did not want to work. Lu Yu, on the other hand, silently said, "For every 10,000 fans that grow, I'll give you $10,000. Shen Mo was instantly agitated. $10 million in prizes waiting for me. Shen Mo gave himself a mouthful first and posted a video. My wife said that she would slap me for every follower growth and every additional comment, and that I could witness it live at the end. Once the video was posted, countless people clicked follow and commented, "True or false? I don't know, but just want to slap Shen Mo for real." However, everyone also thinks it's fake. But then again, they all thought, what if it's true? In just 1 week, it gathered 10 million fans, and stunned Lu Yu. "You kid, there is something. Why don't you let your husband sacrifice a little bit for the $10 million of powder?" The words swirled around in Ryuki's ears for a long time, and then Ryuki executed them. The live stream opened up, and in an instant, hundreds of thousands of people entered to watch. Lu Yu first solemnly explained Shen Mo's deception operation, and then publicly transferred 20 million to Shen Mo. "For the sake of millions of fans and for the sake of my career, I decided to let my husband sacrifice. Today, live hit the husband for 100 dozen plates. Likes are welcome. Gift swipes are not." There were 2 more phrases in the hot search that night. One was Shen Mo cheating everyone for money and being happy with $20 million. One is a kind-hearted female president who beats up her husband 100 times for a fan. With this go, Lu Yu's account went up a few hundred more fans. The next day, Shen Mo posted a video called The Day After Being Beaten 100 Times. The video is of Shen Mo lying on his back on the bed, and Lu Yu feeding and medicating Shen Mo, as well as kissing him before going to work. Fans were both happy and sad to see. Happy that Lu Yu is truly sincere. Shen Mo was really beaten, not a play. The sad thing is that Shen Mo, this kid blood, earned $20 million. Harvest beautiful wife sticker love. The second generation circle in Jinghai City. Wang Fugui loudly taunted Shin Jiayun. "You punk, look at your ex-fiancé who is courting your brother and giving him $20 million. Oh, $30 million. Have you ever taken so much money in your life? You poor then?" Shin Jiayun was furious. He despised Wang Fugui for being a tycoon, and Wang Fugui despised his family for being rich and he was poor. But Shin Jiayun can only dislike Wang Fugui. A gentleman does not eat food handed out in contempt. Shen Mo is just a person who relies on flowery words and winks at women to seek riches and wealth, and he can't go far. Wang Fugui directly opened a big in the group, accusing Shin Jiayun of pretending. Shin Jiayun was furious, and finally came up with a way to throw Shen Mo's origin out, so that Shen Mo would know what is called the crush of the first son on the commoner son. For this reason, Shin Jiayun approached Lu Qingqing and gave the other party all the 1 million he had saved to buy a hot search for Shen Mo's origin. Lu Qingqing accepted it, patted her chest and assured her that there was no problem, and when she hung up the phone, she would tell Zhu Kailan about it. Lu Qingqing knew Shin Jiayun's position in the Shin family, and it was best to tell the other family directly about matters involving the Shen family. What's more, she still remembers the favor she received from Bamboo Kailan for helping her clear her name last time. When Bamboo Kailan got the news, she directly exploded. How could she have given birth to such a scum as Shen Jiayun? After transferring $1 million to Lu Qingqing and thanking her for informing her, Zucailan took out the family's ruler and chased Shen Jiayun all over the villa to smoke. You loser. You don't think about working hard. What are you doing staring at people Shen Mo all day long? Do you know that if you poke out Shen Mo's identity, it may cause much harm to people? In the eyes of Zucailan, Shen Mo, who relied on being beaten to mix $20 million, was already miserable, and Shen Jiayun's behavior was just messing around. This night, Shen Jiayun was smacked in the skin. None of Shen Yilong and Shen Jia stopped. No matter how much they disliked Shen Mo, they wouldn't do anything to stab Shen Mo's wounds. After beating up Shen Jiayun, Zucailan made another call to Shen Mo. When he received the phone call from Bamboo Kailan, Shen Mo was live blowing awesome and told his fans to wait. He will definitely get back with a vengeance. And this beating bestowed by his fans, he will definitely return it. Hesitating for a moment, Shen Mo still picked up Bamboo Kailan's phone. However, Shen Mo ducked to the side. Auntie, long time no see. What's the matter? Bamboo Kailan's sighing voice came out from the phone. Xiao Mo. Although you are not my own, you are more or less related. If the Lu family treats you badly, you should come back. Shen Mo was a bit confused. The Lu family treats me quite well then Lu you even let you take a beating live. Zucailan felt that this was bullying. Shen Mo smiled and said, oh, you said that that's what I volunteered for. If I don't take a beating, that $20 million I'm not taking. Auntie, you don't have to think I'm bitter. Look at the internet. How many people want to switch with me? Zucailan was confused. Are all the young people nowadays so wild? And you're not ashamed of it? The pop-ups on the live feed. 666. Not bad for Shen Mo. I'm with brother Mo. A beating for $20 million. I'd do it if it were me. Times are so cruel. We can't even give up money for the sake of dignity. What could $20 million do? It could send me back home to retire and lie flat. Nothing. Mare's sober on earth. Shen Mo he smile, proudly said on the phone, Aunt, I tell you, I live in the northeast side of the thief cool. You do not have to heart in the slightest. There are food and drink and beautiful women around also do not have to work. This day on the day of the beauty of the world. And what is more important is that, in just a few months, I have earned 30 million, plus share dividends and grandmother left me money. I have realized the freedom of wealth. Beauty drop. It's very beautiful. Listening to Shen Mo's heartfelt happiness, Zucailan smiled and said, it's good that you're really happy. Auntie just has one word. If you can't live with it, then leave. No matter what. You're a member of Shen's family, and the basic benefits can still be enjoyed. Shen Mo hung up the phone after ruthlessly thanking Bamboo Kailan and continued to sit back on the air. Looking at the 700,000 people online, Shen Mo rampantly said, brothers, my injuries have healed, and next I am going to take revenge on you, so that you can see the happy life of Flunky Xiao Mo. Chapter 20, Reprisals. Pop-up, revenge? Laughing, you can still come over here and beat us up, can't you? Dude, you're only going to get beat up. There's no way you're going to get your revenge back. Die laughing. We are an army of 10 million flunkies. It's impossible for us to be defeated by you alone. Come on, come and hit me if you can. I'm not afraid. Oh Shimmer, in the name of Jesus, I now grant you the ability to climb the netting. Please come, little punk. Ouch, ouch, ouch. I'm scared. Looking at a provocative pop-up, Shen Mo smiled smugly, raised his middle finger, and laughed. Little Yakuza behind the screen. Wait for Grandpa my revenge tomorrow. Rampant Shimmer gets a screenshot. That night, Shen Mo's screenshot rushed to the hot search, and everyone was curious about how this guy was going to retaliate. There were even countless netizens at Lu Yu, hoping to make a pact with her to let them collectively beat up Shen Mo one more time as long as he didn't have the means to retaliate against them. You don't need 100 slaps, just 10. This is a chance for fans to turn the tables. In the face of this sudden application for a bet, Lu Yu was in a daze. She did not operate the guide. How did these fans rush to the hot search? This is not the same as the media operation she learned. In the media operations that Lu Yu had learned during this time, every hot search was agreed upon in advance, and every explosive hot search about a fan was usually artificially guided. And Lu Yu was now confused. She hadn't let anyone guide her. It couldn't have been some entertainment big shot who was bored and guided her. And what's with the sudden bet? When Lu Yu was still confused about how to reply, she saw Shen Mo's microblog post a reply. Scumbags, I'm sure I can get revenge on you all to death tomorrow. And if I can't beat you to death, I'll once again live stream the beating, the kind that doesn't get paid. Rampant clamor has butchered another hot search, making certain stars who want to rush the hot search dumbfounded. What's going on? A Netflix flunky who has only posted a few videos. How can he still butchered the hot search? Unintelligible and greatly shocked. After thinking about it, Lu Yu replied on Twitter, I will monitor this bet between my husband and his fans. Shortly after Lu Yu sent it, Shen Mo sent one again. 0 hour. Back with a vengeance on time. Let's count down. Seeing this reply, countless people rushed into the microblogging, video accounts, and shouted, Kid, don't be too crazy. Be careful of our hard mouths and dead shoulders. Shen Mo may have gotten on top of his game, and directly took on his fans on Weibo, frantically clamoring that he had a king bomb. This night, countless people couldn't sleep and stayed up waiting for Shen Mo's revenge. This night, the hot search headlines were all ruled by Shen Mo. On this night, Shen Mo caught fire as a vegetarian internet celebrity. After all, labeled personas such as beaten up for money, flabby softy, super lucky to be married to a rich white president, Soberman delighted flunky revenge fans and other labeled personas are just too attention-grabbing for the eating public to want to explore. Even the Shen family was affected. Shen Jiayun is sent to the hospital by his bodyguard, and Zukalan is with Shen Yilong and Shen Jejia brushing up on entertainment headlines. The three decided to stay up all night to see what Shen Mo was going to do. Revenge on the fans? What an amazing operation. Shen Mo was pulled out of the room by Lu Yu and Wenya and the others, opening a triple trial to ask him what exactly he was going to do. Shen Mo smiled with an open brow. Excited like a era, of course it's to get back at those little yakuza and make them beat me up. Saying that, Shen Mo also clenched his fists. I've already gotten my revenge on my wife in bed, and that bunch of punks certainly can't be spared, and it's my style to treat everyone equally. Such an innocent heartfelt statement made Yunuki hold her forehead and sigh. The two ladies, Wenya and Qin Hao, expressed their disbelief that Shen Mo was that simple to hold a grudge. Lu Yu smacked Shen Mo to explain the trouble, directly for Shen Mo to make a guarantee. Their own husband, their own understanding. Shen Mo absolutely no other ideas. So what's the way you're going to get back at your fans? Vinya asked lazily. Being in the entertainment industry for so many years and having seen many storms, it was the first time that Wenya had seen someone trying to retaliate against a fan. It's about the same as picking up a bowl to eat and putting it down to curse. Shen Mo smiled smugly. I made a video of my life for a while. I'm going to send it out and make them envious. This is hard to review. Wenya, Lu Yu, and MS. Qin Hao looked at each other and said that they could not understand Shen Mo's thoughts at all. That's how you get your revenge. Humph. When I used to be on my own, the holiday I hated the most was Valentine's Day, and it was hard to look at all the people in pairs. That's why I'm convinced that those fans will break their big defenses when they see me. A flunky, living so well, eating so well, and holding a beautiful wife. This is magic damage. So childish. Yunuki couldn't help but spit in her mind. But who let this as their husband? Lu Yu let Shen Mo take out the prepared video, double check it, add some new content to it. There are Lu Yu and Shen Mo's sticker. Shen Mo pinches Lu Yu's feet and does a massage. Lu Yu and Shen Mo go to the city of Urban to eat the iron pot stew together. Lu Yu and Shen Mo skiing and so on the content, as well as the most kingly one. Lu Yu and Shen Mo were sweating profusely on the bed. Lu Yu think, the general people see the flunky think of will be suffering. Then come a few flunky turn over the surf to sing the content of the picture. Should be more able to let a person to break the defense. Shen Mo looked at Lu Yu's behavior of constantly adding Wang Bao content to the video and was touched to death in his heart. My wife loves me too much to be willing to expose my photos for my capriciousness. Yunuki smiled smugly. Hey, it's good that you understand. As soon as the early hours of the morning arrived, Willow Moon's account posted the video. Shen Mo's microblogging sent out a retaliation message. My retaliation is a video. You guys can check it out. Oh. A group of people at the bottom responded instantly. Little trash. Your revenge is a video. Let me see what kind of video it is. Laughing my ass off. One video to get back at us? Shen Ma scum. Wait for the beating. Ha ha. Thanks for the honesty, Mr. Roo. I already have a feeling what you're going to look like when you get your ass kicked. Shen Ma. Twitter is a mockery here. And a group of people are killing a certain sound. Ready to watch the video. At Shen's house, Shen Jejia connected her cell phone to the TV. In the hospital, Shen Jiayun opened his cell phone while lying on the hospital bed. Lu Qingqing's family, she also wants to know what this revenge is. In a certain villa, Wang Fugue excitedly opened his cell phone. He hoped that this video would allow him to find something to squeeze Shen Jiayun. He hated that pretentious dog. Perhaps too many people rushed in at once, and a certain sound lagged for a moment before everyone saw Shen Ma's revenge video. The two men, sweating profusely, leaned together on the firebed. ********. The first act broke the defense. Shen Mo, this pussy actually really eat the beauty. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Wang Fugue hemmed and hawed and laughed. This must be sent to Shen Jiayun. Ah, you have not encountered the person for 10 years. Occupied by your brother. The screen turned. In the middle of the mall, Luyu took Shen Mo to buy clothes. This one. This one. This one. This one don't want it. Bring the rest over to my husband to try on. From pants and socks to jackets, Luyu bought a full set for Shen Mo. Then the Willow monthly card that was spent, totaling $370,000. I knock. I don't care about the scene above. I'm busting my big defense on this one. I'm not afraid of my brother's soft food. I'm afraid of my brother's soft food. $370,000. That's 3 years of my salary. $370,000. That's more than I could save in 10 years. Well. Shen Mo, you play like that right? But I can still hold on. Keep reading. Chapter 21, Reprisals 2. The video screen continued to rotate. Inside the cafeteria of Haya Media Company, Luyu was discussing the future of the company with MS Wanyat and the operations manager, and Shen Mo was sitting on the sidelines bragging and farting with the beautiful netizen of the media company, coaxing the other party to tremble. And the scenery was extremely beautiful. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Is this the life of a flunky? Isn't this the life of a bully? Shen Yilong's mouth twitched when he saw this pop up. No, the domineering president didn't have such a good life. Mom, this superfluous son-in-law's life is too happy, right? His wife earns money to support the family, and he chats with beautiful women. Envious. Breaking down the defenses. The scene turns again. In the car, Lu Yu, who has been walking all day, puts her feet in Shen Mo's arms, who pounds her legs and squeezes her feet. Welfare. It's flunky welfare. Envious. With those legs, I guess Shen Mo can play for 10 years. Upstairs says it's less. I think it's 100 years. If you take a look at Mr. Lu's professional outfit, it's like a direct buff up. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Can't hold on. Totally busted. I'd like to see the back again. If there are any other big moves. The screen rotated. This time to a photo of Shen Mo taking a selfie of himself giving Luyu a massage. It's also welfare. Okay. This one's not a big blitz. The screen turned. Shen Mo wearing a big flower cotton jacket with grandpa in the pig pen to catch a big black pig. Luyu in the side shouting husband is great. Luyu pressed the pig's leg. Shen Mo smiled proudly at Luyu. Luyu returned a sweet smile, and the next second his hand raised the knife to release the pig's blood, and the two of them followed the basilica to deconstruct the planes. At night, in the small courtyard, Shen Mo was wearing suspenders. His muscles are exposed one by one. His face is sweating. Sitting by the charcoal fire and grilling meat, looking at the big elbows on the top, he knows that it is newly caught today. Luyu is jerking the skewers while smiling and shouting that her husband is so good, and wiping the sweat of Shen Mo while giving him a sweet kiss once in a while. I look at that pig, how it looks so much like me. You guys, did Shen Mo take a beating for $20 million? Or did he do it so that he wouldn't lose fans on the Luyu account? Seeing that Mr. Ryu means to enter the media industry, I guess it's for Mr. Ryu's fans, otherwise, it can't be so sweet. Ooh, I admit Shen Mo, you got me back, but for the sake of feeding me candy, I forgive you. Likewise, I announce that Shen Mo and Luyu are my new knockout CP. So sweet. Ugh, got my revenge by this last scene, which is really just him making a scene and her laughing. Wouldn't it be nice to pair that with the term sibling love? Mom, why did you make me so ugly? I'm not mad at Shen Mo for spending General Lu's money. I'm not mad at him for taking advantage of General Lu. I'm not mad at him for eating soft rice, but I'm so mad at the two of them for being so sweet, and even more mad at me for being able to marry a girl as sweet as General Lu by virtue of what Shen Mo was able to do. Ooh, as a girl, looking at Shen Mo's body and face character, I suddenly have the motivation to work hard. Why would Willow always bag Shen Mo? Because he's handsome and has a good temper. Hissy. Mr. Lu, how much do you pay Shen Mo a month? I have 3,000. Can you let me cover 2 hours? I'm fast. I want a boyfriend like Shen Mo too. The men and women who watched the video basically broke their defenses. The male's defenses were broken by Ryuki's cheering for Shimmer. This is what they dreamed it would look like. The female was broken by Shenmur's body. It was perfect. Not a muscle lump. Not a fine dog. Just plain strong and perfect. Shen Jiayun in the hospital after watching the video to the teeth are gritted. He is not convinced. Why Luyu with him when it is cold? Who owes her 8 million? With Shen Mo smile so sweet. Is he Shen Jiayun is not good enough? No. Definitely not. Definitely Luyu is cheap. Shen Jiayun was furious, and he wanted to expose it all. Shen family, Bamboo Kailan watched the video of Shen Mo and Lu Yu's sweet daily life, also satisfied smile. Finally relieved. Immediately let Shen Yilong help her upstairs to rest. Shen Jia looked at the smiling and happy Shen Mo in the video, and the corner of her mouth also hooked up a smile. See, Shen Mo nowadays live a good life. Shen Jia is quite happy. Remember when I was a child back home for New Year's Eve? Shen Jiayun and Shen Jiafeng took her out to play, messed with a big wolf dog, was chased everywhere, but the two people left her running, and finally it was Shen Mo who went over and fought off the big wolf dog. You should know that Shen Mo is 6 years younger than Shen Jiayun, 4 years younger than her, and 2 years younger than Shen Jiafeng, and is the youngest child, but the bravest. Therefore, when the Lu family came looking for them, Shen Jia pushed Shen Mo and secretly found him, telling him to make a lion's share of the money and she would settle the rest. Wang Fugui watched the video and laughed like crazy. Crazy in the circle of the second generation at Shen Jiayun. You San sculpture. You did not look down on me in the past. Now it's my turn to look down on you. Lu Yu did not give you a smile. And now crazy to Shen Mo. May I ask, how do you feel? The fiancé who used to be unfaithful to you is now being sweet with your brother. May I ask how you feel? Shen Jiayun was squeezed mad. The anger in his eyes is getting deeper and deeper. When he saw that the hot search is all about Shen Mo and Lu Yu, and even more so after seeing the small article of Shen Mo and Lu Yu's sweet romance, Shen Jiayun was even more furious, and immediately changed his own microblogging at 3:30 in the morning, when everyone was asleep, and at Shen Mo. At Shen Mo. You a bastard. No. You should be called a stolen son. You're a lowlife that was born only after your mother stole my father's sperm, and now you're shamelessly stealing the first son's fiancé. Aren't you very proud of yourself? I'm telling you, you have lowly thief genes in your bones. At Lu Yu. What are you pretending you? Used to be with me for 10 years, do not let touch. Now let people take pictures. Are you particularly like lowly people? How do you not find a beggar? Oh, Shen Mo and beggars are not much worse. At Shen Mer. Why don't you care about your own mom? Oh, because she's in a mental hospital. Your genes, they're just not very good. After sending it, Shen Jiayun only felt good. He believes that the moment he rushes this microblog on the hot search is when Lu Yu and Shen Jiayun hit rock bottom. Shen Jiayun just can't believe it. There are still people who can like a bastard. A stinky #son who pretends to be innocent. The comfortable Shen Jiayun forwarded the microblogging into the second generation circle group in the dead of night. Still awake. Still high. Wang Fugui saw this microblogging stunned, directly in the group at Shen Jiayun. Big brother. Nothing to say. This time I'm convinced. You really are not a coward. Wang Fugui was tempted to ask Shen Jiayun, do you know what this tweet of yours represents? Early morning. Shen Mo and Lu Yu had just gotten up when they saw that Shen Jiayun's microblog was on the hot search. Shen family. Zukailin trembled as she looked at Shen Jiayun's microblog on the hot search. Shen Jia makes a comment on this tweet. Is Shen Jiayun hugging the wrong person with someone else? Does he know what he is doing? Chapter 22, Being fed dog food. Countless people on the subway, on buses waiting for stoplights, are looking at the Weibo headlines. Shen Mo. Stolen child. Shen Mo's life. Lu Yu pretending to be innocent. Sister-in-law and brother-in-law. And other words and phrases have been fermenting. Shen Jiayun proudly looked at those words under the microblog that despised Shen Mo's origin and revealed a happy smile. Just, Shen Jiayun, why don't you go to hell? My mother is just giving birth to a barbecued pork is better than you. Am I holding the wrong child? The furious Zukailin rushed into the hospital with Shen Yilong. Angry voices drew eyes inside the hospital. Everyone only saw Zukailin copying the chair in the room and smashing it down at Shen Jiayun on the hospital bed. The tremendous force caused the chair to shatter directly, and Shen Jiayun's face twisted in pain. People sneaking along inside the hospital rushed to take out their cell phones to record. Do you realize what you've done? You're the one who cheated on her during her relationship with Yanuki. You're still the one who backed out of the marriage after Ryuki became a vegetable. It's even more you that Lu Xinhua gave up twice when she forced the marriage. Where do you get the face to think that Shenma and Lu Yu have wronged you? On what basis did you expose Shenma's identity? I, Bamboo Kailan, don't like Shen Mo, but I don't hate that child. Much less have I taught you to look down on Shen Mo. So what gives you the right to send his identity? Shen Jiayun was also beaten violently, madly roared, because Shen Mo deserved to die. Why is it that as soon as he marries Lu Yu is better? Why is it that I haven't held Lu Yu's hand for 10 years? And she and Shen Mo have been together for a few months of knowing each other. And you, this crazy, on what grounds do you beat me? I am obviously the first son of the Lu family, but you guys only give me $200,000 of pocket money per month, and you don't allow me to go into the group. Instead you let Shen Jia that in. Zukailin was exasperated by Shen Jiayun's words and took 2 steps back, and Shen Yilong rushed to support him. After slowing down for a while, Zukailin looked at Shen Jiayun with a cold face. First, Do you realize that there are a million kinds of damnation in the world? But there is no kind of damnation called damnation because of birth. Secondly, look at all the wrong choices you've made along the way. Do you deserve to be in the group? After saying that, Zukailin turned away directly and looked at the person who videotaped it, saying bluntly, "Feel free to send it." That morning, Shen posted a video. Zukailin and Shen Mo spoke in detail about Shen Mo's life, and how they treated Shen Mo, and the reasons for Shen Mo's marriage to Lu Yu, and then solemnly apologized to Shen Mo for what Shen Jiayun had done. And finally, Zukailin told everyone that Shen Mo could not decide on his own origin, and that his mother's doings weren't good enough, but that Shen Mo's life was clean, and took out Shen Mo's grandma's diary, which clearly recorded Shen Mo's past, and then took out Shen Mo's grandmother's diary. It clearly records Shen Mo's past. On top of the diary, Shen Mo is a good grandson who will help an old lady cross the street, help street children, see justice done, and see that his grandmother is tired and help her with her work. Since he was a child, Shen Mo had not been particularly good, but he had not been bad either. He was a bland but kind child. Bamboo Kalen concludes the video with a solemn statement. Shen Mo was born because of a woman's selfishness, and Shen Long and I were also victims, so we sent him to the countryside to his grandmother's care. But that doesn't mean that Shen Mo is at fault, so people are not qualified to scold Shen Mo. Although I don't like Shen Mo, I don't hate Shen Mo either. On the contrary, I admire Shen Mo's life choices. And finally, I apologize to Shen Mo again. I'm sorry I wasn't a qualified mother and taught this asshole son. After the video ended, mass netizens marveled at Shen Mo's excellence. Meanwhile, a hit piece titled "Bad Learning Doesn't Mean the Child is a Bad Person" rushed up. Shen Mo also sent out a microblog, thanking Zhu Kailan and Shen Yilong for recognizing him, followed by thanking his grandmother, whose teachings Shen Mo believed were not unrelated to his ability to grow up healthy. Seeing this, the netizens, on one hand, lamented that Shen Mo and Lu Yu were a natural pair, and on the other hand, rushed into Shen Jiayun's microblog and angrily denounced him. Shen Jiayun is unconvinced and takes to Twitter to spar, as he trolls Bamboo Kalen and Shen Yilong for suppressing him. What about only giving him 200,000 yuan of pocket money every month since he was a child? What about not letting him enter the company? Not supporting him and starting his own business? What about not giving him privileges? What about forcing him to study? What about not spending money to let him enter the university? What about favoring Shen Jiajia? And so on. After watching it, the netizens sprayed Shen Jiayun even harder. Mud. $200,000 a month pocket money. All kinds of top teachers with you, and you still can't study well? If we were your parents, we wouldn't let you in the company either. Also, marrying Ryuki and taking Ryuki's grandfather fund. What an obvious choice. And you turned it down. Aren't you stupid? The majority of netizens then look at the struggle of Shen Yilong and Zukailin, silently suggesting to the two of them, you'd better go to do a paternity test, whether you met the incident of swapping children in the mansion. Otherwise, you are so inspirational, smart and powerful life. How did you give birth to Shen Jiayun, such a waste of a child? Zukailin said outwardly that her company would never be given to Shen Jiayun, and that her pocket money of 200,000 would only become 200,000, and told Shen Jiayun to get out and live by himself. Shen Yilong explained the reason outwardly. It is very simple. Shen Jiayun is their child. Shen's group is even more their child. Shen's group has 60,000 employees under its banner. They all have to rely on Shen's to eat. So the next generation of Shen's group owner absolutely cannot be a little cutie. The reasons are good and acceptable to all. What's more, everyone could see clearly that this was allowing Shen Jiayun to go out and practice. But where Shen Jiayun wasn't really a waste of space, he would definitely be able to experience it. Soon, some netizens were curious about what Shen Mo was doing. Is he crying after such a huge shock online? When the phrase "Did Shen Mo cry" rushed to the top of the hot search, a netizen posted a video of himself skiing with Shen Mo Luiyue. No, not only did he not cry, but he had a great time. Shen Mer was probably embarrassed and replied online, "My life, and Shen Jiayun's attack on me. I just want to say one thing. My wife is too pretty and beautiful and rich. I want to stick with my wife. I don't want to care about them all. The only thing in the world that can make me cry is if my wife doesn't want me." This reply made a bunch of netizens break a big defense. You're a little too hard on yourself. Then there are boring netizens issued soul questioning. You Shen Mo and Lu total acquaintance of 5 months. How do you love each other so much? Is not in the show. Jealousy overflows. Shen Mo replied, meet a rich woman with money and a good personality. Don't you love it? Willow Moon replied, don't you love it when you meet a good-looking, well-built boyfriend who has no money and likes to stick it to you? The two replied together, with a foundation of love. It's natural to be together forever. If you don't believe me, just keep monitoring us. Just knock us both to the end of our CP. Incidentally, for those of you who are into CP, please follow the bossy lady president and her petite husband. Netizens once again broke the defense. Surprisingly, was fed a mouthful of dog food again. Chapter 23, Lu Yu's thoughts. Maybe it's because there's so much breaking news that the internet has about as much memory as a fish. Shen Mo, Lu Yu, and Shin Jiayun were quickly forgotten by the public. If Shin Jiayun hadn't fended for himself as an anchor in a desperate situation, giving treasure appraisals, chatting about the life of luxury families, and telling stories of fake celebrities online, everyone would have forgotten about him. If it wasn't for the fact that Shen Mo still updated his account every now and then to record his happy life, everyone would have almost forgotten about this flunky. Time blinked to the new year, and Lu Xinhua came to MS. Xinhao's place to rub her nose in it by relying on an absolutely thick skin. In order to show his sincerity, the old man transferred another 5% of shares to Lu Yu. MS. When you taunted him about how he didn't turn it all around, and Lu Xinhua said without blushing, "Turn it all around. How can I come and rub it in next year?" Regarding the matter of Lu Xinhua coming to dine and transferring her shares to Lu Yu, Shen Mo felt it was normal. Even MS. Xinhao and the others felt it was normal. After all, a man who learns that most of the dozens of illegitimate sons and daughters he has had outside the home are other people's daughters, and only 2 are his own, would miss his original wife and daughters. Shen Mo looked at Lu Xinhua who was farting around behind Miss Xinhao and MS. Wenya who were courteous, and couldn't help but think curiously in his heart. How did Shin Jiayan know about this? That said, it's still a coincidence. Lu Yu, who was working next to him, gave Shen Mo a blank look. It must be a coincidence. A month ago, Shen Jiayun, who made a living by recording himself out of work, struggling hard, and occasionally giving out some gossips about the mansion for a living, suddenly said something about the illegitimate children of the mansion. Shin Jiayun details a joke about a former mansion being divided. A formidable president, in order to demonstrate his fairness, divided his fortune equally among dozens of illegitimate sons and daughters before he died. But never did he realize that 3/4 of those illegitimate sons and daughters were not his. The unlucky president has struggled all his life to give someone else the boot. The broadcast even made it to the hot seat, and some of the hoi polloi even recognized it and said that this is the real deal. Then a certain president thought of Lu Xinhua and asked him privately, "Old Lu, are those true or false?" Lu Xinhua froze, and then went to check. Good guy. In addition to Lu Qingqing and his own secretary just gave birth to a small daughter. The rest, including Lu Bai, are not Lu Xinhua's seed. This result almost made Lu Xinhua angry. First, Lu Bai threw out, and then it was the prosecution of those little 3, little 4, little 5. Many people have singled out Lu Xinhua to scold him for not being able to afford to play and being shameless, and Lu Xinhua nonchalantly said back, he himself is already a big joke, but he still needs to care about the issue of face. Lu Bai, that unlucky child, before leaving also took a lot of secrets from Lu, also by Lu Xinhua prosecution, directly sent in. The main fight AI disgraced. You do not want to have a good time. Equal Ganfei everyone. Of course, some people are unlucky and some are happy. Lu Qingqing's mother and Lu Xinhua's secretary are because the child really flowed Lu Xinhua's blood, successfully in the hands of Lu Xinhua to get a large amount of property. After all, they are loyal well. Lu Qingqing even inherited an entertainment company and several hotels from Lu Xinhua. After all, it is recognized that Lu Xinhua is scum, but this person's ability is good. Otherwise it would not be possible to maintain the Lu group. In addition to Lu's, Lu Xinhua's own private have a lot of real estate, shares, investments, deposits, companies. Lu Xinhua's status here in MS. Xinhao is really inferior to Shen Mo. At the dinner table, Lu Xinhua questioned why Shen Mo did not find a serious job to support the family. MS. Xinhao sneered and disliked him not to force people. Shen Mo's academic qualifications, curriculum vitae, which is not able to support the Lu Yus. In that case, why not be a family cook? Shen Mo is happy, Lu Yu is also happy. Shen Mo couldn't help but spit in his heart. Beautiful mother-in-law. I know you're speaking for me, but really you could have left it at that. Gentle Wenya Aunt smiled and said, Shen Mo, this is called people have their own aspirations. Not every man has to work hard. Not to mention, Shen Mo took care of Lu Yu just fine. As the person who had the most contact with Shen Mo Lu Yu in these 6 months, the more Wenya saw Shen Mo, the more satisfied he was with this son-in-law. Handsome, good personality. Lu Yu is even better than surprising. Even Lu Yu's manicure is Shen Mo to do. Shenmer looked at MS Wenya gratefully. Look at this. This is a high-emotion answer. The ability to not be able to call people what they want. Lu Yu listened to Shen Mo's heart, smiled and gave him a piece of braised pork ribs, and said sweetly, hubby, you eat more meat. After all, you're working hard too. And don't take it personally, As long as you don't cheat, you've beaten a lot of so-called successful people. Lu Xinhua agreed, feeling that he spent this 5% of the shares is not worth it. There is no positive emotional value at all. It is all negative. Lu Xinhua sighed and wilted. Don't squeeze. I apologize. Okay. No one is hitting on him. After a while, after Lu Xinhua adjusted herself, she smiled and said to Lu Yu, Daughter when will you return to Lu? Rolling her eyes, Lu Yu was speechless. She didn't quite understand how this person Lu Xinhua managed to have such a thick skin and such a good mindset. Everyone at this table obviously didn't welcome him, and he was still able to sit down stiffly and chat with everyone. It was quite impressive. After spitting in her heart, Lu Yu said breathlessly on her face, No going back. I'm going to start my own business first now. Luz, you can play by yourself. It just so happens that you can still earn some more money for Lu Qingqing her mom, as well as Lu Yue her mom to spend. Words are still full of squeezing, but Lu Xinhua does not care. Rubbing his hands, Lu Xinhua smiled and said, Then you are ready to create what industry? Need to invest money. Dad to invest in you. Snap. Qin Hao slapped his chopsticks on the table and scolded. Lu Xinhua, my daughter is worse than your 3 dates. Grandpa, MS. One yet together despise look at Lu Xinhua. Don't think we don't know what you want to invest to do. Is not just want to take the initial shares. Ride the fast car? Shen Mo tried to minimize his influence. The gods were fighting. He had to be careful. Lu Xinhua said aggrievedly, I can't be conscientious. I really want to vote for my daughter. Oh, no one in the room cared. Lu Yu stared at Lu Xinhua for a while, took a sip of soup and sighed. I'm going to do media. I've investigated the current live banding industry. It's very chaotic. There will definitely be a big business opportunity in the future. If I grab a hold of it, I can take off straight away. Lu Yu's faint voice made Lu Xinhua stunned. Live bandwagon? Is that industry worth getting into too? That's what Willow White's media company does. It doesn't give a damn. It looks very profitable to the layman. But the cost of buying traffic, shipping costs, mass returns, benefits for fans, selection, contracts, and many other aspects of the cost is not small. Daughter, I don't think that's a good line. Not really. Lu Xinhua frowned. Shen Mo was also puzzled. How do you do a live broadcast? Chapter 24, Unreliable Ideas. Lu Yu put down her bowl and Shen Mo automatically got up and went to fill it for her. Hey, what do I care what my wife does? I just do my duty as a house husband anyway. Lu Yu sighed in her heart, thinking that Shen Mo could continue to speak, but it turned out to be such a ghost. Qin Hao and MS. Wanya also looked at Lu Yu suspiciously. The two of them didn't expect Lu Yu to do a live broadcast with goods. MS. Wanya thought that Lu Yu wanted to make the media company into a celebrity publicity mouthpiece, or to cultivate some distinctive anchors, but she didn't expect it to be a bandwagon. For the bandwagon thing, Vinya is not doing it. For Wanya, earn is quite a lot, but this is cutting leaks or thieves have no class to cut leaks. Facing the gazes of the crowd, Lu Yu took the rice bowl handed over by Shen Mo and ate the prawns that Shen Mo peeled. My on-air bandwagon may be different than others. The idea is to not go to the low end of what's $10 for 2 bottles and do the real thing. My guess is that the live banding market will definitely explode with a wave of fakes in the last year. And then I can take off down the road with company direct real goods. Next, Lu Yu explained in detail about the live carry anchor that he had investigated. 10 goods, 8 fake, the remaining 2 half true, half fake. It is quite outrageous. Sooner or later a market like this will have to be stormed. So it's better to leave it for her to take off with. Yanuki's idea was to sell the real thing and then take off down the road when the fakes blew up. It's just like back in the day when there was the milk powder incident. All the other decks blew up. Just one because True survived. And this one really took off. Lu Xinhua, MS. Qin Hao, MS. Wanya, Grandpa and the others don't comment on Lu Yu's idea. They don't think it's too reliable. And the silence, grasping the grass, worthy of being my wife, didn't understand a thing. After eating, Lu Xinhua tried to rely on not leaving. Most of all, was thrown out by MS. Qin Hao. It's annoying to look at this scumbag. Lu Xinhua didn't care, drove the car and went to the 5-star hotel he booked, and gave himself a set of full body maintenance on the way, which was cool. Night. Lu Yu sat on the edge of the Kong and used the computer to look at various data, and Shen Mo pinched the shoulders and massaged behind her to help evacuate the tendons and bones, feeling the softness of his hands. Ouch, ouch, ouch. It's been 6 months since I pinched. How come I just can't pinch enough? Say, why does my wife love her job more than she loves me? Is it because I don't have enough stamina? Ugh. How do I keep my wife obsessed with me? It's hard. It's hard. It's also difficult to be a gigolo. And sure enough, I'm still too much of a loser. That said, should I go out to work or not? So many of the novels I've been reading lately are about wives who dislike their husbands for being losers and then fall in love with career men. But it's too tiring to go out to work and deal with relationships. Or I'd better study how to charm my wife. I remember Rocco said before that he has a friend who sells Indian god oil and special props for small days home. Why don't I buy some so that my wife can sprint to the top again and completely leave me? Luyu, listening to Shen Mo's heart, blushed quickly. The hand holding the mouse could not help but tremble a little. Luyu didn't quite understand how Shen Mo's mind managed to be so disorganized. How he thought about so many things at once. Also, what the hell is Indian oil and small day props? You've now made me weak in the legs the next day. Most importantly, is it keeping me away from you or are you rewarding yourself? After spitting, Liu recalled this half a year with Shen Mo's time together. With the sentence evaluation is, we're big, live, good looking, handsome, character considerate, also gentle, with a pleasant, a month of 1 million living expenses to give, very satisfied. Shen Mo's heartfelt words eventually disturbed Lu Yu. Drip. Looking at the sudden message, Lu Yu clicked on it suspiciously. It was Lu Qingqing who sent her New Year wishes. Looking at the time, I realized that it was already past 12 o'clock without realizing it. Yanuki casually returned one. In the past, she kinda hated Lu Qingqing, but as she spent more and more time with Shen Mo, she stopped hating. After all, without Lu Qingqing, she might have married Shen Jiayun. Look at Shen Jiayun, that physique. Don't see Shen Mo give a. Not a moment later, Lu Yu received another New Year's greetings from Lu Xinhua's secretary. It was a video of 5-year-old Lu Yue with her little hand on the end to pay her New Year's greetings. Shen Mo also saw it behind Lu Yu and said with a smile, "How did she dare to dance in front of you?" Lu Yu faintly said, "She is showing her goodwill." With the downfall of Lu Bai and the others, Lu Qingqing and Li Qingyue, Lu Xinhua's secretary, both realized that the future Lu family is mine. How much money they can get from Lu Xinhua depends on my attitude. As well as, they do have the possibility to get a large sum of money. Shocked, where did they get the face to think that Yanuki would give them money? Say, wife, will you give them money? Shen Mo asked out of doubt. I wouldn't give it if it were me. Feeling amused in her heart, Lu Yu faintly said, it will be given. Stunned, is this a manifestation of mercy? Not that I'm being a saintly mother, but because it's the rules. Rules? Shenmei was puzzled. If we don't pay a penny, they're bound to make a scene at the end of the day. And that would be so unattractive that we might as well give a sum of money to get rid of them. They're splitting the old man's personal money anyway, and it's not much. Lu Yu actually didn't care about the existence of Lu Qingqing and Lu Yue. One was that she was used to it for so many years, and the other was that it was really unnecessary. If he really didn't give a single point and drove the other party to extinction, it wasn't impossible for the other party to go crazy and give Lu Yu a limit 1-for-1. Lu Yu remembers that before the Beijing Sea there is a family is. The illegitimate child drove crazy. Directly drive the whole family away, a large family business, and finally inherited by the group shareholders. Thieves funny. After sending a few New Year's greetings, Lu Yu pressed Shen Mo to go to sleep. A new year, a new look to welcome well. In order to keep Lu Yu's heart, Shen Mo tossed Lu Yu cannot get off the bed on the first day of the new year, and can only lie in bed to eat. Grandma and Grandpa are used to this. After all, Ms. Wanya also brought the meal into her house, and Ms. Xinhao didn't get off the bed. Lu Xinhua, who came over to rub the rice, was directly exasperated by this scene and flew back to Jinghai to look for his own little secretary. He felt that coming to Irving was a misstep. After breakfast it was time to go door to door to pay New Year's greetings, and it was only then that Ms. Xinhao and Lu Yu got up. Grandpa drove the car, and Shen Mo and Lu Yu followed. Those elders cheerfully gave red envelopes after seeing Shen Mo and Lu Yu. Some of the old ladies were smiling at Lu Yu's walk and expressed their desire to see their great-granddaughter. The old Qin family relatives quite a lot. A circle of New Year's greetings down. Shen Mo received a dozen red envelopes, but Shen Mo was wondering why Grandpa hadn't taken them on a string in the past 6 months. Grandma didn't say anything. After dinner on the 15th day of the first month, Lu Yu told Shen Mo to work. Chapter 25, a little bit of everyday life. Looking at the share contract in his hands, the business license on the wall, and the 300 square feet of the company's office area in front of him, Shen Mo was in a trance. Just now, he, Shen Mo, a flunky, had become a shareholder of a media company, or a major shareholder. Today is February 2nd. The dragon carries the head. Husband, you have to be tough. Lu Yu looked at the dumbfounded Shen Mo, fiercely kissed a mouthful and smiled. Back to God. Shen Mo looked at the overwhelming face in front of him, opened his mouth and said nothing, but in his heart, tough? What do you want me to be tough with? Half a month ago you told me it was time for me to work, and then you told me to run all kinds of paperwork, and then you transferred 30% of my shares. Do a little work and get 30% of the shares. Do I deserve to be tough? You're not my wife. You're clearly my long-lost real mother. Lu Yu almost didn't collapse. Shen Mo's heartbeat was just too fierce. Moreover, Lu Yu looked down at her plumpness and whispered in Shen Mo's ear, "I also don't mind if you call me Lord Mother in the dead of night, and I really do have some mature clothes." Oh, gulp. Shen Mo felt his nose getting a little hot. The employees of the just-established Moon Silence Media saw Shen Mo rushing out of the general manager's office, his nose still covered in blood. Through the office door, everyone saw Yanuki covering her mouth and laughing wildly. Lu Yu called a company meeting after Shen Mo packed up and went back. At the meeting, Willow Moon let everyone speak up. Shen Mo glanced at the attendees and the corners of his mouth twitched viciously. 64-year-old financial grandmother, 53-year-old retired broker aunt, 2 55-year-old cameraman uncles, and 3 20-year-old, no-name anchor girls, mainlining an age contrast. If it weren't for the $30 million of liquidity sitting on the company's books, one would suspect that this is a purse company. Seeing that no one had spoken, the agent's aunt, Auntie Chen, slowly said, "Xiao Lua." Willow Moon nodded. "Go ahead. I think that our company should find a profit channel first, so that the company doesn't look so skinny." Aunt Chen also sighed in her heart. If it wasn't for the fact that she had watched Lu Yu grow up and knew what she was capable of, she would have wondered what this company was for. After saying that, Aunt Chen even glanced at the 3 little girls. It was this glance that scared the 3 anchor ladies to look at each other. And the leading one, the one who looked a bit more mature, raised her hand tremblingly, and said with tears in her eyes, "Can we not go sell meat?" A sentence that made Lu Yu and a few old men burst out laughing. "Are you guys suspecting that Auntie Chan wants you to sell meat to make money?" Lu Yu glanced at the 3 anchor ladies she had casually recruited from the street and said softly, "Don't you guys recognize me?" The 3 anchor ladies wondered back and forth. "Do I have to know you?" These words caused everyone in the room to freeze, and Aunt Chen couldn't help but speak. "Xiao Lu, where did you recruit them from?" Then he looked at the 3 veiled, very suitable for going to the entertainment industry, and said suspiciously, "You guys really don't know Lu Yu. She and Shen Mo were alive for a while before, and the 2 of them have 10 million fans on their accounts." The 3 anchor girls looked at the crowd with confused and clueless eyes. "I don't recognize it." Financial grandmother stunned. She, a little old lady, have seen the microblogging. These 3 little girls do not know Lu Yu is still living in the Qing dynasty? A cameraman Moncler outlet online said incredulously. "Why did you 3 come to this company?" The 3 young ladies glanced at each other, lowered their heads, and said in a thin voice, "Because we are fed and housed, and we can also issue internship certificates. We came here. CXS batch. I really don't know where Lu Yu recruited them." Lu Yu was also speechless. Could she say that this was what she had recruited with her casual job posting? However, Lu Yu quickly let go and comforted the 3 little girls. "You don't have to care. As long as you don't want to go sell meat, I won't force any of you. The route I've arranged for you guys is to follow me and your Mr. Shin in making videos first, and then let you go solo after you've accumulated some fans." Next, Lu Yu told her about the development of the company first. For example, the initial profit target was her and Shinma's accounts. Lan Lan, Xiaobai, and Li Zi, the 3 little girls, first followed the rubbing, and incidentally learned all kinds of anchor skills, to determine the path for the future. And the first video content was quickly finalized. A reunion for Moonmare Media. Finance Grandma Lu, Agent Aunt Chen, Camera Moncler Jacket Sun and Zhao have no comments. They were all retired and came over purely to kill boredom. The 3 young ladies, not to mention, for the internship certificate to enter the workforce, they are happy to dilly-dally on the matter of food and drink. After the meeting, the 2 cameraman Moncler outlet store went to prepare the machine for the filming of the company reunion. Shen Mo suspiciously followed behind Lu Yu and thought curiously in his heart, "It's really strange. Didn't you say at New Year's Eve that you were going to go the way of live banding? Banding the real thing, and waiting for the fakes to thunder? But it doesn't matter. It's better to make money. And I don't lose money if I can't make money." Trusting the wife, Lu Yu snorted out a laugh. Her husband is quite funny. Without saying anything is to believe his wife. Willow Moon arrived inside the office or explained it. Not going now is not so much fame yet. Shen Mo, on the other hand, just let out a laugh at this. "Wife is the biggest. I'll listen to whatever you say." Li Yu is a CP enthusiast, and her biggest hobby is knocking all kinds of CP. The CP she's knocking around the most at the moment is Shen Mo and Lu Yu. For this pair of luxury CPs that came out of a novel, Li Yu knocked with great joy. The reason is simple. It's really sweet. So much so that Li Yu had to brush up on Lu Yu's daily updated videos every day after work. Sometimes it's a collection of pictures of the duo. Sometimes it's a video of the duo hanging out. And other times it's a video of the duo cooking together. There are all kinds, but whichever one it is, it's a sugar rush. This made Li Yu very excited. Today, after Li Yu got off work and spit out his boss on a daily basis, He clicked on Luyu's video account and prepared to enjoy their sweet video today to relieve his stress. However, today's video was updated to the opening of the duo's company Ya. Looking at the 4 words Moon Silence Media on the background of the picture, Liu secretly thought, tap on and the progress bar is beautiful. The group walked into a fairly well-decorated northeastern restaurant. After the screen shifted for a moment, Yanuki's group was seen sitting around the table. The right to order was given to the gray-haired cameraman, Mr. Cho. 6. The cameraman's hair is gray. What a straw man. Honestly, without listening to them chat, who would have thought these old men and women were company employees? Liu couldn't help but laugh out loud. And the gray-haired grandfather Zhao turned out to be the cameraman. Gentlemen, go check out the resume of this Master Zhao. He has won awards, or Foreign Camera Awards. Chapter 26, Drunken Luyu. Zhao Moncler Outlet Online took the menu is not polite. Cuckoo open order. Fish stew in an iron pot. Tofu stew with cabbage. Pig killing vegetables. Dipping sauces. Simmered pork bits. Ground pork. And a large portion of rice. After ordering, he began to browbeat the introduction of northeastern dishes. Zhao is a genuine northeastern people. Then Grandma Lu asked for more beer. Not much. 4 cases. The scene terrified the 3 little girls, who were out-of-towners who had come over for school. This grandma is posh. Ryuki smiled and told the 3 little girls that they could skip it. After saying that, he winked at Shen Mo. Shen Mo sighed and helplessly shouted to the outside. Waiter, my wife can drink cold today. Give a piece of cold beer. Grip. I see helplessness on Mare's face. The helplessness on Brother Mare's face reminds me of my Mongolian wife who can drink 2.5 pounds of white wine after marriage. Liu cracked a smile. After the wine came up, Aunt Shen took off her jacket, domineeringly opened a case first, and laughed loudly. Everyone, although I don't know to which day the company can work, but there is wine today. Cheers, cheers, Grandma Lu, Grandpa Zhao, Grandpa's son, and Luyu all raised the bottles of wine in their hands and laughed in response. Shen Mo pulled the 3 little girls who had already been stunned to take a cup and follow. This scene is so cool to watch. The scene is like when I was a kid on New Year's Eve when the adults in the family were drinking and the kids were sitting around. And Shimmer was like the slightly older kid. Ha ha, laughing my ass off. Look, you guys, Mr. Lu is going to give Shen Mo a separate table. Liu smiled back. I only saw Luyu in the video. After drinking half a box, pulling over Shen Mo's collar and kissing him fiercely, then wrapping her arms around Shen Mo and saying drunkenly, Hubby, do you know which point of yours I'm most dissatisfied with? It's just that you're so undrinkable as a person. Not at all enjoyable. But you're real good in bed. Especially with a length that makes up for everything. Shen Mo's face was green. Looked to the side of the joke watching Moncler jackets for sale. Want to cry without tears. Moncler jackets for sale. This paragraph cannot be cut in. Mr. Sun slapped the table and laughed. It must be cut in. Good in bed. Is the merit of our men? So dirty, but I like it. I was just wondering, was this video edited today? You can tell by looking at the blurriness of this video that the editors probably weren't sober. Li Shui laughed and sprayed, boldly showing love to Mr. Lu is also handsome. On the other side, Grandma Lu and Aunt Chen put their arms around the 3 little girls, Xiao Bai, Lan Lan, and Li Zi, and poured them wine, speaking loudly about the benefits of drinking, and the pain of booze. Then 3 little girls get drunk in the video and say out loud that they're not drunk. And to prove it, the 3 little girls start memorizing ancient poems. Don't you see the water of the yellow river coming from the sky? And don't you see the sad gray hair in the high mirror? Spring of the 2nd year of Qingli, Tang Zijing. The rivers and mountains are beautiful in the late sun. And the flowers and grasses are fragrant in the spring breeze. The mud melts and the swallows fly. The sand is warm and the mandarin ducks sleep. I've only just begun to send spring back, but I'm sending you back again. If you come to Jiangnan in time for spring, you must stay in spring. The willow hangs over the river, and the plum sheds its branches in the snow. The city is about to be destroyed by black clouds, and the armor light opens up to the sun with golden scales. The yellow birds on the stream are rare in the remaining spring, and the apricot blossoms fly when the cinny flowers are finished. The day of the hoe is the day of the harvest, and the sweat drips off the soil. The goose, the goose, the goose, sings to the sky with a crooked neck. Grandma Lu and Aunt Chen. Luyu several people directly laugh and spray, but also took out their cell phones to video. Laughing my ass off. These 3 little girls traded in their one-time extroversion for a lifetime of introversion. 3 little unknown girls. I'm telling you now, you're on fire. I wonder now if they're sober. None of that matters. The company atmosphere is most important. The crowd was clearly drunk by the end of the night. Shen Mo sighed quietly and dialed a cell phone number. Within a few moments, everyone saw several men and women walk in and help the crowd out. Shen Mo gave a princess hug to Lu Yu and directly carried her to the car. Drinking too much, Lu Yu just barfed a mouthful at Shen Mo and came to say, "Husband smells so good." Shen Mo, on the other hand, looked at Lu Yu favorably and returned, "Wife is so cute." Carrying Ryuki to the car, Silence pulled $2,000 in cash out of his wallet and handed it to the helper. "It's weirdly embarrassing to make you all run. So here's some money for everyone to take to get some dinner." The man who came hastily waved his hand and refused, while Shen Mo smiled and said, "Take it. It's all my wife's money as a capitalist. Why do you need to save it? Ha ha, Mare is in love with Mr. Ryu. But that doesn't stop spitting on him for being a capitalist. Why does Murgo give money for atmosphere? Because it's what his wife earns. It's just sweet between Brother Mac and Mr. Ryu. I'm thinking of a question now. Looking at the video, the time is still in the afternoon, which means they left work early. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Zap. I don't believe they left work early. Ha ha, don't believe me upstairs. You guys go on Twitter. There are all kinds of follow-up videos there. Liu did not hesitate to click into the microblog. And sure enough, the first item of the hot search is Liu drunk. The iceberg female president is actually a big tigress in the northeast. Liu didn't look at it and started searching for the follow-up video, which soon came out. Don't touch me. I have work to do and a video to edit. Just see the drunken son Munkler outlet store from the car to take down the computer. Cuckoo a dry. No one can stop. This made it not good for Shen Mo and the others to go. After cutting, he yelled at Liu on the other side. "Little Liu, your uncle's son. I've cut the video. Do you dare to send it?" I only saw Liu in the car swaying and said loudly, "Why don't you dare? Send me the video. I'll send it out." Willow Moon fumbled for her cell phone and pushed everyone away to send out a video. Then, as if to prove he wasn't a pussy, he raised his cell phone again and started recording video. "It's 3:20 p.m. And I, Willow Moon, just posted a reunion video, and everything on it is actually happening." Then Yanuki turned the video back to the trio of Liko. The three little girls wobbled to their feet and laughed. "Mom, we're not pussies. We're drinking. We got a job. We have internship certificates. And our boss's wife is still a big hottie." Laughing so hard, Mare's in tears. Then came Grandma Lu, Aunt Shen, Grandpa Sun, Grandpa Zhao, and finally Shen Mo. Liu wrapped her arms around Shen Mo, face to face, and forced Shen Mo to say, "Husband, you said that you love Liu the most, and no matter what she does, you will never leave her, and you will take care of her for the rest of her life." Shen Mo repeated word for word, his eyes filled with helplessness. "Honey, you said that you were going to marry Willow Moon." Shen Mo spat breathlessly. "I'm already married to you. Ha 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 ha. Mare's gonna kill me with laughter." Seriously suspecting that this is a setup for Mr. Liu to forcefully marry Mo. Liu continued to slide down the video, along with the battlefield where the owner of the food restaurant posted that they ended up drinking a total of 12 cases of beer. The owner of the food restaurant also sent a separate video, smilingly saying, "Everyone, my family's food is really fragrant." All of them made Mr. Liu drunk. Welcome to everyone. Looking at a large plate and a large plate of leftovers, Liu suddenly realized something. The amount of dishes in northeastern cuisine. Do you need to use a large iron plate? Chapter 27, Awakening. At home, Shen Mo carried Liu to the restroom, rinsed her body, changed her clothes, and helped her vomit for a while to make her body feel as good as possible. When it was all cleaned up, he carried Liu to her room again and tucked her in. After making sure that Liu had no problems, Shen Mo went to the kitchen and started boiling the soba soup. While the soup was cooking, Shen Mo received several messages that several others had been sent home, especially the three little girls, Xiao Bai, Lan Lan, and Li Zi. The girl in charge of escorting them even took videos and stayed there to take care of them. After Shen Mo made sure that there was no problem, he transferred $1,000 to the girl who took care of her as hard-earned money. This move was taught to Shen Mo by Bamboo Kailan, when he was rated for mansion education a month before the wedding. Zukalan taught Shen Mo quite a few small skills, one of which was spreading money. In the words of Bamboo Kailan, "What you show through your fingers is enough to buy you a chance to save your life." When she finished cooking the soba soup and went out, she met Ms. Wenjia, who was coming back. Taking a look at the sobering soup in the kitchen, an ambiguous smile rose at the corners of Ms. Wenjia's mouth. Only after feeding it to Liu did Shen Mo start to clean himself up. Later that night, the video hit the hot seat again. The amount of dishes of northeastern cuisine, drunken employees, the female president of the filter broken, good man Shen Mo, generous boss, the grassroots like the company, a good group of people who can drink too much to memorize ancient poems of the young female anchor, and so on. The words and phrases have become everyone's explosion of hot searches. The highest of these is the broken filter of the female president. Who would have thought that the ascetic female president in professional attire with gold-rimmed glasses would in private be an alcoholic, able to drink 48 bottles of beer on her own? Shen Mo looked at the words on the internet, then looked at Lu Yu next to him, and sent out another video from his cell phone stash. It was a video of Lu Yu shouting with MS. Qin Hao and MS. One yet at a party sometime before the new year. Very dominant. When this video came out, Lu Yu even rushed to the hot search. Grounded. So grounded. Netizens would never have guessed that such a beautiful Lu Yu, a delicate-looking lady of elegance, would still be shouting. Of course, it's not important to know how to shout. What's important is that it's surprising that such an awesome person would play shouting instead of playing Chopin, Nocturne and all that highbrow stuff. This sudden heat is painful for some rocker who just got divorced and thought he'd be on the hot seat for once. Why not give him the hot seat once? It's too hard. When the first rays of the morning sun hit the black earth, as Ryuki drank her porridge in a daze, MS. Fumiya sat beside her with a smile on her face. Yo, if it isn't our northeastern big girl shouting my lady president? Not yet awake. Yanuki looked at MS. Fumiya with one cute eye open. What the hell? Pinching Yanuki's face, MS. Wenya smiled and said, still not sober? Yanuki was still confused. MS. Vinya flipped out her phone, tapped into Twitter, and handed the first entry to Yanuki. The pop-ups were all wondering if Mare had been tricked into going home by Mr. Ryu. My wife did the same thing back in the day. One bottle down before marriage, then drank me out of my wits after marriage. Laugh out loud. The female bully who listens to Chopin turns into a street-shouting big girl in seconds. This counts as an alternative to collapsing the house. Yanuki instantly sobered up and sat down in her chair lifelessly. Shen Mo, who came in with the dishes, saw this scene and felt a burst of amusement in his heart. Is this my wife being shy? So cute. Hearing the heartbeat, Lu Yu jerked her head up, looked ferociously at Shen Mo, and screamed, husband, why didn't you stop me? Stop it? I'll take my life to stop it. In case you get me drunk, how am I going to bring you back? Shen Mo's eyes fluttered as he thought of the first time he had seen Lu Yu able to drink. It was 3 months after coming to the northeast. Lu Yu's health was almost well. MS. Qin Hao in order to celebrate. Take Lu Yu. MS. One ya. Shen Mo go out for a drink together. That one drink made Shen Mare realize that he should just sit at the kids' table. Similarly, it was also that one drink that made Shen Mo actualize two things. The first one, when the hot pot restaurant, Lu Yu was acting herself. The second piece, it's true that you can't tell the difference between a man and a woman. Lu Yu used to say that she was socially terrified, and that society would be the De Yunxi society. Once the wine is drunk, pick up the bottle and shout. Of course, what's even more outrageous is that MS. Qin Hao, the researcher, and MS. One ya, the Zhengnan Watertown, can still keep up. Watching a Watertown girl and a scientific research big shot shouting into a bottle of wine is no less than seeing Du Fu racing on a motorcycle. After that, Shen Ma never said he could drink well again. Lu Yu disheveled and sat on the chair. She did not want to live. The community died, and the high-cool persona that she had maintained for more than 20 years was completely shattered. When Lu Yu got her own cell phone, she looked at the voice and video sent by her best friend, and her whole body was bad. Tap on it. And sure enough it's all questioning. What with Lu Yu, you don't treat me as a sister and don't tell me you know this skill. Shen Ma was open-minded about it, and having another side to his wife was like having two wives at the same time. How nice. Until she arrived at the office. Yanuki hadn't figured out why she'd suddenly let go of her drinking. When she saw the refreshed Grandma Lu, Aunt Shen, and the two grandparents, Lu Yu realized that it was because the atmosphere given by these elders was too good. Xiao Bai, Lan Lan, and Li Zi's three faces when they arrived were similar to Lu Yu's. All of them were lifeless. The three little girls never realized that they had traded in their one-time extroversion for a lifetime of introversion. Who understands early in the morning to wake up? Received a phone call from the mother. Heard the mother said, daughter, I know you are not a coward. You did not drink too much. Clicking on the hot search, looking at the scene of their own drunken memorization of ancient poems, the three little girls directly used their toes to dig out a villa. When I saw my three people yelling into their cell phones to tell my mom that I'm not a pussy, I straight up died of community. It was the girl who had watched them all night who finally woke them up and told them they had to go to work. Chatting, the three young girls learned that the girl is the personnel of Haya Media, called Zhao Yangyang. Zhao Yangyang told the three little girls that it would be good to get used to it, because MS. Wenya and MS. Qin Hao were also good drinkers, and the company would drink too much at every reunion party. So much so that MS. Vineyards company's reunions are branches, coming in divisions so that someone can take care of them. Incidentally, Zhao Yangyang popularized the company's benefits to the three little girls. First of all, the group building. All the company money, time only in the weekday working hours. Responsible for taking care of people that live can also be more wages. As to how much more, depending on the boss mood that day, like Zhao Yangyang this time, got 2,000. Lu Yu woke up and then transferred 1,000. Zhao Yangyang said that the company was definitely good. Don't give up. And then drove the three little girls to Moon Silent Media. Well, Hoya Media and Moonshine Media are up and down. Chapter 28, The Way Ahead for Three Girls. Once they were all seated, Willow Moon took the lead in apologizing to the three little girls in Plum, followed by Grandma Lu and others. After all, they were the ones who embarrassed the little girl after they got high. The three Li Zi people were instantly dumbfounded and a bit at a loss for words. Now they're tempted to ask family members how to respond when your boss apologizes to you. If you guys want to leave, I can settle your 3 months' salary and internship certificates. Lu Yu was truly feeling sorry for these three little girls. It doesn't seem right in any way to risk getting someone drunk and sending them on a hot streak, especially when they're still little girls at first glance. The three of them looked at each other, and Xiaobai boldly stepped forward. Is it because we did something wrong? Why did you expel us? At that moment, both sides were confused. What's the situation? Or Shen Mo stood out and explained a wave. Xiaobai three little girls only understood, then nervously said, "We are not leaving." Sister Yang Yang said, "Our company is a conscience company within the country. We are ready to stay down." After thinking about it, Xiaobai added, "If we can give 5 insurance and 1 pension, we can work until we retire." A few people in Luyu were stunned, seeing this idea for the first time. Whoever is an anchor is still asking for 5 insurance and a pension. However, Luyu immediately clapped. You not only have 5 insurance and 1 gold, but also 3 times the wages for legal holidays off. Xiaobai three little girls were happy on the spot. This society is too good. After that was resolved, the meeting was officially opened. The first to speak was Auntie Chan, who first demonstrated her professionalism. "I've looked over the hot searches, and now our main thing is to determine the main type of Xiaobai's three little girls, and take advantage of this hot search to accumulate a group of fans for the three little girls. The second thing is that I've discovered a new anchor model, travel traction." With that, Auntie Chen hooked up her own computer to the screen in the conference room and began to explain in detail. Based on last night's hot search phrase, Auntie Chan, who has been an agent for 30 years, found the primary business opportunity, which is travel traction. Like the hot search on the Northeastern Cuisine restaurant, it fully demonstrates the difference between the North and South. Perhaps can use this to drive the local economic development of urban. Auntie Chen, as a proper urbanite, knows that there is an Ice World project in the pipeline for urban. If they, Moon Silence, could take the publicity of the Ice World, then they would be on fire in the future, and there would be more projects they could cooperate on, especially with urban. Like this side of urban has a lot of black soil, there will be a lot of rice every year. When the time to live with goods to sell a sale, randomly hair ah. After Aunt Chen finished this part of her speech, she looked at Xiaobai's three little girls and asked them if there was anything they wanted to broadcast live. The three women shook their heads. Not at all. Auntie Chen, on the other hand, brightens up and gives 2 options. One is to make a commercial, a funny commercial, and the other is to make a short skit about the bully. Auntie Chen, who has recently become obsessed with the Overlord's novels, feverishly began to talk about the anticlimactic plots in the Overlord's novels. Finally, he concluded, "I saw that you three were quite interesting yesterday over drinks, so I recommend you for an anticlimactic Overlord skit. And of course, it's not a skit, it's just a regular video, the funny kind. If you guys shoot fire and have potential in this area, you can also move towards the entertainment industry at that time. It just so happens that our company has contacts in this area." Aunt Shen's feverish recommendation. Xiaobai three little girls finally only Xiaobai chose this one. For their part, Plum and Lan Lan raised their hands, trembling as they tried to do otherwise. Auntie Chen was a little disappointed, but gave a few more recommendations for live directions. One is a live broadcast of the field. The direction is simple. It is just plain, real farming and gardening, documenting everyday life. This one was chosen by Plum, and she wanted this one. As soon as it sounded easy, Auntie Chen didn't bother to introduce herself again, and asked Lan Lan if she had any specialties, or anything she liked. Lan Lan thought for a moment and said softly, "I like to cook." Xiaobai and Li Zi nodded their heads frantically as they wildly boasted that Lan Lan's cooking was old and especially good. Aunt Chen doubt, because she also has a daughter. Her family that big fat girl is to eat what not enough. Do what not. 1 meter 7 big. 120 pounds of large body frame. Obviously long thief good looking. Figure is good enough. But do what can not. Lan Lan, really can? For skepticism, Lu Yu clap. On the spot is dry ah. Downstairs Haya Media has a cafeteria. now go to shoot a chant. Zhao and Sun carried the camera, and the group rushed to the cafeteria. Then, being whisked back, Aunt Wenya said it was fine to come and dine, but don't wreak havoc with my family's staff meals. This part was recorded by Zhao Moncler Outlet Online. He thought it was quite funny. Lu Yu, depressed, feeling unloved, twisted his head, and a line of people came to his own home in a voluminous manner. There is no one in the house at this time. They are all out. Opening the refrigerator, Lon Lon began to show everyone what he could do. For 9 people, Lon Lon was going to make 6 dishes and a soup. Luckily, Grandma usually stocked up on enough vegetables. Shen Mo automatically stepped forward to play the hand. Shen Mo cuts and serves the vegetables. Lon Lon stir-fries the vegetables and makes soup. And Zhao and Sun are filming on the side while the others watch. I have to say, Lon Lon really looks the part when he gets his hands on it. The only bad thing was that Shen Mo and its one match, hardening the sense of CP. So that Aunt Shen could not help but tease Lu Yu. Your husband is afraid that he will make other people envious. Say, with so many beauties in the company, aren't you afraid that Shen Mo will cheat on you? Smiling smugly, Lu Yu tossed her hair and said confidently, my old lady is so beautiful, has such a good figure, and has so much wealth. How could my husband possibly cheat on me? Confidence that doesn't need much recounting. Next to him, Li Zi nodded his head and said with a serious face, that's right, we're just seducing but also seducing the boss. How could we possibly seduce Mr. Shen? Although Mr. Shen has a top figure, is handsome, can cook, and has an okay personality, but you, boss, are beautiful, divine face. Aunt Shen covered her face. She felt like she couldn't keep up with the times, and Moncler Jacket's outlet Joe smiled as she recorded the scene. He thinks it's all material, exceptionally good material, and it's sure to explode when he sends it out. Lu Yu and the others didn't care. Soon the 6-course meal was ready. The 6 dishes were braised pork, sweet and sour pork ribs, stir-fried thin noodles with cabbage, shredded pork with fish, kung pao chicken, stir-fried lotus root slices, and the soup was corn and pumpkin soup. The food was eaten together. The dishes were cleaned together. It started out as a trial and error, then got excited. Lu Yu gave Lon Lon a burst of fierce praise. Lon Lan's cooking was not inferior to those chefs. A whole lot of shyness for Lon Lon. Auntie Chen made the decision on the spot that Lon Lon would go this way and cook. However, the specifics of how to go about it would need to be discussed again. For fear that people wouldn't believe her, Lu Yu asked to go back and send out the scene of their dinner, which was recorded anyway. Chapter 29, Lu Yu's Happiness. After deciding, Lu Yu, who had finished eating, directly called the phone to Haya Media, letting their side of the operation to Xiao Bai, Lon Lon, Li Zi to get the account. Then put the new account name under your own account for portal diversion. In the words of Lu Yu, his own account of 10 million followers, do not need to attract traffic for what? As for your talk of shame? Sorry, I'm a businessman, an orthodox capitalist who only looks at the money. People who were looking for Xiao Bai, Li Zi, and Lon Lon flew over at the speed of light when they saw the portal, and in half a day's time in the afternoon, the 3 accounts grew by hundreds of thousands of followers, which made Auntie Chen cry out. Then the video of Lon Lon cooking for lunch was uploaded, and at the end of the video said a line, the anchor in the future to take the road of cooking, will teach everyone to do all kinds of home cooking, as well as all kinds of famous food cuisine with some small food. In short, is involved in a wide range. Looking at Lan Lan's face that carries the fight in his especially flavorful body in the apron, fans have expressed their support. Auntie Chen under Xiao Bai and Li Zi's account also had someone send a video each. Xiao Bai's video script was written by Aunt Chen on the spot in the afternoon, and the group actors were Shen Mo and Lu Yu as well as MS Wanya, who happened to be home. The plot of the first episode is simple. Xiao Bai dressed as Wang Ma. The follow-up episode Auntie Chen is thinking of Wang Ma Xiao Bai being pursued by the white boy Shen Mo, but Xiao Bai has a crush on Lu Yu. The plot is epileptic. Plum's video is simple, it's a video of her going to catch chickens. Aunt Chen said, the idyllic life, not only can planting vegetables, but also farming. Anyway, Lu Yu grandma, what farms have? The black land also have all. Just do it here. On final thought, Aunt Chen also had Lu Yu buy a yard, circle a piece of land, and register a farmhouse. Auntie Chen fantasizes about plum seed farming, orchid blues for cooking, and overall linkage. If fans don't believe me, come over and watch for yourself, and taste Lan Lan's food along the way. The main point is a real one, and Auntie Chen's idea was made possible by the fact that Lu Yu had a lot of money. When he saw the farmhouse up, Shen Mo couldn't help but spit in his heart. Why is it easy for the rich to make money? The capital is too full. The 3 videos that were hastily put online exploded across the internet during the night. Lu Yu and Shen Mo's own heat plus the 3 women's capable face value could easily cause a trend. In the evening, Luyu swiped the video comments while enjoying Shen Mo's massage. Quite interesting. What's most interesting is that Shen Mo is on fire, bursting at the seams. People are now giving Shen Mo the evaluation of the best married girl in the whole network. It's too enviable. A flunky with a job turns out to be a matchmaking video for a beauty queen. Like Xiaobai's first video plot is largely Xiaobai crossed into Wang Ma. Just met Shen Mo and Luyu quarrel. Luyu let Shen Mo kneel down to lick the soles of the shoes. Xiaobai inwardly crazy vomit. This is not punishment. This is the reward. Shen Mo refused to lick. Luyu said loudly, every lick. Give 10. 000. Xiaobai plopped down on his knees, rushed over to hold Luyu thighs shouting, Mom, I come to lick. Do not need 10. 000. Only need 3,000. Shen Mo was shocked and blurted out, Xiaobai, how do you betray the friendship between the two of us? Didn't we agree that I would take my dignity in exchange for money to support you? What's this situation you're in now where the ministers are trying to fight to the death, but His Majesty threw in the towel first? Xiaobai was also stunned. No, how did I become a vicious female match who framed the heroine? The comment section under the video is basically, what a seizure plot, laughed my ass off. Shen Mo, Xiaobai, you're destroying the market. $10,000 a bite. I can lick a sock, not to mention the sole of a shoe. Upstairs, you're even taking it. Not bad for Luyu and Shen Mo. Attention paid, attention paid. The other two little girls' videos are also very interesting. The cooking one is hard to make a sense of husbandhood for Mo, and the chicken catching one is really without a bit of idle baggage. Checked. These three little girls are all sophomores at the University of Urban, also all studying agriculture, stayed bored and went over for an internship. 6 of a batch. The girl who catches the chickens will not perform the planting afterward. Yes, definitely. Guys and gals, check out the picture I made of Murgo. 6. Lanlin's man husband sense. Xiaobai's scumbag sense. And Li Zi's she's messing around. He's laughing boyfriend sense. These 3 pictures are really well done. Suddenly I feel that General Lu has made a lot of money. Married a husband to serve her like a male pet. The key is that now also give this waste of a husband to find a job to make money. The money earned is also all General Lu. I suspect that General Lu's future rely on the money earned by Shen Mo is certainly beyond the money given by General Lu to Shen Mo. Grip grass. If it's said like this, then wouldn't Mr. Lu be taking the money that Shen Mo earns and raising Shen Mo? It's so exciting to think about it. Luyu saw these comments and burst out laughing, pulled Shen Mo's hand that was squeezing his shoulder, violently turned around and pressed Shen Mo on the con, and said imploringly, Hubby, do you have any thoughts about this matter of me taking the money you earned to adopt you? Looking at Luyu's perfect skin and charming eyes, Shen Mo gulped and said in a deep voice, can you raise some more pocket money? A smile curled the corners of Yunuki's happy mouth. However, immediately after that, Luyu thought of another problem, climbed into Shen Mo's arms and whispered in his ear, Hubby, do you have any dreams? What a dream. It's a heavy topic because it's changing so fast. When I was a child, my grandmother asked Shen Mo when. Shen Mo has talked about scientists, teachers, civil servants, police officers, etc. Because these are decent jobs. Unfortunately, Shen Mo's own mother kept him out of these jobs. Later a little older, Shen Mo's idea is to become a cook, so that you can make the grandmother barbecue store that grumpy spicy fried master laid off. For this Shen Mo ruthlessly stealing a period of time, to learn all of that master's craft. Unfortunately, grandma is no more, and then after that, Shen Mo's dream became to lie flat. Now, Shen Mo's dream is very simple. Shen Mo stroked Luyu's back and said softly, I want to accompany you slowly until you grow old. Die on you. It was genuine. These many 6 months with Ryuki had been the happiest he'd been since his grandmother's death. After the initial trials of MS, Qin Hao and MS, 1 ya, his days were a breeze. Every month can receive $2 million of living expenses. Every day there is a beautiful person to accompany. Want to eat what you want to eat? Want to drink what you want to drink? Grandma and Grandpa Shen Mo is loving and loving. Just like the grandmother once, Luyu to Shen Mo put forward the request is also try to satisfy. Shen Mo's love is also undisguised, perfect to the core. The only beautiful thing is that Grandma and Grandpa want Shen Mo and Luyu to have a child as soon as possible. Luyu smiled happily when she heard Shen Mo's answer, then directly nibbled on it. She was different from other women. She didn't feel disgusted by the words of Shen Mashin's heart. She only felt so happy. Chapter 30, Birthday Banquet. This night, Shen Mo and Luyu had fun. The strong, youthful duo tossed and turned until 0 in the morning. Fortunately, the home is large enough. There are enough yards, and each yard also has a bathroom, or else washing in the middle of the night would have to affect the sleep of MS. 1 ya, who is living alone because MS. Qin Hao has gone on a research retreat. Shen Mo, who had finished waiting for Luyu to wash up, soaked in the bathtub and looked at his cell phone before realizing that Shen Jia had sent him a message. On the third day of next month, Bamboo Kai Lan's birthday, invited Shen Mo to go back, and in Jinghai, Shen Jiayun, who had finished a day of live broadcasting, lit a cigarette in his own apartment, flipped through the online news about Shen Mo and Lu Yu, and watched the video of Moon Mo Media. Nowadays, he has been able to smoothly cope with online comments about Shen Mo and Lu Yu being golden children, a CP couple that came out of a novel, and so on. For Shen Mer, that happy life also all put down, kicked out of her home and living alone for a few months. Shen Jiayun, who works on her own to earn money to support herself, really grows up. Just been kicked out of the house. Not a penny in hand. Shen Jiayun felt the warmth of human feelings. Those who used to surround him in the past brothers are far away from him. A word. Your parents do not allow us to play with you. At first Shen Jiayun hated it. Then he realized that his parents were telling him that this wonderful life of yours was given by us, and we have the ability to take it back with ease. After understanding, Shen Jiayun was angry. He wanted to say, you don't care about me. Why do you have me? And then Shen Jiayun wanted to give himself up. But he is ultimately flowing Bamboo Kai Lan and Shenilong, this pair of white hands, fight the elite of the 100 billion group of people's blood. He does not want to yield to life. More do not want to admit defeat to Bamboo Kai Lan and Shenilong. He also has a backbone. Unfortunately, the backbone broke when Shen Jiayun spent the $2,000 before he could find a job. With nothing to lose, he dialed Shen Jiajia's number. He begged his sister to find him a job. Shen Jiajia did not dilly-dally, first rented a house for Shen Jiayun, and introduced Shen Jiayun to a company of his friends. The position is sales, car sales. The reason Shen Jiajia gave was that if you can beg me, can't you beg others too? After experiencing life on the streets, where no one answered the phone, Shen Jiayun accepted the sales job. Shen Jiayun begins to work with the personnel who once served him, listening to the taunts he receives from others and trying to stay alive. Until that day, he met Lu Qingqing, who went to buy a car. In the past, Shen Jiayun was looking down on Lu Qingqing, and he was with Lu Qingqing only to figure out Lu Qingqing's figure. When I was a teenager, I thought the other guy's body was too ugly, but when I grew up I realized the appeal of plumpness. Unfortunately, Lu Qingqing wouldn't give it to him and kept hanging on to him. Lu Qingqing, who went to buy a car, decided to take a gamble and pull Shen Jiayun after seeing the image of Shen Jiayun being ostracized and squeezed by his peers. At that time, Lu Qingqing happened to have invested in a short drama company and decided to engage in live broadcasting, so she signed Shen Jiayun. Although Shen Jiayun was quite useless, he couldn't help but see a lot. Lu Qingqing's people created a persona of the last emperor for Shen Jiayun. Not good at practical skills, but have seen a lot of good things. The first battle out of the gate was a fake. Shen Jiayun just said, "That blue and white porcelain of yours is fake because the real one of this series is in my mom's hand. Whoever that bag is still fake because there are only 10 limited editions in the country and they're in my sister's closet." A very plain and simple reason, but one that many people want to believe. Shen Jiayun knows a lot of luxury family gossip, and it is easy to make a lot of money by telling a story every day. Lu Qingqing also followed to earn a lot. Win-win. After the cigarette but burned his hand, Shen Jiayun reacted with a bitter smile, and after relighting a cigarette, Shen Jiayun began to browse those handmade live broadcasts. It was Bamboo Kalen's birthday in a short while, and he was going to give his old mom a present, although his mother beat him, smoked him, and threw him out of the house. But alone to earn money, experience the bottom of the social cold and warm. Shen Jiayun feel that he used to be quite an asshole. Mom and dad to take care of him quite well, so it's better to try to be a filial child. Expensive gifts Shen Jiayun cannot afford. He is now live broadcasting a month to earn just a few tens of thousands of dollars, but he can still buy pure handmade pieces that don't want a brand name. Love isn't something you can buy if you want it. Let me. The sudden ringing of the cell phone made Shen Jiayun frown. He picked up the phone and looked at the 3 words Shen Jiafeng on the screen with his eyebrows furiously jumping. The caller turned out to be the brother who was 4 years younger than himself. For the Shen family style, Shen Jiayun's comment is that if I used to be an unfilial son, the other party is an animal. Shen Jiafeng grew up with excellent studies, good looks and good manners, and was the child of someone else's family in all people's mouths. But the problem is the rebellious period. During the rebellious period of high school, Shen Jiafeng learned to smoke, drink, fight and fall in love. Of course, all of this is nothing. The Shen family is a big family, so all of this doesn't matter. But the awesome thing is that Shen Jiafeng talked about his girlfriend is yellow hair, uneducated, or Fu Gu demon, and his parents' family is still vampires. After she was pregnant with Shen Jiafeng's child, she rushed up to the Shen family to ask for money, $20 million, a villa, half of the shares, and told Shen Jiajia to get out of the Shen family. At that time, Shen Jiayun was stunned. Zucalan and Shenilong are ruthless people. Directly sent the Wang Mao family to prison for extortion. Huang Mao is under the age of 18. Sent to the juvenile detention center. Shen Jiafeng was sent out of the country. Shen Jiafeng also becomes a good boy again and studies hard abroad. That would have been the end of the matter. Shen Jiafeng opened a small dining table specializing in serving stay-at-home children with his excellent vision. During the 5 years of study in Germany, Shen Jiafeng earned the money of the stayed children for 8 years, together with the living expenses given by Zhu Kailan and Shen Yilong. When he returned to China, he already had a few $1,000,000 in savings. At that time, many people thought that Shen Jiafeng came back to inherit the family business. After all, the situation of the Shen family at that time was that the Shen family was wasted in the Shen family cloud, to go to the marriage, and there was only one son of the Shen family Wind, and Shen Jieji studied to be a doctor, and at that time, he had not yet graduated, but Shen Jiafeng seems to have a disease. Come back first in Zhu Kailan, Shen Yilong showdown. He still loves yellow hair girl, either agree to their consummation of marriage, or he rolled out of the household book. Zhu Kailan and Shen Yilong's faces turned green at that time and directly told Shen Jiafeng to roll. In Shen Yilong's words, "We don't need you to marry. You can find whatever you want, but you can't find people with the worst character and the greediest personality, right?" Shen Jiafeng is also very domineering. The household account moved, turned his head in yellow hair girl married together. Shen Jiafeng bought a suite for the yellow hair girl, bought a set for yellow hair her brother, and found himself a car company to work. It was also then that everyone realized that Shen Jiafeng had also taken a master's degree in mechanics, which was very impressive. Unfortunately, Shen Jiafeng love yellow hair girl but do not know enough. Think they are as beautiful as a flower. Throw down. Shen Jiafeng's children climbed to Wang Fuguei, his father's bed. This was one of the reasons why Shen Jiayun hated Wang Fuguei. Shen Jiafeng managed to live the life of a single father. This was what Shen Jiayun knew about him when he last contacted Shen Jiafeng. Picking up the phone, Shen Jiayun hesitantly said, "Jiafeng, is something wrong?" "Brother," a hoarse voice rang out, "I want to attend mom's birthday party next month." Chapter 31, Joking. Shen Jiayun fell into silence. "You participate in it? Why do you talk to me? We brothers do not have much common language in this matter. I want to ask mom and dad for a share of the equity." Shen Jiafeng firmly said, "The share of equity that belongs to me." "What?" Shen Jiayun was shocked and said incredulously, "Older brother, are you crazy and want to piss off mom and dad?" At this moment, Shen Jiayun really felt that his brother Shen Jiafeng was crazy. Since coming out to work and earning his own money, Shen Jiayun has realized the truth that if you don't earn it yourself, never say it belongs to you. The reason is very simple. His colleagues let him invite dinner. Shen Jiayun does not want to invite, because it is very simple. Why? Now is also a reason. Shen is Shen Yilong and Zhu Kailan stall up. Is two people little by little to fight out? So Shen only belongs to Shen Yilong and Zhu Kailan, two people. Deep breath. Shen Jiayun bitter persuasion, older brother. Brother, these months earned a little money. The hand is not much. There are 300,000. If you have something, I can all give you, but also to your second sister to borrow. We do not need to go to mom and dad in front of the death. I already pissed mom and dad off enough once last year, so don't you dare. Count on it, brother, please. There was no reply. The other end of the phone fell directly into silence. Shen Jiafeng did not understand. His own waste of a big brother has not always hated Bamboo Kailan and Shen Yilong? Now how can he still speak up for them? Just when Shen Jiayun thought that Shen Jiafeng had hung up the phone, Shen Jiafeng spoke hesitantly. "Don't you hate mom and dad? They've completely given up on you and kicked you out of the house." Shen Jiafeng does not understand. According to reason, you should not be angry at this time? Shouldn't you listen to me say that I want to go home to fight for the property? Directly rise up angrily. By the way, cursed Zhu Kailan and Shen Yilong blind. Even gave the shares to Shen Mo, that bastard. To Shen Jieji, that woman? Scratching his head and sighing deeply, Shen Jiayun said softly, "At first, I hated it, but when I left my home and was nothing, when I made money alone, when I saw real ordinary people worrying about $200, when I listened to my friend in the live broadcasting room tell me that he needed his sister's dowry support to get married for school, and when I followed Qinglu Qingqing to help the poor in the mountainous areas, I realized how much I used to be happy, and I realized how well my life had gone." Shen Jiayun's eyes looked out the window. When he remembered, he had lived in a villa and ate imported chocolates, so he hadn't suffered much. Probably the most bitter ones were all the ones who did not do well in school and got beaten up for being naughty. But when Shen Jiayun was kicked out and followed Lu Qingqing to help the poor and deliver supplies a year ago, he knew that he could be too happy before, and he hated what he hated, which no one else dared to think about. Shen Jiayun thinks that 200,000 a month living expenses are too little, but those children in the mountains, $200 do not dare to think. 2 cows can marry a yellow girl. It's still all natural. So the softness in Shen Jiayun's bones made him start to fantasize about how hard it was to start a business with Bamboo Kailan and Shen Yilong. Shen Jiafeng dismayed. He did not expect Shen Jiayun just being kicked out of the house a few months to change so much. This is too outrageous. And Lu Qingqing, that famous porn star in the entertainment industry, would even do charity? Unbelievable. Too unbelievable. Shen Jiayun's perception of Lu Qingqing was all a porn star who made her debut by rubbing her body. Shen Jiayun was immediately dissatisfied when he heard this, and said with anger, "The family style is full of anger. What's there to be angry about? A junior-born porn star. It's indeed hard for people to imagine her doing charity." Shen Jiafeng did not hide his disdain. Shen Jiayun was just about to retort when the phone was hung up. Angry Shen Jiayun dialed over again, but the result was that no one answered and was blacked out. What an asshole. Shen Jiayun felt that the other party was even more of an asshole than he was, and had gone abroad to study for nothing. After the gas, Shen Jiayun continued to browse the handmade works on the internet. Half a day later, he picked a handmade incense, the main focus of tranquilizing the spirit. Not expensive, only $30,000, he can afford to shell out. After ordering, packing up and lying on the bed, Shen Jiayun is turning over and over and cannot sleep. In the end, he got up and took out his cell phone, sending a message to Shen Jia about Shen Jiafeng. In the morning over breakfast, Shen Mo told Lu Yu about Bamboo Kai Lan's birthday. "Do you want to go?" Lu Yu asked Shen Mo with a smile. Shen Mer was a bit torn. He had never been there before. Of course, he wasn't qualified to go. Going in his position wasn't a blessing, it was an added burden. "Words for now. I don't know if I should go," Shen Mo said honestly. "Go on, Ms. Vineyard," who happened to be walking into the dining room, said softly. Shen Mo got up and served Ms. Wanya a bowl of stick ballast porridge and took 2 hot pickled cabbage buns. After receiving it, Ms. Wanya narrowed her eyes and said softly, "In the past, you didn't go because Bamboo Kai Lan and Shinilong didn't know how to face you, but now that they've already treated you as their own family, you still have to go." Saying that, Ms. Wanya glanced at Lu Yu and said thoughtfully, "The two of you are now doing your own company, and in the future, you will have to take over Lu's and my company, and you will have to deal with a lot of dealings in the rich and powerful circle in the future, so it is a good thing for you to go." Shen Mo nodded his head and said with a sudden realization, "Then go." Shen Mo thinks that his biggest advantage is to listen to advice. As the saying goes, listen to people and eat. Lu Yu nodded in agreement as well. "For gifts, I suggest you prepare something northeastern. Nothing too expensive." Possibly afraid that the duo would not know, Ms. Vineyard gently instructed. This one made Shen Mo curious. Shouldn't this be the time to show off a wave of wealth and come in high? Yanuki rolled her eyes. On the way to the company, Shen Mo curiously said, "Why don't you prepare an expensive gift?" Lu Yu used her cell phone to brush the messages in her mailbox while easily explaining. Bamboo Kai Lan and Shinilong's family is wealthy. Their private assets are estimated to be in the tens of billions of dollars. So what kind of valuables haven't they seen before? And the duo is also known in the circle for not loving celebrity paintings and calligraphy. There is no collection fetish in existence. So, might as well send something rare. With that said, Lu Yu exited her phone's email and rummaged through her albums to find a picture. Saying easily, "Let's just send this." Shen Mo twisted his head and looked straight up. "Awesome, sis. You're actually giving away running mountain hogs." Lu Yu smiled faintly. "A proper mountain running pig? I'm sure Bamboo Kai Lan and Shinilong have never eaten it. When the time comes, you'll go and perform another live pig killing, absolutely rocking the house." Shimmer was silent. "Sister, are you sure the two of us won't get punched out if we do this?" Ryuki hemmed and hawed and casually said. "Just kidding." Chapter 32 Pure Toolman. Shen Mer breathed a sigh of relief. When Shen Mo and Lu Yu came to the company, they received a report from Aunt Chen that Xiao Bai, Li Zi, and Lan Lan's video accounts were on fire. In order to strike while the iron is hot, Auntie Chen suggested poaching someone from Hoya Media to aid in the subsequent creation as well as attracting traffic, which is all in the same family anyway. Then, Ms. Wanya threw Hoya Media directly to Lu Yu. So far, the employees of Hoya Media successfully lived a life of working 2 jobs and receiving 1.5 salaries. It could be that some were born to burst into flames, or that they caught the wave of the times, or that the operation was awesome. Aunt Chen combined with Hoya Media's professional operation. The crew ordered a co-creation model for Xiao Bai, Li Zi and Lan Lan. The creation of a skit with Xiao Bai dressed as Wang Ma was listed separately, and then a series of female bullies visiting the store was started. Xiao Bai visits the restaurant and tastes the dishes outside. Plum carries on catching chickens, planting land, farming, and focusing on an original. Lan Lan was in charge of getting the dishes out for everyone to taste. An assembly line came down and allowed the trio to link up successfully. Next, Hoya Media's professional operations booked a 7-day video script on the amount of northeastern dishes available online. Xiaobai goes to visit the store Iron Pot Stewed Goose. Plum performs Beauty vs. Goose. Lan Lan live streams making an iron skillet goose stew with discus. When foreign tourists follow Xiaobai's live broadcast to the restaurant to taste the Iron Pot Stewed Goose, looking at the steaming pot of goose directly stunned. An otherworldly beauty hit everyone's head. Everyone burst out laughing when they saw Xiaobai, a great beauty, acting out an embarrassing drama and spitting out really bad food while nibbling goose meat on the pot and soaking the soup with cakes. Then he lamented that Xiaobai had the potential to be an eater, and ate so much that everyone got hungry. The trio's video rushed to the top along with the topic of the amount of northeastern food, and Urban was taken straight out of the circle. Shen Mo and Luyu were forced to start working overtime, coordinating with all parties, docking, communicating, and escorting interests. Urban ended up giving Moonmare Media the status of promotional ambassador. It's a big piece of cake. With a big wave of her hand, Luyu swallowed Moon Silence Media and Haya Media together. Some people live Northeast food, some people live snowball fights, some people live Northeast square dance, and some people live bath culture, and even more people live raising dogs and pigs. Luyu even coordinated with Urban and booked a whole set of tours to the Northeast. With the outing, Shenmare also saw how Luyu made money in this Irving outing extravaganza. For example, in the course of the live broadcast, Grandpa's runaway hog farm is a big fire, and immediately opened to the tourist crowd to put in the feeding, pig-killing vegetable restaurant. Live pigs are now killed in other projects. There are also Luyu's personal investment in bathing centers, agricultural music and so on, are making a big profit, and that's not even counting what you make from the anchors. This makes Shen Mo, who followed Luyu, had to sigh with emotion, worthy of being a female president. The idea of making money is different from others. This is the media company as a propaganda channel. When deduced that urban tourism to begin to bubble, Luyu immediately contacted a number of small workshops in the Northeast, and they talk about cooperation. The whole of a Northeast characteristics of the big stores. It specializes in special products. Wuchang rice, corn flour, corn noodles, potato flour, potato noodles. The main one is all natural. Immediately after that, Willow Moon went on to contract a large tract of black land. It's the Northeast grain that's the most profitable. When our anchors live some more, we'll sell authentic corn, flour, and rice. This set of Luyu's behavior of eating from the upstream to the downstream made Shen Mo cry out. And because this operation of Luyu made the bottom farmers also eat the benefits, Urban was more friendly to Luyu, and even had the intention of letting her take on the role of economic advisor. However, Luyu refused. In Luyu's words, she is also making money, so she does not take credit for it, but only have to give Shen Mo a publicity ambassador. This makes Shen Mo very speechless. Why are you looking for a job for me again? In Shen Mo's opinion, he was already tired enough from cooperating with Xiaobai, Lan Lan, and Li Zi in filming and recording videos of himself and Luyu. Most importantly, why is the status of promotional ambassador even dancing? When Shen Mo learned that Luyu asked him to dance and sing for the tourists who came to visit, Shen Mo almost got angry. On what grounds? Luyu, on the other hand, smirked and came up with, clothes do not return home, as if they were brocade. Hubby, you have such a great body and talk so well. If I don't let people see how good you are, how will they envy me? A sentence that successfully doused Shen Mo's anger. Honey, you've got a point. I'll listen to you. The day before going to Bamboo Kai Lan's birthday party, Shen Mo sang and danced on the stage prepared by Luyu, loudly venting his excellence. When the sweat wet his shirt, revealing that perfect body with 8-pack abs, male dog waist, and praying mantis legs, Shen Mo once again rushed to the hot search. Luyu nodded fiercely at the bottom and exclaimed, "This is my husband, my husband." This caused many women to scream and say, "Luyu, your kid eats too well too." Envy and jealousy, only not hate. There's no way, because Luyu openly stated under Shen Mo's video that Lama is beautiful and rich. Accompanying this perfect husband is just right. Those jealous women, hurry up and look at their own body and wallet. All of a sudden, a lot of people are stimulated to know that they are trying to get ahead. Bamboo Kai Lan's birthday gift. Shen Mo still chose to listen to Luyu after agonizing to mail 2 running mountain pigs. Shenmare thought that it would be quite unique. After dealing with the work in urban, Shen Mo and Luyu flew back to Jinghai the day before Bamboo Kai Lan's birthday. I had just landed and walked out of the airport when I saw Shen Jia. This shocked Shen Mo and Luyu. There's no need to be surprised. I guess that you guys just came back today, so I purposely came to block you. Shen Jia explained with a smile. Shen Mo and Luyu, who hadn't arranged for a pickup crew either, chose to follow Shen Jia. In the car, Shen Jia decisively used her sister's right to let Shen Missouri drive, with the destination being the Shen family's old mansion, while she herself sat in the back chatting with Luyu. Shen Jia's mouthful of sister Luyu made Luyu embarrassed. In the end, It was Shen Mo who stepped forward to interrupt and ask the reason why Shen Jia was blocking the two of them. There is nothing to hide, Shen Jia bluntly said. 2 reasons. One is that Mom's birthday is today, specially come to invite you too. And the second is that Mom feels that she should make up a mother-in-law's gift to her new daughter-in-law to Lu Yu. Shen Mo and Lu Yu were a bit embarrassed. It was their fault that the two of them forgot to visit Shen Yilong and Zucalin after their marriage. After all, no matter what, Shen Mo had grown up eating the Shen family's food. Shen Yilong hadn't shortchanged Shen Mo. On the way, Shen Jia explained the reason why Zucalin had celebrated her birthday a day early. In Zucalin's eyes, the birthday banquet wasn't a birthday. It was just a reason for the powerful families of Jinghai City to get together. Chapter 33. Before arriving at the Shen family villa, Shen Mo had a little fantasy in his heart, thinking that Zhu Kailan and Shen Yilong were somewhat recognizing him and wanted to cultivate a relationship. When he arrived at the Shen family villa, Zucalin smiled and pulled Lu Yu away, and Shen Yilong led Shen Mo to the 2 pigs. Shen Mo realized that it was for him to come over to kill the pigs. Bamboo Kailan led Lu Yu in the villa to chat freely on the floor. Shen Mo led the chef, nanny, bodyguard in the corner of the villa to kill pigs. Shen Yilong stood on the side to smoke. After bleeding the pig, Shen Mo wanted to go to Lu Yu, was stopped by Shen Yilong, threw him a cigarette, and the two squatted aside to watch the rest deconstruct the pig. After a while, Shen Yilong suddenly spoke. I heard Wenya say that you know how to make a whole pig feast, so I'll trouble you later. Aha! Shen Mo was speechless and looked at the sky. He had known not to come. Shen Yilong snorted. My wife should be transferring shares to your wife right now. What? Shen Mo was stunned. What does this mean? The marriage between the two families, no matter how rugged the process is, it's finally completed. So the shares that should be given to the female party should still be given. Shen Yilong explained lightly. At this moment, Shen Mo was filled with strength. The whole pig feast, I have to make it perfect for him today, so that Bamboo Kailan will be happy to eat it. Stomping the cigarette out, Shen Mo rolled up his sleeves and walked towards the chef who was deconstructing. Get out of the way. Big man, I've come to show you some swordplay. There are some great dishes that have to be made with great meat, and the great meat, when it's cut, has to be cut out. Shen Yilong was speechless when he saw this. Good boy, really seeing money. However, Shen Yilong didn't really hate this kind of behavior. Sometimes bloodlines, kinda strange, but not as important as a wife. Inside the villa, Zhu Kailan handed a contract representing 3% of Shen's equity to Lu Yu. Yanuki didn't refuse either. According to her uncles from the Lu clan, the Lu clan was now carrying out a lot of cooperation with the Shen clan. The union came to fruition, and the two sides built a number of factories in joint ventures, all of which are now profitable. But the lead is Shen Jia, which has been Shen's main performance in Shen for the last many months. Lu Yu was still the heir of the Lu group, and naturally supported the marriage and cooperation between the two families. At the same time, Lu Yu also realized that Shen's future was going to be handed over to Shen Jia. That was probably why she was invited to come over with Shen Mo. After thinking it through, Lu Yu made a deal with Shen Jia as well, selling her 3% of the shares of the Lu group. This has always been the case with large companies. You have me and I have you. Shen Mo really gave a whole pig feast, which makes Shen Jialong cannot help but spit. You kid really love your wife very much. Heard that you want to give your wife money, so you directly put a lot of effort. Zucalin also smiled happily when she saw the table of dishes and complimented Shen Mo and Lu Yu's relationship was really good. At the dinner table, Shen Yilong and Zucalin inquired about Moon Silence Media. Lu Yu said what she had said to Lu Xinhua back then, causing Zucalin and Shen Yilong to be dismayed. The duo thought it was a bit outrageous. Shen Jia to the point that she found it interesting enough to want to participate in a share in the Moon Silent Media. She felt that this is a lane for future sales. Shen's group was initially started as a hardware trade. Bamboo Kailan and Shen Yilong caught up with the scarcity of domestic steel. The Russian steel exports of the wind, by virtue of the crazy rise in the price of steel to take off. But that doesn't mean Shen's group doesn't have a crisis. That's the problem with sales channels. Shen Group's business in Europe, the Americas, sales channels are too dependent on those in their own countries. So many years over, it is difficult to open. Suffice it to say in a nutshell, when distributors tell their products to lower prices, they have to lower prices, and when they tell them to raise prices, they have to raise prices, or else their business channels overseas will be instantly broken. They wouldn't be able to sell their Shen's hardware products overseas. Shen Jia had an idea. Why can't we open sales channels from other channels? If Shen's Holdings media, entertainment industry has a development overseas, then can they not go the way of online shopping to sell their products out? Of course, this won't happen overnight. It will take a very long time to plan. But Shen Jia also briefly mentioned it. Shen Yilong and Zucalin didn't stop it. It's good for the child to have his own ideas. They just need to watch. If you can take the overseas pricing right from the hands of overseas dealers, it would be better not to take over. It does not matter. Anyway, Shen's now many factories are built with overseas joint ventures. Those dealers have shares in the subsidiary products. Will not be haphazard pricing. These topics are all too high-end. Shen Mo is not able to understand a little. Can only gnaw on the elbow with both eyes? And from time to time while they stop to Shin Long clip food, give bamboo kai lan shang soup, lick the rice for Shin Jia, and wipe Lu Yu's mouth and so on. Looking at the attentive Shen Mo, Lu Yu was curious and couldn't help but laugh when Shen Mo recommended the effects of hoof soup to Zucalin. Hubby, you're very happy today, ah? Shen Mo nodded his head and hemmed and hawed. This is not going home. Of course I'm happy. You got the shares of Shin Group. That's all silver for nothing. It's only right for me to be attentive. Yanuki was touched in her heart that her husband was helping her in his own way. Shenilong scoffed at Shen Mo's words. You kid. It's because we gave money. Zucalin smiled faintly and did not say anything to Shen Mo's words. Shin Jia to come to everyone in the future to walk around more. The opportunity to eat will not be less. Everyone chose to laugh at that comment. After dinner, Zucalin left Lu Yu and Shen Mo to stay, which made Lu Yu couldn't help but feel a sigh of pity. Poor parents, ah, and then refused. She has a home. And there is a pair of nannies at home who like to read overbearing presidential literature. When he returned to the villa, Wang Ma and Li's sister-in-law had already cleaned up the house and the hot water had been put on. The two nanny aunts, who hadn't seen each other for a long time, were as cheerful as ever, looking at Lu Yu and Shen Mo with bright eyes. The only regret is that Mrs. Li is quitting her job and wants to go home to serve her own daughter for the month. Sister Li's daughter married a scummy man and now she has to go to her father and leave her son behind. Lu Yu decisively refused to let sister-in-law Li's daughter come and stay here at the villa. Anyway, she had another one next door and she shouldn't be in Jinghai City in the last few months. This makes Shen Mo very puzzled. Why? Lu Yu's explanation was simple. Sister Li's daughter, Li Mingming, was the financial director of Lu's group. Sister Li had been working in the Lu family for 30 years and had brought Li Mingming with her since she was 15 years old. Li Mingming lived in the Lu family until she graduated, and belonged to Lu Yu's good friends. So, what's the point of quitting? Just pick up the family. Sister Li is terrified. She thinks not. Lu Yeye decisively began to reason. Up is? Sister Li, don't make a fuss. You saved my life. How can I let you leave? Besides, where to do is not dry ah. Not to mention, you are my dowry. The next morning Lu Yu pulled Shen Mo, Wang Ma, and Li's sister-in-law in a van to Li Mingming's house. Chapter 34. Fortune Neighborhood. When Lu Yu and Shen Mo arrived, Li Mingming was sitting on the ground in a thin dress, holding her child. A woman was leading people to punch and kick her, and a man was watching the show from the side. Lu Yu saw this scene directly enraged, copied the golf club in the car and rushed up, drove the people away, shielding Li Mingming's side. Li's sister-in-law wowed and cried. She did not understand. Last night when the phone call was still laughing and joking daughter today how to be beaten by people. Wang Ma hurriedly carried the child in Li Mingming's arms over. Shen Mo glanced at the broken cell phone on the ground to understand what was going on, and similarly carried a golf club to protect in front of Li Mingming. At this moment, Shen Mo was glad that they were driving Shin Jia's car, and even more glad that Shin Jia liked to play golf. Yo yo yo, Junior's helpers are here, the woman who had beaten Li Mingming taunted. There was also a circle of people watching the show around them at this point, and there were also people filming with their cell phones. Junior? Lu Yu frowned. What's going on? She knows Li Mingming. This is a gentle, kind and loyal woman. A woman that her grandfather personally chose and raised. It's impossible to be a mistress. The woman who beat Li Mingming looked at Lu Yu and Shen Mo not speaking, sneered and continued. This woman gave my husband as a third, and now she wants to run away with her child in her arms. I tell you, dream on. You must recover all the money my husband spent on her. That house up there. We have to pay for it. The people around them were pointing at Li Mingming. Li Mingming said aloud that she did not. She was also deceived. She knew that the man has a wife and asked to break it off. But the man came over yesterday, said to borrow the night, and will leave today. But this morning this woman brought someone. Li Mingming said she has money, face and job. It is impossible for her to be a third for someone. The house upstairs was given to her by Willow Moon. Willow Moon likewise came forward to testify and reveal her identity. But the woman sneered and took out her own marriage certificate, and took out her cell phone, revealing a video of Li Mingming and her husband going in and out. Bottom line, you're a 3. And that's a fact. Lu Yu and Li Mingming were furious. And Wang Ma and Li's sister-in-law rushed up and cursed. But the opposite side is not vegetarian. The same followed the curse. They said they also want to go to Lu's group to make trouble. Lu Yu's identity made the other party even more excited. After all, rich people want face. The man who had lied to Li Mingming also rushed out and knelt at the woman's feet, complaining about Li Mingming seducing him. Shen Mo laughed. I thought, what's the matter? So it's a bumper sticker scam. Lu Yu, who was anxious, looked at Shen Mo in confusion. What does it mean? Snorting, Shen Mo swept a glance at the onlookers and said loudly, everyone who videotaped this, remember to send it out afterward, because I'm going to call the police now, and the videos you're holding are evidence of the other party's future incarceration. Shen Mo's voice made everyone confused. Hold grass. Thought to watch a scene to catch adultery, but it turned out to be a legal drama. The man and woman across the street are dumbfounded. What does that mean? The woman said unconvincingly. What are you, bull? We're not afraid of the police when they come. Uncle Police. My friend has suffered from fraud, robbery, and murder. Shen Mo directly called the police regardless. The scene left all the onlookers stunned. After the police call was hung up, Shen Mo asked Lu Yu to contact the hospital and prepare for an injury inspection, followed by asking Lu Yu to contact a lawyer to prepare for the prosecution of the crime of bigamy and fraudulent marriage. Shen Mo's confident look stunned the people around him, and the people on the opposite side were dumbfounded. Lu Yu believed Shen Mo and calmly dialed the phone. The woman and the man across the street and the people who brought them are at this point overwhelmed and don't know what to do with themselves. Run? That's proof of a weak heart. Not running? They themselves know what they've done. Enough to become a crime do not know, but definitely does not account for. After Shen Mo saw that they were weak, the corner of his mouth even hooked up a cold smile, and he had guessed correctly that the other party had come over to swindle Li Mingming. As for why Li Mingming, a highly educated woman like Li Mingming, would scam and bully, Shen Mo felt that the reason was simple. High knowledge is not equal to omnipotence, and hooligans do not wait to be uneducated. Obviously, this is the opposite side set up for Li Mingming, in order to scam Li Mingming's house and money. If Shen Mo remembered correctly, Li Mingming's house should be worth $10 million. Fortune neighborhood. The name of Earth, but the developer is great. Is the Jinghai famous construction group development? The house here is good quality, good environment, divided into small square meters, large square meters, flat, duplex, villa. Li Mingming, this is a large flat, a full 300 square feet. Well worth the effort of scamming someone. The security manager of the neighborhood came over sweating, and when he saw Lu Yu, he directly punched and kicked the security officer who had arrived earlier and had been watching the show. I never should have promised your sister to let you come over to work. Do you have any idea what it means to be an owner first? Get out. Get the hell out. Shen Mo and Lu Yu didn't speak as the security manager brought people to surround the other party. The woman on the other side finally panicked and colorfully said, we're not afraid of you. We have the advantage. Lu Yu and Wang Ma tried to speak, and Shen Mo said indifferently, do you have the upper hand? It doesn't matter. The police will step in. The more you panic, the more excited I get. I'm not as good as my wife at high-end business bureaus, but I'm all too familiar with these low-end fraudulent rogue bureaus. Thinking back, my grandmother was a fighter on the front line of melon eating, a famous gossip maker in our county, and one of the purposes of opening a barbecue restaurant was to listen to gossip from all sides. I, Shimmer, am battle-hardened. Lu Yu listened to Shen Mo's heart and looked at his smug expression. Her heart was happy. That's funny. The police, the lawyers, the ambulance arrived almost back to back. The police immediately split into three ways. One way to stay behind to collect evidence, one way to go to the hospital with Li Mingming, and one way to take the crowd to the police station. As soon as he went in, Shen Mo voiced his suspicions that the other party was a fraud, aiming to cheat on Li Mingming. The opposite side doesn't recognize it, but the lawyer Lu Yu called was powerful enough to take the available evidence and get the other side a robbery first, intentional injury, and directly top to murder. The police officer was silent with the medical report of injuries from the hospital and the video of their beating in the neighborhood. The incident took place in the morning, and the opposite officer was admitted to the guardhouse in the afternoon after the lawyer's seizure. Lawyers in accordance with the ideas provided by Shen Mo, the evidence provided by Li Mingming, the money provided by Lu Yu, directly back to the law firm. Brothers, a big case, the employer thieves have money. The purpose of the other side to send in, come on, in no time, lawyers specializing in criminal law cases, lawyers specializing in matrimonial cases, and lawyers specializing in fraud cases arrived. After 3 sessions of poo-poo and 3 sessions of questioning for evidence, the lawyers assured me that they would absolutely be able to sue the other side in. After all, according to Li Mingming's words, it was the man who chased after her and deliberately dragged his feet on not getting married and getting a license, saying that he didn't covet her property. Li Mingming is really devastated. She has money, face and job. She grew up with a happy and fulfilling life. How did she suffer in love? In the afternoon, Lu Yu again instructed the lawyer must send the other party in, and comforted Li Mingming. led it to her home to live, and gave the construction group made a phone call, ruthlessly sued the other security a small report after the other party went with Shen Mo to change clothes, ready to participate in the Bamboo Open Orchid formal birthday banquet. Chapter 35. Something's wrong. Bamboo Kai Lan's birthday banquet was held at the largest hotel in Jinghai City. There were already quite a few people who had arrived early when Shen Mo and Lu Yu arrived. Looking at the hotel manager who was personally receiving in the lobby, Shen Mo couldn't help but feel emotional in his heart. Good grief. I didn't need the fictional incident of the porter looking down on people. Yanuki wanted to laugh. In the gorgeous banquet hall, Shen Mo scanned left and right, and there was not a single familiar face. Lu Yu, to a point, just came in and was pulled away by her best friend Zhao Yanyan. Left and right with nothing to do, Shen Mo wandered around. Looking at the giant cake in the center was very emotional. How much money is this? It didn't take long to run into Lu Qingqing, who was chatting with Lu Xinhua's secretary, Li Qingyue, both of them wearing a gown. The two people did not think of the sword. On the contrary, is also chatting quite good. See, Shen Mo is also warmly greeted. Li Qingyue smiled in Lu Qingqing's chat content. Very simple. Li Qingyue in the name of their own daughters in the Lu Qingqing's company into the point of the shares, and introduced a lot of resources to the Lu Qingqing. Shen Mo laughed after hearing this and congratulated Lu Qingqing, directly turning over the serfs in the entertainment industry and becoming the master of the house. Ever since Lu Xinhua gave Lu Qingqing an entertainment company, Lu Qingqing apologized to Lu Yu at fire speed and asked for forgiveness at light speed. Lu Yu also did not pursue. After all, it is not a big deal. Lu Qingqing looked at Shen Mo's clean eyes and envied Lu Yu. Such a good man. How was Lu Yu eaten into the mouth? The three chatted for a while. Lu Qingqing was dragged away by the acquaintance of the noblewoman to chat about some private cooperation. Li Qingyue also went to chat with people she knew, and for a while Shen Mo fell alone again. Shen Mo is indifferent to this. His ability is limited, and those big shots cannot talk about anything, and do not want to be born to come up. The really bored Shen Mo came to the safe passage behind the banquet hall and prepared to light a cigarette here to relieve his boredom. Only just pushed his way in to meet a group of waiters. These waiters did not panic when they saw Shen Mo, and even handed Shen Mo a leafy cigarette, which made Shen Mo curious and stayed to kibitz with them and listen to them blowing awesome. The reason they weren't afraid of Shen Mo was because they were all temporary workers, doing this one day, and their jobs were all about delivering things and such. Through the chat, Shen Mer learned that this group of people is actually rumored on the network god. They do a day off 5 days. Their identity documents are mortgaged, so they have leaf smoke. This caused Shen Mo to be shocked and equally curious, and chatted with the group. It must be said that they do know a lot of things. For example, because they are often in and out of various hotels and factories as temporary workers, they have seen a lot of things that others do not know. For example, there's a rich guy in the ballroom right now with the name Sun, who is the good guy image on the internet, and as a result has a long private room in some hotel. Shen Mo instantly came to the interest, followed the group of gods chatting up. It's good to eat melon, even if it's not live. For this reason Shen Mo also went out to find the hotel manager and exchanged 2,000 in cash from him. The gods who received the money were even more excited, and told Shen Mo all kinds of melons that they knew. However, the gods are also very ethical, told Shen Mo, these things are not quite true, but Shen Mer doesn't matter, just pack the excitement. After all, you can't expect Lu Yu to talk to him about how the boss's wife of the Jian Gong group is a lousy gambler who worshipped her godfather when she was young, how the young prince and crown princess of the Tinglong group are each playing their own game, and that Fei Hyung group's current millennium is a fake, and that the real millennium is now abroad. In addition to this, there is the Zhao family group's 1,000 gold. Zhao Yanyan is a lesbian woman. She is outside the hotel. Bring men to the time. Those men did not stay for a while, will leave. The room is particularly clean. The women will be very messy instead. Shen Mo sucked in a breath of cool air. So exciting, but also tense up, afraid that Shen Mo does not believe. These gods also cited their own knowledge of the channel. Fei Hung group 1,000 gold is to follow them together as a god. Zhao Yanyan, the thing is they go to Zhao Yanyan often pack the hotel to play temporary work. Listen to those clean up the room ants said. That's the reason for not including the real thing. Originally, Shen Mo wanted to listen to it for a while longer, but unexpectedly, a loud bang suddenly came from the banquet hall, and Shen Mo hurriedly rushed out. What met Shen Mo's eyes was a mess. Giant cakes fell all over the floor. Zukalan and Shen Yilong, with ironic faces, confronted a handsome youth, and an incredibly cute-looking little girl pulled on the youth's pants and bawled, shouting to go home. Shen Jiayun rushed out from nowhere, dragging the handsome young man to leave, and kept apologizing to Shen Yilong and Zukalan. Shen Mo only heard Shen Zhejia's voice say icily, Shen Jiafeng, Mom and Dad are happy that you came to the birthday party, but what do you mean now? Looking at the Shen Jia phone that was completely different from his impression, Shen Mo stared wide-eyed. Snap. His shoulder was suddenly tapped, and Shen Mo turned his head back to see Lu Yu and Zhao Yanyan. I only heard Lu Yu whisper, "You absolutely cannot go over there." Shen Mo nodded, his eyes looking back to the field, except that his eyes couldn't help sweeping to the imperial sister Zhao Yanyan next to him, especially as she was holding Lu Yu's hand, which was particularly piercing. Doesn't look like a lesbian. How do I persuade my wife to stay away from her? I can't imagine that I'll ever have to defend myself not only against men but also against women. What a headache. It's still the reason why the wife is too good. Hearing this heartfelt voice, Lu Yu's body immediately trembled. What does it mean? My best friend likes me? Don't be so horrible. What should I do? Do I fight back desperately? Or do I get my husband to step in? It was Shin Jiayun's exasperated voice that finally pulled Lu Yu back, only to see Shin Jiayun picking up the little girl on the ground and handing it over to Lu Qingqing, letting the dumbfounded other party help carry it for a bit, and carrying Shin Jiafeng on his own to leave, cursing as he did so. If I had known that you, this bastard, were coming over to cause trouble, I wouldn't have come. Shin Jiayun was aggrieved. Shen Jiayun, if you really don't want me to put up with you, you'll put this asshole down. Bamboo Kai Lan gritted her teeth. Shin Jiayun made a jolt, put down Shin Jiafeng, and immediately retreated to the side, a scene that made everyone ponder. Lu Yu slowly said, "This Shin Jiayun fellow is still as mama's boy as ever." Zhao Yanyan smiled on the side and said, "You said this Shin Jiayun is quite interesting. Sometimes he does extremely stupid things, but he is more foolishly loyal to his father and his mother. This is the diversity of human beings." Lu Yu followed the words and let go of Zhao Yanyan's hand and hugged onto Shen Mo's arm. She was afraid that Shen Mo would rush up later and had to pull. Shen Yilong took 2 deep breaths, knowing that today's face was considered to be lost, directly stepped forward and calmly said, "Shen Jiafeng, from the moment you left home, we don't have much of a relationship anymore. So tell me, what is the purpose of your coming here today?" Chapter 36. Shen Yilong didn't believe that his smartest, highest IQ son would rush in for no reason and directly overturn the table. There must be a reason. Shen Yilong also glanced at the little girl held by Lu Qingqing, which should be considered his granddaughter. Unfortunately, Shin Jiafeng patted his clothes and said in a deep voice, "I want the shares, and I want to go back to work for the group." He's crazy. What's the difference between your request and asking for food? The point is, how can he be so justified in asking for food and ruin his own mother's birthday party? Is this a death wish? Shunmer was stunned. The others also froze after hearing Shin Jiafeng's request, completely unable to understand what this child's thinking. Back then you made a big deal about leaving home for yellow hair and said you could make it on your own. Today you come back. First you ruin your own mom's birthday party, and right after that you want shares and to go back to work for your own company. What gives you the right to do that? With your big face? Come to participate in the Bamboo Kai Lan birthday banquet. There are a lot of big shots. Everyone with a pitiful look at Shin Yilong and Bamboo Kai Lan. The circle recognized as the conscience of the entrepreneurs, to help a lot of business friends through the difficult times, or recognized as the strength of the explosion of the two couples. How to have such a sinful child. At the same time, he also looked at Shin Jujia. Fortunately there was another girl carrying things. Shin Jiafeng suddenly pointed at Shen Mo, and in Shin Mo's shocked eyes, Shin Jiafeng growled, "Why give the shares to this bastard son of his? Who does he count as? All his life should be mine now. What makes him a man who should be rotting in the gutter? What makes him a man of honor? What makes him live so well?" Hearing this, all the smart people in the room came to their senses. Oh, so it's jealousy. Snap. Shin Jiafeng looked incredulously at Lu Yu, who slapped him. Just now, as soon as Shin Jiafeng's words fell, Lu Yu directly rushed up. Bang! Lu Yu's 6-centimeter high heels kicked Shin Jiafeng directly in the stomach, kicking him out. This violent scene made Lu Qingqing subconsciously press the child into her arms and whispered, "Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid." Shin Jiayun gulped. "Mama, how painful it must be." Lu Yu pulled out a tissue from the table next to her and calmly wiped her hands, indifferently saying, "Shin Jiafeng, say one more word about my husband and see, do you believe me? I'll just get you killed." Gulp. The people present felt the murderous aura on Lu Yu's body and collectively sucked in a breath of air. "Mama, this is true love." Grasping the grass. "Wife is so handsome." Grasping the grass. "My wife loves me so much." Shen Mo was thrilled to death. Was there anything in this world that made a person happier than his wife loving him? The corner of Lu Yu's mouth hooked up a smile. No wonder mom always likes to protect Aunt Wanya. This is really cool. Wife, I want to give you monkeys. Lu Yu blushed. This is not necessary. I do not want my husband to turn into a sister. Shin Jiafeng stood up, his eyes red, and hissed a cold laugh. He, Lu Yu, besides being able to beat people, what else can you do? Yanuki stepped forward and snapped another mouthful. If I don't hit someone, won't my CQC be wasted? The valiant Lu Yu made everyone present reminisce about the years dominated by Qin Hao. Countless people threw pitiful eyes at Shen Mo. Boy, you benefit the public. Soon after the news, a reporter asked a veteran boss who Bishing most admired. The boss said calmly, "One Yat and Shen Mo. One married to a mother Tyrannosaurus. One married to a mother Tyrannosaurus's daughter." Shen Jiafeng was going crazy. He felt like a clown at this time, and then was repeatedly whipped. He's here to ask for shares, not to get his ass kicked. Shen Jiafeng gritted his teeth and said, "Lu Yu, I'm not here to target you. I'm..." Snap. Lu Yu gave another slap and sneered. "It's not okay for you to target my husband, and it's even worse for you to target my in-laws." Zucalin and Shen Yilong felt so good and looked at Lu Yu with eyes full of favor. The duo even wondered why they hadn't been a little more decisive in the first place and taken the vegetable Ryuki into their home. Shen Jiafeng went completely crazy this time and directly roared, "Lu Yu, are you trying to support Shen Mo to the throne and take the opportunity to embezzle the Shen family property?" Snap. Lu Yu's slap this time directly slapped Shen Jia flying. A tooth flew out of his mouth and fell into Wang Fugui's wineglass not far away. Wang Fugui looked at Shen Jiafeng, looked at the teeth in the wineglass, and hurriedly ducked his 200-pound body behind his 180-pound dad. Wang Chunsheng, Wang Fugui's dad, gulped and whispered, "Son, you should have blocked in front of Dad." Wang Fugui whispered, "Dad, you and Shen Jiafeng's girlfriend have a heavier thing going on, and after you get beat up, they probably won't beat me up." The father and son were truly scared. Lu Yu was too violent. Wang Chunsheng at this time infinite regret. "Why do you want to be tempted by Shen Jiafeng, wife? This is good. All day have to be worried." Lu Yu looked at Shen Jiafeng, who was lying on the ground and couldn't get up, and laughed coldly. "Does my mother care about your Shen family's little money? I'm the woman who's going to inherit the Willow Group in the future. My mom's patents, the unknown number of shares in my Aunt Winya's name. Even if I wanted to, I could be in the rich list right now, with caring about the Shen family's 3 melons and 2 dates." The faces of the people present changed at the same time. They were insulted to the point that many of them were not as rich as the Shen family. But there are quite a few people who think of another thing, that you should still inherit the ocean of elegance. As we all know, that female Sea King BFF is all over the country. Investments are also made in the companies of male and female girlfriends, and you can receive an unknown amount of money in dividends every year. Shen Jiafeng no longer wants to get up. He regrets it. Why did he come here? At the end of the day, Shen Jiafeng was carried away, and the girl named Shen Xiaohua was detained by Zucalin. The eldest granddaughter was so hard to come by that of course she had to stay. Shen Xiaohua was scared and wanted to find her mother. Then Bamboo Kalin sent someone to find Shen Xiaohua's mother, the yellow-haired girl Zhou Xiaoqiao and Shen Jiafeng that night. Bamboo Kailan has just one request. You two get lost. Shen Xiaohua stays, and the price is whatever you want. Shen Jiafeng and Zhou Xiaoqiao want shares and to work in the group, and Zhu Kailan coldly tells them not to dream. At the end of the day, Shen Yilong clapped. $20 million. Shen Jiafeng is not willing, while Shen Yilong indifferently said, "Your father, I only love my wife, not you 3 children. You should know." Shen Mo couldn't help but feel emotional after listening to this big drama. No wonder this home is dominated by Zucalin everywhere. The next day the girl Shen Xiaohua was renamed Shen Mengli. On the 3rd day after the banquet, Lu Yu and Shen Mo, who had stayed behind to deal with Li Mingming and incidentally learn about Lu's operations, were invited to the Shen family for dinner. Zucalin hugged Shen Mengli and said with a sad expression, "Yilong and I have failed too much as parents. That's why we decided to take Mengli to live abroad and leave the domestic business to Jia Jia." Shen Mo was speechless. The blow that Shen Jiayun and Shen Jiafeng had dealt to this couple was still too great. Chapter 37, A Bland Parting. The day Shen Yilong and Zucalin left was a sunny day. Shen Mo, Lu Yu, Shen Jiajia, and Shen Jiayun went together to deliver it. Looking at Zucalin and Shen Yilong with smiles on their faces, Shen Mo's heart burst with emotion. "I thought there would be some kind of life and death." Lu Yu rolled her eyes. "Where there are so many life and death, this is out of the country, but not out of the ball. For the Shen family, this distance is only a plane ticket to solve the matter." Shen Yilong and Zucalin are more still saying goodbye to Shen Jiajia, Shen Jiayun, and telling Shen Jiayun to keep it up and not be as much of a jerk as before. The whole Shen Jiayun is very unhappy. He has improved well, not to mention that his bottom is not bad. In Shen Jiayun's words, he's just like Bai Zhantang in martial arts, who made a big mistake when he was young because he didn't meet a good person. But at bottom he's still good. Shen Yilong and Zucalin didn't say much about it. As qualified businessmen, they wouldn't jump to conclusions until the last step. So the two of them turned to instruct Shen Jiajia, telling her that there is no need to rush in love. Must look at more and more, meet the problem more and Lu Yu to discuss. Sure enough, all of them can tell that I'm an embroidered pillow thing. Shen Mer joyfully spat to himself. Shen Jia said she will not fall in love for the time being, she wants to focus on her career. She can't see the second generation of the circles rich and powerful, and her requirements can't be met by the average man. These words made Zukailin curious, and she asked Shen Jia what kind of object she wanted. Shen Jia pointed to Shen Mo. She wants Shen Mo like this: self-aware, good-minded, good figure and physical strength, willing to serve her. In a word, Shen Jia can make money, do not need the man how good, at least must not have bad intentions. Zukailin smiled awkwardly, and finally came to say, you just don't take home a girl, mom will be satisfied. Zukailin knew too well how difficult it was to meet a man like Shen Mo. Not every man can stand the word softy. After Shen Yilong and Zukailin left, Shen Jiayun stopped Shen Mo and Lu Yu alone and solemnly apologized to them. All the previous things were his Shen Jiayun asshole. When you make a mistake, you get beaten. And Shen Jiayun let Shen Mo and Lu Yu make whatever conditions they want. Shen Mo and Lu Yu exchanged glances and said indifferently, it's fine. It's all in the past. This made Shen Jiayun very uncomfortable. Or Shen Jia told him, the dragon soaring in the sky does not care about the growling of ants. Older brother, you used to be a pendant to Willow Moon. You may have moved on and had a hard time, but would you be sad for the rest of your life because your pet dog passed away? Shen Jiayun was gloomy, so it turned out that in the eyes of truly outstanding people, what he did in the past was a joke. But soon Shen Jiayun revitalized. Life goes on, there is no need to dwell on the past. Since the other party didn't care anymore, he would just move forward again. He couldn't be like what was written in the novels, where he used to be a slave and lowly himself. The big deal is to keep the apology in mind and just go help the other person someday if they need it. Shen Mo and Lu Yu left the airport and went to the hospital to see Li Mingming. Just stepped out of the elevator to see a group of people surrounded by the entrance to the ward. Vaguely also came from Li Mingming's curses. Looking at each other, Shen Mo rushed up. What is this? Pulling away from the crowd. Shen Mo and Lu Yu saw Li Mingming with an angry face scolding an old lady angrily. Don't pull the unneeded one with my mother. The one who chased me at the beginning was your son. And I also fell in love with him, that's why I would agree to marry him without pulling the license. And I was also willing to give him a child. But old me is a love brain, not a stupid brainless one. Who am I to forgive him when he's counting on me? By his big face? By your family's poverty? Old lady, if you still remember people, you should make your son and true daughter-in-law obediently admit their mistakes, apologize, and send back some of the money they cheated me out of, instead of being here to point fingers at me, accuse me, and try to PUA me. Also, what makes you think I can still have a crush on your son after being cheated on once? Ah, I go to the father to keep the son. Taking my money to order male models night after night doesn't smell good? What does your son have after I remove the relationship brain filter? The fiery Li Mingming sprayed the old lady across the street with a pale face. Although Li Mingming couldn't curse, she couldn't help but speak fast, making it impossible for the old lady on the other side to reply. The old lady ended up being gray. Shen Mo looked at Li Mingming dumbfounded. Is this really the same girl as the one who was beaten up a few days ago and didn't dare to fight back and was full of broken feelings? Lu Yu smiled, walked up to embrace Li Mingming, and said softly, sister, you finally recovered. Li Mingming tossed her hair and said dashingly, don't worry, I've already recovered. The other day it was just me and I had to show weakness with my child in my arms. Now that my child is taken care of and I have you guys to back me up, of course I'm going to rise to the occasion. As soon as he entered the ward, Shen Mo saw Wang Ma and Li's sister-in-law who were holding stools. This is to fight if you can't win the scolding. Shen Mo felt that there was something wrong with the family style of the Lu family. Li Mingming laid down on the bed again, and as soon as she did, she revealed a soft expression and began to give Lu Yu a report on the financial situation of the Lu group. In a word, good. 2 words, very good. 3 words, exceptionally good. TSK, really reality and fiction are not the same. In the novel a large group is not moving is closed down bankruptcy. The result of Lu's and Shen's this is cash flow is sufficient. Bad debt is less a batch. Yanuki couldn't help but smile in her heart. Her husband was quite funny. However, Lu Yu was eager to tell Shen Mo one thing. Old, deep-rooted conglomerates like them often chose a conservative strategy, which was that there was bound to be a project within the group that was a source of cash flow. To ensure that the group will not be in the fictional situation where they dump their money for a project and lose all their cash flow if it fails. Taking Ryu as an example, its snack food industry is a regular source of cash flow provision. After Li Mingming's report, Lu Yu came to say that she was concerned about Li Mingming's personal situation. Li Mingming's boyfriend. No, the object of the deception is called Sun Hao, and as his name suggests, he is both a grandson and a rat. Li Mingming and Sun Hao met last year. Li Mingming was robbed when she was late from work one day and Sun Hao passed by and saved her. Li Mingming didn't think much of it and gave Sun Hao a sum of money as a thank you fee. Then the duo began the process of meeting by chance, getting to know each other, and chatting about their lives. Ended up falling in love. Li Mingming followed Sun Hao to experience a lot of new things, such as going to a roadside stall listening to Sun Hao describe the future listening to Shen Mo embarrassed. He also so snubbed Lu Yu, but he did not lie. Then Li Mingming got together with Sun Hao. She spent money on him and helped him find a job. Chapter 38, What is Family? Then later on, Lu Yu learned that Li Mingming was pregnant without a marriage license. Sun Hao's reason is that I now do not have enough financial basis, cannot give you happiness, the future. I must be compensated to you. Li Mingming in the love brain did not care. For the after-tax annual salary of $1 million. She is not bad. Sun Hao that 3 melons in 2 dates. During the pregnancy, Sun Hao also showed a man's commitment to take care of Li Mingming in all kinds of ways. At that time, Sun Hao was especially perfect, so that Li Mingming believed that Sun Hao was just trying to live a sincere life with her, and at best, he was just greedy for her money. Speaking of this, Li Mingming even glanced at Shen Mo, making Shen Mo couldn't help but spit in his heart. Don't look at me. I'm not a scumbag. I'm alone. I have no white moon, no childhood sweethearts to mess with. Lu Yu heard Shen Mo's heartfelt words and smiled. I believe that Shen Mo is not the kind of scum like Sun Hao. Li Mingming also did not say anything more. The boss himself believes that it is good. Continued, it may be because Sun Hao's impeccable care for me makes Sun Hao's wife jealous, for fear that Sun Hao really likes me to divorce her. Li Mingming paused for a moment, revealing a proud smile. She's really something to be proud of. She's young and beautiful. She has a house and a car. And marrying her is no different from picking up millions of dollars for nothing. So Sun Hao's wife sought out Sun Hao frequently, revealing the cracks. Although Li Mingming was in love at that time, she didn't lose all her intelligence, and soon found the truth by following the cracks. After learning the result, Li Mingming directly kicked Sun Hao away, going to the father to keep the son. Li Mingming could stop giving Sun Hao the money he spent, but she also didn't want to continue to be involved with Sun Hao, even to the point of losing the job he found for Sun Hao. Just to make a clean break. It's dry enough. But unfortunately at the back they don't want to scrap the game they've been laying for almost 2 years. Shen Mo had already guessed the reason why the last siege had gotten so big. Yanuki clenched her fists. How hateful. Li Mingming continued. That old woman just now is Sun Hao's mom. She came over to cause trouble, wanted the child, and wanted me to write a letter of understanding. They're dreaming. Lu Yu said breathlessly. They're dreaming. Li Mingming laughed. Yes, they are just dreaming. And they said they would make a scene on the internet and make me famous. It's stupid. Shen Mo shook his head, thinking that those guys were stupid. Top talent and companies aren't idiots and won't let you off the hook for rumor mongering. What's more, Li Mingming has enough evidence for this. Lu Yu indifferently smiled. Mingming, they want to do what they do. Make a scene on the network is not afraid. The public relations fee is not just a few 110 million. Well, when the company advertisements, when the time comes, you'll set up a big hostess persona for your decisive kicking of the scum. There's plenty of evidence. The Lu family isn't afraid. Li Mingming nodded firmly. Not afraid. She was a person who grew up in the Lu family and served the Lu family for 2 generations. In ancient times, people like her were called house children, and they were verified loyal people. Otherwise she wouldn't have been able to sit in the position of Lu's finance director. Therefore, Li Mingming didn't have a bit of psychological pressure about things like spending the Lu family's money. The Ryu family didn't mind even more. Lu Yu turned to be concerned about Li Mingming's future, the child's future education and so on. Shen Mo stayed a little bored, and Lu Yu said hello and was ready to go downstairs to sneak around a little. Just after leaving the elevator, Shen Mo met Shen Jiafeng in the hospital lobby. Alone, Shen Jiafeng was full of emaciation and his hair was shaved, and he was carrying a bag of medicine. Shen Jiafeng immediately wanted to leave. Shen Mo stepped forward and tugged him, pulling him right into the hospital's garden. Grabbing the medicine bags without saying a word and looking at them one by one. Turns out I didn't recognize any of them, so I pulled out my phone and just looked them up. Shen Jiafeng was anxious to grab it, and Shen Mo backhanded him to the ground. Asking is not an option. From Shen Mo's years of experience in reading novels, Shen Jiafeng's kind who came to the hospital alone were all pretentious ghosts. Just like now. Shen Jiafeng gritted his teeth and said, Shen Mo, you're sick. Shen Mo glanced at him who was pressed under his body and calmly said, I'm not sick. I just think that Shin Long and Zukalan are treating me well, so I'm going to give them a report on your situation. After all, you're their son, and they definitely won't care about you, and they'll definitely be concerned about your situation. A tiger's poison is not a good thing. No matter how rebellious a son is, the old man will love him unconditionally. This has been the case in this land since time immemorial. Of course, very rare cases are counted separately. After checking the medication, Shunmare fell silent. And sure enough, bald plus emaciated plus alone plus hoity-toity equals stomach cancer. Shen Mo glanced at Shen Jiafeng and said in a cold voice, early late stage. Shen Jiafeng clenched his teeth and didn't say anything. Gotta be. It's definitely late. Shen Mo dialed Shen Jiajia's phone without saying a word and explained the matter truthfully. Shen Jiajia exploded on the phone and told Shen Mo to give the phone to Shen Jiafeng. Shen Mo calmly put the phone to the ear of Shen Jiafeng, who was pressed under his body. Speak. Shen Jiajia's growl came out from the cell phone. Shen Jiafeng, you're stepping on a horse that's sick. You don't talk to your family when you get sick and go to the hospital by yourself. Do you really think you've got wings and can fly alone? Shen Mare, hold this asshole down there. I'm coming over there now. Hanging up the phone, Shen Mo took off his jacket and directly tied Shen Jiafeng to a chair on one side, lit a cigarette and calmly said, you don't have to say that I'm meddling in my own business or anything like that. I don't want to hear it. Shen Jiafeng gritted his teeth, and after a long time, he said in disbelief, why are you doing this? Shen Mo looked at the sky and calmly said, it's nothing, it's just that your mom is nice to me. I can tell that she really cares about you three, so I don't want her to be a confused person. The reasons are sometimes quite simple. Shen Jiafeng let out a cold laugh. Don't be silly, she will only feel pain after hearing this and think that I am evil. Snorting, Shen Mo squinted at Shen Jiafeng, you kid, before the birthday banquet brainless to make that mess. It would not be to make your mom and your dad hate you, and incidentally to find a future for the child, to leave a sum of money for the girl you like. According to the novels that Shen Mo had read, it usually played out like this. Shen Jiafeng didn't say anything. Shen Mare guessed right. Smiling disdainfully, Shen Jiafeng, if I were your father, I would just slap you. Shen Jiafeng's eyes widened. What did it mean? Shen Mo said with a cold smile. Grandma said as saying that there is no parent under the sky who doesn't love their child. It may be a bit extreme, but the love most parents have for their children is real and more often than not selfless. Just like your brother Shen Jiayun. Before, so asshole, waste, your father and your mother also arranged a marriage like Luyu for him, so that he can have a secure future. After Luyu's accident, he made all kinds of death, and your father and your mother didn't give up. You meet a yellow-haired girl, get your reputation screwed up at home, and your father and mother send you abroad, working hard to lay out your future. Your sister, who wanted to join the company, and your father and mother agreed just in case she felt patriarchal. Shen Mo shook his head and sighed in dismay. Shen Jiafeng bit his lips tightly and just didn't say anything. It didn't take long for Shen Jiajia to come, and after finding the two of them, she first gave Shen Jiafeng a mouthful, and then hugged Shen Jiafeng and cried. No matter how much of an asshole his own brother used to be, this was his own brother after all. Shen Mo mocked at Shen Jiafeng. See, this is family. No matter what happens, we'll always be supportive of you. Chapter 39, Tossing People. Shen Jiafeng finally could not hold back, hugging Shen Jiajia and weeping in pain, crying about his internal conflicts over the years. Shen Jiafeng got sick a year ago, but he didn't dare to tell his mom and dad. He was afraid that they would be disappointed again. The yellow-haired girl approached him and blackmailed him with his daughter, and he had to buy a house for her and a house for her brother, because it was what the Shen family owed to their family, and it was what the Shen family wind owed to their family. Shen Jiafeng wanted to ruthlessly send the yellow-haired girl in, but she broke down when she saw her skinny little daughter, and he chose to cut ties with his family, and he went on an aggressive campaign to cure the disease, but he failed, and no matter what he did to cure it, it just never got better. Shen Jiafeng is desperate, collapsed, and he does not dare to go home, and finally can only go one way. Even tried a handful of Shen Jiayun before leaving. After listening, Shen Mo smoked a cigarette and exhaled a smoke ring. It's so damn pretentious. Shen Jiajia became even more furious after hearing this and slapped Shen Jiafeng hard twice, pulling Shen Jiafeng and going to carry out the examination, with Shen Mo following behind. Shen Jiajia changed Shen Jiafeng's ward, hired a high-level caregiver, and left after taking the case prescribed by the doctor. Shen Mo sighed and whispered to Shen Jiafeng, don't blame your sister. She also needs to find a place to recuperate. She's even more broken. Shen Jiafeng opened his mouth, but in the end nothing came out and he could only close his eyes in pain. Shen Mo accompanied Shen Jiafeng for a while and also left. The elevator had just arrived at the floor of the ward where Li Mingming was, when Shen Mo saw Lu Yu. Seeing his beautiful wife, Shen Mo told the story of Shen Jiafeng. Lu Yu opened her mouth and said, sins. Lu Yu immediately sent people to find out Shen Jiajia's whereabouts, and then let Shen Mo go to accompany Shen Jiafeng, and she herself went to accompany Shen Jiajia. Honey, no matter what, half the blood in you is the same as Shen Jiafeng. Muah. Lu Yu was afraid that Shen Mo minded to carry out a simple explanation, but also in Shen Mo's face hard kiss look. I don't care about that, but my wife's lips are so soft, I want to keep kissing them. Shimmer has a good heart. Yanuki smiled and left, sending Lu Yu away. Shen Mo went to buy some daily necessities and once again came to Shin Jiafeng's hospital room. Not a moment later, Shin Jiayun also rushed over. It should be Shin Jejia who told him. As soon as he came in, Shin Jiayun bawled. This is his own brother. There was nothing nasty going on between them, and their relationship had always been stable, and had only faded a bit in the last few years due to various things, but there was no hatred. Shin Jiayun was so angry that he wanted to go and split the yellow-haired girl. If it wasn't for her, Shin Jiafeng wouldn't have been able to get this far. Back then, the bit between Shin Jiafeng and the yellow-haired girl, in Shin Jiayun's opinion, it was all because the other party had seduced Shin Jiafeng. In Shin Jiayun's eyes, his own brother had always been a perfect teenager, and if he hadn't been seduced by yellow hair, he definitely wouldn't have been able to do a bastard thing. Shen Mo felt that Shin Jiayun was right. Just like the 5 unlucky bastards of the Chow family in that TV show, the yellow-haired girl liked to tease the heavenly child with a calm personality. What a way to show off your charisma by seducing a genius into falling, much to satisfy vanity and revenge. Just as Satan tempted Adam and Eve to steal the forbidden fruit, Shin Jiafeng tugged at Shin Jiayun and pleaded, "Brother, let her go. After all, it's me who didn't bear the temptation." Shin Jiafeng's pleading eyes caused Shin Jiayun to fall into tears. How did the day come to this? Shen Mo shook his head and helped Shin Jiayun find a place to sit down to gather his emotions. Shin Jiayun wiped her tears as she cried, "Why do you think my family's life has come to this?" Shin Jiayun does not understand. His father and his mother did not do a lot of charity. He and Shin Jiafeng, although he cannot be called a good person, but it can be said that, from childhood to adulthood, never did anything too bad. Like other second generation did bullying the weak, isolating others, robbing others' girlfriends, and cutting off the path of promotion of others. The two of them are just a little more nested, but the nest is just a mouthful. Saying that Shen Mo and Shin Jejia are quite lucky, and spouting off about the fact that mom and dad are biased. But that's not a big crime. Shin Jiayun thought back to his own life. The biggest evil thing he had done, because of jealousy, is to reveal Shen Mo's identity, scold Lu Yu, cheat on his wife, and as a result, he has not yet touched Lu Qingqing's body. Shin Jiafeng has done the biggest evil is early love. Met the yellow hair girl family, the parents angry, returned to the country in order to yellow hair to break the relationship, trashing the Bamboo Kai Lan's birthday party. Shin Jiayun felt that it was much lighter to compare these to the bullying of ordinary people, pretending to be poor to cajole others to buy diamond rings for themselves, laughing at the idiocy of the male and female friends of the delivery boy or girl, and forcing others to have abortions that he had heard about in the second generation circle before. Right? It's not so bad that Shin Jiafeng has to pay with his life. Shen Mo quietly listened to Shin Jiayun's words and handed him a cigarette. Shin Jiayun refused. He would not, and asked, "How did you learn to be bad?" After Shen Mo lit one, he said breathlessly, "Because listening to your tirade, I envied the good fortune of you and Shin Jiafeng, being able to meet parents who tolerate you." Shin Jiayun was gloomy. Yes, thinking about Shen Mo's life, Shin Jiayun suddenly felt that in fact, what he and Shin Jiafeng did was also quite an asshole. That is, it did not have an impact on society, but from the parents, it was also quite an asshole, and it was right to be retributed. In fact, Shin Jiafeng's illness isn't any retribution or anything like that. It's just pure bad luck. Shen Mo raised his head and faintly smiled. Bad luck? Shin Jiayun was stunned. What kind of explanation was this? The passing nurse huffed and pinched out Shen Mo's cigarette, looked at him angrily, and reprimanded with a suppressed voice. "I know you're upset because your family is lying in there, but you can't smoke in the hospital. Forget it this time, and if you have it again after that, you'll be blown out of the hospital." Shen Ma apologized in a low voice. "I'm sorry." After the nurse left, Shen Mer continued. "Yeah, it's just bad luck. The fairest thing about God is that he's afraid that you have only one life for both the poor and the rich, and that they're both going to get damn sick at any time, and doesn't keep anyone from getting sick just because they're rich. So, Shin Jiafeng is just plain unlucky." Shin Jiayun was gloomy. At night, Shen Mo whisked Shin Jiayun away and stayed alone with Shin Jiafeng. Shin Jiafeng urged Shen Mo to go back to rest as well, and apologized for what happened when he was a child. Shen Mo skimmed his mouth, not caring, and said easily, "I have to stay, in case your pretentiousness is off again and you run away. When the time comes, you run. The Shin family chases after you. No one is in charge of the Shin family group. The shares plummet, and I'll lose a lot of money, so I have to guard you." A knife's mouth and a soft heart. Shin Jiafeng spat in his heart. The night passed peacefully, and early the next morning, Shin Jiafeng just opened his eyes and saw Shunilong and Zukalan. The two were flying back overnight with the baby in their arms. Chapter 40, Quite a Man. Looking at Shunilong and Zukalan, who were sitting by his bedside with red eyes, Shin Jiafeng spoke apologetically. "Dad, Mom, I'm sorry. Shen Yilong opened his mouth, but in the end he didn't say anything and just sighed. Bamboo Kailan sat next to White Tears, the child born by himself, even more angry, will not really hate him. Shen Jia invited the best doctors to Shen Jiafeng for consultation, and finally got the conclusion that it is only humanly possible to listen to God's fate. Some diseases really can only rely on life, especially an existence like Shen Jiafeng, who was in the late stages and didn't have a few days to live. When he went downstairs at noon to buy food, Shen Mo saw Shen Yilong sitting alone in the garden smoking and wiping tears. After thinking about it, Shen Mo sent the rice up and came to sit next to Shen Yilong. Shen Yilong in Shen Mo's memory has always been an elegant, calm, silent, responsible and loud man. The one time I remember most vividly was when I was 9 years old, when Shen Mo was bullied and picked on by a bully at school. In the end, it was the grandmother who found Shen Mo, and when the little old lady heard about it, she was furious and dragged Shen Mo to the school to make a scene. But what's the point of a little kid plus a little old lady making a scene? Teachers with no teacher ethics say that there must be something wrong with your grandchildren, or why don't they bully other people's kids? The angry grandmother dialed Shen Yilong's phone. Shen Mo did not think that Shen Yilong would come. After all, he heard his grandmother talk about his life, and his grandmother had told him that love is not something that is begged for, especially at the same time as oneself is a harm to others. This is the time to learn to love oneself. So Shen Mo really didn't think that Shen Yilong would come. The result was that Shen Yilong came, welcoming the light with a big stride. After listening to his grandmother's account of the school bullying incident, Shen Yilong said nothing, and the next day, with his bodyguard, took Shen Mo to find the school, snapped and gave the teacher 2 mouths, and faintly said, "If you're not right, why did I hit you?" The words were returned. And then Shen Yilong stabbed the teacher's acceptance of bribes to the Education Bureau, directly extinguishing the teacher's future. Then, Shen Yilong took Shen Mo door to door to find up. Nothing to do is to let his bodyguard in front of the face of those parents to exercise and pull out the divorce certificate. No property in the name, mental illness and other certificates. Those parents were so scared that they furiously punched their children in front of Shen Mo. Afterward, Shen Yilong faintly said to Shen Mo, "I don't like you and I don't love you, but you are my son, so I have the responsibility to take care of you." At that time, after Shen Yilong paused for a moment, he faintly said, "Remember, it's responsibility." At that time, Shen Mo was a bit puzzled, but he who did not have much thirst for parental love did not say much. Later, as he grew older, Shen Mo understood the meaning of Shen Yilong's words at that time, which was the first lesson of a man. Responsibility. Shen Yilong was teaching Shen Mo by example, to learn to bear. Shen Yilong, who had finished smoking one, realized that there were no more cigarettes when he went to touch them again. "Try mine." Shen Mo handed one to Shen Yilong. The two men sat down by the flower bed and began to gulp. After a long time, Shen Yilong slowly spoke. "Thank you this time. It's fine," Shen Mo said very plainly. "You and Aunt Bamboo have helped me a lot and taught me a lot of things. It's only right to repay you a little." Shen Yilong fell into silence again, and after a while, he said, "Want to enter the company? Or want to start your own company?" "Don't want to." It was a refusal without hesitation. After finishing a cigarette, Shen Yilong got up and went upstairs. When Shen Mo finished smoking and was ready to leave, he saw not far away, smiling Lu Yu. "It's a little awkward." Caught smoking, Lu Yu walked straight over, pulled out a cigarette from Shen Mo's cigarette case, took a big hard drag, spat it out, and said with relief, "Suffocating me. Well, no more embarrassment." Only later did Shen Mo realize that Lu Yu had quit for a long time. "It's nice to have your wife with you." After a cigarette, Lu Yu pulled Shen Mo out of the hospital. In Yanuki's words, her husband had spent the night in the hospital with her, and it was time to take a break. Shenmer was happy. "There's nothing in this world that makes me happier than a wife who cares about me." An excited Shenmer tried to comfort Lu Yu, but was rejected because it's not good to do this kind of thing in the daytime. Not to mention there's more going on these days to preserve energy. A little disappointing, but okay. In the next few days, Shen Mo followed Lu Yu in and out of Lu Group, accompanied Li Mingming to the lawsuit, and went to the hospital to see Shen Jiafeng. There are a large number of students within the Ryu family who have been sponsored up by the Ryu family. These people received the welfare of the Lu family to grow up, and when they reached adulthood, they lived in a house issued by the Lu Group, received a stable and high salary, and there was no pressure of life, and they were very loyal to the Lu family. So Lu's group doesn't have much of a problem. Everything is moving forward in an orderly fashion. There's a lot of cash coming in every day, and crucially, there's not much in the way of loans yet. The only ones that are available are the ones that the banks are begging Willow to lend. This made Song Yang feel very emotional. Worthy of being a big group, it was just awesome. Li Mingming's lawsuit is progressing quickly. under the professional lawyer team that Liu smashed money on. The other party's evidence of fraud, marriage deception, home invasion, and assault was collected perfectly. Plus Liu bought publicity so that the whole network knows about the other party's white whoring and eating Jedi's behavior. The court quickly proceeded with the sentencing, thanks to Willow Moon's maneuvering. For this reason, Liu made a hard name for herself, and Liu followed suit. It was discovered that Ryu had rescued many orphans and single mothers with children over the years. It was also at this time that Shen Mo found out that there was also an Annie childcare agency under Liu's group that provided work for many single women. Of course, there is a moral test. Liu's actual charitable behavior was also praised by the official of Jinghai City because of this fame. And in official words, Liu's deserved the name of 100 years old. Afterwards Ryu's products were a big seller. The only accident was that Liu Xinhua exposed Liu Qingqing's charity work as well, allowing Liu Qingqing to wash her reputation along with this wind. Shen Jiafeng's disease and the expert consultation in the end only the latest model of conservative treatment. The results are bad. Shen Jiajia and Shen Jiayun wanted to take revenge on the yellow-haired girl's family, but they were stopped by Shen Jiafeng. Shen Jiafeng said with a grim expression, "It's my eyes that are bad when it comes to meeting people, but as a man, I can't put all the blame on women. As greedy and visionless as she is, we made a marriage after all, and she gave me a different kind of first love, and is still the mother of my children, so it's only right that I should arrange a way back for him." Shen Mo felt that Shen Jiafeng said quite well, quite manly, just more or less love brain. Chapter 41, How did we get to the crematorium? Death comes so quickly sometimes. Shen Jiafeng also had a big appetite during the day, ate a lot of things, said with a smile, "I brushed a fat man on the internet, relying on the fat hard to carry through the chemotherapy. I also have to work hard to eat, work hard to live, do not let mom and dad disappointed, and when I am well, strive to be a sweet little jacket for mom and dad." In the evening the Shen family winds up going straight away and it's very quiet. The doctors looked into it and couldn't find a reason, but finally chalked it up to longevity. If the doctor is not the doctor of the hospital invested by the Shen family, Shen Mo has no doubt that Shen Yilong will hit him. What do you mean by life expectancy? This a doctor should say? Shen Jiafeng's funeral was not organized in a big way, which was proposed when he was alive. At the funeral, Shen Mo looked at Shen Jiafeng, who was lying quietly in the coffin, and was in a trance. This was his second funeral. Last time it was grandma. Shen Mo did not expect that he could meet so many things when he went back to Jinghai City to attend a birthday banquet. It's so sad. Come to attend the funeral are Shen family close people. Everyone advised Shen Yilong and Bamboo Kailan look away a little. Basically no one said otherwise is also an unfilial son. Do not need to grieve that kind of bastard words, because those words weren't comforting, they were simply exasperating. More or less unable to stand the funeral atmosphere, Shen Mo chose to walk out silently. Outside, Shen Mo met Wang Fugue, who was squatting on the ground and smoking. Seeing Shen Mo, Wang Fugue sighed, his face all sad. Wang Fugue took the initiative to find Shen Mo and said, "Actually, my relationship with Xiao Feng is not bad. He is a pretty sensible person." Shen Mo shook his head. What does this mean? After all, Shen Mo had spent a short time with Shen Jiafeng. Wang Fugue said that his family got rich by hitting the big time. Wang Chunsheng, Wang Fugue's dad, was one of the first demolition households in Jinghai City, and then Wang Chunsheng opened the road of investment. Buy a house, demolition, and then buy a house, and then demolition. Once people suspect that the director of the demolition office is a relative of Wang Fugue's family. But the truth is, no, Wang Chunsheng bought a lot of houses and buildings, and now they have gone up in price and gone crazy. Not demolished. Relying on the collection of rent every year can earn a lot. After demolition cannot eat money. Wang Chunsheng and began to buy land, building houses, not households, commercial buildings, stores. At first, it was mocked by all kinds of people. After all, in those days, the construction of residential buildings is really picking up money. A set can be sold for hundreds of thousands of dollars. Tall buildings, a building will be sold for hundreds of millions of dollars. But the amazing thing is that Wang Chunsheng's luck is so unbelievable that the university was built next to the land he bought. In this way, Wang Chunsheng and the Wang family became famous in the circle of the mob. The cash flow is too fierce. Wang Fugue also then entered a private school. At first Wang Fugue was looked down upon when he went in. Especially those from the old families despised Wang Fugue's type of thugs the most. Thanks to the good education of the Shen family, Shen Jiafeng and Wang Fugue became friends. Shen Jiafeng studied abroad, and the funds to start a small-scale business abroad were all given by Wang Fugue's help. But the friendly relationship between the two lasted until Wang Chunsheng was inappropriate and hooked up with the yellow-haired girl. Shen Jiayun is not worthy of Shen Jiafeng, and he is all kinds of insults to Wang Fugue, and he has made a good son. Shen Jiafeng also returned all of Wang Fugue's money. Kinda feel sorry for the Shen family, but I really can't stand the verbal abuse that Shen Jiayun is giving me, Wang Fugue said bitterly. Shen Mo lit a cigarette and said easily, in life, not everything is as it should be. I heard from my wife that it was the girl who offered to climb into your father's bed? This question silenced Wang Fugue, and after a long time, Wang Fugue slowly said, no, it was my father who hooked up with her. Then your dad is quite. The latter word Shen Mo was too lazy to say. Smiling to himself, Wang Fugue continued, my dad had a hobby after he got rich, looking for women, drop money on women, especially pretty ones. That woman, indeed, is quite nice, and loves money. Shimmer didn't know how to take it. However, Shen Mo was a bit curious about what that yellow-haired girl actually looked like. A sound of high heels on the ground rang out. Shen Mo and Wang Fugue looked up together to see a woman in a lady's suit with long black hair and light makeup running across on high heels. It's you! How did you have the face to come? Wang Fugue gritted his teeth and roared. The woman swept her cold eyes over Wang Fugue and said ironically, if you have the face to come, why can't I come? The woman walked straight inside. Shen Mo guessed that she was the yellow-haired girl Zhou Xiaoqiao, the legendary sickly woman who was born in a patriarchal family and also helped her brother. Wang Fugue's words affirmed Shen Mo's guess, it's this woman. Wang Fugue finally did not enter the auditorium to send Shen Jiafeng a final ride, and directly left. He asked Shen Mo to burn more paper for him. Shen Mo shook his head and said your circle is a mess. Shen Mo does not comment on the relationship between Wang Fugue's family and Shen Jiafeng. In Shen Mer's opinion, both are at fault and neither is to be blamed on anyone. Walking inside, Shen Mo saw Zhou Xiaoqiao kneeling on the ground bawling, and Shen Jiayun's expression looked angry. Asked Lu Yu. She said Zhou Xiaoqiao cried as soon as she came in and didn't say anything. After the memorial service was finished, the Shen family sent Shen Jiafeng to the cremation, and Zhou Xiaoqiao silently followed the crowd, until the burial was completed. Zhou Xiaoqiao did not leave. As the Shen family members were preparing to go home, Zhou Xiaoqiao hesitantly pleaded, I want to take back my daughter. She's the only family I have left. These words caused the Shen family members to turn pale, and Shen Jiayun directly scolded away. What face do you have to mention your daughter? If you were dependable, and your family was dependable, would my brother send his daughter back in a tyrannical manner? Shen Jiajia took a deep breath, stepped forward and said in a cold voice, the house that my brother left you, the money, we don't care, we just have one request. Don't show up in front of my family in the future, and don't show up in front of Meng Li. Zhou Xiaoqiao was anxious, hissing with red eyes, but that's my daughter, the daughter I gave birth to in October. I love her. Zhou Xiaoqiao knelt on the ground in excitement, but she was facing the Shen family who had just lost their son and brother. Bamboo Kailan stepped forward, her eyes lowered as she said, Ms. Zhou, if you really love her, then you should know that following you and following us, what Meng Li has will be a different life. Zhou Xiaoqiao shed tears. In Shen Mer's opinion, her persona was changing rapidly. Obviously before or for the sake of money can climb Wang Chunxing that old man bed, can go to the Shen family to ask for money, can for the sake of money to sell their daughters of people. How is it that now become love her daughter's good mother? Is it into the kiss-chasing crematorium plot? Shen Mo, who did not understand, sighed and gave Lu Yu a look, telling her to accompany the Shen family crowd to leave first and stop Zhou Xiaoqiao himself. Lu Yu understood in a second and helped Zhu Kailan and Shen Jiajia and the others to go first. Shen Mo, on the other hand, invited Zhou Xiaoqiao to the side to chat slowly, trying to get things sorted out today. Chapter 42, on the way back to the northeast. On the road, cars came and went. Shen Mo sat on the side of the road and subconsciously lit a cigarette. After lighting it, hesitating for a moment, Shen Mer stepped on it again and put it out. He has been smoking a little hard lately, so he should quit. The Willow Moon was still with him after the last time he saw it, and it was quite wonderful, but Shen Mer thought, should quit, cannot let his wife unlimited leniency him, marriage, to have to come and go. Zhou Xiaoqiao glanced at Shen Mo and whispered, I really will be good to little flower. I've changed. It's Meng Li. She changed her name. Shen Ma calmly made the correction. Good. Zhou Xiaoqiao whispered, taking a look at Zhou Xiaoqiao whose eyes were red and did not look like she was faking. Shen Mo sighed and helplessly said, I heard people say that before Shen Jiafeng returned to China, you were not good to Meng Li. Why did you suddenly change? It was hard for Shen Mo to believe that a dog could change its poop eating habits. My grandmother used to have a dog that she fed leftover kebabs from the barbecue place every day, so I can say that the food was good. But that big dog still came up to me when he met the feces, even if the times are few. So much so that for a while grandma boarded it every day and bought dog food, but it still didn't work. Zhou Xiaoqiao pulled out an embarrassing smile and said sadly, because the old me was an animal. I hate heaven and earth, and I blame all kinds of people. I hate Shen Jiafeng for leaving the country, so I'm not nice to Meng Li. Shen Mo nodded. It was normal, but when I learned yesterday that Kaifeng was dying, I suddenly regretted it so much. I can't believe I pushed away the only light in my life. Zhou Xiaoqiao cried out with a wow. The corners of Shen Mo's mouth twitched. No, you're sick. You take reality as a novel, but also really come to chase pro-crematorium. People do not die, you do not regret. Shimmer regretted staying. In the end, Shen Mo could only barely pull off a word of comfort. In your case, if you really love Monique, you should give her a good life. Let her grow up in a loving environment, leaving her with a large sum of money. By the way, Shen Mo felt that the last sentence was the most important. Big bucks. Grandma said that anyone can betray you but money, and the best way to get people to look at you is if you have money and can make it consistently. Shen Mo will always remember what his grandmother said to him before she died. Grandma said, "Son, Grandma left her house. Deposits are left to you. You have to remember, this is what you deserve, because all this money is earned by Grandma. Grandma gave the righteousness. You can take the righteousness. Do not have to feel indebted to anyone." The old lady's 3 views can be plain and simple. A sentence of earning his own righteousness. Let Shen Mo understand that labor is the most glorious. So Shen Mo now spend Liu money feel righteous, because he paid the physical labor. Liu's daily red face and excellent mood are all nourished by Shen Mo's physical labor. Zhou Xiaoqiao looked at Shen Mo incredulously and stammered. "What do you mean?" Zhou Xiaoqiao kind of didn't turn around. Shen Mo sighed and explained seriously. "It's simple. Letting you make money." Zhou Xiaoqiao pointed to himself. Making money? It wasn't that Zhou Xiaoqiao looked down on herself. She could say one thing. Except for her face, she was useless. Zhou Xiaoqiao was taught from a young age that she was nothing but her face. If she hadn't been good looking enough to trade for a high bride price, she would have been given away long ago. Shen Mo looked at Zhou Xiaoqiao and continued to output. Don't look down on yourself. First of all, you're good looking. That's an advantage. Secondly, you have money now, so you can go and study hard to make secondary progress. As if he thought of something, Shen Mo shrugged his shoulders and said helplessly, "If you continue to be a fugu demon and let your family members suck blood, then I suggest that you really should let Meng Li go." Zhou Xiaoqiao's face instantly turned pale. Her family of origin is a pain in the ass. This was also something she realized only after she awakened after Xin Jiafeng's death. What she thought was normal was the most abnormal thing about this society. In Xin Jiafeng's words, she had lived in an abalone restaurant for a long time and did not smell the odor. I understand. I will create a favorable environment for Meng Li. A madness flashed in Zhou Xiaoqiao's eyes before he took a big stride and left. Shen Mo scratched his head, understanding what was going on with this sudden transformation of hers, but it doesn't matter. A month later, just as Shen Mo and Lu Yu were about to leave Jinghai and return to the northeast, they suddenly received news. Something happened at Zhou Xiaoqiao's house. Zhou Xiaoqiao's brother contracted a bad thing. Debt collectors chased to the home. Zhou Xiaoqiao's parents were angry to the brain hemorrhage into the hospital. The result is that because they went too late, did not rescue back, Zhou Xiaoqiao's brother suddenly went berserk and fought with the debt collectors, and finally killed 3 people, was prosecuted by the debt collectors and squatted in jail. Zhou Xiaoqiao had to sell the suite that Xin Jiafeng bought for her brother to pay off the debt. However, Zhou Xiaoqiao was completely free. Shen Mo and Lu Yu looked at each other after hearing this and really didn't know what to say. Shen Yilong and Zukailin didn't choose to go abroad again this time. Although the death of my son gave a big blow, there was still my granddaughter there to ease some of it. Luckily Shen family members are not the kind of people who do not know right from wrong. This if you engage in a "are you Shen Meng Li killed my son, I hate you," and then adopt a fake granddaughter to comfort their own drama. The future may not be the Shen family to come to a chasing after the relatives of the crematorium. On the plane back to the northeast, Shen Mo couldn't help but feel grateful after learning that the Shen family spoiled Shen Meng Li as a princess. Ryuki rolled her eyes at that. What a thought. At the same time, Lu Yu began to wonder what kind of books were on the bookshelf of novels in Shen Mo's cell phone, and how he could have such strange ideas. Thinking of this, Lu Yu couldn't help but touch Shen Mo's cell phone. Shen Mo also does not care. See chanting. Greatly. Anyway, the browser is uninstalled. Shen Mo's confidence made Lu Yu very happy. It was good that her husband was not a stingy person. Ms. Wen Yao once said that whether a man loves a woman or not can be reflected in the details, and the most notable point is to check his cell phone. 80% of the time when a man won't let a woman look at his cell phone, it's because there's a ghost. Either the browser history is too fierce or the man is cheating. Otherwise, with a man's lifelong competitive nature, he will definitely show you in a big way to show his excellence over others and thus get compliments. Lu Yu picked up her phone and tapped directly into Shen Mo's bookshelf. Stunned, the wife refuses to divorce after overhearing my heart. The absolutely beautiful green plum chasing her husband to the crematorium. After the divorce, the ex-wife regrets it. The whole family regrets it after I'm dead. the chastity cleaner, the chastity paper seller. After the divorce, the absolutely beautiful mother-in-law falls in love with me. And after my fiancé runs out of the wedding, my mother-in-law marries instead of my mother-in-law. Yunuki stiffened and turned her head, looking at her husband in shock. No, I think of you as a darling. You've got eyes for my mom? Shen Mo glanced at the phone suspiciously and then looked at Luyu strangely. What's wrong with my wife? I've got a normal bookshelf here. Yunuki lapsed into silence, wondering where her husband had come to the conclusion of the word normal. Chapter 43, The Grandmaster Comes to Pick Up. In the end, Luyu could only attribute it to the different brain circuits of herself and Shen Mo. But she likes the optimistic and cheerful Shimmer who isn't too attached to anything but his wife. It was Grandpa who came to meet the duo. When I left Irvine it was still wearing big cotton coats here. When I came back it was full of half sleeves. Shen Mo was stunned when he saw Grandpa wearing casual pants and a casual shirt. This is just a different style from the Winter Basilica. If the Winter Basilica is military coat mangaka style, this summer is handsome mature Uncle Ah, especially the exposed muscles. Too robust. One looks 70 and the other looks 50. There's a big difference. Luyu flashed a sweet smile and gave Grandmaster a warm hug. Grandpa still drives the off-road Big G. In Grandpa's words, the car drives like a champ. On the road, Luyu, like a little bird returning to the nest, chattering to Grandpa about what happened in the Beijing Sea. Not the slightest bit of work in Lu's. Beating up people at banquets like a domineering president. Grandpa smiled happily when he heard about Shen Mo's protection of Luyu and Li Mingming, and did not mince words in praising Shen Mo and saying that he had done a good job. The straightforward compliment made Shen Mo's heart proud and happy. Grandmaster was also happy when he heard Luyu say that he violently beat up Shen Jiafeng and gave the same compliment. When he heard that Shen Mo directly detained Shen Jiafeng and did not give him the opportunity to pretend, directly omitting the opportunity for him to escape, his family to chase him, and a group of people who regretted to hold their heads and cry. He even complimented Shen Mo for being a man. That's how it should be handled. Those people are so pretentious. Talk to your family if you're sick. Get treated if you need to. And don't play the "you'll make you regret it when I die" drama that's playing out in skits nowadays. That only hurts the people who love you. Scumbags don't get hurt at all. They just feel less of an eyesore. Shen Mer nodded fiercely. Yes. Luyu smiled and complimented Grandmaster on how open-minded he was. If Shen Jiafeng didn't say anything and died quietly, then Bamboo Kailan would definitely break down afterwards because she really loved her son. Those who had wronged Shen Jiafeng were not hurt by Shen Jiafeng's death because they really didn't love. Death, after all, can only hurt those who love you. After Grandpa heard that the consequences of the handling of the Li Mingming incident were that those who counted went to jail, he straightly called it cool and exclaimed, "If I were where I am, I would have to get a justifiable defense and the other parties all miserable ending. Otherwise our family wouldn't have learned all the law for nothing." Luyu smiled and nodded her head, said yes loudly, and decided to study criminal law together with Shen Mo, studying the piece of self-defense thoroughly. Grandpa praised this behavior and cited a certain Hyun Yi-kook movie in which some lawyer was a gangster's elder. People's gangs know to train themselves a professional lawyer. If this thing was put into an immortal cultivation novel, it would be using the criminal law as a clan's protective heart. 6. Shen Mo was convinced. This is the difference between the rich and the poor, right? The poor choose to admit their weakness and harbor their weaknesses, and the rich choose to protect themselves with the law and hurt others. The basilisk gave another example of some mad dog sect. In Grandpa's words, although it's a dirty trick, but it's really good. People have seen justice and not in jail. That's the power of knowledge. Luyu also told Grandpa about Shen Yilong and Zukalan. Grandpa sighed at this. This couple is good people and they are very conscientious in their dealings with the world. It's just that it's really not a good idea to educate your kids on that point. Not as good as old Mrs. Shen. Saying that, he also glanced at Shen Mo. Grandpa was very satisfied with this granddaughter-in-law. Grandpa began to tell Shen Mo and Luyu about the good things Shen Yilong did with Zukalan. Shen had been doing charitable good deeds, but unlike others, Shen did not donate money, but invested in building factories. Like Shen Yilong has always selected a barren mountain village, determine what characteristics can be developed here, and then bring people to invest. It looks like Shen has been making money and getting involved in more and more industries. In fact, these are all charities organized by Shen Yilong and Zukalan. Grandpa knows Shen in the northwest region of a mountain village there to get a pig factory. Not only their own, but also let the surrounding people to raise pig factory to buy those pigs. All that one little county made money off of hogs. Let's not say we got rich, but our annual income was boosted from $10,000 to $80,000 a year. Luyu thoughtfully said, if we follow this line of thought, those chestnut factories and chestnut distilleries invested under Shen's banner, it shouldn't be for the purpose of alleviating poverty in a certain place as well. After all, a vigorous purchase of chestnuts, Can make a lot of land more? Planted chestnut trees of the people's income increased. Shen Mo suddenly spoke. Chestnuts, this I know. There is a Shen's chestnut cooperative there in my hometown, and it vigorously buys chestnuts every fall. The price of chestnuts in our area used to be $3 or $4 a caddy for a long time, and then with Shen's chestnut cooperative, the price of chestnuts reached $7 or $8 a caddy, occasionally breaking through to $10. Yanuki realized that it was true. As for why it is said to be doing charity, because Shen's foundation is not in these above, which are people spend manpower and resources, investment out of the money. Money is also only because Shen rely on strong capital to penetrate the upstream and downstream. One could even make a statement that if it wasn't for generating income for the local people, Shen could have invested his money elsewhere. Like chestnuts, this Shen is to pass the upstream and downstream, the branch, and then how to market. A year into the hands of the prophet there is no 100 million is the problem. Hog raising is similar, and at the end of the day, the profit for the year is just that much. But what about investment costs? A full-fledged pig farm going down is an investment cost of several $100 million. This money Shen took to foreign countries to open up a country sales channels. Every year can earn a few $100 million. Even invest in a real estate property and make it right back. So, for Shen, it's charity. Or is it charity that actually comes down to the people? Grandpa shook his head inside. So, that couple in the Shen family is quite miserable. Lu Yu and Shen Mo also have no way to say more. Can only say in their hearts that things are unpredictable. Cancer, that thing will not because you have money will not find on you. And will not because you do not have money and crazy looking for you. Grandpa's emotional slump lasted only 2 seconds. And twisting his head was a big laugh. Don't want to think about all that. Today's wine is drunk today. Tomorrow's sorrow comes tomorrow's sorrow. Let's talk about playing there in a while. Yanuki cocked her head. Play? Grandpa, my mom's research is over? When Ms. Chinhao's research reached a critical point, she came back for a few days during the New Year's Eve, and left immediately after the New Year's Eve. Grandpa nodded fiercely and said excitedly, "That's right. A few days ago she said that the project had entered the final validation stage, and that it would be back in about 10 more days. No more than a month at most." Yanuki was happy. Then let's go abroad and shoot guns. Excitement shone in Lu Yu's eyes. It was her favorite project. But unfortunately there were too many prohibitions at home and it wasn't as exhilarating as it was abroad. Grandpa laughed just as loudly and said, "Well, we'll go abroad and shoot guns. And then we can go hunting." Chapter 44, Preparing a Birthday Present. Grasping the grass. Is this the difference between rich people and ordinary people? Poor people travel to see the sights. Rich people travel to shoot and hunt. Be glad you're married to a beautiful and wealthy wife. Shen Mo was very excited in his heart. These were all activities that he hadn't even dared to think about before. After his grandmother was gone, he had a little money, but he didn't dare spend it. He had to secure his future. Now that I married Lu Yu, not only do I have a fixed income every month, but I can also spend Lu Yu's money to go abroad to play. It's simply not too good. The car traveled all the way into the city, and Yanuki looked curiously at the tourists on both sides of the road. Irvine's tourism exploded? What's with all the tourists all of a sudden? Grandpa smiled and explained. Xiao Chen brought those 3 girls to shoot a batch of urban summer vacation and summer vacation subjects, and all of a sudden let us hear fire. I'm told that some rich families over in the south are still going to come over and do school trips. Willow Moon had a questioning look on her face. She knew about the Irvine vacation escape video. But what's with the sudden explosion of tourism in Irvine and rich families doing school trips? Shen Mo reminded on one side, "Wife, there is a pair of grandparents posted a video. They brought their grandchildren to the northeast to travel. Suddenly found their own that from birth to now. A total of 13 years of life. Never ate the second bowl of rice of the big grandchildren, actually ate 3 big bowls of rice. This time the excitement of the bad. Directly in the urban here to buy a set of buildings. Just stayed with the children to come over to play every year to use." After this video went viral, a lot of southern parents got excited and rushed to bring their kids here. Immediately after that, Irvine officials released a set of figures that show the Northeast has the lowest rate of sick children in the country. Yanuki understood. She had to say one thing. It was 6. It couldn't be helped. It wasn't that she didn't pay attention. It was just that she was particularly busy when she was in Kyukai. Grandpa smiled and said, "Those 3 little girls from your Moon Silent Media are completely on fire." Willow Moon nodded. She knew this. Grandpa said joyfully, "I'm going to let them endorse the pork brand of Running Mountain Pig. There's also going to be a brand of Killjoys, and they're going to have them endorsed as well." Yanuki was a bit speechless. A picture flashed through Shen Mo's mind of that little girl Li Zi running on a pig, laughing to death. This shall not be made into an endorsement video of Li Zi riding a pig and charging into a pig-killing field. Lan Lan walking out with a plate of food, and Xiaobai transforming into a sexy waitress in a cheongsam and delivering it to the table. Yanuki couldn't help but laugh. She stated that Shen Mo was too amusing. What was the idea of trying to get a cute little girl like Plum to go on a piggyback ride? Aren't you afraid the plums will come and scratch you? It does make for a great picture. Though, Lu Yu last what only said to the grandpa, if you want to let the Li Zi girl's endorsement, go to talk to the little Chen in your mouth. She agrees. I agree. Grandpa smiled broadly and said yes. Grandpa began to talk about his optimism for Li Zi, Lan Lan, and Xiao Bai, and even said that he would cast a drama for the three of them when he had the chance. It's not a lot of money anyway, a few 100 million or so, and it's still a thief of a shot. Rushing Wenye's name, there are quite a few stars in the entertainment industry who are willing to come over as a match, or the kind that don't cost anything. As Shen Mo listened to his grandpa's statement, an idea popped into his mind. Do I want to pitch in to make a movie about eating soft food? It just doesn't feel like a three-way tie. I'm afraid I won't be able to get it into theaters. Willow Moon walks a single 6 in her mind. Or let it go. It's too high profile. But I'll have to think about a birthday present for my wife. There are still 2 months to go. What can I give you? Diamond rings, flowers, expensive gifts. The wife surely doesn't like any of them. No, I like it. Willow Moon thought silently to herself. It was also at this time that Ryuki remembered that she had a birthday coming up. It's going so fast. What a headache. Having no idea what my wife would like. It's a difficult thing to be both thoughtful and to make your wife like it. Lu Yu was quite happy in her heart. Her husband was seriously thinking about what to give her as a gift. In the past, Shen Jiayun used to buy some expensive things for her, such as necklaces, bags and the like. With that, I know what to give, and when the time comes, it's definitely something that my wife she can't imagine and especially likes. Hey, old man is a genius. Hearing this, Lu Yu was anxious. She was holding in her heart. No, you just say in your heart what you want to send me off. I can hear your heart. Why don't you say something? This was very uncomfortable for Lu Yu, who had been bursting with control since she was a child. For Lu Yu, this feeling was like when you particularly wanted to eat something, and you ended up not being able to eat it. Just very angry. So much so that Lu Yu couldn't help but ruthlessly scrape Shen Mo a few times. Stinking man. Shen Mo strangely looked at Lu Yu for a few moments and wondered in his heart, what's going on here? What did I do wrong today? Oh, the wife should be tired of flying. Ugh, I'm so stupid for ignoring my wife's feelings. I should have just pinched and relaxed her in the car. It's not necessary. Yanuki silently spat in her mind. Your self-reflective behavior is great, but there's no need to pinch and relax me in the car. My grandpa's still there. Squeak. The brakes squealed and the big G came to a steady stop in front of the house. Shen Mo whooshed out of the car and went up to open the door for Lu Yu, then took the initiative to pick up the luggage in the trunk. Miraculously Ms. Vignette is home today too. Upon seeing Shen Mo and Lu Yu, he smiled and invited the two to go over and asked about Jinghai. Yanuki went over it again in detail. Ms. Vinya was filled with regret after a moment of emotion. If I hadn't been so busy with work these past few months, I would have loved to have been there. What a great melon this is. It's not very ethical to eat the melon of someone else's suffering, but it's so flavorful. Ms. Vinya then took out a travel plan and handed it to Yanuki to see if there was anything else she wanted to fill in. Shen Mo was stunned. Just said in the car that when Ms. Shinhao came back to go on a trip, but it turned out that this is done? Ms. Wanya smiled and said, Sister Chin has been very busy for the past 2 years, so much so that we haven't gone out for a long time as well, and now that we finally have the chance to go out, it's only natural that we have to make preparations early. This made Shen Mo curious. What exactly did Ms. Shinhao study? Both Lu Yu and Ms. Wanya shook their heads in disbelief. Only occasionally does Ms. Shinhao come up with some patents on material science, but Ms. Shinhao is drafted away from the top every now and then. For the longest time, Ms. Shinhao disappeared for 3 whole years, with her assistant helping to run her institute. This shocked Shen Mo. The level of secrecy was so high. Within a few days, the news broadcast the official launch of a new model of courier weapon, pointing and hitting wherever it was needed, and released a set of breakthrough data on drone-bearing technology. Chapter 45, Die for Me. While waiting for Ms. Shinhao to return, Shen Mo and Lu Yu opened the account to update their lives. I've been busy as a dog during the time I've been going to Kyukai, so I haven't updated much. This time, when they came back, Shen Mo and Lu Yu divided the work. Lu Yu handled the work of Moon Silence Media, and Shen Mo did the account updates. A video of 2 people showing their love was sent out. Among them are a day in the life of Soft Rice Silence. How Mr. Lu works in a day. The daily life of Shen Silence and Mr. Lu, and so on. As soon as it was issued, it caught fire. The comments were basically, I find it hard when the video isn't properly updated. and I find it harder when the video is properly updated. Alas, it seems that God really isn't my own grandfather, and didn't hear my prayers of wishing for Shen Mo to become famous and float away and get kicked by Mr. Lu. Day-to-day question. Did Shen Mo get kicked by Mr. Lu? I don't understand how Shen Mo can keep eating soft food with a good heart. I can answer the upstairs. Because Mr. Lu is rich and beautiful and also playful. The whole body can add up to 100 years of play. Shen Mo simply cannot afford to give up. This one Shen Mo made an odd. Oh, Shen Mo is worthy of being the best married girl in the entire network. I'd like to sub for Shimmer for 2 episodes. No blessings, all envy and jealousy. Shen Mo's reply to this was to lie on Luyu's thighs and said with a smile, oops, let you all down. Moonmare Media is doing well. Lon, Li Z, shall by 3 people like born to eat this bowl of rice. Fans grow fast. Just half a year has become 1 million fans of the blogger. One of them, Lon, also gave himself a new track. Lon takes a group of people to make snacks, such as the crab noodles that everyone always eats. When Aunt Shan and a few other older ones appeared together in the live broadcast, staying up all night to dismantle the crabs and boil the crab yolks, a group of people commented frantically on whether Lon was holding the handles of Li Zi, Xiaobai, Aunt Shan and others. When Lon took over the endorsement publicity of crab meat noodles, netizens were even more frantic in their comments that this was the agent Auntie Chen who didn't want to work anymore and started bribing Lon. Shen Mo and Luyu directly laughed like crazy when they learned about it. What the hell is this? But it sure was fun. Also thanks to the efforts of the 3 people, Shen Mo managed to get the dividends from Moon Silent Media. Not much, just over $1 million. Luyu also had the idea of expanding for UMO Media after she came back this time, but in the end, she was rejected by Aunt Chen. In the words of Auntie Chen, Luyu Kai UMO Media is not to find a job for their husbands to get money well. You painted those big cakes before. I think it is not realistic. So do not expand, and properly cultivate the 3 little girls on the right. What resources are also given to the 3 little girls? Yanuki was rendered speechless by this, then chose to accept it and leave it at that. The scene of Aunt Chen spouting off about Luyu was recorded by Shen Mo and sent to the internet to show off, once again causing countless netizens to wail in pain. Too envious. What a divine wife this is. Shortly afterward, Plum really endorsed the brand Northeast Running Pig. Granddad joined forces with a number of pig farms and they all registered the brand together, then took advantage of the current tourist season and the image of the plums to get the brand out there. While filming, Yanuki proposes the piggyback riding girl. Everyone was shocked at the thought of the metrosexual teenage girl riding out on a big black pig in a leather jacket. No, is that so outrageous? Shimmer internally spat beside Luyu. My wife has such a big brain. The point is that Plum really accepted it and spiced it up for himself. Yuan Chi girl Li Zi rode out on a pig. Adrift stopped beside the bright and beautiful Xiaobai, and spoke in a sufficiently greasy tone. Beauty, I'll share the pig's ass with you. Everyone was doubled over with laughter during the video shoot. After the video was sent out, the netizens were even more shocked, and then Li Zi and Xiaobai were instantly on fire all over the internet. Bossy girl on a piggyback ride. The bright, beautiful woman with the pig's ass. In the end, the Grandmaster gave a part of the endorsement fee to make up for the joint endorsement of Li Zi and Xiaobai. The biggest beneficiary of the fire across the internet is the brand Running Hog. Especially Grandpa they this bunch of pig farm factory director to do things really, and do not engage in so many unused. Is the actual sale of pork? And proposed that we can come to this tour. Personally pick the pig. The scene to kill the pig. There wasn't much worry about selling all this pork. And this is selling even better. When Grandpa and his collaborators talked, they registered other pork brands, such as Farmer's Pig, Leftover Pig, and so on. Also with the explosion of the Running Pig brand, come to urban travel. Eat a pig-killing dish has become a must-do. Shen Mo used to think that the line about successful people making money being especially easy was a joke. But when contemporary speech and branding come to you in person, Shen Mo realizes that this statement is actually true. With the explosion of Running Hogs, an endorsement of pork for a prepared dish approached Moonshine Media. They want to do a collaboration with Plum. The price offered is thievish. $5 million in endorsement fees just for putting this pre-made red meat in the window of Lee's merchandise. I have to say, this price is fair. Ryuki thought about it and then left the decision to Plum. The other party was amused to hear this. It was a disguised rejection. Can't a little internet star rebel against the company? Li Zi, on the other hand, asked Luyu, boss, if I decide to go on the shelves will I really be able to do so? Yanuki nodded. Shunmare was stunned. This is too much, isn't it, to give so much autonomy? The people from the prepared vegetable company were also shocked. So generous. Sure it wasn't an act? Plum thought about it and refused. For the simple reason that pre-made dishes, as unhealthy as they sound, are not healthy, And what if they should storm out one day? Besides, she was already earning quite a bit now. A few $1,000,000 in her pocket in half a year. More than her parents could ever earn in a lifetime. Prefabricated vegetable company was a little disappointed, but didn't say much. After all, Li Zi stood behind Lu Yu. And behind Lu Yu stood Wenya and Lu. It didn't take long for the pre-made dishes to go live with other bandwagon webmasters. Only afterward did Shen Mo learn that Anshan had taught Li Zi, Xiao Bai, and Lan Lan a bunch of brand effects, the importance of originating a long business. After the prefabricated dishes, a number of other small factories in the local northeast came to Lu Yu. Either they're begging for a band endorsement or they're praying to move into that northeastern specialty market that Lu Yu is running. Lu Yu looked through their product data, looked at no cornmeal, no white potato flour, no pork pre-prepared pig-killing vegetables, no overchecked blood sausage, synthetic ginseng, dyed goji berries, direct rejection. What the heck? Well, those people couldn't help but start rumors after they were rejected, which resulted in the granddaddy knowing about it and poking it straight to the quality control department. The urban official was directly enraged when he heard this and rushed over with his men. Lu Yu engaged in the Northeast special market and the moon-silent media pull up the trade economy and tourism in urban. How can you be undermined by you underlings? Die for the master. Chapter 46 Boss of the Year. The official line of death to the master directly cleaned up the trade market in Irvine. There is also no appearance of novels often. Know who I am. You dare to reject the old man. Believe it or not, I will get you killed. The domineering Dragon King scene. Of course, even if Lu Yu and Shen Mo appeared, they weren't afraid. The Irvine economy pulled by Moonmare Media gives them plenty of cards to keep them alive. Maybe it's because MS Wenya and MS Shen Hao are too rich. When MS Shen Hao came back, she discussed with MS Wenya that this trip abroad could not just be fun for them, but also for their men. So, give all employees 3 days off and a month's bonus. If you need to work for the company, you will be paid 10 times your salary on the day you start work. MS Vinya thought about it and sent a message to the entertainment companies under her command, the media companies, that they also had the option to follow them abroad. They could charter flights and hotels. A large portion of the anchors and starlets of the entertainment and media companies, the trainees respectively, chose to follow them abroad. This maneuver put MS Vineyard in the headlines, hailed as the good boss of the year. Shenmare was confused about this and didn't quite understand the reason for this maneuver. What's this picture? Lu Yu didn't understand either. So the duo went to ask MS Wanyat and MS Shen Hao. MS Shen Hao's answer was simple and crude. The first one was that my mother was rich, and the second one was that my mother had done some feats that she could not talk about, but she wanted to share her happiness with others. Shenmare chose to be silent on this. Just, no. How much money do you really have that can stand up to you building it like this? Yanuki had little doubt about that. The truth is that MS Wanya, MS Shen Hao, Grandma and Grandpa usually spend too little and earn too much, like a new material patent that MS Shen Hao got back before. The annual royalties are several $100 million into the account, and this is just one of them. What's more, with the size of the company under MS Wenya's name, it's possible to go out and spend just as much money as you make these days. Someone online asked MS Vineyard how much this operation would cost her. As it turned out, someone replied with a comment that the pennies weren't spent. The person who said this was the airline's owner, a charming, aristocratic woman. People have been asking why. The noblewoman simply replied, I got out of the plane. Before anyone could react, someone from abroad sent a message. MS Vineyards bus me out. MS Vineyards hotel is on me. MS Vineyards restaurant is on me. I'll pay for MS Vineyards expenses. The last one was sent by MS Shen Hao. Shen Mo watched as MS Shen Hao sighed and said that there were too many competitors. However, immediately afterward, he expressed how awesome he was. To this, Shen Mo gave birth to a question. MS Wanya are so powerful. The fish pond is so wide. So many male and female hegemony is in love with her, even to the extent that some teach their sons to be filial to MS Wanya. Then why did she take the money to help Lu Xinhua anger MS Shen Hao back then, and willing to go home with MS Shen Hao when she walks up to her? This isn't right. Shenmer's questioning heartbeat also reminded Lu Yu. Yeah, that's not right. With MS Wenya's wealth and connections, Lu Xinhua will be a fish in her pond, so it's impossible to invite her. You know, a lot of Lu Xinhua's friends are not as good as Lu Xinhua and don't even have a chance to be MS Wenya's fish. A mystery appeared in front of Lu Yu. Gulping, Lu Yu felt close to the truth, but she didn't dare touch it for fear that if she solved this mystery, the answer would shatter her three views. MS Shen Hao was still laughing and had her arms around MS Wenya laughing. stating that she was just awesome back then and had decisively taken down MS. Wanya, the Jungnan beauty. MS. Wanya smiled and held MS. Shen Hao, flattering her as her words went down. Shen Mo saw this scene and came to a realization. Grasping the grass. It's not possible that MS. Wanya is the hunter and MS. Shen Hao is the prey, right? If that's the case, wouldn't that really confirm the saying that high-end hunters often appear in the form of prey? Yanuki sighed. Should she lament that her husband had gotten smarter? Or should she lament that her husband had poked at the truth? What is the greatest joy of traveling with entertainment? Before, Shen Mo didn't understand, but now she did. It's the pleasure of King Zhou. At the entrance of the airplane, Shen Mo was pressed there by Lu Yu, and one beautiful single female netizen after another sent finger kisses to Shen Mo. When Shen Mo was the last to board the airplane, he was greeted with a sweet hello to Mr. Shen. Shen Mo could think of what the hot search would look like when it exploded. And it is true. The video was uploaded before the plane took off. After the plane landed, Shen Mo boarded the network to see the name Shen, King Zhou, Emperor Yang of Sui. Silence headline. After all, those single female netizens gather up various styles such as lowly, imperial sister, young woman, female big, sweet girl, domineering, passionate and open. To say that Shen Mo is a sounding king is not an overstatement. Shen Mer to not feel much about this. Because none of them compare to my wife. I have to say, Willow Moon is truly perfect. That is, from the face and body to the temperament and image of the speech are cultivated to a certain degree in order to obtain the perfect. Carefully describe it is, better than Lu Yu. Body face value is definitely not as good as Lu Yu. Then Lu Yu face value can beat the temperament and cannot. Temperament and Lu Yu can compete with Lu Yu. Body and face value and do not see to be able to do. After all, Ryuki spends more money on maintenance than anyone else could ever imagine. Twice weekly beauty treatments and once monthly injections to replenish the body's qualities. These two things together are $200,000 a month. The entire income of an ordinary family for a year. Or even so many people cannot reach the income. When the plane landed, Shen Mo and Lu Yu saw a Russian noblewoman with a height of 1.78 m come over, greeted Shen Hao and then hugged MS. Wanya, gabbing and chatting. The reception bus was ready outside the airport. When they arrived at the hotel, Shen Mo and Lu Yu again saw a 1.9 old middle-aged handsome man enthusiastically greeting Ms. Wanya and MS. Shen Hao. And in his eyes was a joy that could not be melted. Grandma and Grandpa were obviously used to this scene. The netizens who followed were shocked. Was their boss so well connected? In no time, a few more stars under Three Provinces Entertainment came to the hotel. They were out of the country to shoot a movie. And when they heard that their family boss had come, they rushed over to say hello. It's because the boss is awesome that they get to go abroad and film. The front desk advised that this 5-star hotel had been cleared and only extremely valued guests could check in. So be careful what you say. Numerous netizens nodded their heads in affirmative attention. The boss brought us out to play. We can't disgrace him. It didn't take long for some more stars to come in from the Three Provinces Entertainment side who had openings in the last few days, and one of them was still a male top streamer. This makes a group of netizens cannot help but feel that the star is also good to roll off. Chapter 47, Surfing the Hot 100. After lamenting, a group of netizens gleefully went to take pictures with these stars who were usually hard to reach. We are all one boss, but we don't see each other easily. On the first day of their stay at the 5-star hotel, the netizens used their cell phones to start a live broadcast en masse. Some broadcast from their rooms. Some go to pools, gyms, spas, etc. Netizens in the country are envious and jealous of this. People were especially stunned when they realized that it wasn't just Netflix that was there, but also the behind-the-scenes employees of the company. This is a direct break from the rumors on the internet that this is for show. Netizens were even more jealous when they saw Shen Mo swimming in the pool with a bunch of beauties. When he saw that the actress who was chatting with Shen Mo was the popular young flower Yishwer, he became even more envious. This Shen Mo, he eats too well. Especially when he saw that Lu Yu was not only not angry at this scene, but also smiled and accompanied Shen Mo and peeled an apple for him. He directly broke his defense and typed on the pop-up screen that this was for show. This was false, and that there could not be such a perfect wife existing in this world. Dinner was for the group in the hotel restaurant. Shen Mo looked at those men and women who surrounded beside Ms. Wanya and MS. Shen Hao, who were well-dressed and appeared to be distinguished, and couldn't help but lament in his heart. How did MS. Wanya manage to be so awesome? Yanuki was also curious. MS. Vinya was held in the limelight as if she had taken the script of the group's favorite heroine. And the fact that these fish don't usually bother MS. Vineyard without a sense of boundaries is awesome. Early the next morning, Mr. Wilson, the hotel owner, led the crowd to his other property, the gun park. You are free to shoot guns here. and all the types of guns that are allowed to pass in the market can be found here. Shen Mo was stunned to see all the densely packed guns of all types on the booth. That's enough to arm a battalion, I think. No wonder foreign countries have bad law and order. Shen Mo didn't know how to use it, so Liu picked an AK-47 for Shen Mo. When one bullet after another was loaded and the gun was pointed at the target, Shen Mo felt that his bloodline had awakened. Not only Shen Mo, but also those celebrity netizens who hold on to their guns. For this reason, Mr. Wilson also provided some clothes to many netizens. It's all absolutely beautiful. The viewers watching the live broadcast were stunned when the petite Lolitas, the tall imperial sisters, and the innocent female adults picked up their guns and unleashed their flames on the targets. The audience found this so exciting. MS. Vineyard obviously knows how to advertise. After letting the live webcams shoot themselves, they also shot up images of the staff behind the scenes hitting the targets. When the audience saw Zhao Top with white hair, one-handed gun, shot 7 shots 66 rings directly after boiling. It's so handsome. Wilson laughed as he stepped aside and said to MS. Vineyard, my hotel and range are probably going to burst into flames after you guys leave. MS. Wanya gathered her hair and said gently, because I can't watch you lose money a comment that made Wilson blush a little. His favorite girl is caring about him. So happy. This scene happened to be captured by the Tyrannosaurus Rex who had come over to the live broadcast, and the live broadcast audience instantly understood why those people were willing to spend money on her as they watched MS. Wanya's smile. We'd love to. Can you not be impressed when a mature and beautiful wife says to you in a gentle and sweet, yet unpretentious tone, I can't let you lose money? Especially after comparing it to those fairies online. Who do you pick? As the saying goes, high-end beauty tricks are often brother. You don't come next time. Save up to get married. If you really want to come, you order a cheap one. I'll give you a good press. MS. Wenya. MS. Shen Hao. Grandma and Grandpa were waiting for everyone to have a good time before they came on. The 4 men showed the crowd what it means to be truly professional and handsome. The civilized lady who carried a smell of the Jiangnan Watertown at all times shouldered her big sniper and fired a point-blank shot, looking at the shell casings flying out. The mobile dummy that was shot in the head. Countless people confessed to MS. Wanya in the live broadcast. It's so damn cool. It's so contrasting. MS. Shen Hao gives not a sense of contrast, but of bravado and wildness, holding up the AK and blasting it across the room. The beauty of emptying the magazine in 1 minute made countless people feel really handsome. Grandma and Grandpa play with pistols, but the sharp eyes make you wonder if they've been to war before. After target shooting, the food that Wilson had prepared was ready. Charcoal grilled camels, whole roasted whole beef, bear paws, large hams as thick as your arm, whole roasted pig's head, lobsters as long as your arm. It's pretty wild to say the least. As these entered the eyes of the live audience, they once again set the room abuzz. This is too good to be true. Especially the scene where Wilson cuts up the meat. Being the big boss, he took off his suit, put on an apron, grabbed a chopping knife and slammed it. The bulging muscles made a lot of people straight up cool, and exclaimed that MS. Vineyard ate too well. Shen Mo and the male celebrities and male netizens who followed him also rushed up to help. Of course, the help was fake. Mainly because I wanted to experience what it would be like to chop up a whole camel. When the audience in the live broadcast room watched Shen Bai, the male celebrity who was called a fine dog, take a chopping knife and cut it against the humpbacked kookaburra, he instantly felt that the evaluation of a fine dog was slandered, and he directly washed his hands of it. After lunch, Wilson took the crowd to experience the wilderness rampage to see the bears in his bear garden. An SUV was driven on by the crowd and headed for the wilderness with Wilson leading the way. In the middle of the bear garden, Wilson stripped down and gave the crowd a dance with the bears. This Shen Mo wouldn't dare. He's still a bit of a wimp. After making sure the bear wasn't going to bite random people, everyone rushed to take pictures. The crowd then played real-life CS in the forest. A handful of replica guns filled with colored eggs were served. Wilson, MS. Wenya, MS. Shen Hao, Grandma, Grandpa, and the 5 of them singled out all of them. This is a blatant case of discrimination. After the morning's target shooting, the various employees who fancied themselves marksmen were outraged and decided to teach their bosses a lesson. Shen Mo and Liu were also furious. We're strong too. Don't look down on us, okay? In the middle of the wild jungle, a drone was filming in the air. Wilson, MS. Wanya and other 5 people's athletic posture caused a burst of screams in the live broadcast. MS. Vinya carries a large sniper on her back for point-blank kill after point-blank kill. MS. Shen Hao did not hesitate to empty magazines of fire suppression hit Shen Mo and Liu holding their heads. Male top stream Shen Bai boasted that he had learned martial arts when he was a trainee, and although he couldn't wrestle with a bear, he felt that he could fight with a man and he decisively rushed up after the bullets were empty to fight with Wilson one-on-one. and then he was knocked away by Wilson in a fierce bear rush. There are many brave people. The result was still that Shen Mo and the others were beaten to a total loss. It made for a great watch for the live audience. When Shen Mo and the others finished playing and returned to the hotel, the domestic airplane tickets had already been booked out. Some people with money and free time have to come over and play. The hot search is full of real gun shooting, wilderness CS, bear gardens, and 5-star hotels. People think this is a real vacation. Chapter 48, Having Fun. Some company employees who didn't follow suit cried out for regret in the group. The only consolation was the bonus from MS. Vineyard. I have to say that MS, Wanyat and MS, Shen Hao are really generous. Early in the morning of the second day of traveling abroad, Shen Mo and Luyu had just come downstairs for breakfast when they learned what today's project was. Go to the polar circle to see the endless ice fields and experience dog sledding. Needless to say, this is a program that only countries with very large territories can have. It's still Wilson's responsibility, but Wilson did say that his good friend paid for this one, to welcome MS. Vinya. This made MS. Shen Hao very unhappy and regretted coming over here to play, and she wasn't that bad. The more she thought about it, the more angry MS. Shen Hao and Wilson had a fight, and she wanted to pay for it. Wilson disagrees. Finally the two men decided to fight and decide by force who would pay in the end. This behavior stunned Shen Mo and Luyu. It also made the group of Netflix stars who followed it giggle. Luckily, MS. Vinya wasn't crazy and stopped them. Eventually Wilson and MS. Shen Hao changed to drag racing. A trip to see the ice fields and a dog sled ride was nixed in favor of two big bosses going to a horse track to race horses. But it's also pretty good. Wilson once again showed the crowd that he has a whole racetrack to himself. Inside the huge racetrack, Wilson and MS. Shen Hao, after a hostile and furious glance, mounted their steeds and began to roar. MS. Vinya told the webcam to turn on the live stream. She felt she had to pull enough heat on Wilson to make the other woman appreciate the concern coming from her. The dominatrix's rampage quickly shot to the top of the charts in the country, especially after Netflix explained why. Everyone was even more stunned. Then an online article titled My Group Favorite Boss was freshly published. There were even countless people who lamented that having a group favorite boss was a real treat. This was followed by endless envy, and everyone wanted to know how to join MS. Wenya's company for work. Horse racing is fruitless in the end. The main reason is that both guys are too strong and Wilson doesn't want to cheat. The next two turned on the racing. The racetrack for professional racing is normally closed to others, but Wilson, the owner, came and opened it up. Both cars ran stumps on the track and ended up tied and undefeated as well. Wilson and MS. Shen Hao, who have been strong all their lives, were stopped by MS. Wenya when they decided to open another match. It turns out that just as the duo were racing, a noblewoman named Phyllis finished stealing the house. She invites MS. Vineyard to her winery for a drink on the grounds that she is new to the area. Inside the 600-year-old Chateau Manor, the netizens and celebrities who followed had the honor of tasting top-notch red wines. Shen Mo and Luyu both belong to the series that dipped into the light. Wilson is dismissive of this. It's just a winery. Who doesn't have one? The way MS. Phyllis looked at MS. Vineyard was all drawn out, and it made Shen Mer couldn't help but feel once again, this is the real Sea King. Others are still willing to spend money on her, knowing she's a Sea King and has a lover. The netizens who came with them looked at the manor full of historical heritage are inferior. Even live broadcasts do not dare to open. In the past, I felt that I had made a lot of money in a year as a netizen and a star, and I had become the so-called man of the world, which was already very impressive. But today see this solemn manor. Drink on the outside basically not for sale. Only, circulating out is 120,000 a bottle of red wine. Instantly feel that their little money is not worth it. Especially after Phyllis filled 2 bottles of red wine each for the crowd as they left in the evening. It's more about understanding what it means to have a gap. Someone went to look up Phyllis online and came up with nothing. It took everyone by surprise. Or Grandpa casually mentioned that Phyllis's family didn't have much industry, just a lot of land, small expenses, and just managed to save a lot of money every year. That statement confuses a lot of people. How much land would it take for her to give away tens of millions of dollars worth of wine at the drop of a hat and not feel any pain? MS. Tyrannosaurus Rex, being the boldest netizen, couldn't help but ask MS. Wanya on her way back, how did she and Phyllis meet? MS. Wanya also did not hide, greatly said, nothing, is Wanya young when studying abroad and Phyllis was a classmate. The two people chat better just, on a day-to-day basis. Phyllis liked MS. Vineyard's style and the relationship grew. Really plain and simple reasons. Shen Mo and Luyu always felt that there was still some secret, but the older generation didn't say anything, so they didn't mention it. Since there was no live stream on the property, when they returned to the hotel in the evening, The webcams turned on the live stream and were immediately asked what they had gone and done in the afternoon. Xiao Bai, Lan, and Li Zi are sitting in front of the camera with their eyebrows raised as they talk about how they and others went to Phyllis Manor. Said it was a manor with hundreds of years of history, drinking red wine that sells for hundreds of thousands of dollars a bottle outside. The live viewers weren't convinced, and the three women anxiously pulled out the red wine Phyllis had given them. And there are others who have done the same. There are still a lot of viewers who don't believe it, because someone has counted the tens of millions of dollars worth of red wine that Phyllis has given away. After all, Ms. Vinya doesn't bring a lot of people with her. And besides the netizens there are behind-the-scenes employees too. But there was also a top rich kid who said something that should be true. That same big internet star. But he's a second-generation dude. His family is in real estate. And he loves to pick up chicks. He said he met Phyllis when he went abroad. If it was really the one he'd seen, it was likely. For as far as he knew, Phyllis's family owned dozens of minerals and untold amounts of land, with plantations of their own. Those red wines were worth a lot of money sold out of the country. Not a few dollars to Phyllis. Netizens are more envious. This life, it's just too good to be true. Vacationing with the owner. You get to do things you haven't done before and drink top quality wine. Also because of this live broadcast, the winery under Phyllis's name was dug up. And then someone found out that there was a red wine production line under the winery's name, which sold out every year. And the quality was very good and the price was not expensive. Someone went and asked the real estate second-generation webmaster if this would be a hype. The real estate second-generation netizen sneered that it wouldn't be, since the sale of wine from that line was mainly used to maintain the revenue of Chateau Phyllis. To put it bluntly, people don't expect this stuff to make money and don't sell it much in this country. That instantly made everyone think Phyllis was pushing it too hard and trying to find ways to get ready to go buy 2 bottles lol. Of course, there are those who say it's all hype for Ms. Vinya, just to add heat to the famous Netflix, and it has been said that both Ms. Fumiya and Ryuki are fake purists. That didn't make waves at first. On the third day of the tour, Wilson took Ms. Wenya and the others to see the endless ice field, experienced dog sledding, and had a barbecue on the ice field, participated in the bonfire party of the local ethnic minorities, danced, and had a great time. Chapter 49 Counterfeiting. On the 7th night of the trip, a hot search titled Moon Silent Media Suppresses Local Specialties appeared. The Tyrannosaurus Rex, who had been shopping all day and bought a bunch of souvenirs for his mom and dad, opened the live stream and was ready to give everyone an overview of what was here when he was first at D. Tyrannosaurus Rex, hurry up and inform General Manager Lou that something has happened to Moon Silence Media. The Tyrannosaurus Rex was flabbergasted. What's wrong? The live viewer hurriedly said. Look at the hot search. The Tyrannosaurus Rex hurriedly flipped out his cell phone and let out a growl when he saw the hot search. Which one of the conscienceless rumor mongers? Our Mr. Lou is a greatly good man. Inside Lu Yu's room, Lu Yu looked at the hot search with a black face. During the day today, a female anchor named Big Rain vigorously slammed Moon Silent Media during a live sell. This anchor called Big Rain sells potato flour, corn flour, and white potato flour produced in the countryside itself. $3 for a pack of 10. Cheap and tasty. The main one is a way out for the farmers in the Northeast. Incidentally slammed Lu Yu's UMO Media. Said UMO Media is not at all for the sake of the Northeastern peasants, engaged in a physical trade market, but also the whole of a condition. Only allowed their own approved products to enter, so that the people in the hands of the products even more cannot be sold. A live broadcast that criticized Moon Silent Media for being nothing. At the end of the day, she even belittled Ms. Wanya, saying that as a strong Northeastern woman, she hated Ms. Wanya's kind of dead green tea, day in and day out. She would rely on a man to eat, not at all like a new age woman. It also openly and secretly trolls the showbiz industry for tax evasion. And who knows if a green tea lady like Ms. Wanya will be there too. After reading it as a whole, Lu Yu's face was pitch black. Shen Mo was looking dumbfounded behind Lu Yu. No, this female anchor who looks like an old man and is called Big Rain is sick, isn't she? Moon Silent Media and Ms. Wanya invited her to mess with her, even directly pasted the face to open the big ah. But what's even more bull **** is that it's none of her business if we're running a trade market and getting anchor product endorsements and not selling stuff from those little workshops. ***** Really want to get her killed. Then we should get grandpa to whip her. Shen Mo was angry and furious. Willow Moon was soothed by the sound of her husband's scolding. The incident got more and more hit and miss. But Lu Yu didn't respond first, and Ms. Wenya called, so don't worry about her. In the evening we all went out for a late dinner. As he was leaving to board the bus the next day, Wilson had everyone loaded up with honey. It's all natural, pure wild honey. You guys bring the food. Ms. Vinya covered her mouth with honey and snickered. It was only after getting into the car that Ms. Vineyard said that Wilson was learning our country's etiquette, and that the guests were leaving to give something to load. Aunt Chen and Tyrannosaurus Rex and the others hurriedly asked Ms. Wanya what to do about the anchor woman called Big Rain. Ms. Vineyard shrugged and laughed easily. Let the bullets fly for a while. Ms. Shen Mo snorted disdainfully, although he didn't know what the other party was thinking, to the extent that they wanted to step on them to get to the top. Then they had to be prepared for bad luck. When Lu Yu and the others got off the plane, the online public opinion got even bigger, because just in the morning, the heavy rain anchor woman was selling even more northeastern souvenirs. This time, she added ginseng, goji berries, etc., potato noodles, corn noodles, instant corn, prepared vegetables, and other things that sold like hotcakes. A great sale can be said about every product. After seeing that there was no response last night, this female anchor called Big Rain was even more mocking, directly stating that Lu Yu and the others had wimped out and were afraid of her, a female anchor who stood up for the common people, because behind her stand millions of farmers. Shen Mo directly spat in his heart after seeing the recording screen from his cell phone. This is too idiotic. This behavior is so abstract. How did she live to be so old? Live streaming is such a marvelous thing to get all kinds of abstractions to come forward. In the end, Shen Mo shook his head and did not say much as Ms. Wanya and Ms. Lu Yu ordered that none of the anchors under their command were allowed to talk back online. It's time to go live. Go back and rest. Don't worry about that. If the live feed is flushed, just bear with it. Those who need compensation for their losses, look for Ms. Vinya. Hearing this, even the group of face anchors who needed to play PK every day and needed to broadcast every day said that the boss was joking. Where did they need compensation? Upon her return, Ms. Vineyard waved her hand and continued to give the people under her command vacations and added bonuses to those who wanted to go to work and work. She didn't care about that small amount of money anyway. For her part, Willow Moon is busy, and she and Auntie Chen are going to run some carry-out selections. Some of Grandpa's friends and some of Auntie Wenya's friends have sent messages asking if they need their help. Even the general manager of the live broadcast platform, the boss behind the scenes, asked Aunt Wenya to speak up if they were needed, ready to press the death of that anchor called Big Rain. What the hell? How dare you take a shot at their white moon goddess? Shen Mo also followed Lu Yu to run selections and skipped back and forth in the eastern provinces. There is a Basil this sitting household Galban official endorsement. The other cities in the eastern provinces are also very cooperative. They have all launched their own strictly selected products. With this broadcast, Lu Yu got, after market review, as many as dozens of good quality selections. So much so that Lu Yu couldn't even eat it and had to share some of it over to Hoya Media's anchors. But it's all family, and no one cares. When Lu Yu talked to the officials, she didn't press the price for these products, but compressed her profit margin. Lu Yu also had no problem telling the name anchors that the compression was the profit margin between the anchor and the company, meaning that for the same product, they made less than the anchors of other companies and could choose not to make it. The result is that the netizens and anchors under the banner are involved. They sell, and they do so willingly, because so many of the anchors are local to the eastern provinces. The enthusiastic women want to do something practical for their own families. Say out how face, in case of selling fire, may be able to sit at the New Year's dinner. Some of the female netizens who took the value route and had a great body were even hugging Lu Yu's thighs and crying when Lu Yu and Shen Mo went to the company. Boss, have mercy on me? Give me the sales of corn and white potatoes. I'll sell them. I'll do anything you want me to do as long as you give me the sale of corn and white potatoes. That look gave Shen Mo an instant sense of crisis. These pussies are trying to take my job. Yanuki finally had to agree to them. In the half-month that Lu Yu and Shen Mo ran back and forth to select products, the heavy rain anchor woman became more and more powerful and sold more and more. Then, Mr. Hi, a famous counterfeiting anchor and professional counterfeiter, posted a video. I have been fighting counterfeiting for decades, and the wind of the internet has made me a multi-millionaire, but I have never fought against certain large groups. So guess why? Because there's nothing fake about the press. That's why I believed in Mr. Ryu and Mr. Man's character from the beginning. So, I managed to earn this huge wave of traffic. Self-proclaimed farmer's daughter of the rain anchor. You sell potato flour, corn flour, corn noodles, wild ginseng after firm. Is a little bit of potato, corn, ginseng ingredients are not all synthetic products. The meat in the prepared dishes you sell is full of rotten meat. So I'm just asking you, is it a loss? Waiting to lose your money you. Chapter 50, Stepping on the Top. When Mr. Hayes' video came out, it went straight to the top of the Hot 100. Those appraisal centers listed in Mr. Hayes' follow-up video are very well known. Immediately after that, the officials of the three eastern provinces also came up with strong evidence and directly whacked the heavy rain anchor to death. Enforcement was broadcast live, and people watched as one small workshop after another was taken down, and one black workshop after another was shut down. This was followed by the heavy rain anchors being personally crushed away. Someone started a rumor on the internet that it was a setup staged by MS, One Yat and Luyu, and then it was sued. MS. Vinya posted a video. In the video, she sits on the couch, dressed appropriately, and says lightly, "I didn't respond before because I knew she was going down. As for why she wasn't warned, it's because if you're going to make money, you have to be prepared to make money. I'm a businessman, a killer businessman, and I don't mind stepping over her corpse to get to the top." Folks, her selling frenzy has passed, and ours from Hoya Media and Moonshine Media is coming up. The next thing we're going to show you is our Eastern Province specialties. Fake appraisals are welcome. MS. Wanya's beautiful figure, confident language, and ferocious tone of voice instantly captured countless fans. On this day, the heavy rain anchor was completely banned and people were taken away. Also on this day, Hoya Media and Moon Silent Media stepped on heavy rain anchors to get to the top, and all kinds of Eastern Province specialties were sold by leaps and bounds. Inside the live broadcast of Dance Anchor Mr. Sheen. Families, no dancing today. Let's sell the goods. The corn sold is from the Yangyang Food Factory. Why sell their plants? Because my second grandpa's family's corn was in the corn they bought. What? I have to dance a set of Shake the Sun? No problem. Arrange the arrangements. Dedicated PK Anchorwoman 6636 Live. Families, I sell tamales. This tamale, feel free to go ahead and appraise it, because my dad and my mom work at this factory. Anti-Flame, the face anchor. Family, I'm counting on you to have the main table at my homecoming this year. This hash browns, it's a little additive, but it's definitely made of potatoes. It's a shipment from my old neighborhood. Wait for me to take a call. Families, my grandfather said that if I sell well and do good things, I'll be the first of my generation in the genealogy. The game's anchor is number 1 in the middle of the pack. Brothers. Playing the game for 10 years and making millions has not been recognized by the family. Now that the opportunity to be recognized is at hand, do you think I can wimp out? Nothing more to say. I'll get on the little yellow car and you guys buy it. What? Need me to dance? No problem. Fitness anchor Tiger. Family, what would you have me do if you would buy it? 1,000 push-ups? No problem. Sit down now. Don't ask me why. Ask as my grandfather said he's fixing the genealogy this year and giving me a single page. Shall buy. Lon, and Li Z live. Lon frantically cooked, and Shall buy and Li Z ate furiously. Families, buy. Dried white potatoes have our mentor's family. She said that if it doesn't sell, we'll wait for extended graduation this year. Ooh, we don't want yenbi. Shenmer live. Selling? I'm the owner. What am I selling? Making personal money? Laughing my ass off. Am I that close to having that kind of personal money? My wife just sent me $2 million. You guys are asking me what I did in this event? Does accompanying your wife on business trips to various places and bringing her water when she's thirsty and food when she's hungry count as work? There's nothing left. After all, I'm pretty much a rookie. Oh, this friend asked me if my wife really doesn't mind me, and why don't I try? Actually, that's a pretty simple question. I provide emotional value to my wife. In a marriage, emotions and material things, one needs to be provided. Otherwise, what's the point of getting married? Gee, this friend asked if my wife and I want to have another wedding. That's a good question. I am ready to tie the knot again and have a wedding. Shen Mo's bold and straightforward answer satisfied the many gossiping netizens. Hoya Media and Moonshine Media had a cool day on the air as well. It didn't set any live myths because Willow Moon's pricing wasn't low. But this also means that Hoya Media and Moonmare Media have officially entered the bandwagon world. Willow Moon and sent out a video to the public that made people collectively hate it. I'm going to train a professional counterfeiting anchor next for the purpose of dabbling in traffic. The rest of the bandwagon anchors, bandwagon platforms, as long as they sell fake goods, I will report you immediately. That's dirty business tactics. How can I say that this behavior has made a lot of anchors cursing away? And then on the face of it, they have to keep saying that the big guy is doing a good job, and that the big guy is really good. It's just aggravating. The families in the live room were delighted. Just kind of fun. And for the first time, I feel that the business war has turned out to be so outrageous. That is, waiting for other people to make mistakes, and then step on their own to get to the top. Shortly afterward, a business mogul attending an interview was asked about this. The big man smiled and said, "Business war, and there is nothing excessive. Basically the most effective. Scratching the electric car seat, pulling the electric gate, changing dishes, private dating, so simple. There are things like acquiring shares, project trolling, etc. As written in novels, But none of them are as good as doing business honestly and waiting for your opponent to make a mistake. Because the business big brother surnamed Lei smiled and said, "You have time to count others. Why don't you depress your own costs, optimize your own program strategy, and then wait for friends to become their own step on the other side to the top to be simple and easy?" Then Biggie gave the example of a certain brand of milk powder. When all the formula was found to be substandard, the only one that passed took off, straight out of the gate, a favorite of the times, a flyer that never stops. It's a lot cooler than your price wars. While other bandwagon hosts have been caught up in all sorts of turmoil with counterfeiting and tax checks, Hoya Media and Moonshine Media have silently taken off, led by Lu Yu. During this period of time, Shen Mo had been accompanying Lu Yu, serving her tea and water to relieve the double pressure on her body and psyche, occasionally made videos, but never answered commercials. On this day, Shen Mo was going to accompany Lu Yu back to Jinghai City to attend the recognition banquet of a powerful family. Shen Mo was very excited that he had met such an exciting thing as a real or fake Shenjin in his lifetime. Originally, Shen Mo didn't need to go, but who let the other party's fake Shenjin and Lu Yu be friends? The kind of relationship that was still very good. Shen Mo heard Lu Yu say that the Return True 1000 Gold was also very powerful. A very talented girl who wrote romance novels that were bestsellers. And I don't know if there will be a situation where the real and fake millennials will set each other up. Thinking about it makes me feel good. Chapter 51, very bland. Lu Yu rolled her eyes. Everyone is civilized. All have received higher education. All have the ability to earn money alone. How can they trap each other just because of the real or fake Shenjin? What is the figure? Figure you've had too good a life for yourself and want to go to jail for a little bit of pain? People are real and fake millennials, not real and fake haters. The plane landed, and when he left the airport Shen Mo saw Zhao Yanyan. "Ha, why didn't you let Wang Ma and the girls come to pick up Ah?" Shen Mo was curious, but didn't say anything. He positioned himself as a shadow of Lu Yu. In the car, Zhao Yanyan spills the beans to Lu Yu about the fake Shenjin of the real ones. Their mutual friend Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu is simply psychotic. Reading novels into a demon, crazy reward million, and then added the author of the real 1000 Gold Wu Fei, and because in the circle of friends brushed her photo, think this woman may be their own long-lost sister, and finally all kinds of about Wu Fei, secretly do paternity test. Finally, it's established that Wu Fei is a real millennial and that she's still a fake millennial. Zhao Yanyan felt that reality was much more outrageous than fiction. Lu Yu's smile stiffened. Zhou Yu is not really any big disease read a novel, but also gave himself to see into the brain. Shen Mo was shocked and said, "Reward millions? What's that Fei Wu's pen name?" Zhao Yanyan glanced at Shen Mo through the rearview mirror and said helplessly, "It seems to be called something like Durian True Scent." Shen Mo was silent. "What's wrong?" Zhou Yanyan, not understanding what was going on with this sudden silence from Shen Mo. Lu Yu also looked at Shen Mo strangely. Sighing, Shen Mo said in an odd tone, "Because the author of Durian Fragrance is famous for writing true and false articles. Now the online fire of the fake 1000 Gold hand tier script. I died after 5 brothers regret. The fake 1000 Gold is green tea. The real 1000 Gold green tea kill through everything. The real 1000 Gold hand tier scum. True or false $1,000 novels thrive on the regret stream, the scripted stream, and the Sandlot stream she's involved in." Zhao Yanyan and Lu Yu also fell silent. No wonder Zhou Yu will be on the brain. See more, definitely on the brain Also, now the short drama in the Mansion Real fake 1000 Gold script, basically are copied from the Durian True Fragrance. I remember she also last year on the novel author list of the rich list, but also rumors that she is going to get a studio, their own business. She's got a pretty good reputation in author circles. Zhao Yanyan and Lu Yu looked at Shen Mo suspiciously. "How do you know so much?" As a veteran reader who has been mixing in the novel circle for many years and occasionally rewards the existence of an ally, Shen Mo said that he also has a bit of connections in the novel circle. Readers who can reward allies can basically blend into various authors groups and hear all kinds of gossip if they want to. For example, a certain level 5 author had a girlfriend and still looked for an ally fan to fall in love with, and then was angrily hammered to the point of changing his number. A certain author worked hard to write a book while his wife cheated on him with his brother. A certain author got drunk and sold his copyrights cheaply and almost cried himself to death. And so on. There are a lot of melons. Zhao Yanyan and Lu Yu didn't care how good Wu Fei's reputation was. They only cared about one thing right now. And that was that Zhou Yu was actually looking at the real and fake Shenjin one, which could be too exciting. Don't say anything, go ahead and taunt her afterward. Zhao Yanyan first took Shen Mo and Lu Yu to her own home to rest, and then went to the recognition banquet together in the evening. Lu Yu and Shen Mo didn't have anything to say about this. It's the same wherever they are, and at Zhao Yanyan's house, they can still save some things. But before going over, Lu Yu asked Zhao Yanyan to clean up her house first, so that there are no things that shouldn't be there. This infuriated Zhou Yunyun. Shen Mo thought that Jia Yanyan would also live in a villa like Lu Yu, but he did not expect hers to be a simple and cozy 3-bedroom apartment, or pink, completely different from Zhao Yanyan's usual breezy appearance. Zhou Yun said that old lady likes it. After sitting down, Zhao Yanyan and Lu Yu chatted about business matters, and Shen Mo, who couldn't understand at all, chose to walk into the kitchen and simply cook something. The evening's feast was destined to be a poorly fed affair. Shen Mer has been there before. You guys talk about you guys. I eat my own thoughts. Unfortunately, with no one else gorging themselves on food and drink, Shen Mo also broke off this idea. Zhao Yanyan's home is still good. All kinds of vegetables and fruits in the refrigerator. Shen Mo simply made 3 bowls of noodles and clear soup with 2 small cold dishes. The refreshing noodles were a delight to eat for all 3. After the meal, the tuxedo delivery man came by. There were no images of Zhao Yanyan being astonished and appreciating greatly during the meal. After all, as delicious as Shen Mo's cooking was, it was definitely not as good as the chef that Zhao Yanyan hired herself, and not as good as the top restaurants that Zhao Yanyan frequented on a daily basis. Once you've changed into your gown, you'll need a professional chauffeur to get out the door. This banquet Shen Mo did not sneak around alone. He was pulled by Lu Yu to come to Zhou Yu and Zhou father and mother. Wu Fei sighed to recognize people. There was no look-down behavior. Father Zhou, Mother Zhou, Zhou Yu, and Wu Fei got along well, and they all respected Shen Mo. This is so startling that I thought it would appear to be looked down upon. Lu Yu heard a burst of laughter. We are decent people. Look down on you is not to look down on me and the Shen family. Zhou Yu wrapped her arms around Wu Fei and smiled as she introduced. Yu, this is my sister Zhou Fei. She is a superb netizen author. Oh, if you want to invest in netizen, you can look for my sister. Immediately after Zhou Yu gave Wu Fei an introduction. Sister, this is Lu Yu, my good friend, good girlfriend. You're not going to open a studio, whether it's for investment or operation. You can also look for her. Wu Fei. Oh no. It was Zhou Fei who blushed slightly as she looked at Lu Yu and whispered. Hello. Yanuki smiled slightly. Hello. Zhou Yu pulled Zhou Fei, Zhao Yanyan, Lu Yu, Shen Mo and the others to the side. On the way, Zhou Yu gushed to the crowd about how great Wu Fei was. It was a true admiration. In the words of Zhou Yu, my sister, Zhou Fei, is invincible. It was also under Zhou Yu's introduction that Shen Mo and the others knew about Zhou Fei's past. Very ordinary. Nothing thrilling. Ordinary workers' family. Parents can't say much love, but they never abused Zhou Fei either. Zhou Fei's academic performance is very good, and you can tell that Zhou's father and mother have good genes. But Fei Zhou doesn't like to give a job, and started writing novels when she went to college, breaking through to burst into flames along the way. Smooth and smooth. Zhou Fei's parents do not care about this. They do not have much culture. Cannot point to Zhou Fei. Zhou Fei's requirements are able to make money to support themselves on the line. And then later on it was meeting Zhou Yu. The two families had a meal together a while ago, and Zhou Fei's parents asked Zhou Fei to change her name and did not ask Zhou Yu to change her name, which satisfied Zhou's father and mother. Of course, in Zhou Yu's words, his own pair of real parents' thoughts are known to everyone, which is nothing more than the fear that Zhou Yu will lose the inheritance of the Zhou family and will need to struggle again, hoping that Zhou Yu will take fewer detours for decades. The reason for making Fei Zhou change from Fei Wu to Fei Zhou was also because she wanted her to go better in the future and have better resources. What a pair of penetrating parents. Zhou Yu also smiled and said that she gave her own pair of real parents to open a hotel, hired a professional manager in charge, and the annual profits are also given to the real parents. Only then did Shen Mo realize that the Zhou family had started out as a hotel restaurant. Chapter 52 Advising Shen Mo to start a business. After Zhou Yu introduced the experience, she brought the conversation toward the novel so that Zhou Fei could participate as well. It could be that those who write novels have ample desire to express themselves, plus it's their strong point, so Zhou Fei began to talk about her ideas in great detail. Fei Chao's goal is to open her own studio or even a company, doing mostly novel adaptations. When Zhou Fei wrote novels for all the simple reasons, it was because she felt that those authors' writing sucked, so she got on her own. Now Fei Chou feels those adaptations are too ugly and likewise decides to go on her own. Originally, those money she earned on her own was not quite enough, and now that she had 3 pairs of big dog households, Zhou Yu and her biological parents, she was directly ready to open the big one. While saying that, Zhou Fei's eyes flicked towards Shen Mo and Lu Yu. Fei Chou felt that Shen Mo and Lu Yu were perfect for starring in her drama. Willow Moon smiled and answered, feeling very good about it. After all, any beauty has had the idea of putting on a stunning play and then becoming famous. Fei Chou speaks about her views on the market. Shen Mo felt it was childish because it was completely different from what Lu Yu usually spoke about. Zhou Yu, however, said this was good and thoughtful, and she could strongly support it. Shen Mo was puzzled. Why do I think Zhou Fei's idea is completely wrong? But Zhou Yu still wants to support it. Yanuki smiled and took a sip of her juice. Save the booze for later when you're interacting with those old foxes. Not long after, the guests at the dinner had all arrived, and father and mother Zhou greeted Zhou Yu and Zhou Fei. Shen Mo took the opportunity to ask questions to Lu Yu. Because no one is a direct investment success. All need to experience failure bumps. Lu Yu faintly explained. Zhou Fei has her own ideas, which is good. Zhou Yu has the money to support Zhou Fei's failure. Perhaps for fear of Shen Mo thinking too much. Lu Yu paused for a moment and explained again. Zhou Yu has no intention of targeting Zhou Fei. It's just that investing in entrepreneurship is something that definitely requires trial and error step by step in order to form a theory that belongs to oneself. Just like me. I lost more than $200 million in failed investments one after another in college. Shen Mo was stunned. No, you lost more than $200 million? Totally unbelievable. Lu Yu smiled slightly. Where there is a come up to success, the reason why no one knows. No, I should say that no one tells, because Lu Yu later succeeded and made a lot of money. Lu Yu took advantage of the fact that no one was there to tell Shen Mo about the experiences of people in the neighborhood who had failed to invest. Zhou Yu was also initially a dislike of the sky and the earth. No one is not convinced of the appearance of their own money to invest in a few hotels, completely in accordance with their own ideas of site selection, marketing, and finally proved that the complete failure. Zhao Yanyan had founded a design company in the beginning, operating for 3 years, lost $1.8 million. Very miserable. Shen Jiayun also invested in the venture and lost $500 million. Shen Zhejia invested in the internet when he was in college, had a relationship website, and lost a low profile. These are the things that people know, and there are many more that they don't. And almost everyone has lost money initially when making tens of millions and hundreds of millions of dollars of investments. No one up on the success. Are bumpy all the way over, and finally slowly form their own investment in business ideas. Practice makes perfect. So hubby, after hearing what I have to say, any thoughts on going into business? After all, you're young, and you've been learning a lot in the meantime, and it's okay to go out and be trying. Lu Yu blinked her eyes and looked at Shen Mo with a smile. She is supportive of Shen Mo's entrepreneurship. Men, accompanied by the side is good, but once in a while should also be male. Not to mention the fact that she's touting it. Of course, even if Shen Mo can't do anything, Lu Yu will still keep Shen Mo. At the very least, Shen Mo is sincere in this matter to her, and there is no need to try. How suddenly I brought up the idea of letting me start my own business and invest in it is not understood or respected. I have been investing all my life. I only believe in the interest rate of the 4 major banks. My hundreds of millions of cash in the bank to eat interest. Every day there are a few $1,000s. Why do you want to go to invest in entrepreneurship? In case of loss. Holding this thought, Shen Mo slowly said, forget it, I don't have much motivation. Top is just whatever you vote for and I'll just follow some of it. Yanuki smiled. Well, that's a good idea for a husband. Next to her, Chou Yunyun rolled her eyes. At this time, Father Zhou and Mother Zhou led Zhou Yu and Zhou Fei to the stage together and began to give their speeches. It's very concise. It's just a normal marriage recognition meeting. And it's openly stated that this real and fake millennium is an accident. An accident with the wrong child. And there are none of those messed up events in the novel. It made everyone on stage laugh. Shen Mo looked at the reporter who videotaped it, and felt that Father Zhou and Mother Zhou were quite okay, which is true to make a declaration to everyone. A reporter asked what should be done with the Chow family's shares. Father Zhou smiled and replied, both daughters are my children, and both are excellent children. They don't necessarily look at my estate. Father Zhou duly opened the large screen behind him, which recorded Zhou Yu and Zhou Fei's growing up experience. Zhou Yu, needless to say, the general manager of the hotel under the Zhou family, and under her own name. There is also a chain of catering companies with 200 stores, an organic vegetable farming company, and she is a famous female president in the circle. Zhou Fei's resume is slightly thinner, but she is also a copyrighted online writer who has come up with her own talent and is worth tens of millions of dollars. Zhou's father pulled Zhou Fei's hand up and earnestly told the reporter, I'm so proud of my real daughter who just came home. She reached multi-millionaire status on her own, in her own strength, and made the class leap, which is truly powerful, in its own right. I can say that she has surpassed 80% of the second-generation people at the banquet today. I, for one, really feel heartfelt happiness for her. Many of the second generation present had their faces darkened. No, why are you insulting us if you are praising her? Mother Zhou slowly stepped forward after Father Zhou went down and similarly took Zhou Fei's hand, saying earnestly, I am equally proud of my daughter. I will support her in everything. I hope that all of you will also be tolerant of it. After Mother Zhou went down was Zhou Yu. She smiled and said, My sister is amazing. If I were her, I wouldn't necessarily be able to successfully cross the class. Zhou Yu's heartfelt smiles and compliments made everyone understand that the Zhou family seemed to be at peace. As for other people's worries about power struggles and sisters turning against each other and all this, I just want to say one thing. Our family harmony, everyone has their own career, will not fight because of a little bit of family property. The bottom man's eyebrows jumped wildly. Is your Zhou family a bit of family property? That's a listed hotel group with a market capitalization of several $100 billion. We all have our own careers, and in the future, we won't necessarily be weaker than the Zhou family. That's a lot of pretending, but everyone was convinced. At the very least, people have the guts to say it. Chapter 53, Doing It Without Hesitation. After the Zhou family finished expressing their importance to Zhou Fei, the banquet came to its true climax. Socializing. Shen Mo watched the ones pulling investments, talking about friendships, and chatting about projects, and silently retreated to the side. He didn't much like the occasion. Lu Yu, repeatedly determined that Shen Mo did not want to invest in the business, also went to the side with Zhao Yanyan. She also has her own goals. When Shen Mo was drinking alone, Zhou Fei sat down next to him. Why don't you go talk to them about the project? Zhou Fei greeted Shen Mo curiously. She felt quite strange. Listening to Zhou Yu said that Shen Mo has a lot of cash in hand, very suitable for investment. Why not go? Shen Mo smiled and said easily, I have limited talent and don't really want to hook up with them, so I might as well keep my wife honest. Don't you? Zhou Fei froze slightly. This reason, it was quite bull ********. However, Zhou Fei didn't care and turned to laugh. My reason is much simpler. My sister won't let me talk to anyone here, saying that she's afraid I'll get trapped. I listened to the advice and came over to talk to you. Now my sister has gone to talk to your wife about the project, saying that she has her eye on a piece of land and wants to buy it to build a commercial building. Shen Mo nodded. Quite good. It was Lu Yu's style. Lu Yu is very fond of doing physical industry business, especially real estate, but never touches residential buildings, only pure commercial real estate, because Lu Yu think residential real estate is sure to collapse in the future. When to enter the possibility of bad luck. In that case, might as well not touch it. Yo, folk princess and softy, you two are talking. What's the highbrow conversation going on that you can tell me about? A teasing voice suddenly sounded. Shen Mo and Zhou Fei looked up, only to see that at some point, a boy in a suit with a greasy head stood on the opposite side. At the first sight of the other party, a wave of nastiness welled up in Shen Mo's heart. Zhou Fei held back her nausea and frowned. Who are you? Know your manners. The man revealed a cold smile and sat down on the other side of the sofa, saying disdainfully, my name is Sun Jichao. What are manners? The disdain in his eyes was heavy. Shen Mo took a deep breath, suppressed his disgust, gave Zhou Fei a look, and got up. I'll go look for my wife. You go look for your sister too. Zhou Fei nodded, neither of them wanting to cause trouble. Sun Jichao looked at the duo wanting to leave and smiled disdainfully. Soft rice man, wimpy woman, just like that you guys. Only that group of old things can look at you. Sun Jichao's words made Shen Mo and Zhou Fei understand why this man came over to Diaphragm. Obviously, he was the second generation of the group of losers in the eyes of Father Zhou. Shen Mo had heard Lu Yu say that he was a character in the eyes of the older generation. Those old people believe that anyone who takes the opportunity to make the class leap on his or her own deserves respect because there is always one or two good things about him or her. Therefore, Shen Mo turned back, looked at Sun Jichao, and laughed. I have my wife's soft rice to eat. What about you? What do you have to eat? These words seemed to sting Sun Jichao, who's angrily stood up and picked up the bottle on the table and smashed it at Shen Mo. Bipolar disorder. Shen Mo pulled Zhou Fei to duck over and commented in his heart. Snap. The sound caused by the bottle smashing against the wall drew the attention of the ballroom. Whether it was the older generation or the younger generation, they all looked at Sun Jichao and Shen Mo, who was holding Zhou Fei's hand, in dismay. In an instant, countless gossips appeared in the hearts of the crowd, especially the situation where Shen Mo was holding Zhou Fei's hand. Sun Jichao didn't care about the gazes of the people around him, smiled proudly, straightened his suit, and said triumphantly, Shen Mo, you're a piece of trash who makes a career out of eating soft food, and you deserve to go against me. I'm telling you, Fei Chou is the woman I have my eye on. A comment that caused more gossip. Shen Mo's eyes looked at Sun Jichao in a low tone, and this girl's reputation was scourged. Zhou Fei's face went down in gloom. Zhou Yu had given her a lecture on how two men fighting over a woman was not a good word for girls in the mansion circle. Sun Jichao was pleased. He wanted this moment. He just didn't believe that Lu Yu could endure Shen Mo protecting another woman. He just couldn't believe that Lu Yu could put up with rumors that her husband was cheating on her. Rumors are a thing that, when used well, can destroy a lot of things even if they are made out of nothing. Today there are so many people present. His son Jichao want to see how Shen Mo break? Soft-boiled men. Wimpy women. I'm going to ruin your reputations today. Shen Mo loosened his grip on Zhou Fei's hand, looked at Lu Yu who was walking across the street, and smiled. Wife, remember to fish me out of the bureau. That comment left everyone uncertain for a moment. Shen Mo laughed out loud and looked at Sun Jichao. Sun Zi, you can say that I'm a soft eater. You can make rumors that I'm stealing the same woman as you, but you can't badmouth someone else's girl's reputation. If you make a scene out of this today, that group of well-fed guys should say that Zhou Fei is trying to move up the ladder and is a vixen. Bump! Shen Mo kicked Sun Jichao over, pressed his head and rode up, smashing fist after fist into Sun Jichao's face. In a few minutes, Sun Jichao was covered in blood. Shen Mo sneered. My reputation doesn't matter, but my grandmother said that a girl's reputation should never be ruined. So wait for death. You scum. There's no proof of self-incriminating Shen Mo, because rumors just don't prove it. So, might as well start with a cool one. Sun Jichao wanted to fight back, but how could he be Shen Mo's opponent when his body had been emptied by alcohol and sex? Soon, someone noticed a few extra teeth on the floor. Soon, someone noticed that Sun Jichao's ear was bleeding. Soon, someone noticed that Sun Jichao's shouts had become smaller. Shen Mo's relentless pounding caused Sun Jichao to quickly get more air in and less air out. Yanuki watched the scene with cold eyes and slowly broadcast the alarm call. Hello, police? I'm calling the police. Someone punched my husband in the face. And that's the end of the dinner. Chao's parents had the surveillance withheld. Luckily the hotel is theirs. Sun Jichao was dragged to the hospital, and Shen Mo went to the police station, only to come out soon after. After all, Sun Jichao's parents came to the police station to negotiate. Things are clear to everyone, and the key lies in the issue of compensation. Sun Jichao's mother said with a grimace, my son family isn't bad, I'm going to make you go to jail. The soft man. Snap. Yanuki nonchalantly slapped him on the face. It left Sun Jichao's parents stunned, and the police officers next to him were staggered. You two couples really can't sleep under the same blanket. You both come up and make a move. Lu Yu looked at Sun Jichao's father, Sun Biao, the head of the Sun family, and said in a deep voice, Uncle, your junior doesn't know how to speak. I'll discipline him for you. You shouldn't mind, right? Sun Biao pulled out an embarrassing smile and said in a cold voice, Niece, your father wouldn't even dare to talk to me like this. Sun Biao's face today is swollen. His son was beaten into the hospital. His favorite woman was slapped by the juniors in public. This is to rebel? Chapter 54, Reverse Flip. Lu Yu cocked her head and sneered. My father doesn't dare, but my mom does. It's not like my mom didn't beat you up for Auntie Chen when you cheated on her back then. I remember that time. You were looking for someone to ruin Auntie Chen's reputation, and the same time, you were beaten up by my mom at the party. Right, just like your son. Sun Biao instantly clenched his fists. That was the biggest black history of his life. Shen Mo was stunned on the sidelines. Grip. Am I learning from my mother-in-law? It's so cool. However, I hospitalized Sun Jichao. Is that really okay? Lu Yu smiled smugly. Of course there is no problem. Today is here to beat Sun Biao hospitalized, no problem. We have an ace in the hole. We're not afraid. The scene came down awkwardly, and Sun Jichao's mother didn't dare to speak again after being slapped again. The police uncle next to him was helpless, but he still said stiffly, we looked at the surveillance, and this incident was indeed caused by your son first, Mr. Sun. Although Sun Jichao's mother was a bit afraid of Lu Yu, she still hurriedly said, then he was able to hospitalize my son? The police uncle explained helplessly, Mr. Shen does have a problem as well, so I propose that we reconcile. That's right, reconciliation. Uncle Cop is really lazy about like hoes. Sun Biao's eyes flickered in thought. At that exact moment Zhou Yu walked in led by a young policeman, carrying coffee and milk tea in her hand. Zhou Yu smiled and shared a cup with one person. The police uncle hastily refused. Zhou Yu smiled and said, we're quite embarrassed to have you out in the middle of the night, delaying your shift. You're welcome. The police uncle was helpless, but he just put it aside and didn't drink it. You can drink this stuff anytime but now. After Zhou Yu sat down in front of Sun Biao, her eyes instantly went cold and she said in a cold voice, Uncle, your son has gone a bit overboard. My sister beckoned him to mess with him and went up there to ruin my sister's reputation. Do you want to give our family a piece of your mind on this matter? Sun Biao laughed in anger. Two juniors also dared to stand in front of him and speak loudly. The image of no one letting anyone in makes the police uncle helpless. Sun Biao said in a cold voice, where's the evidence? My son just made a joke and then got a beating that I don't recognize. Shenmer's heart drummed. What's going to happen now? If I don't call Shen Long, I don't know if he'll care. Lu Yu held Shen Mo's hand. Husband, don't be afraid. It's not a big deal. Lu Yu looked at the tough Sun Biao and said softly, "Since you won't let me, the scene of our confrontation will be on the hot search tomorrow, including footage from the hotel. The prince of the Sun family, loudly mocking others and insulting them. There's also Sun Jichao's previous black history, all of which will be instantly logged on. Guess who has more to lose then?" Sun Biao was furious, but there was nothing he could do. Who made his son a no-good? With too many handles. Sun Biao and Sun Jichao's mother left in a huff. Shen Mo also left with Lu Yu. Shortly after the crowd left, Lu Yu asked her namesake restaurant to send the two policemen some late-night snacks to thank the police uncles for their hard work. On the way home, Lu Yu told Shen Mo about the black history of the Sun family. Sun Jichao's mom is a mistress in Sun Biao's White Moonlight, and his dad and Aunt Chen, the Sun family's main mother, started from nothing. Auntie Chen doesn't have any children, but holds half of Sun Biao's company. Shen Mo was stunned and blurted out, "Then isn't Aunt Chen's life in danger at any time?" Lu Yu nodded and shook her head. Yes and no. Aunt Chen, as a woman who started from nothing, is very tactful. After determining that Sun Biao cheated on his wife and was unable to get a divorce right away, she notarized the equity in her name, the property, but whenever she dies, she will donate all of it to the state. Shen Mo sucked in a breath of cool air. Ruthless enough. But why don't you get a divorce? Why don't you get a divorce? Ask when you think of it. Lu Yu said with an odd expression on her face. Aunt Chen said she was gambling. Bet on who will live longer between yourself and Sun Biao. If Auntie Chen wins the bet, she can take all of the company. And Sun Jichao and his mom have worked for nothing for decades. Shen Mo smashed his mouth. So powerful. However, this is not right. That Sun Jichao now spend a lot of money. Not still a loss? What if Sun Biao transfers the property? Lu Yu laughed, and Zhou Yu, who was sitting in front of her, spoke. Sun Jichao spends all the money he earns now. That asshole was an animal, but really had something on him. Lu Yu popularized the way Sun Biao and Aunt Chen got along to Shen Mo. Two people are now betting on who will live. Auntie Chen can't take money out and spend it on someone else, and neither can Sun Biao. The two men run the company well together. The situation now is that if Auntie Chen can live, then all of Sun Biao's property is Auntie Chen's. If Sun Biao can live, then all of Auntie Chen's property will be turned over to the state, inside and out. Sun Biao is difficult. Sun Jichao entrepreneurial money is Sun Biao all the premarital property. That is to rummage through the family background. Ask the lawyer to find a few days and nights to find out. Unfortunately, just like this, was also sniped by Aunt Chen. So that Sun Jichao and the Sun Biao give a little bit of big business industry cannot do, and they do not have the ability to open a single track. Of course, Sun Jichao is not a little ability is not there. Relying on their own, and now also operates a few small companies, holding alone, but also quite nourishing. Shen Mo heard and understood, and said an awesome sound. This mansion, it's all a joke. Willow Moon nodded. Yes, the gentry were a joke. Lu Yu told Shen Mo some more unethical things that Sun Jichao had done. Bullying classmates in high school, snubbing girlfriends in college about their depression, asking the other person to accompany them to start their own business and suffer, support themselves, and kick them out when they have money. There is no wife chasing crematorium. It's true what they say, if you don't love you, you don't love you. Sun Jichao also attempted to find a rich second-generation girlfriend to eat soft rice, but the result was rejected by the disgust. After a pause, Lu Yu smiled and said to Shen Mo, "He's jealous of you." Shen Mo smiled back. "That's right, he's jealous of me." While chatting, the car had already driven to Zhao Yanyan Li. It's Zhao Yanyan's villa. Lu Yu, Zhao Yanyan, and Zhou Yu are having a sister party. Shen Mo managed to blend in. This night, Shen Mo was living alone. Early the next morning, Sun Jichao's matter was still on the hot search. All of Sun Jichao's previous asshole-ish deeds have been rehashed and hammered to death. The person who hammered angrily was an invisible person in the circle of the second generation called Qin Lei. This matter startled Lu Yu and Shen Mo and the others. It wasn't long before everyone realized that Qin Lei was a fan of Zhou Fei's books. This boy has no other hobbies on a regular basis, except that he likes to read romance novels. As a result, his favorite author got shafted and immediately came out and hammered him angrily. Sun Jichao's reputation broke straight through the ring, and the title of scum caught fire across the country. The key is that Sun Jichao and Sun Biao still have no way to retaliate against Qin Lei, because the Qin family is an investment company with tentacles all over the country, and does not have its own main company. Chapter 55 Encouraging Entrepreneurship. On the dining table, Lu Yu several people ate their breakfast while lamenting that one can't be too crazy for people. Sun Jichao is finished this time. His reputation is completely stigmatized. Zhou Yu sked and laughed, his eyes filled with mockery. Shen Mo, on the other hand, was puzzled. This shouldn't affect Sun Jichao's company. Shen Mo felt that Sun Jichao's company wasn't an medicine or entertainment company, so he shouldn't have to care so much about reputation, as long as the channel is still there, I guess. It's like some formula company that once got hammered and then came out with a new name and kept on doing it. It's selling pretty well. Luyu smiled and said softly, "How far do you guys think Aunt Chen can go with this matter?" Shen Mo came to a realization. Yeah, Sun Jichao still has a big enemy there, so how stupid does Sun Jichao have to be to come out and cause trouble and not properly go? Zhou Yu smiled and said, Aunt Chen would probably just whack Sun Jichao to death. In the past, with Sun Biao protecting her, Auntie Chen would be tied up fighting alone. This time someone has opened up a big one. Auntie Chen will definitely swarm. What's more, we're not going to be out there too. Zhou Yu had a twinkle in her eye. Bullying my sister and trying to end it like this. He's dreaming. Shen Mo quietly bowed his head and ate. I hear the sound of the death knell. At noon that day, all of Sun Jichao's dark resume from childhood to adulthood was revealed. Sun Jichao's birth rushes to the hot seat. The child of a mistress. Various labels began to appear on Sun Biao. Phoenix Man, Soft Rice Man, abandoning his wife and son. Sun Jichao's mother has also been raked over the coals for destroying other people's family relationships. A small essay describing how Sun Biao and Sun Jichao's mother were meddlesome springs up. In just one morning, the internet was full of the black history of Sun Biao and Sun Jichao's family. Auntie Chen is portrayed as the perfect victim. In the afternoon, white flowers were placed in front of the Sun Group building. Sun Jichao had his effigy made. Sun Jichao's company was thrown rotten eggs, flower baskets. Commuting employees were questioned. You are not also followed Sun Jichao together with the bullying girl You are not often due to discredit other people's reputation Shen Mo was stunned when he sat in the Lu Group office and swiped to these. I thought you would acquire stocks, suppress each other, cut off suppliers, and take advantage of the opportunity to grab the project, but it turns out you guys play so violently But don't you fear that people will call the police if you do this? Luyu glanced at Shen Mo on the sofa, raised her eyebrows, and while organizing the documents, she spoke in a casual manner. Are you worried about those people who went to cause trouble? Shen Mo looked up. Don't worry, the ones who went were professionals, all ready for the other side to call the police. 6. Immediately after that, Shen Mo queried, Wife, I know that this kind of operation is meant to affect Sun Jichao's company's operation and Sun Biao's reputation, but does that really help? What if Sun Biao breaks the mold and similarly buys hot searches to create rumors? Or what about the same hiring someone else to call? Shen Mo felt that the same move Sun Biao might also be used in reverse Luyu smiled faintly and said calmly, Auntie Chen did all of this. What can Sun Biao do in turn? Shen Mo's pupils shrunk. So that's it? It was all done by Auntie Chen alone, just for revenge. And Sun Biao could only tolerate it if he didn't want the company to go out of business because of it. However, this has another problem. What if Sun Biao breaks down, peddles his shares, takes the money and runs? Luyu calmly said, that's even better. His shares will become joint property of the couple. Auntie Chen has recovered the shares as well as the cash. So Sun Biao is having a hard time right now and there's nothing he can do about it. Next, Luyu told Shen Mo in detail about the danger of this matter to Sun Biao and the reasons for not doing so before. Sun Biao is now in a state of dilemma. In the past, Auntie Chen didn't make a move because if she hit the snake and didn't die, she would be bitten back. If Auntie Chen ventured to do something, before Sun Biao was killed, Sun Biao would take advantage of the damage to the group and join the shareholders to kick Auntie Chen out. It's different now. It's Sun Biao who made the first mistake and damaged the group. Auntie Chen can join hands with the shareholders to kick Sun Biao out. Shen Mo listened in a trance. This is outrageous. Did one mistake have such an impact? Willow Moon smiled and turned. Honey, enough about the rest. Let's talk about you. My business? Shen Mo was stunned. How could there still be something about him? Luyu got up, took the documents and sat next to Shen Mo, hugged Shen Mo's arm and softly said, Hubby, yesterday in bed, Yan Yan and Yue are both suggested that I open a separate company for you. It says to get you out and exercise, grasping the grass. It is said that girlfriends advise separation but not peace. So it is true. Is this their way of knowing I'm a loser? To get me to go out and work and then fail and be disliked by my wife? And that Cho Yun Yun. She wouldn't have taken advantage of me leading to go up and down on my wife. Would she? Ooh, the world is so bad. Shen Mo was sad, uncomfortable, and aggrieved. Wife, I don't want to leave you. Luyu listened to Shen Mo's heart, hugged Shen Mo, and said with the same tearful eyes, Husband, I don't want to leave you either. But Hyatt said that the best way to love you is not to waste you, but that you should be given the chance to exercise. So husband, this is non-negotiable. Just say what kind of company you want to start. If you say so, the wife is open for you. I'll pay for it. Looking at Lu Yu's determined eyes, Shen Mo withered down. I have demands. I can't be separated from you wife. Yanuki nodded happily. no separation. After seeing Shen Mo's promise, Lu Yu went to deal with other work. Shen Mo could only lie down on the sofa in a disheveled state. What's he gonna do? This entrepreneurial life. It's not for him. He, Shen Mo, was only good for laying flat. Under hesitation, Shen Mo dialed Shen Jiejia's phone. I heard that Shen Jiejia has been running factories all over the place lately and didn't even go to the banquet yesterday. Shen Jiejia, who received Shen Mo's call, said tiredly, "What is it?" Shen Mo sighed and relayed Lu Yu's words. Shen Jiejia was worthy of being trained by a big family, easily giving the answer. Two choices: either work seriously and make a career, or pick a track that Lu Yu absolutely can't meddle with. You go in and lose money, and then look for Lu Yu to cry about it. Good idea. Thanks sis. Shen Mo was instantly happy. After the phone hung up, Shen Mo began to look for tracks that Lu Yu wasn't involved in. Shen Jiejia, on the other hand, sold the conversation to Lu Yu and instructed, "Vote sparingly. I doubt that lazy bastard Shen Mo will choose the second path." Lu Yu smiled and said casually, "It's not much of a problem." Chapter 56, A Rare Opening. After 1,000 choices by Shen Mo, the track was finally finalized and the game was played. Lu Yu gave a big hand to throw $5 million. The office is in a private office building in Willow Moon. Shen Mo realized at this time that Lu Yu actually owned an office building for rent, which was too outrageous. On the day that the Silver Games Company was registered, something else big happened in Jinghai. Sun Biao died. Cause of death: thieves are outrageous. Sun Jichao's company closes down and his girlfriend, who is pregnant, wants to break up with him, because Sun Jichao's girlfriend knows that Sun Biao has no way to spend money on Sun Jichao. Sun Biao personally went to comfort Sun Jichao's girlfriend for the sake of his eldest grandson. Then consoling and comforting, Sun Biao and Sun Jichao's girlfriend got carbon monoxide poisoning together in the car. It is well known that when a man and a woman exercise vigorously they will need a lot of oxygen. The car is a sealed space, which can easily cause a lack of oxygen, resulting in death by suffocation. The situation is outrageous. When Auntie Chan learns of this, she cremates Sun Biao in flames and throws his ashes down the drain. It was handled very quickly. Sun Jichao's girlfriend's family to find Aunt Chen to say, their daughter died. Unexplained death. Auntie Chen didn't care and just called the police to investigate. It was finally determined that it had nothing to do with Auntie Chen. Auntie Chen is not going to lose any money. Under Aunt Chen's operation, Sun Jichao and Sun Jichao's mother did not get a penny. When Sun Jichao's mother went to make a scene, Auntie Chan just said, "Do you want to inherit Sun Biao's debt?" Sun Jichao and Sun Jichao's mother were completely dumbfounded. When Sun Biao counted on Auntie Chen, he put all the properties in his name under the company's name. What's happening now is that Sun Biao and Auntie Chen's money is in the company, and the company has debts. You can inherit if you want to, and the debts go with it. Shen Mo's entire body was stunned when he ate this melon. This is too good to be true. Junior and Junior's son ended up with nothing. Years of sunk costs for nothing. Auntie Chen also dumps the story about Sun Jichao's girlfriend and Sun Biao, further making others laugh at Sun Jichao. Silly boy. You're so green. After laughing at the others, Shen Mo returned to organize himself. Silver Games opened its doors, and Shen Mo began to recruit from the outside. Finance, personnel, and administration were all sent by Lu Yu. All that needs to be hired is PR, sales, game designers, etc. Willow Moon's order to personnel is to pay the top wages in the industry. Just be talented. Personnel responded directly. No problem. During the company's recruitment period, Shen Mo and Lu Yu went back to urban, dealing with the media company. It's actually pretty easy to handle. It's just a simple handover. And MS Vignette is watching anyway. It's mostly goodbyes to the family. MS Xinhao patted her own daughter's shoulders, smiling, said, "Go out and break through. Hard to continue to go home. Mom to support you. Grandma and Grandpa are pretty open-minded about it, too. Not to mention the fact that nowadays, with advanced transportation, you can meet anytime. It's not like people can't afford to spend that airfare." When Shen Mo returned to the game company, the personnel had already recruited the people. Johnny, the gold medal PR guru who just resigned because of overtime. Li Chang, the dull programmer who was denied by his former boss leader but the headhunter said that he has never made a mistake. Xiao Ji, a post-200 game engineer who just graduated from college and was denied by dozens of game companies. Lily, the part-time illustrator of the webcomic with millions of followers. Seeing this one, Shen Mo raised his hand and said suspiciously, "MS, Lily, you shouldn't be short of money, right? Why do you still come to work for me?" Lily, who was only 5'5" and wearing a Lolita cluster, blushed slightly and said, "Your personnel said the boss was at 250, and odds are he doesn't care." Shen Mo was silenced by that. He'd noticed a problem. How the hell did these people get recruited? Anyway, so, Shen Mo looked to Johnny, a famous PR guru in the industry, Li Chang, a programmer, and Xiao Ji, a game engineer. Johnny shrugged. Personnel told me I could go straight to work for Willow's group when your place went out of business. Li Chang whispered. Personnel said you don't understand the program. Xiao Ji bared his big teeth and grinned. Hey, personnel said you don't know anything. I can design whatever I want. Anyway, as long as I don't let the boss's wife put in any more money. The rest of the people, Shen Mo was already too lazy to ask, were either those who possessed awesome resumes or were just weird. Anyway, a small gaming company got up in a short time. Yanuki was pleased with that. At the very least, as far as Lu Yu was concerned now, even if this company went out of business, she would still be able to take over a PR guru, and it would be worth it. Shen Mo was too lazy to care. He decided to be a ruthless machine, sitting and waiting for the company to close down. Anyway, just invested $5 million. Not much for Lu Yu. Because the company was small and Shen Mo was not very good at management, he made Johnny the vice president of administration. Shaw proposed in the first session to design a game of elimination that would definitely not pass muster. All of the elimination games on the market today are too simple and go for the short and sweet. I propose that we can design a game of elimination that we absolutely cannot pass. The first level, the ultimate simplicity. The second level, it's absolutely impossible to get through. The money model is to have people drive props and swipe ads. Just 2 levels total. Very retarded proposal. Shen Mo finally knows why Xiaoji graduated for 2 years and was rejected and dismissed by countless companies, but Shunmare still agreed to his plan. Because this game is cheap. In the words of Li Chang, it's easy to design it in a few days. Lily said the illustration part was fine too. Johnny made a publicity program on the spot. It is to hang this little game on Shenma and Lu Yu's accounts. Hanging your own game from your own company. I'm sure the internet can accept that. Especially when coupled with Mr. Shen's reputation for your soft food entrepreneurship. The snappy image of sanity and the bleak scenes of forced entrepreneurship are appealing. As long as this game is a little bit good, it's going to attract a lot of people. Johnny tells it like a PR guru. After the matter was finalized, the various departments began to do their own work, doing whatever they like, and Shen Mo simply did not care. Like when Johnny brings his kids to work and Shinmare takes them to the new KFC downstairs for a burger. Lily goes to work to buy online, and Shinma asks with gusto what the girls like for their birthday, and he buys it for Lu Yu. Xiao Ji went to work to play the game Paid to Poop. Shen Mo thoughtfully changed to sit on the toilet and installed air conditioning. Li Chang is knocking on the code by himself, and Shen Mo is heartbroken and asks if he can take a break. Anyway, just follow the planner Xiao Ji set up and go step by step. The company has a very relaxed atmosphere. Willow Moon thought it was nice to see it when she came over occasionally. Just don't make any mistakes. 3 days before Lu Yu's birthday, Xiao Ji's retarded game called Sheep Eat Sheep was officially launched, accompanied by a video of Shinma and Lu Yu falling in love. Chapter 57, Something Big is Going On. Friday night, people return to their nests after a busy day. Sheng Yun is a northbound laborer. When I came out from a small place, I was scolded by the leader at work, and I was told by my parents that I had no talent when I called home. The daily living condition is to work during the day, brush the video on the internet at night, and occasionally take some orders to play games. After all, practicing for others was the only thing he was good at anymore. As Sheng Yun, who possessed the protagonist's name, his greatest hobby was to brush up on other people's love videos and marriage videos. This will give Sheng Yun the illusion that a good life awaits me in the future if I work hard. So, after playing a single order and earning $500, Sheng Yun lay on his bed and clicked on the short video. It's already 9 p.m., but who's not working tomorrow? Swipe the video. Swipe the video. Get into the concern first. The first one is for Shinma and Lu Yu. Family, who understands? My wife insisted I go into business. In the background is a scene in which Lu Yu coaxes Shinma to start a business and gives a contribution of $5 million. I tried desperately to stop it, but when I came back I got the company organized anyway. Behind Shenmare is a silver game sign. Let's hope my gaming company doesn't go out of business early. After all, I've recruited talented people. Johnny and the others flashed by one. After much decision by our company's elites, we made an elimination game. Scribbled gameplay footage appears on the screen. The best thing about this trial game is that it's cheap. The simple interface flashes by. It's all about tapping the squares down and eliminating all 3 together. I'm sure I'll be asked why I chose to go cheap, when I have plenty of money anyway. My answer was that I wanted to have some left over as personal money when the company went under. As bad as it is to eat your own family's kickbacks, I really don't think highly of myself. The lone figure of Shinma signing a deal with someone else and backpacking away alone flashes in the background. So I sometimes wonder if my wife loves me or not. Love me. She let me out to start a business and suffer. Doesn't love me, right? She paid for me to come out and suffer in business. it would be hard to understand. So folks, love is a confusing subject. Bye. I hope my video brings you all luck. The video was brief, and what impressed Sheng Yun the most was the little game called Sheep Eat Sheep hanging at the bottom of the video, because Shimmer called it a retarded game. Sheng Yun was curious. 10 minutes later, Sheng Yun almost dropped his cell phone. Who the hell designed this retarded game? Layer after layer. I can't get through it. Sheng Yun was furious. Sheng Yun was mad. And Sheng Yun suddenly blessedly thought of the words that Shen Mo said. I hope that it will bring you good luck. Sheng Yun climbed up, turned on his computer, and entered the live broadcast. Play retarded trivia games live. Johnny, a man who knows how to utilize his resources, has the anchors of both Moonmare Media and Hoya Media hooked up to this retarded little game as well. So, Tyrannosaurus Rex, you want to play that retarded game you're hung up on? The pop-up said as such. The Tyrannosaurus frowned, puzzled. This game is a random hangout, an elimination game, and you guys want to see it too? Pop up, you go over there and I'll paint the carnival for you. The Tyrannosaurus laughed. Yeah, I'll wait for your carnival. Victims +1. Plum was halfway through the livestream when he saw the minigame he had hanging and handily clicked on it. An hour later, Lee Z was fuming. Whoever stepped on the horse designed the retarded game. Is it only these 2 levels? The game is simple, but it's just one layer after another, and you can't get through it. Lee Z is furious and Lee Z shares this with his best friends Lan Lan and Xiaobai. I can't be the only victim. The pop-ups were full of jokes. Because of Shen Mo and Lu Yu's super large fan audience, most people clicked on it at first, then got pissed off to the point of exploding, then couldn't help but click on it after watching the anchor get pissed off to the point of exploding. Also for the reason that there are little skills to share. This sheep-eating sheep retarded game flew off the rails. It was a sleepless night. Early morning, Shen Mo and Lu Yu were jolted awake by the sound of knocking on the door. The confused Shen Mo opened the door and saw a gloomy Zhao Yanyan. After reacting for a while, Shen Mo said incredulously, "Why did you come to my house?" And even came right in. Zhao Yanyan glared at Shen Mo with a gloomy face and said in a cold voice, "Change your clothes and go downstairs. I'll meet you two in the cafeteria." This resentment that was enough to kill the evil sword immortal made Shen Mo and Lu Yu puzzled and could only hurry to change clothes and go downstairs. On the dining table, Zhao Yanyan put the game of Sheep Eat Sheep in front of the two people, gritted her teeth and said, "You two will play for my mother now. I'll see if you can pass. Who understands?" A lifetime of undefeated Zhao Yanyan was actually molested by a small game. A night did not pass, brushing dozens of ads. Lu Yu breathed a sigh of relief, thought it was something big, so it was just this. Waved his hand and casually said, "This game is 1 in 10,000 passing rate. How can I possibly beat it?" Bang! Zhao Yanyan slapped the table and angrily rebuked, "You guys are sick. Who taught you to design games like this?" Furious, Zhou Yanyan presses Yulul onto the couch and spanks her ass. When Shen Mo was stared at by Zhao Yanyan, he stammered, "You can't hit me after you hit my wife." Upon hearing this, Lu Yu was furious and pulled Zhao Yanyan together to teach Shen Mo a lesson and take pictures to send a short video. "The damn game designer has been brutalized, and you guys can't yell at me, the boss's wife, after you yell at him." As soon as the video was posted, the comments section instantly exploded. "Good. Well played. This abusive little game should never have passed. Cool. Finally. Mud. I fought all night yesterday and it was hard to get past. Who designed the outrageous pass rates for this crap game? All other elimination games are time killers. This is screwing with people's minds. Who understands? When I thought there were only the last 4, which could be safely eliminated, another layer popped up underneath, which is shameless to the extreme. Anti-gas is early, so it's a good fight. Killing Shen Mo, the one who doesn't do anything. Brothers, someone passed the level. An anchor named Sheng Yun. He played all night and just now passed the level. Is that so great? There's still people who can pass. I'll go check it out. Sheng Yun sat in front of the computer with dark circles under his eyes, muddled, looking at the 10th carnival that flashed on the screen. The whole person was staggered. Surprisingly, it passed. Surprisingly, it really brought good luck. Thanks to Shimmer. Can't say it out loud, though, or you'll get your ass kicked. Probably because she knew what she would face. Lu Yu did not walk with Shen Mo when she went to work today, which made Shen Mo puzzled. When Shen Mer arrived at the office, he wasn't wondering anymore, he was besieged, being mobbed by his own company's employees. Chapter 58, All Day. All day. The company staff only let go of Shen Mo after he paid for a consolation meal. However, Shen Mo laughed directly after learning that Xiao Ji had paid for 2 consolation meals. Sure enough, the best cure for a bad mood is when someone has more bad luck than you. Shen Mer sat down and began to check the internet to see the situation of Sheep Eat Sheep. Poor reviews all around. Short video sites are full of broken defense anchors. Instant fire, so to speak. To the point where some people say this isn't sheep eating sheep. This is sheep eating people. And it just doesn't stop. Especially if someone passes. You scum can pass. I am a supreme genius but cannot pass. This is not a joke. Give master pass. Shen Mo shook his head at this. And could only sigh a sentence. People is cheap. You do not play not on the line. Or PA pass screenshot. Why bother and this retarded game dead? Shen Mo felt it was unnecessary anyway. 1 hour later. Bang. Shen Mo, who had entered the game through the link shared by Luyu, threw out his cell phone. Happened to enter the door of the company's operation calmly helped Shen Mo pick up the phone. Take a look at the screen. Yes, it is sheep eat sheep, and then handed the phone to Shen Mo. Shen Mo was a little embarrassed. Miss Operations pushed up her glasses and calmly said, "It's okay, my husband and I dropped our cell phones last night too." She was sent by Luyu and has kept a low profile. The operation miss handed the report to Shen Mo, then slowly said, "This is the data submitted by each partner website. 2 main pushes. One for small programs and one for short videos. According to the data projection given over there, we walked away with $20 million in advertising revenue sharing in one night yesterday." Miss Operations glasses can't even cover the fine light behind them anymore. $20 million in advertising cuts for one night. That's outrageous. This game, it's so bombastic. Even if the game stops being a hit in the past today and just disappears, the company has made enough money. The corners of Shen Mo's mouth twitched a bit. My company. So outrageous. No. It's this reality that's so outrageous. How unreasonable is it that a retarded little game made $20 million in one night? Shen Mo had heard Zhouyu and Luyu talk about the cruelty of the hotel industry today. It can easily be a $20 million cost investment. A net profit of $4 or $5 million a year would be great. 5 years would be a good situation to get your money back. But then after 5 years they face aging, needing renovation, etc. And a retarded little game that costs tens of thousands of dollars to put in, and comes out with $20 million of net profit in one night. Even if you still have to pay taxes and dividends to your employees. That's pretty outrageous. At the same time, Shen Mo also finally understood why those second generation had to start a wave of entrepreneurial efforts. When the boss does make money, will the money arrive before payday? Shen Mo asked the key question. After pondering for a moment, the operation lady calmly said, "There's no guarantee, as this is the first time we've worked together, and there are still some issues that need to be communicated." Shen Mo nodded. "Then let's pay out the gain dividends to everyone first." "No problem." Miss Operations felt that Shen Mo was worthy of being Luyu's husband. This thought process, exactly the same as Luyu. Lunch was Shen Mo's invitation to go out to eat with everyone. At the dinner table, Shen Mo thanked everyone for their efforts. Although the company's congregation collectively spit on themselves, they don't know how hard they're trying, do they? Then Shen Mo began his own just learned from the internet pie. What the company is his, but also everyone's. The company's future relies on everyone. Make money together to take the dividends. There will never be a boss to eat. The employees have not been a mouthful of soup situation. If another boss had said that, Johnny, Shazi, Lily, Li Chang and the others would have thought it was pie in the sky. Shen Mo said this. "We feel that this is not a cake, because the operation of the miss has told them privately. Payday, the promised gain dividends will arrive. I hope that everyone will continue to work hard." After a full meal, Shen Mo directly announced that the afternoon vacation. Want to work overtime to make money? Go to the normal clock. Receive triple wages. No overtime to make money ideas. What to do. With the exception of Li Chang, who really loves writing code and went back to work, the rest of them left in droves. Johnny goes to pick up the kids, Shazi looks for a place to play a game, and Lily goes to Comic-Con. There are others, each with their own lives. Shen Mo also privately sent $200 to Li Chang, so that he ordered some delicious food for himself, and worked hard overtime. Ordinary ways to buy people's hearts Shen Mo will not, but smashing money Shen Mo will. Simple and straightforward. It's like some male celebrity he swiped online redefining machismo. Money he earns, a month to his wife, a few million pocket money. Things he solves, in case of trouble is always the first on. The only requirement is to be comfortable at home. Shen Mo felt that if he gave more money to his employees, they should not betray him and leave because of this. After all, this was an excellent routine that the Ryu family had used for over 100 years. Shen Mo drove all the way to the largest hotel in Jinghai and booked a presidential suite first. The wedding party was then asked to come over to set up, while they themselves headed to the gift store to buy gift boxes, followed by a trip to the toy store to buy toys. After everything was ready, Shen Mo first sent a message to Wang Ma, "Not going back tonight." What I got was a comment that Mrs. Li and I might go out. Shen Mo was speechless. When he arrived downstairs at the Willow Group, Lu Yu hadn't come down yet. Shen Mo, on the other hand, took the opportunity to ask how the wedding company had set up. After making sure that everything was fine, Shen Mo breathed a sigh of relief. Picking up Lu Yu, Shen Mo smiled and said, "Wife, I'm treating you to a hotel stay today." Hey, you wouldn't think my birthday present to you would be a marriage proposal. Lu Yu heart a sudden turned to understand. Shen Mo, this is to advance their birthday. Yanuki had never been so chagrined about the fact that she could hear Shen Mo's heart as she was now. The sense of surprise is missing by a large margin. Yeah, is it a boyfriend and girlfriend kind of hotel stay? Lu Yu blinked her eyes and looked at Shen Mo with a smile. I've never stayed in a hotel with someone as boyfriend and girlfriend. Shen Mo nodded seriously. That's right, the boyfriend/girlfriend kind. Only the hotel is full of surprises. Yanuki pretended not to know and nodded with a happy smile. Although she had been prepared, when the door opened and she saw the exquisitely decorated room, the huge roses and the mountains of gift boxes, Lu Yu still couldn't help but gasp out in shock. Shen Mo closed the door to his room and said to Lu Yu affectionately, "Wife, I really don't know what would be a good birthday gift for you, so I've decided that I'll give myself to you. Take care for the rest of your life." Lu Yu did not expect that the birthday gift Shen Mo prepared would be himself. How can I say this feeling? It's complicated. It's fun. It's joyful. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yu suppressed the tears in her eyes, wrapped around Shen Mo's shoulders and kissed his lips. For a long time, lips parted, and Lu Yu murmured with misty eyes, "This gift doesn't count, because you were already mine." Shen Mo was greatly embarrassed. "So what do you want, wife?" Cunning flashed in her eyes as Willow Moon said smugly, "I want you to stay with me all day, the kind that only stays in the room." Chapter 59. Shen Mo smiled slightly. "No problem. A whole day is a whole day. It's not a big deal." After 2 hours of surliness had passed, Willow Moon began to beg for mercy. She never expected Shen Mo to be so fierce today. It's like drinking dope. A tired Ryuki applies for an intermission under the pretext of opening gifts. The whole 29 gifts. Opening them made Lu Yu's hands ache. From stuffed animals to Barbie dolls. From Transformers to pink car models. There should be everything. Yanuki smiled as she finished unwrapping it. It's obvious that it's very different. Shen Mo watched Lu Yu smile and smiled himself. Ha. I knew these gifts would fit the bill. As the saying goes, if she's been through the mill, take her on the merry-go-round. If she is untouched by the world, show her all the world's splendor. I knew that you, my wife, after all your experience, needed these little bland things. A hint of sweetness rose in Lu Yu's heart as she listened to Shen Mo's heartfelt words. You can tell that Shen Mo really did his best. Limited edition bags, luxury cars, top-notch diamond rings, hundreds of thousands of a set of out-of-the-box dresses, and even private jets. All of these things Lu Yu can buy by herself and is not soft, and doesn't care about other people's opinions at all. But what was missing from Lu Yu was a true heart, one that treated her with sincerity. She picked Shen Mo for the same reason. Otherwise, Lu Yu could have completely divorced Shen Mo after the fact and went to choose a door-to-door partner to marry. The other side will surely send it treasures of great value. Lu Yu was very happy and directly jumped onto Shen Mo. It was the happiest birthday she'd ever had. It's really nice to have someone with an elaborate gift and someone willing to lose themselves to her. The consequence of being happy was that Lu Yu couldn't get out of bed the next day, and it was Shen Mo who went to the hotel restaurant to bring up the food. Shen Mo also really compensated Lu Yu for the whole day. It was not until the evening that the duo walked out of the hotel. The reason for walking out is that Cho Yun and Cho Jue are also going to give Ryu Moon a birthday. Inside the private cuisine restaurant invested by Zhao Yanyan, the four of them ate a meal together, chatted about their daily lives, and spouted off about how the economic climate was bad and the pressure of competition was getting stronger and stronger. Zhao Yanyan spits out that Shin Jiajia is all too busy to get out of it. This puzzled Shen Mer. I remember Shin Jiajia wasn't really that busy. Did something happen to the Shin family? Lu Yu shook her head and said softly, Jiajia isn't really busy. She just doesn't want to join any of the cliques. Shen Mo was stunned, while Zhao Yanyan snorted in disdain. Zhou Yu glanced at Shen Mo and said with a smile, Shin Jiajia looks generous and likes to communicate with people. But in reality, she's a unique batch. Shen Mo smiled. After all, it was his sister. What could he say? Willow Moon digressed. On the day of her real birthday, Lu Yu was hosting a birthday party at night, the most luxurious bar in Jinghai. Inside the box, a quarter of the famous second generation of the circle came, and men and women came together to give their blessing to Lu Yu. Shen Mo smiled and accompanied Lu Yu. After experiencing the last incident where Lu Yu violently beat up Shin Jiafeng, there were no ungrateful people who came up to make things worse. At this birthday banquet, Shen Mo saw the cruelty of the mansion. The young lady who exchanged polite words with Shen Mo dumped a petal of money and let the male chaperone whom she did not see eye to eye drink 24 bottles of wine in a row, and was finally carried out. The courteous male president made the female escort sing 30 songs in a row. Upon asking why, the two had been in a relationship. With all the bravado and casual outbursts, the publicists who accompanied them were left to suffer alone. This made Shen Mo uncomfortable, finally chose to get up and leave. In the bathroom, Shen Mo met Shin Jiayun. The other party was attending another party. Shin Jiayun glanced at Shen Mo and hemmed and hawed. Wasn't he shocked by the inhumanity in that circle? Aha! There was no one around, so Shen Mo didn't hide it. Have you been like this before? Shen Mo was curious. Shin Jiayun shook his head and said softly, I can't do what they do. Take more than 100,000 out and let the other party drink until their stomachs vomit blood. I'm just having a drink at best. After living alone, Shin Jiayun hated the second generation circle more and more. These people really just show up in front of people and go crazy afterward. Shin Jiayun thanked himself at that time only 200,000 earnings a month. Cannot do to take money to hit people. I heard that account of your own is running very well. One advertisement is $70,000 to $80,000. Shen Mo digressed. Shin Jiayun nodded. Well, after I became famous, Lu Qingqing picked a path for me to explore the store. It's probably because I've had a lot of good food before, and I've got a good reputation, so it goes pretty well. Now take some ads and get $2 or $3 million a month. Shin Jiayun was truly emotional, not realizing that he had a day to walk back on his own and succeed again. Shen Mo smiled. This was the gap between the gentry and ordinary people. Intangible resources are so far off. Even if Shin Jiayun was a waste, he still had resources in his body that others couldn't climb. The eye of a man of luxury, the identity of a man of luxury, carries its own credibility. Just like Shin Jiayun was a guest on the live broadcast of a treasure hunting anchor some time ago, a woman took a diamond out, called the Desert Star, and asked Shin Jiayun if it was real or fake. Shin Jiayun said it was fake for the simple reason that it was really in his house, collected by his mom. The other party did not believe it. Shin Jiayun swore, my mom's one is definitely real. She spent $300 million to buy it. It's the only few pieces of my mom's collection. Doesn't know how to treasure hunt, but has an awesome mom and dad and identity. It rushed to the top of the Hot 100 overnight. This is the intangible asset that the Shin family cloud comes with. It's something the average person can't match with a lifetime of use. Really lost at the starting line. After chatting for a while, Shen Mo met Lu Qingqing, who came out to look for Shin Jiayun, and realized that the other party was a group building that Lu Qingqing was running. Shen Mo was curious as to why Lu Qingqing didn't go to send her blessings to Lu Yu. Lu Qingqing rolled her eyes and said breathlessly, I'm an illegitimate daughter going to pop up in front of someone else's firstborn daughter. Is that not enough of an eyesore? In Lu Qingqing's opinion, Lu Yu around Lu Xinhua give her company, give her money is already very good. They go jumping again. That is not looking for death. Shen Mo was embarrassed. Turns out it's all about understanding. After another break, Shen Mo returned to the booth. Once inside, I saw that the dunking was still going on. When Lu Yu saw Shen Mo, she shook her head, signaling him to endure a little longer. The game went on until the latter part of the night. Shen Mo summarized that the only contribution this group of second generation did was to send a large batch of orders to the valets. When he returned home, there was warm sober soup in the pot, and Shen Mo hurriedly gave Lu Yu a bowl. Yanuki sighed. I'm sorry about today, hubby. Shen Mo shook his head. Nothing. I'm your husband. Who eats your soft food? Where is the right to pick and choose? What's more, what if I don't stay with you in case you meet some problems? Yanuki was happy. 60. Educating and moving. After washing up and lying down on the bed, Lu Yu said helplessly, there may be a lot of perverts and crazy people attending the party, but they are all going to inherit the family business in the future. So this kind of bureau, as long as it's not really unacceptable, it's time to go. Like Katia Shun, she usually doesn't come to the party, but she delivers the gifts. Still, her own birthday party will be a place for everyone to have fun. Sighing again, Lu Yu leaned over to Shen Mo and spat. You know, they didn't go overboard with the fun today. The most outrageous was in an island villa complex abroad. I saw it once, drank a Coke and left. Particularly outrageous. The only good news is that this group is paid. Shen Mo shook his head, indicating that he did not understand. He was not a person with particularly strong desires or a pervert in his heart, and could not understand the way this group of rich people played, much less understand their perverted behavior. Aren't they afraid of retribution? Just like in romance novels. Those who lose their wives will not be able to get $100 and end up with a broken home. Lu Yu wrapped her arms around Shen Mo and said softly, some of them will. That's what makes the circle turn over back and forth. Some people won't, because they have a special way of leveling things. Shen Mo's eyebrows jumped. A special method of leveling things? It wouldn't be sending someone to Hades yet. Yanuki laughed out loud. Don't misunderstand. It's not violence. It's simply using money to even things out. Guys like Sun Jicho who don't pay after wreaking havoc on people, leaving them without even a place to vent, and burying the hatchet are in the minority. Most of them use money to even things out, branding the other side as money grubbing and leaving themselves a way out. Shen Mo understood. It's probably the I pay for it. You pay for it, I buy pleasure with money. You trade pain for money. Money and goods type of thing. Maybe it's because he's rich now. Shen Mo still can't understand this kind of idea. Yanuki muttered. But I still hate it. I wouldn't want to be with them if I hadn't been born into the circle where people dealt back and forth in favor of working together afterward. What Luyu said was sincere, but there was no way around it. Who let the ones holding the resources be those second-generation people? In the past, Yanuki had tried to support some of the entrepreneurs and deal with them, trying not to work with the second generation. But the end is that 9.5 out of 10 poor people are assholes when they get rich at first sight. The one who left his wife and children and turned around and took another little dainty wife. Let the ex-wife have a clean slate, while enjoying the love of his wife who accompanied him in his business. He spits on his wife who is only good for hard work. Lots and lots. And then they play even crazier than these second-generation guys. At the very least, these second-gens don't play people off. Those poor people who are rich at first sight and are exposed to these games are the ones who will really waste people. Yanuki had seen a poor, first-ever rich generation get a secretary to the point where she couldn't produce. And then it ended badly, too, with people getting killed by their secretaries and the company going out of business. So, it's a world that's just more hopeless than it sucks. This topic aroused Shen Mo's interest, and Luyu began to spit out to Shen Mo how trashy this more than lane world really was. Hubby, do you know why Zhouyu's family's chain hotels have been doing well, while many private hotels are closing down especially fast? Shen Mo shook his head, not really knowing. Luyu sighed quietly. The fundamental reason lies in one point. Many private hotels simply don't take the guests, the employees as people. Zhouyu and I once visited a hotel when we privately invested in it, and the owners of some private hotels deducted all kinds of vacation time and wages from their employees. Triple pay, legal holidays, workplace injuries, none of those three things are met. So many hotel employees are disheveled, have no sense of responsibility to the hotel, and their biggest idea is to just do one day at a time. You catch sanitation. I'm too tired to quit. You catch efficiency. I'm too tired to quit. So at this point in time, the Zhouyu family's hotels just need to get their labor laws in order to ensure employee loyalty. Whether you're looking at hygiene or efficiency, employees will follow for money's sake. I'll step on the line. So it's that simple for companies to ensure loyalty. Ha! Shen Mo wanted to die. Really? Especially. The world is a little too sketchy. Willow Moon said with a sly gift. A similar situation exists with restaurant chains. Do you know that grilled fish place in the market called Shu Zhongyu? That's what I invested in. The flavor is, well, mediocre, with no advantages or disadvantages. That boss just grabbed one and paid his employees, paid them in the flesh, set a turnover target, pay a bonus on the day it's accomplished. Not much, $10 for each of the regular employees, $20 for the foreman, $30 for the store manager, and commission on top of that. Legal holidays, triple pay, workplace injuries all give the money in full. Employee meals do well. And then the chain of grilled fish replicates 100 stores in 5 years, more than 40 of which are $1 million per month revenue and $10 million per year profit stores. The rest are also in the neighborhood of $700, $000 to $800, $000 in monthly operating payments. There's $700 or $800 million a year in net runoff. We summarize the experience on 1. The money to give enough. The staff really play life to you do. Employees have loyalty when they can actually see the money. And they are dead set on doing whatever orders we give them. So the world really is just sucking more than it should. Tears flowed in Shen Mo's heart. Infinitely glad I was lucky enough not to go down that road of working as a laborer and meeting bosses who were slave owners. Luyu sighed again and said helplessly. In fact, one of the reasons why many businesses can't live has a big problem with the boss's mentality. Some bosses always want to play some tricks, like those blocked bandwagon internet celebrities. Always think the people are the cuties. The officials are cuties. That the employees are little darlings, and that I'm the smart one, and that I'm God, and that there's no point in me sneaking around. Then the first owner muddled through, gave the idea to the second owner, and then the second owner played it up. This explanation. It's 6. Luyu glanced at Shen Mo and felt that she had said enough, so she wrapped her arms around Shen Mo and slept over. Recently she was also very tired. She said so much today, mainly because she was afraid that Shen Mo, because of the sheep eat sheep gain money, feel that their own destiny. Do not treat the bottom of the people as people, and then play some tricks. To put it bluntly, it is afraid that Shen Mo will float. The next day, Liu still didn't choose to go with Shen Mo to the silver game company. The reason is, honey, you're old enough to learn to make up your own mind. As long as you're not out borrowing from loan sharks, investing haphazardly, or screwing around, wifey, I'll be able to cover the bottom. Shen Mo was moved. Chapter 61, reported. It would be better if you wouldn't let me go to work. Wife. Moved. Tears flowed in Shen Mo's heart. He really doesn't want to go out and work. The reason is simple. The work is too tiring and stressful. Making money is very cool. Like sheep eat sheep game. One night to Shen Mo earned 2 sweets. But while making money Shen Mo would prefer to lie down taking a look at Liu, who was asleep in his arms and snoring a little. Shen Mo looked up at the ceiling and began to calculate the property in his name. 30% of Moon Silent Media. Shen and Liu each have 5% of the shares, but only the right to dividends, and sales must also be prioritized to Shen and Liu. 18 sets of properties, among which are small houses, villas, large flats and so on, are currently being uniformly packaged and lent to Haya Media for them to use for filming, and they can receive quite a lot of money every year. Silver Game Company, Shen Mo holds 60%, deposits, over $600 million. Shen Mo felt like he could say a word about successful people, so Shen Mo really didn't want to work either. Ugh, who let the wife be the biggest? Listen to the wife. Shen Mo drifted into sleep. The next day, at the dinner table, Shen Mo swiped a hot search. The live bandwagon blew up. There was a veteran bandwagon host who was tested for fakes and he gave a refund. As a result, when he was on air last night, there were still people attacking him like crazy, and this big brother straight up nailed the other big anchors. To summarize in one sentence, the live bandwagon is a lousy circle, full of fakes. It's like the mooncakes that some anchor sells, which is a mooncake processing plant that he improvised himself, and then he started selling them just to roll in the dough. When it's sold out, shut down this mooncake processing plant. To put it in the most honest terms, it is cutting everyone like a leak. This big anchor is still reporting those fakes by name on air. The bottom line is that last night an anchor selling eyebrow pencils openly disparaged buyers, saying that viewers who can't afford $70 eyebrow pencils do so because they don't work hard enough. Immediately after midnight a counterfeiter announced that eyebrow pencil was a foreign brand or from a hostile country. Just one night From the time of Liu's birthday to the time she got up in the early morning, almost 12 hours, the whole live bandwagon circle blew up. Countless netizens have shown their return orders, and the bandwagon hosts have been dumbfounded. Shen Mo was truly stunned. This shouldn't affect Haya Media and Moon Silent Media. Liu glanced at Shen Mo, who had also brushed up on the news of the live circle explosion, and laughed softly. Luckily, our family company went for the real thing in the beginning. The heat is officially eaten. After saying that, Liu dialed the phone of the general manager of Haya Media. It was time for them to make a move. Shen Mo couldn't help but lament Liu's thunderous behavior. With the publicity funding sent out, the internet quickly appeared Haya Media and Moon Silent Media real material to bring goods. Every piece of goods by the official and the two media companies' real endorsement of the news. The bottom line is that Haya Media and Moonshine Media bandwagons are meant to boost the Northeast economy and make a little money in it themselves, not to pick up money like other anchors. The official platform immediately after the next scene. A large number of bandwagon anchors company was seized. Back taxes of back taxes. Blocked the blocking. Live bandwagon circle instantly cool half. Not only that, Shen Mo witnessed Liu organizing a group of traditional national brands to open their own live broadcasting room. Live broadcasting to sell goods. And openly talking about live broadcasting to bring goods on financial programs. Willow Moon. The essence of live banding should be to add a sales channel for the goods, not to become a channel for cutting leaks. I think the future of live banding should be that companies themselves open a live selling platform on the air, at a cheaper price than brick and mortar stores. Because of the elimination of distributors and store fees, bandwagon anchors won't die out, but it should be more about serving the public and picking products that are more in tune with the hearts and minds of the people, just like product testers. Instead of the current live bandwagon circle, the anchor burst into popularity, regardless of the direct opening of the bandwagon, taking advantage of the traffic to make a fortune. The unscrupulous ones are even more likely to sell outright fakes, and some celebrities come in for a quick buck and run. After all, a live broadcast down, the anchor can earn tens of millions of dollars, really fast money, like my private investment in a hotel, only earn a few million a year. Of course, what I'd like to urge more than anything else is that we must be professional and conscientious people, because it's the only way to make the business district better. There's no problem with competition, as long as your product is good, but you mustn't make money that is lost to your conscience. As a final note, everyone is welcome to review Willow's products. No fear, no fear. Liu's confident look circled a large wave of fans online, and the heat of Lu's group's stock grew. Even Shen Mo's reputation was much better. When Shen Mo opened a live broadcast afterward, he was asked what his luckiest thing was, and Shen Mo answered directly without even thinking about it: meeting his wife Lu Yu. Fans ask why. Shen Mo replied, "Too good. Follow each other can learn a lot." Shen Mo greatly told the news that before the new year, Lu Yu's message to the live circle would blow up. Immediately after that, Shen Mo released all the data that Lu Yu had compiled before entering the live circle. The audience watched as Lu Yu did a test on live bandwagons have sucked in a breath of cold air. It's so shocking. It's so scary. No wonder people chose to carry the goods for real from the very beginning of Yunuki. There's a reason for that. Other than that, the rate of fakes shown in the data is scary enough. At the same time, everyone rose a touch of admiration for Lu Yu. Not bad for a strong woman. Just great. Meanwhile, someone asked Shen Mo why a month had passed and his company hadn't released a new game. Is the next game still Sheep Eat Sheep or something like that? Shen Mo said with an odd expression on his face. No, this next game doesn't torture people's minds. It's simple. It's parkour. But there's just no end to. At best, there's a buddy list. This is the second game that Shaw has presided over the construction of. Netizens were a bit disappointed to hear this and couldn't help but ask, "Brother Mo, aren't you afraid your company will go out of business?" Shen Mo shook his head. Really not afraid. Because my wife said that as long as I don't eat, drink, cheat, or do anything illegal, she can cover all the bases. The people who watched the live broadcast instantly broke their defense. I have a big brother. You have gone too far. Immediately after that, Shen Mo's live room was reported and blocked. The reason for the report is that it involves shibboleths. A big brother took a screenshot of Shen Mo drinking water showing the knot in his throat and then reported it as such. The moment the live broadcast closed, Shen Mo was directly confused, and the rest of the people were also confused. Immediately after reporting that Big Brother posted his report online, "I've been single for 30 years, and as a result you show your love every day. Don't you think it's too much?" Chapter 62, Far-Reaching Goals. Shen Mo did not feel excessive, and even felt that he had done the right thing, decisively replying underneath that defense-breaking Big Brother. "I don't think it's excessive. I think I'm doing the right thing. Why else would you be working on screenshots? You don't try to take screenshots. How can you realize you're so skilled at your craft? You can screenshot a video of me drinking water to the extent of Shirbari. If you take this skill and start a live broadcast and send out videos, it won't be an instant hit? If you are sensitive to pictures and videos and go to record videos of recovering female netizen archetypes, you mustn't be on fire, right? So, I think I did the right thing." Shen Mo's large string of replies silenced that defense-breaking Big Brother. Within a few days, that broken defense Big Brother account was sending out videos one after another that looked astringent, but things were particularly bland. For example, up close you think it's shibori, but from a distance it's actually a couple of fruits. In a very short time this Big Brother went viral. Soon this Big Brother opened another account, the main netroots video recovery, breaking defense a large number of beautiful netroots, and, of course, uncovered a bunch of really pretty webcams. For this, Shen Mo received the title of Super Sensei. Broken defense Big Brother publicly thanked Shen Mo after the fire, and traveled a long way to Jinghai to invite Shen Mo to dinner. Shen Mo was very happy, turning enemies into friends. "I also have the potential to be a boss." Because of this defense-breaking Big Brother, Shen Mo had another wave of fire on the internet. It was also through this fiasco that Xiaoji put out his new game Metro Runner. Very simple game. Just keep running. There is acceleration, special costumes, no special props. It's just a simple game that keeps running and jumping some levels. Shimmer's review of the game is pretty trashy. Who in their right mind would sit down and play? Anyway, Shen Mo didn't think it was possible. Then this game burst into flames again under the video publicity of Shen Mo and Lu Yu. Netflix reviews. Great game to pass the time. A good game that looks like it's smashing money. Why is that? Because every frame is so perfect. One has to marvel at the excellence of Lily's drawing skills. One of the things that attracts many players is the ranking of their friends. For many players, I can stop playing, but I can't be at the bottom of my friends list. In a bid to be number one, many players with time on their hands have flocked to the single-price game. Xiaoji changed the profit model, not only charging members, screen ads and so on, but also brush ads to collect skin. A few dozen seconds of advertising. You can receive a set of shiny, beautiful skin, especially the skin designed by Lily. The main one is handsome for men and pretty for women. Lily stated, "I can't design anything else. I'm top-notch at designing skins." This makes a lot of players satisfied. No money, I can brush an ad to get 24 hours of skin you saw. Plus the mainstream promotion of this game is the short video sites, where there is an adequate advertising system with a large number of advertising sources. Shen Mo was speechless at the success of subway parkour and didn't know how to describe it. A game that doesn't stop running and has some nice skins at best. And you guys like it that much? Especially when Shen Mo saw that a game anchor ran to the company to talk about cooperation. To broadcast the subway parkour, Shen Mo was even more stunned. You are not afraid of wasting your reputation? But Shen Mer didn't say it out loud, leaving all of this to Miss Operations to talk to Johnny, the public relations manager. Shen Mer did just one thing, hand out money. The game design was given to Xiao Ji. The project progress is handed over to Li Chang. Recruitment of personnel is given to personnel. The company's administrative operations, external work to the operation of the Miss. The corporate image was given to Johnny. What Shen Mo mainly did in the end was to attend the weekly meeting, listen to everyone's ideas, increase the welfare of the rest area, pay wages on time, and not just touch the money on the account. But this kind of life makes Shen Mo fearful. For this reason on the internet secretly checked the list of the richest life. Finally obtained a real estate owner working 18 hours a day. The owner of an internet company works overtime all the time. The owner of an ice cream factory ate 20 ice creams a day to test the product. The owner of a gaming company is so socially terrified that he can't talk. The owner of a courier company flew 10 cities in 10 days to visit. Shen Mo thought it was outrageous. His wife Lu Yu is also the president of the 100 billion company. Lu's group's various subsidiaries add up to more than 50, many of which are listed. But Lu Yu has not been so tired. Every day is also 8 in the morning and 5 in the evening, and occasionally work overtime. Lu Xinhua is even more outrageous. There is still room to keep more than 20 small wives, and from time to time, they go out for a wave. Presumably, this is marketing. But Shen Mo still went back and asked Lu Yu, I hope my wife can give me an answer to my question. Ryuki shrugged, reading his email with his tablet while saying easily, no need to panic. Everyone has their own way of working. You just need to build on your strengths, or else try the first line and take command yourself. Yanuki said it easily. Shen Mo pounded Lu Yu's leg and said doubtfully, so wife, what you mean is that my current behavior of handing out money, listening to reports, and looking at the data every day to muddle through is also a form of management? Yanuki nodded. That's right. It's just a way of managing. Shen Mer was stunned. This is outrageous. How can this kind of fishing behavior be classified as management? Laughing softly, Lu Yu explained herself, management, there's not that much to it. Besides, you're not a god. Surely you can't do everything. So as it is now, hand out money, care about the physical and mental health of your employees, improve benefits, learn to read reports, and you're good to go. Pausing, Lu Yu put down the tablet, sat in Shen Mo's arms, kissed him fiercely, and said with a smile, don't you see that I have to sign a lot of documents and deal with a lot of emails every day? But in fact most of them are organized by my subordinates in accordance with the process. We're not one of those big internet companies that needs regular layoffs and efficient, strongly processed work patterns. A traditional, brick and mortar based industry like ours only needs to do 3 things well: sales, employee loyalty, and book capital. The rest of it is just internal supervision and functioning properly. It's not that hard. That's all you need to think about when you're making a game, or running it yourself. The main thing is to do a good job of funding the books. Just don't have a situation where one game makes the money chain break. Lu Yu began to give Shen Mo a lecture on the importance of the capital chain. The companies and groups that are failing in the market now are basically dying from failed investments and broken capital chains. The big groups that have been able to pass on for more than 3 generations basically have one thing in common: a huge capital chain. Like us, the Willow Group. My grandfather's own personal fortune runs into tens of billions, pure cash. That dad of mine is pretty unreliable, but I figure he's got a couple billion in pure cash on hand, too. So it is in my hands. Like you, Shen, the cash flow is even more immense, with an ample capital chain. Shen Mer nodded. So that's why rich people are more likely to succeed than poor people. However, Shen Mo suddenly thought of a problem. I thought businesses had loans? Do you have to take out a loan even when you have plenty of cash flow? This would be outrageous. Willow Moon sighed and said quietly, there are times when loans are used in exchange for policy support, because we have to pay the bank interest on our loans. It's a model for the bank to make a profit. Excellent companies like Lu's and Shen's. Banks are clamoring for cooperation. Officials sometimes give partial policy support in order to get us to take out a loan. Honey, there's nothing wrong with the way you manage. Just do what you want. Lu Yu also discovered a little problem with Shen Mo, being too careful. People are too careful to do anything for fear of making a mistake. The explosion of parkour games has also raised some questions. A large number of pirated games swarmed the market. This made Shen Mo's teeth itch with hatred. These guys, they're such assholes. Do they have any morals? Angry, Shen Mo wanted to sue them. Xiao Ji, on the other hand, smiled and said that this is all the norm. The domestic game environment is like this. Nothing too good to do. All we can do is try to push the envelope, develop new games, and brand our company. The best thing would be to create a universal level game. Xiao Zhi's goals are ambitious. It was something that Shen Mo didn't dare to imagine. Are we just going to let them go pirate? Chapter 63, Diversion. Shen Mo found it incredible. He, Shen Mo, Lu Yu's husband, is also a very powerful person, and as a result, he can't even fight piracy? Xiao Zhi nodded, indicating that this would have to be the case. One can only try to persuade as much as possible. Boss, it can't be helped. Piracy in the gaming world is just too common. It's not just our family that's like this. Other families face this problem too. All we can do is simmer until everyone else who can't hold out is dead. Next Xiao Zhi found a bunch of pirated games for Shen Mo. It can't be called piracy either. Only that the other side copied their game template. Shen Mo sighed. And that was all that could be done. One can only do what Xiao Zhi said and try to build their company's brand so that other people will recognize their games as much as possible. Because Subway Runner is a game that can be consistently profitable. Shaw suggested finding someone. They need dedicated people to run this game. For this kind of small matter, Shen Mo left it to the operation lady to manage. And he himself was completely as a handshake. Oh, and it's not exactly a dump. Shen Mo brought this up during his own evening livestream, hoping that fans would join in and let others know that he was useful as a boss. It's not completely useless, it just hands out money. Those watching the live stream found it interesting. But the next day Shen Mo was scolded by the personnel lady. The personnel lady who had always had a calm mind sprayed at Shen Mo. Did you know that sifting people is a pain in the ass? Do you know what it's like to have hundreds of resumes flooding your inbox overnight? I guess you're not the one being harassed. The furious Miss Personnel almost whacked Shen Mo to death. The scene was recorded by Johnny and silently posted to the company account. What's it like when you have a boss who wants to help, but is bad? That's probably what it feels like to hit and not be able to hit, only to scold and then silently clean up the mess. Shen Mo was helpless. When you see the personnel miss little by little sieve resume, one by one call to communicate with the interviewer to determine each other's ability to determine the suitability of the person. The personnel of the matter Shen Mo completely dare not manage, not to be afraid of the whole, purely too easy to accident, too easy to others to cause an impact. But this time it did recruit some capable people, and Silver Games' market capitalization rose again. Xiao Zhi began to bring people to participate in various conferences in the gaming world. Johnny focused more on publicity, and the operation lady began to travel on various trips to negotiate cooperation with various platforms. Shen Mo was willing to give the power to 3 people to work on it. For this reason, Shen Mo greatly pointed out that there is no way to give you the shares, but the game dividends can be raised a few more points. In other words, you take cash directly from the source. People within the company work harder. While they were working on it, Shen Mo began to continue to focus his energies on Lu Yu. For this reason, Shen Mo began to exercise, maintain the body, search for a small love affair between husband and wife and so on. Lu Yu was satisfied with Shen Mo's pounding energy. At the time when Shen Mo and Lu Yu were clinging to each other, there were netizens on the internet who questioned why Shen Mo, who was so young and backed up by such a powerful figure as Lu Yu, still couldn't straighten out the piracy. Especially some netizens who play the original version and accidentally clicked into the pirated version are furious. What class are those guys in? Why should they play the same game as him? It's degrading. Faced with this kind of incoming doubt, Shen Mo felt strange. Johnny gave a reply that someone was trying to screw us. What? I didn't offend anyone either. Did I? How can anyone still want to mess with us? It's not right. In his excitement, Shen Mo told of all the people he knew and understood. Initially offended by Shin Jiayun, he has now made peace with the other party having his own business. After that was Lu Qingqing, but the other party had already submitted to Lu Yu's name, and met with a mouthful of brother-in-laws, calling them affectionately. And then after that it was the live streaming female webcam from the Northeast, who has completely cooled off. Then again and again and again after that was the complete collapse of live bandwagoning a while back. Those netizens who were forced to pay back taxes and pay penalties, because Shen Mo and Lu Yu were stepping on each other to get to the top. The skyrocketing market values of the 2 media companies, UMO and Haoya, were all borrowed from the heat of those unlucky netizens. And then there's no one else. It's not like the game company has offended anyone since it started. Johnny and Miss Operations look at how anxious their boss is and signal that he doesn't need to be nervous. Johnny, with his own PR age of 20 years old when he joined the profession and now 25 years old, said that it was not a big problem and that the other side was just trying to take advantage of the opportunity to stink us up. After all, the most difficult thing in this world is not afraid of not making money yourself, but afraid of peers to make money. We, Silver Games, have just entered the business and have made a small $100 million from 2 games, so the other side is naturally envious. especially if our costs are so low. Shen Mo wanted to cry. The mall. It was horrible. Johnny smiled and said that it was not a big problem, and then gave Shen Mo a script. On the same day, Shen Mo replied online. Dear netizens, big brothers, it's not that I don't want to rectify piracy, it's really that I don't have the ability to do so. To be perfectly honest, all I can do is suffer in silence. Suffer in silence, like a little sufferer. You guys think about the gaming giant, so-and-so tongue, and so game companies, and so game studios, they're all better than us, so how can we possibly get past game piracy? So, please, call on other major gaming platforms. Published remarks. Many netizens froze, and then have begun to spit a certain tang. The industry's game Big Brother, the real rich in someone's existence, not only never rectify the game circle, but also take the lead in piracy, can be called the scum of the earth. Meanwhile there's a bunch of game company seniors who are all being trolled like crazy by netizens. Shen Mo smilingly said, quite good, really quite good, genuinely quite good. Johnny is awesome. Johnny's theory is simple. The best way to cover up the trolling against us is to create a larger object of trolling and give the internet an object to share the energy with. Silver Games is perfectly stealthy. As for Samton's mood, it can't hit us anyway, so what the hell are you afraid of? In fact, a certain Pain was also too lazy to take care of Shen Mo and the others, and their publicist was not a little cutie. Can still not see what Shen Mo and the others are thinking, but it doesn't matter, the volume is big, not afraid of people trolling and scolding. In the end, Certain Tang also invited Shen Mo and the others to attend their game expo to discuss the future of the game company. Shen Mo didn't go and let Xiao Ji and Miss Operations bring a group of people there. The reason why Shen Mo didn't go is also very simple. When to eat melon. Family members, who understands? There is a big president collapsed room in the circle of luxury in the capital C. It's a rare sight in 1,000 years. I don't know the game myself anyway, so I might as well stay and eat. Chapter 64, The Great Melon. Liu hated Shen Mo's choice and taught Shen Mo a hard lesson in bed, touching Shen Mo's 8-pack abs afterward. Liu agreed to take Shen Mo with her to eat melons. Looking at the bathroom water missed out of the well-proportioned and robust body, only surrounded by a bath towel. Muscles manifested drenching Shen Mo. Liu gulped spit. Trance understand why Qin Shi Huang his mother by the Lao AI fascinated by the 3 ways of the 5. A quick glance at the bulge in the bath towel would be too much for anyone to bear, which this seductress president, who suffered Mako, in. The palace is going to punish you a little more so that you know the consequences of giving up going to the game summit and choosing to eat melons. Empress Dowager. Early the next morning, Wang Ma and Li's sister-in-law's breakfast was warmed up over and over again. Li Mingming, who came over to wait for Liu to go to work together, ready to dilly-dally with the car and send the kids along, couldn't help but let out a sigh of emotion when she saw Liu and Shen Mo. This is a smile. 6 palaces of no color. From now on the king doesn't have an early morning court, and there's no time to enjoy the banquet. Liu and Shen Mo laughed together. It's quite a mouthful. At the dinner table, Li Mingming reported to Liu about some financial issues that she could only talk about in private. Shen Mer was listening to the clouds, but he was trying to memorize it. This made Shen Mo couldn't help but feel emotional. Martyr. Those novels where someone sees a problem in a big company's financial report and then reports that there's a problem are really false. How does a person who has not been exposed to it find out that there is a problem when he can't understand what he's hearing every day? Shen Mo thought of a certain TV series he watched when he was poking around in the company some time ago, in which the male lead who worked as a firefighter actually hardened his eyes to see that his girlfriend's family's tens of billions of dollars of market value of the listed company's financial reports were problematic, and then reported it successfully, almost sending his girlfriend's father to jail. It's outrageous to look at it now. Liu smiled when she heard Shen Mo's heartfelt voice. A little later the crowd went to the office to take care of a few things and then went to eat that collapsed house president's melon up close and personal. This collapsed room president is called Chu Tianzhou, 38 this year, is a famous nouveau riche in the circle. He operates a top-notch design company. Many enterprises have cooperation with him. After all, his company encompasses architecture, jewelry, restoration of old buildings, and more. A number of joint, plus some jewelry, business that operates. The market value is also in the tens of billions of dollars. Very powerful. Chu Tianzhou's reputation in the circle has always been very good, because he started from nothing and has not abandoned his wife. Everyone praised him as the new generation of Shen Yilong. Unfortunately, a few days ago, Chu Tianzhou's wife, Ms. Shang Mingyue, publicly came out and said she wanted a divorce, and spread the word about the divorce around the circle quickly. Everyone knows Ms. Shang Mingyue, a famous architectural designer in the circle, who has been mainly engaged in restoration of ancient buildings in some recent years, is the card face of Shengchu Group, People are puzzled by Shang Mingyue's divorce. Why? And why it should be public. Today went to a private mediation court formed by lawyers. Shang Mingyue's own public address. She wants to force Chu Tianjiao to divorce. This behavior is crazy. In the words of Fei Zhou, who came along to watch the hilarious melons, this kind of face-tearing behavior tends to appear only in novels. After all, after this tear, no matter how it ended, Shangchu Group would definitely suffer a heavy blow. The only good news is that Shangchu Group is a design group and is human-centered. When Shen Mo and Lu Yu went to the eating scene, they found that many of the family members of the powerful families had come, even some of the presidents. There was no shortage of powerful presidents like the Lu family that had been passed down for generations. Each of these presidents is worth an unknown amount of money, but it's always not worse than those on the list. It's just that they usually don't show it. Shen Mo briefly counted that there were about 120 people who came. If someone blew up this room, I'm afraid it would make the country's economy shake 3 times. It was a hotel banquet hall, and everyone was sitting sporadically at the bottom. And above them was the ice-cold-faced Shang Mingyue with the rather embarrassed Chu Tianjiao, as well as a young woman with a child. That child was the son that Shang Mingyue had been raising around. But at this moment, he was calling that young woman his mother. This caused many on stage to cringe. Seeing that quite a few people had come, Shang Mingyue slowly got up, picked up the microphone, and said aloud, "I know that all of you are puzzled as to the reason why I have invited you here. Now, I'll reveal it. The reason is very simple. I want to divorce Chu Tianjiao and get all of the Shangchu Group. I hope that all of you can be a witness." Shen Mo eyed everyone on the stage and frowned, obviously upset. Shang Mingyue continued, "Originally, this is my family history. I can't take it out and talk about it. But who let me get a handful of news that involves everyone? Please look at the big screen." Only the chat of a group chat appeared on the big screen. The name on it is "How to Scam the President of a Group to Help Raise Their Children." As the chat slid down, name after name appeared on it, detailing how to seduce the president, how to set him up, where to start, how to be a third, when to get pregnant, paternity tests, and what the hospital was going to do about it. Shen Mo found the name of Lu Xinhua's former mistress in the chat records above. Shen Mo noticed through observing the surrounding presidents that their faces had changed. As the chat logs transformed, it also appeared how to seduce the president's wife, how to eat the female tycoon's Jedi and so on. This caused some of the women in the room to turn pale. Shen Mo couldn't help but spit in his heart. Why does it feel like this is a bunch of crazy people? And why am I not in this group? Lu Yu by Shen Mo a glance. "You kid, think quite a lot," Shang Mingyue said with a smile. "The organizer of this group is my good husband, Chu Tianjiao. I was the first test subject. My son, who turned out to be a fake, switched, and my real son is long dead." Speaking the last sentence, Shang Mingyue was gritting her teeth. Chu Tianjiao, who was sitting on the opposite side of the table, had already despaired. He didn't expect Shang Mingyue to take out this item. Shang Mingyue just asked him to choose whether he should call the police about his switched children, or expose his true colors in front of the mansion and destroy everything about him. Chu Tianjiao of course is the choice to reveal the switched children. After all, will not die. But Chu Tianjiao didn't expect that Shang Mingyue had gotten his private and daring game, the one called stealing the sky. There were some presidents and noble women present who picked up their cell phones, dialed, and whispered something. Not more than 10 minutes, there were quite a few more presidential noblewomen walking in, all with bodyguards, instantly controlling the place on the spot. Once these people arrived, many of the people present instantly got up and rushed up to directly control Chu Tianjiao and that young woman as well as the teenager Chu Jiao. Chu Tianjiao and the young woman's cell phones were turned over, and the new hacker instantly attacked and found quite a few records. The list on those records involved a large portion of the presidents and noble women in the room who had less than stellar private lives. Shang Mingyue smilingly handed the share transfer contract to Chu Tianjiao. "No, I'll die before I sign." Chu Tianjiao was desperate. He didn't expect it to come so quickly. These presidents and noble women went so far as to call on their resources directly and check the records on the spot. A later, masked president asked a cold-eyed question. "Where did all the switched children go?" Chu Tianjiao clenched his teeth. Soon a mask was brought in and the president behind the hotel appeared and said the surveillance was off. At this moment, Shen Mo finally understood what it means to wear a mask. You know what it means to be cruel. Chu Tianjiao's hand was broken, and Chulu was being pressed down, staring at the scene in death. That beautiful young woman will never be able to live off her face again. Chu Tianjiao still didn't say anything, clenching his teeth. After the presidents and noble women took a deep breath, the matter passed. Shen Mo and Lu Yu returned to their home. The next day, Shen Mo saw that the news of Chu Tianjiao's accidental death was on the news, and Shang Mingyue tearfully inherited Shangchu Group. Chu Tianjiao's memorial service was held in the suburbs, and everyone watched how Chu Tianjia became one with the stinking ditch. Later, Shen Mo had once seen in a variety of parties, some stars and netizens, as well as some upwardly mobile noble women. The male manager has mysteriously disappeared. Supposedly all got the flu. Shangchu Group got a big order, but it didn't take long for Shang Mingyue to leave the country. Oh, and a couple of paternity centers that people used to trust quite a bit went out of business and bankrupt because they were doing fake tests, and the director and the doctors in them were punished with huge sums of money and have been put out on the street. Shen Mo couldn't help but sigh. What a big melon. It's bad luck for the savvy various presidential dames to have a heartbeat. Chapter 65, The Ruthless Businessman. This big melon also affected Shen Mo. For a period of time, numerous people looked at Shen Mo with skepticism and discrimination. Shen Mo shrugged his shoulders at this, not caring. I'm just a soft eater, not a psycho like Chu Tianjia. That's right, Shen Mo thinks Chu Tianjia is mentally ill. The reason is simple, you've made it. You've made the class leap. So why do you have to do the cat for the prince thing? If you're doing it, why do you want to make a chain out of it? What's the point of you involving so many giants? Nouveau riche. All by yourself? Did you have a good time at the course? Shen Mo thinks Chu Tianjia must be very secretly happy, manipulating everything in the dark, playing a group of top Big Brother in the palm of his hand. Privately have to be happy into what kind of? It's like human beings going after spiritual pursuits after getting away from basic physical needs. And Chu Tianjia to fulfill the spiritual pursuit of pleasure is probably to play with those powerful and noble. Shen Mo felt even more that Chu Tianjia was sick after he figured it out. One is better off living an honest and uneventful life. Half a month after the big melon, Xiao Ji and the others returned from the Game Expo, and it brought back the news that Somten was going to make a small to medium-sized gaming platform. Stand-alone minigames, go paper play on top, and you can buy a game for a few bucks and play it to the hilt. The outlook looks very good. Shen Mo didn't understand and respected Xiao Ji's idea. Soon after, that small to medium-sized gaming platform came out with a bang. Some game studio made a thievishly bad, anti-human retarded game called Catio. Looking at the name, it's close to just saying it's plagiarizing. Anti-human to the point where it's all backwards from the previous game's traps. It can be said to make you die when you're most pleased with yourself, and it will also give you a myriad of negative lives. It is this little game that sells for cost price will not be more than $30,000. Overnight explosion of fire. In the market quickly enrichment of $700,000. Looked at the Shen Mo are red. Want to go to mix a hand? And Shen Mo really asked Xiao Ji. Got the reply is we do not mix. We do not need to do this kind of game now. Xiao Ji directly pointed out the ceiling of this type of game, which is too low. Real gamers still have to make big games. A big game comes out that is really profitable for a long time. Xiao Ji is ambitious. He wants to make a top rivalry game, the kind that hosts a world league. Now he's going to make more, and better, games, which he uses to build up money for the company, build up manpower, and prepare for the future. The spirited Xiao Ji made Shen Mo smack his lips. So handsome, more handsome than him, the boss. Shimmer is willing to make his dreams come true for him, as long as it makes money. Xiao Ji brought people into the production of the new game. This time Xiao Ji produced a dress-up cloud raising game that already involves a long-term follow-up operation. Cloud raising electronic pets. Shimmer hasn't played it. When Xiao Ji and the others stepped into the work with fire and fury, all Shen Mo could do was to remind them, brothers, don't wear out your body. You are my cash cow. Shen Mo then traveled with Lu Yu. On the airplane, Shen Mo looked at Zhao Yanyan, who was traveling together, and tilted his head, not understanding what the reason was for her to follow. I'm under a lot of pressure to go on a business trip with my girlfriends following me, especially Zhou Yunyun, a woman who is likely to like women. Shen Mo was sour. Yanuki almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. It was kind of funny. Lu Yu explained to Shen Mo the purpose of this business trip. 2. One is going to the grand opening of a branch. One is that the investment company run by Lu Yu and Zhao Yanyan received a report inviting financing, and the two are ready to visit. It dawned on Shen Mo that he was on short notice after all. Zhao Yanyan looked at Shen Mo with a smile. Brother, you are hostile to me. Just after getting off the plane, someone from the branch came to pick me up. The branch established on this side of Kaiyun City is mainly engaged in furniture processing. Lu's group has a group of furniture is to go high-end solid wood, either not for sale, or a sale is tens of millions of hundreds of millions of dollars. A month to sell a 3 or 4 sets. A year can create a good performance. Of course, it's not possible to sell just a few dozen sets a year, at least 100 sets to start with. After all, the domestic economic development is getting better and better. More and more rich people buy solid wood furniture. Willow Moon invested in a piece of dirt to plant the tree herself for this purpose. The leader of the branch is a mature imperial lady, whom Lu Yu calls Sister Yin, and is the eldest daughter of Wang Ma. although she is not on good terms with Wang Ma. The reason is that Sister Yen thinks that Wang Ma is too upside down. So the way mother and daughter have always gotten along has been to stay off the phone if they can, and if they have to, ask for Willow Moon's help. Sister Yen took Lu Yu and the others to inspect the factory's purchasing department, storage department, processing department, design department, and sales department one by one. Yanuki greeted the workers one by one and wrapped a red envelope for everyone, praising them for their hard work. The branch is new and needs the boss to come over in person to inspire people. All the way around. 3 days had passed. Willow Moon also raised some questions about edging and online sales. Willow Moon wanted the design department to use all of some of the edge wood as well. Shen Mo was a little surprised when he heard this. It always feels like there's something in my wife's words. Sister Yen smiled faintly and calmly explained to Lu Yu. The newly opened branch has prepared a complete monitoring system, and we will strictly review the issue of edges being taken away. Shen Mo came to a realization. So that's what it really means. Yanuki smiled likewise. Very well. There are too many old people on the old factory side, and it's become a perennial problem that needs to be slowly reformed. That's why I need this side of the new plant to take the lead in making changes to the mold. Sister Yen, I'm counting on you. Through the conversation between the two people, Shen Mo understood that many of the bottom workers there in the Lu family's old factory were left behind from Lu Yu's grandfather's generation. Those bottom feeder workers labored hard and did things that rubbed off on them from time to time, like taking the edges away. Returning to the hotel in the evening, Shen Mo sent a question to Lu Yu. The edges still need to care? Yanuki sighed and explained. Don't underestimate the edges. Like when I got a batch of top-grade sandalwood before. After building a whole set of furniture, the remaining edges still beat out 20 sandalwood strings. This batch of sandalwood strings, Lu's group only received 10 strings. The rest was sold privately by those workers. And their private gripe is that Willow's group is already making so much. So why can't we make some on the side? And this edge is $1,100,000. Shen Mo was silent. It's true that it's a bit tough. It could have sent those workers in. Lu Yu rubbed her temples and said, the Lu group has an idol wrapped around it both externally and internally. I am not able to take direct action against those workers, and you can't let your men abuse them. So the way I can do new reforms now is to open new factories and bring up product utilization through the design department, the processing department, and then throughout the group. There's no way who let those old craftsmen be the bottom line of Ryu's group as well. A light flashed in Shen Mo's eyes and asked a question. But won't the top craftsmen on this side of the new factory follow suit? The corner of Lu Yu's mouth hooked into a smile. No, they are all personally trained by Lu. And the new factory has taken the utilization rate to the top level from start to finish. Shen Mo always felt something was wrong. After a moment, he responded. What if they join forces with the other old craftsmen of the Ryu group to rebel? For example, they can't eat the margin profits, suspect the syndicate is out to get them, and then work with the other old craftsmen to go on strike. Shen Mo thought it was quite possible, and the skill of the craftsman is part of the Ryu group's brand, just like some of the high-end luxury jewelry studios over in the West. Lu Yu smiled and said in a flat voice, there is a special training center for craftsmen within the Lu group. The skills of the earliest batch of artisans who served at Ryu's group have long since been stolen and learned by Ryu's own trained people, but instead of crossing the river, Ryu fed the artisans' offspring well, so that they too could all move into the middle class. If they don't know any better and have to rebel, I don't have anything too good to do but to talk about it openly, and those who are willing to stay, and those who aren't, leave. Chapter 66, A Sudden Meeting. At those words, Shen Mo sucked in a breath of cool air, worthy of being the president in charge of a $100 billion company. It's just awesome. Willow Moon's eyes twinkled, and she wasn't willing to go that far, but it couldn't be helped. Those Smiths were really important, but Ryu couldn't let them take it. After all, they're getting over the top. The loss of margins was nearing the limit of Willow's patience, losing hundreds of thousands of dollars today, hundreds of thousands of dollars tomorrow, and the day after that, losing out on a year's worth of money to underwrite Shen Mo. Although the Lu family controls the majority of shares, but more or less there are still some other shareholders. They also need to eat. What's more, it's getting excessive. Shen Mo and Lu Yu stayed on the side of the branch while going to visit companies hoping to get investment in financing. It was an entertainment company involved in the industries of media, sketches, TV series filming, and celebrity aliens. The owner, Star Chow, is a strapping 35-year-old handsome man with a focus on being single. Lu Yu, Shen Mo, Zhao Yanyan and the others were warmly received by Zhou Xing when they went. Zhou Xing took the three to see the company's recently launched girl group. It's great, all young, beautiful teenage girls. Chao Xing is also well regarded in the company. This company has a good reputation out there as well. The overall visit to the entire entertainment company can be described as good. The reason why Zhou Xing wants to raise money is because he is considering the future of the company and hopes to get some big capital, because essentially this entertainment company is not short of money. But Chao Xing lacks connections. Zhou Xing felt that if he handed over a portion of his shares, gained cash flow support, and the company made a few more big projects, then the company could prepare for an IPO. In turn, Lu Yu and Zhao Yanyan's connections could help Zhou Xing complete the listing. While talking freely, Zhou Xing's female secretary came in to pour tea for the crowd. Zhou Xing incited some of the company's future projects, ready to be launched as well as launched. Zhou Yanyan has her eye on a red movie. Zhou Xing hurriedly introduced, "This red movie is what we're going to use for the New Year's Eve slot. The box office is expected to be in the neighborhood of $1 billion. Our investment cost is at $80 million and the profit is still very good." Zhao Yanyan came to the interest. The more they talked, the happier they got, and at noon we all went to eat together in the company cafeteria. At the dinner table, Zhou Xing expresses his respect for Ms. Wang Ya. Ryuki smiled at that. When they left, Lu Yu, Zhao Yanyan, and Shen Mo saw that there were still people dancing nonstop in the dance studio. Very hardworking. The whole company is great. Shen Mo could say he was impressed. On the way back to the car, Willow Moon made the decision. No investment. Shen Mo was stunned. Why? Zhao Yanyan sighed. I originally thought it would be someone worth investing in, but it turned out to be a scumbag indeed. Shen Mo was even more stunned and hurriedly said, "We haven't been separated for a day today. How come I don't see that there is a problem with this company?" Zhao Yanyan didn't say anything, and Lu Yu explained. That female secretary of Zhou Xing's was so pretty that she hadn't knocked on the door when she entered. Two people subconsciously looking at each other full of adultery? And Star Chow's statement to the public is that he's single. It's hard not to wonder about the initial thoughts of a man who is outwardly single but in a relationship with a female secretary. A man like that is either a scummy man who hangs around flowers or a scumbag who has no commitment. Shocked by this comment, Shen Mo couldn't help but say, "There isn't a possibility that the two are in love and don't want to go public." Zhao Yanyan glanced at Shen Mo and hummed coldly, "Oh, then if you were in love, would you not disclose it? Especially if you're young, handsome, and multi-golden." This, Shen Mo had already understood, and depressedly said, "It will definitely be made public. Otherwise, what if my wife suspects my loyalty to her? To truly love someone, you should give her security." Sure enough, I'm still underpracticed. Ryuki rubbed her temples and said softly, "That's right. If you love someone, surely you will give enough security and not play underground. This star of the week is having an underground affair no matter where you look. And that's just not right." Jingle bells. The cell phone is ringing. Lu Yu picked up the phone and it was Zhou Yu. Yen. There's something wrong with that Star Chow. I just found out that he started 13 years ago. His company's earliest and most famous artist was called Meng Bai, who has now retired. Lu Yu was puzzled. Meng Bai? That's the cutie who is the queen of the movie and is crazy about giving matches and trampling on herself. Woman? Zhou Yu's voice came. Yes, that's her. I heard from Wang Fugue that Meng Bai and Zhou Xing were lovers, and Zhou Xing's company first started by eating Meng Bai's blood and flesh. Lu Yu's face instantly became embarrassed. If this was true, then Zhou Xing was too disgusting. In that case, it's even less of an investment. Yeah. Zhao Yanyan gave Zhou Xing a call and casually used the lame excuse that the company had some problems and was temporarily unable to invest to end this inspection. When he went back at night, Shen Mo checked on Meng Bai. Very impressive resume. Child actor debut, 18 years old to get a movie queen of the audience, or top stream. But from the age of 21 onwards, but I don't know what to think. To the various drama groups crazy as a pairing, the big female lead department are given to irrelevant people. After a slow decline in popularity, it also began to engage in all sorts of CP hype. Finally, at the age of 26, he completely quit the movie and retired from the industry. The most recent online message was of her appearing at a high-end restaurant in Mordor, dressed lazily for dinner. Though she was still very beautiful in the photo, Shen Mo felt that there was definitely a story present here, maybe even a big melon. Seeing Shen Mo checking on Meng Bai, Lu Yu casually said, "Maybe this Meng Bai will stand up and hammer Zhou Xing when he's most famous." Shen Mo was staggered. Lu Yu wrapped her arms around Shen Bai's neck and whispered in his ear, "Never underestimate a woman's vindictiveness. Even if Meng Bai is as dumb and sweet and stupid as she is, she's still a person and a woman after all. She definitely has a vengeful heart." Shen Mo didn't think it was possible. Yanuki smiled and said nothing. Shen Mo thought that he and people like Meng Bai would never meet. After all, the two sides really don't have much in common. But on the same night that he returned to Jinghai, Shen Mo met Meng Bai. It was the second wedding banquet of Wang Chunsheng, Wang Fugue's father, and Meng Bai was the bride. The old thing is in full display of thuggish character, charging a second bride price. Both the Lu family and the Shen family went to this banquet. The Shen family was even Shen Long, who came with Zukalan. The duo, who hadn't seen each other for a long time, looked pretty good. Knowing through the chat that the Wang family has cooperation with the Shen family, it is inappropriate not to come. It is too humiliating. And there was no deep hatred between the two families. Wang Chunsheng is a man of the earth, but he is still a very generous person. And Wang Chunsheng was very capable of lowering his head. And even Shen Mo made a toast. Chapter 67. Shen Mo was shocked when he was toasted. Do I deserve it? Shen Mo was feeling unworthy. But still, he drank it without much dilly-dallying. It could be a big boss's wedding and there was no wedding drama. Everything is in order. At the same time, this wedding also made Shen Mo realize one thing. That is, the bosses are not even losing out. The presidents who had paid their dues turned the place into a social scene once the wedding was halfway through and it was officially time to eat. It's not a waste at all. So to speak, Shen Mo may be the relationship between being the boss, opening a company, and running a good business. Some people have even approached to talk to Shen Mo about investment. They see potential in silver games. In their words, more friends, more ways. Shen Mo spoke out his company's business model as Lu Yu had explained in advance. This employee-heavy, pay-to-play model made several would-be investors cringe, but there are those who still righteously want to vote. It's Meng Bai. For this MS. Love brain. Shen Mo really didn't know how to respond. Wife, help me. Willow Moon sniffed. Wife, so timely. Shen Mo looked at Lu Yu, who had received Meng Bai's words with a smile, and endless gratitude welled up in his heart. Meng Bai requests to Lu Yu that he wants to invest in silver games. Lu Yu raised her eyebrows. MS. Meng, Uncle Wang. He's not a stingy person. Meng Bai sighed slightly. A despondency flashed in his eyes. The only way to hold money and power is to hold it in your own hands. This is a woman with a story. This is a woman with an accident. Shen Mo and Lu Yu lamented in their hearts almost simultaneously. Meng Bai turned and said, Mr. Lu, I heard that you were going to invest in Zhou Xingji before? Lu Yu nodded. That's right. Zhou Xing's company wanted to go public and needed big capital to bail it out. A flicker of pain visible to the naked eye flashed through Meng Bai's eyes as he whispered, Have you ever heard of me? Lu Yu found it interesting and went to the room above the hotel with Meng Bai. Shen Mo. In order to prevent people from getting drunk and having accidents, there are usually some restrooms prepared in advance. In the room, Meng Bai slowly spat out the story of his relationship with Zhou Xing. No, I should call it an accident. Meng Bai was born into the Meng family in Kaiyun City. Not a big family, but not small either. With a market capitalization of several $1 billion or something. Then there's the dog-eared true or false $1,000 incident. Meng Bai was replaced as the real Chen Jin. By chance, Meng Bai was spotted by a director and became a child star. The adoptive parents who replaced Meng Bai began a life of sucking Meng Bai's blood. From the age of 6, Meng Bai was forced to go on a frenzy of theater and commercial work to provide for his adoptive parents' affluent lifestyle. And Meng Bai also really loved acting. She felt free to act, so she went all the way up to the position of movie queen and the queen of the television. Meng Bai met Zhou Xing when he was 18. When a ferry meets a cowherd, the natural end is to sink. Zhou Xing unbinds Meng Bai's adoptive parents from her and rescues her from the fire. Meng Bai let out a bitter laugh. I thought he was my savior at that time. My Prince Charming. Unfortunately not. Zhou Xing used even more powerful PUA skills to get Meng Bai to make money for him willingly and to bow and die for Zhou Xing's company. And it does end up as Star Chow had calculated. Meng Bai's reputation is ruined. His career prospects are all over. And Zhou Xing's company is flourishing, completely occupying a place in the entertainment industry. The only thing I've been smart about after what happened with my foster parents is holding on to some of the money that belongs to me. And because I did have a hold on Star Chow, he gave me the portion of the money that belonged to me when we finally broke up. Meng Bai's eyes were filled with murderous intent towards Zhou Xing. Shen Mo had no doubt that Meng Bai would definitely send Zhou Xing to his death if given the chance. And what is this marriage because of? Lu Yu asked another topic for Shen Mo. Meng Bai slowly said, Just this year, my real parents approached me. They want me to save my family's company. And by the way, my adoptive parents' own daughter, the one they've raised for 30 years, and Star Chow's current secretary. Shen Mo was stunned. Is this real or fake pretty plus showbiz abuse? Lu Yu was also stunned. Are all circles so messed up these days? I didn't feel anything before. Meng Bai continued. It was also at this time that I realized that my good sister had long since hooked up with Zhou Xing, and this time she came here for my money. This time, what surged in Meng Bai's eyes was killing intent. As a child, he was used as a blood bag by his adoptive parents, and as an adult, he was used as a weekly PUA. Now that they're all separated, the real parents are trying to come over and suck her blood. Are you kidding me? Then how did you choose it? Shen Mo was surprised. Meng Bai's marriage to Wang Chunqing now shouldn't be a marriage for the family. The Meng family wouldn't have eaten Meng Bai dry already, would they? Shen Mo felt a little irritated. Willow Moon also found it exciting. Meng Bai smiled gently. Of course I agreed, but I said that I didn't have any money either, and that I could marry for them in exchange for a dowry. But the bride price old Wang gave me. Meng Bai's eyes were filled with complacency. Although Wang Chunqing is a thug, Wang Chunqing is not stupid. Giving the bride price to the daughter-in-law and to the in-laws with whom the daughter-in-law does not have a good relationship. These two choices are not difficult. The Meng family wanted to retaliate against me afterward, but unfortunately it was useless. Old Wang, the mine boss, is not a reasonable person. Shen Mo thought of the black material on the internet about some mine bosses. How can a man who can open a mine be a weak man? Lu Yu took a deep breath. Having had a good melon, it was time to ask the question in her heart. Why are you telling us your story? Meng Bai let out a light laugh. It's simple. Old Wang said that he owed the Shen family something before and needed to pay it back, so I thought I'd just return it to you guys. Next, Old Wang will help me take revenge on Zhou Xing, and the black information about Zhou Xing that I'm clutching in my hand will make it so that Zhou Xing's company can never go public again, even to the point of bankruptcy. Lu Yu smiled and said easily, thanks, but we hadn't wanted to invest in Star of the Week in the first place. Good luck next. However, I would like to know one more question. Why would Wang help you get revenge? And why did you invest in Silver Games? Shrugging her shoulders, Meng Bai easily said, the reason why old Wang helped me take revenge is simple. The Meng family has a few pieces of land in their hands that are good. Old Wang wants them, and I'm the Meng family's own daughter with the right to inherit. The reason I want to invest is also very simple. I want to have some of my own industries and shares. After all, the only way money and power are secure is in your own hands. Old Wang is a ruthless man. In the future when he dies, I don't think I'll be able to get much, so I might as well get something for myself now while I have something to fall back on. A thoroughly sober woman understands what she has to do. Chapter 68 Vacation. Just like before, when he hadn't met old Wang, Meng Bai didn't have the ability to take revenge on Zhou Xing, so he chose to put up with it. Now that I have met old Wang and have the ability to do so, I naturally want to be brave enough to do it. Completely sober. I hope the Meng family and Zhou Xing can't resist her retaliation. Shen Mo said he was still on the side of justice. After thinking about it, Lu Yu allowed Meng Bai to invest, but the shares were not much, only 10%. But Moon Bai is allowed to vote for a portion of Moonshine Media. Afterward, Shen Mo asked Lu Yu why. Lu Yu smiled mysteriously. Many friends, many roads. When Zhou Xing goes out of business one day, that will inevitably be when Meng Bai rises to power. The traffic a top star brings is still huge. Showbiz allows for overstaying your welcome. That also allows for flopping. Lu Yu has seen a certain middle-aged actor under 3 provinces entertainment flop. That is really once the bad luck fell to the bottom. Once the red soared 9 days. After she became popular, she took on 4 or 5 movies a year, and they all exploded. 3 provinces entertainment media has earned hundreds of millions of dollars in dividends from him alone, not counting the proceeds from the free strings of plays he had strung for MS Vineyard to return the favor of taking her in. Yanuki's words seemed like prophecy. Soon after, Meng Bai made peace with the Meng family and gave them the $500 million that old Wang had promised to give to the Meng family, but took away a large amount of the Meng family's shares. At the same time, Meng Bai officially boarded the Meng family account book. Half a year later Zhou Xing marries Meng Bai's stepsister Meng Ying, and the Meng family engages in deep bonding with Zhou Xing. A large amount of the Meng family's assets were transferred to Zhou Xing. A year later, Zhou Xing Stargazer Entertainment was preparing for an IPO. At the critical moment, the internet suddenly exploded with tons of gossip about Star Chow. Stargazer Entertainment's ongoing dramas, movies, and variety shows have had the pause button pressed. Before Zhou Xing and the Meng family could react, Meng Bai personally stepped forward and produced more incriminating evidence. One of these items includes Meng Ying teaming up with Zhou Xing to send Meng Bai's adoptive parents to prison. When Meng Bai and Meng Ying, Zhou Xing, tear wildly apart, Meng Bai's adoptive parents, Meng Dahu and Bai Ying, drive over Zhou Xing and Meng Ying, as well as Meng Bai's biological parents. It turns out that Meng Dahu, Bai Ying and Meng Ying have long recognized each other, and secretly took Meng Bai's money to fill Meng Ying. After their release from prison, the two of them have not bothered Meng Ying's life even more in order not to upset her. Although the two men were beasts to Meng Bai, they were really good to their own daughter Meng Ying. I only hope that Meng Ying will be able to provide for the two of them in their old age in the future. Just shortly after the opening tear, Meng Dahu and Bai Ying have been diagnosed with terminal illnesses, a uremia requiring dialysis, either a kidney transplant, a brain hemorrhage just right. The whole person is retarded. It's all retribution anyway. Meng Ying disowned them, So after seeing the evidence Meng Bai produced of Meng Ying teaming up with Zhou Xing to send the two to jail, Meng Dahu and Bai Ying went crazy. Since we're going to die, let's die together. Love is also limited in a crisis. After the incident, Meng Bai could only tearfully take the account book to inherit the Xingying Entertainment and Meng family. The people within Stargazer Entertainment who had previously stepped on Meng Bai to get to the top were dumbfounded. After Meng Bai rectified the whole thing, he sold the high-quality resources of Xingying Entertainment to Moon Silence Media at a low price, and threw all the rest to the side. As for those who stepped on Meng Bai to get to the top, Meng Bai didn't target them, just held the contract and ignored them. When you go out to take on business, you have to give Mumbai a cut of the money. If you don't go out and get it, then you're dead in the water. And with the speed of showbiz, you're sure to be out of luck when your contract expires. Mumbai wins big. Old Wang also made a big profit when he got a few good pieces of land in the Meng family's name from Meng Bai. Shen's Moon Silence Media likewise swelled a couple of circles after absorbing the essence of Stargazer Entertainment. Shen Mo admired Lu Yu. For her part, Yanuki smiled, but that's all a year later. For his part, the current Shen Mo was still busy with Silver Games. The share contract was transferred quickly and the money arrived quickly. Shen Mo was curious where Meng Bai's money came from. Was it all earned from her acting? Only after signing the contract did Shen Mo learn from Lu Yu that Meng Bai had gone abroad for 5 years after breaking up with Zhou Xing. During those 5 years, Meng Bai started several companies in China by way of agents, and today they are all doing very well. This was the reason why Lu Yu allowed Meng Bai to invest. She likes to work with ambitious, smart, sober people. What's more, Meng Bai had already sealed his heart and locked his love. And in the future, he wouldn't let the affairs of men and women affect the speed of earning money. That's good. Silver Games has even more cash flow with Mumbai's capital injection. Lu Yu asked Meng Bai to draw out the initial $5 million. After drawing it out, he looked at the functioning silver company and blandly said, "See, from now on, anything Silver Games makes can be considered pure profit, since you've gotten back the money you initially invested." Shen Mo nodded, seeing and understanding that this situation was really cool. Lu Yu continued, "And Silver Games has my shares, but it still has to pay rent for the building in my name. Do you understand anything?" Contemplating for a moment, Shen Mo stammered, "I understand that money is a left-hand to right-hand relationship in our family." Willow Moon nodded. "Yes, this is why large corporations must work hard to bridge upstream and downstream relationships and invest hard, because there really is a big cost savings, especially for an investor like Lu Yu." It was as if Shen Mo understood something. Silver Games continues to run, and no one but the finances know that the owner, Shen Mo, has drawn a fortune to leave. Day by day, Shen Mo did not eat any more amazing big melon. Silver Games, led by a game designed by Shaw, has had an unbroken intake from start to finish. That dress-up cloud-raising game started out thinking it would be easy to design, but the further you go the harder it gets. Xiao Ji look at his high salary received every month. Inexplicably feel quite sorry for Shen Mo. In addition to the development of dressing cloud-raising game, take the time to study a few single-player games sent to a certain Teng development of small and medium-sized game platforms, to the company for open source. Cutting back is not going to do it, and no employee wants to save money from themselves, so open source becomes an option for many employees, especially with Shoji leading the way in former open source success. In this kind of employees do not want a business closure. We all struggle together under the ideological. At the end of the year, the Silver Game Company even in the burning money to develop dress-up cloud-raising game, still give everyone open to triple bonus. Shen Mo take away 10 million dividends. Shen Mo gave his employees a vacation on the 25th day of the waxing moon, and put it all the way to the 17th day of the new year. This fake is a bit of a departure, but Shen Mo was happy because he wanted a vacation too. This year, Lu Yu has really pressed Shen Mo to learn all kinds of knowledge, and every day is very fulfilling. Before leaving, Shen Mo went back to the Shen family for a meal, and also met Zhou Xiaoqiao who came to see her daughter. Shen Mo learned that Zhou Xiaoqiao had opened a housekeeping company and was doing quite well. After all, I have followed Wang Chunqing for a period of time, and I have also studied with Xin Jiafeng for a period of time, so I have a little capital. Shen Mo then boarded the airplane back to the northeast with Lu Yu, but Shen Mo felt that the one who had the most dashing ear was Lu Xinhua. I don't know how this girl got it right, but she even made Lu Qingqing's mom and Li Qingyue willing to match him together, so that he could enjoy a bit of unity. Chapter 69. It was still Lu Yu who solved Shen Mo's doubts. Lu Xinhua suddenly awakened to the fact that there is no such thing as kinship or love. There is no such thing as real. In that case, might as well try to make more money. So Lu Xinhua made a deal with Lu Yu. 70% of his future property was given to Lu Yu, and the entire Lu clan was also given to Lu Yu. The remaining 30% Lu Xinhua will have to dispose of on his own. Lu Xinhua said that he has been harboring half of his life and he wants to be dashing. However, Lu Xinhua also said that the money he ended up leaving to Lu Yu must be quite a lot. Lu Yu looked at Lu Xinhua's twinkling eyes and agreed to the request. She feels that a motivated Xinhua Lu is more capable of creating wealth. The big head is hers in the end anyway. And Willow Moon herself hadn't wanted to monopolize the inheritance. That would have seemed too stupid. Another doubt rose after Shen Mo listened. My old father-in-law wouldn't have promised to pay those women, would he? That said, the old father-in-law is in really good health. And at that age, he can still live with his entire first and second wives together. Lu Yu snorted in her heart and continued to explain. It's not that my father's health is good. It's that Li Qingyue and Lu Qingqing's mom are too good at acting. Shen Mo was speechless. That's extremely insulting. The one who picked up Shen Mo and Lu Yu was Ms. Wan Ya. I haven't seen you in half a year, but the other party is prettier and has a more mature temperament. Shen Mo couldn't help but lament in his heart. Fortune feeds people. Not long after returning home, Aunt Wenya arranged a job for Lu Yu and Shen Mo. Be a guest on an episode. It's mostly just a day of shooting 2 people. It was originally booked for a movie star couple, but 2 days ago the movie star caved in. It turns out that the movie star is out there, and the wife that everyone thought was the queen of the movie is his mistress, and his bad wife is at home. That chaffer left the country after saving up enough disappointment. Before he left, he hammered this movie star half to death, right up to the exit kind of thing. That movie queen knows 313, and the image of a great heroine previously established has crumbled. This made Vinya angry and furious. It doesn't matter if you guys collapse the house or not. What matters is the old lady's show. But the good news is because the two left the show after it collapsed their house on the show mountain, the show doesn't have to be shut down, and they'll still get a big chunk of the liquidated damages. The bad news is that you have to find someone on the fly, and all such finders have to be heavyweights, or they can't be pressed. Originally, Ms. Vineyard was going to find some of her old friends. Now that Shen Mo and Lu Yu had returned, it was these 2 juniors, and you don't have to pay. How nice. Shen Mo and Lu Yu laughed bitterly. But who let this be proposed by Ms. Wan Ya? The night of the 26th day of the month, the variety show A Day in the Life of a Big Star announced that it will be on air tomorrow amidst a lot of surprises, and replace the people with Shenma and Lu Yu. Netizens have laughed. This is a temporary fine too unlucky and you don't have to pay for it. After a netizen uttered, why don't we celebrate for these 2 unlucky people and go watch the live stream? And it's interesting to see what scripts these 2 unlucky people get to meet. No, I should say, can you read a script written on the fly? Numerous likes appeared immediately below. Everyone got excited to see how the temp script was written. Variety is scripted and everyone recognizes it. The 27th day of the lunar month, early in the morning, in Aunt Wenya's house, in Lu Yu and Shen Mo's room, the camera was quietly turned on. Shen Mo and Lu Yu knew in advance, wearing tight pajamas. The people who had stood in front of the live camera early in the morning were smiling as they watched the 2 of them in your own half of the bed and my half of the bed. This is the real state of sleep. How could anyone sleep with their arms around them all night? At 7 o'clock, Shen Mo woke up leisurely, glanced at the camera, tucked in the covers for Lu Yu, and wandered out. The camera cuts to the bathroom momentarily. The lanky figure behind the glass door made countless young girls in front of the camera gag. Sometimes women are more horny than men. When the refreshing Shenma appeared, countless people straightened up and stormed. Shen Mo glanced at Lu Yu again and turned to the dining room. Ms. Wan Ya, Ms. Qin Hao. Grandma and Grandpa didn't want to be in the picture and moved out a day early, so they had to cook and eat by themselves in silence. Breakfast was simple. Shen Mo cooked millet red date and wolfberry porridge, fried eggs, made hand cakes, and steamed corn and sweet potatoes. Sweeping the camera, Shen Mer explained a sentence. The corn and sweet potatoes are from his own land. Immediately after that, Shen Mo began to cut the savory vegetables and fry 2 small green vegetables. Shen Mer again explained to the camera. Normally our family doesn't eat this well. It's not a live broadcast today, so I'll just make more. This hand pie, the eggs, the greens, it's all homegrown too. If any of you are traveling to Irvine, you can taste it at the farmhouse my wife invested in. The audience in the live room laughed. It's really no time to stop advertising. Shen Mo went back to take a look at Lu Yu, who hadn't gotten up yet, and put the rice into the steamer to keep it warm. Many viewers have said true. However, some people began to spit on Lu Yu's laziness. The president still doesn't go to bed early and wake up early, but also sleeps. The cameraman informed Shen Mer of the problem. The answer Shen Mo gave was simple. The president is also a human being, and will also play with his cell phone until the wee hours of the morning to experience the joy of staying up all night. Netizens have laughed. So the president can also surf. Followed by a question from a netizen. Don't you two do something shy? Shen Mo rolled his eyes. Is this something that can be played? Feeling that there would be a lot of people asking questions, Shen Mo went back to the living room, sat down, and concentrated on replying. Netflix's questions are wildly popular. As in, can we see the abs? Shen Mo, can't. Can you talk about your night out with Mr. Ryu? Can't. It's all over the internet that you're a loaning reporter. Can you feel it? I can offer you $3,000 for a day's package. Can't. Don't worry. My roommate and I were able to put together $30,000. Even more so. I can't. Shen Mo's face is dark. What are all the words of the tiger and the wolf? I'm a guy. You're so muscular, aren't you? Shen Mo black-faced and rolled. What a bunch of people. Shen Mo felt like going crazy. Unfortunately, those people don't feel crazy. Finally, after the director himself came off the stage, someone started asking the normal questions. Mo, what's the secret to keeping your relationship with Mr. Lu alive? Shen Mo also came to the fore and answered excitedly, it's IQ, because my wife and I are sensible people. We all know what to do and what not to do. And we don't let some external temptation cause us to do something that costs us money. For example, I don't have money that makes me bad because I know where my money comes from and how to maximize the benefits. Incidentally, I'm a firm believer that love is shown, not verbalized. Shen Mo's words caused the people in the live broadcast room to fall silent. A second question popped up immediately afterward. Brother Mo, why did you and Mr. Lu come together? I really don't understand this. Chapter 70, are you kidding me? This is a really curious question. Many people wonder why. The two are so different in nature. To say that Lu Yu is helping the poor is an understatement. Especially with the passage of time. There's always someone who can dig up what happened to the substitute marriage in the first place. Theoretically, two people shouldn't be able to get together after having that initial awkwardness. Moreover, the most important thing was that after marriage, Lu Yu was too good to Shen Mo. Give to open a company. Teach Shen Mo to manage the company. So that Shen Mo's value is getting higher and higher. It's unbelievable. So people are very confused. Shen Mo was silent too. This issue, I don't know. When she touched my abs, she took me in. That's right. In Shimmer's opinion, that's how it was in the first place. Because my husband is handsome and has a good body. When I first woke up and touched my husband's abs and probed further down, I knew that this was the man I wanted. Lu Yu walked out of the next room in her pajamas, and in front of the camera, she wrapped her arms around Shen Mo, kissed him fiercely, and said with a smile, the two of us just started with our face value, stayed true to our character, and loved our treasured personalities. The audience in the live room instantly boiled over. It's hard to be fed dog food when you're caught off guard. Shen Mo kissed Lu Yu and favored her by putting her down and walking towards the kitchen to get breakfast. Lu Yu raised her eyebrows at the live camera and began to introduce Shen Mo's merits. The first thing is that the younger brother under the year is just awesome. So much stamina. Then there is the emotional stability of the younger brother under the year who was born into a happy family. This is immediately followed by the various emotional values on offer. This includes cooking. Lu Yu encouraged the live camera. Sisters, work hard to make money. The only way to experience a great man is the better you are. By the way, one extra thing to remember. Don't love brains. It's okay to spend money on a man, but not to give yourself completely to him. To be able to ensure at all times that you and the man can realize the value hedge. It's the foundation of a happy marriage. At that exact moment, Shen Mo served the rice on the table and placed it in front of Lu Yu. Yanuki pointed to the breakfast and started describing which dish she had ordered. It's what you want to eat. And showed off some more of Shen Mo's pampering of her. You know, I said I wanted steamed cabbage the first night and I woke up the next morning. Steamed pork with cabbage is when you roll up the meat filling with cabbage and steam it in a steamer. I'm a pain in the ass. Envious. Jealous. The female viewers of the live stream were about to squeal just listening to it. That's too much happiness. Immediately after that, a sour male audience member spoke. Shen Mo, don't you think your behavior is embarrassing? Shen Mo thought for a moment and replied, not at all. After all, I'm just a soft-touch guy who has to make my wife experience adequate emotional value. At this moment, the audience in the live broadcast room instantly understood what Shen Mo had said before about sanity. Gotta look the other way. Shen Mo jokingly said while eating, brothers, there is definitely such a thing as soft food and hard food, but don't be overly superstitious. After all, it should be whoever makes the money in a family, whoever solves the big and small problems of a family, whoever is responsible for the family, who is the backbone, not because of gender. Shen Mo was not afraid of Netstorm at all and said it directly. A group of women in the audience swiped right to the screen. Yes, 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 we support this. Some were even bold enough to make statements. I want to work hard to make money, get rich, and later on also adopt a man like Shen Mo. Why is such a sober man not in my family? Ugh, the first time I hated how little I made. Like Shen Mo. I believe he should be a good man even if he's not a soft touch. A time full of appreciation for Shen Mo. There were also people who were poked and prodded and were shady towards Shen Mo, but most people were still sensible and recognized this theory of Shen Mo. Others followed up with the question, don't you two ever fight? This question made Shen Mo and Lu Yu look at each other, and Lu Yu sighed. Also quarrel, but who let my family Nianxia little wolf dog apologize way too fast, and physical strength and good. Taking advantage of the gap between Shen Mo's copying the table and taking the remaining food out to brush the dishes, Lu Yu colored at the camera. This Shen Mo guy can be bad. Argue in the morning, apologize at noon, and bully back in bed at night. Jarius is a good one. So much so that I'm afraid to do anything about it now. The men and women on the air were stunned. Is this something we can listen to without paying for it? And the beautiful president, MS. Lu Yu, do you know that your face that can score 98 points is full of lewdness? Also, are you sure you're not shading us? When the audience saw Shen Mo, who was emotionally stable and calmly brushing the dishes in the restaurant, they fell silent. Don't want to talk. When Shen Mo finished packing everything, he went out with Lu Yu and the two of them. The live viewers were curious as to what the two of them were going to do. The result was a snowman. In the middle of the wilderness, the duo then started building a snowman. In Shen Mo's words, can you come to urban and not build a snowman? Especially Lu Yu blows awesome, saying she can pile up a snowy beauty out of it. 2 hours later, the audience in the live broadcast room watched as Lu Yu piled up a snowy white beauty with white hair, still wearing rabbit ears. Every detail was handled exceptionally well. Even the figures are in equal proportions. This makes the audience of the live broadcast cannot help but feel that other people's hands are the hands. My hands are claws. At the same time, some people sourly expressed that Nuo was biased. Letting Lu Yu have money, a face, a figure and a good husband wasn't all. She also had a pair of skillful hands. Envious, jealous, hateful, unhappy to the core. And then there's no way. After building the snowman, the two of them found a random street-side restaurant for a quick lunch. The plain-covered rice made the live viewers' eyes widen. You two are both CEOs worth hundreds of millions of dollars. How can you eat a street-side restaurant or a common meal like covered rice? It's okay to have a covered dish, or the most common one like tomato and egg. There's a sense of discomfort for everyone. It's completely incomprehensible. But immediately after that was a feeling that Lu Yu and Shen Mo were also ordinary people. After dinner, the two continued to skulk around like two street skaters. During that time, they came across a trade show and the two even went in to browse around. Didn't buy anything though, I guess. When he came out, Lu Yu popularized the degree of money-making of the exhibition to Shen Mo. For a 10-day show, those snack-selling bosses have to make $80,000 to $90,000 in net profit. You can land over $1 million a year running through a dozen cities. The viewers of the live stream were screaming that it was impossible. Such a commonplace exhibition, selling some extremely cheap snacks, herbs and health products, and the buyers are mainly the elderly, can earn so much? That's over $1 million in net profit. This compares to executives at big companies. It can't be. Shen Mo said incredulously. Are you kidding me? Is there really that much profit in this? Chapter 71, No Anxiety. Lu Yu smiled faintly and led Shen Mo and the crowd to the renter of the exhibition site of the fair. The other party was a friend of Grandpa's, a grand old man surnamed Qin. Upon meeting Lu Yu and knowing about her problem, this elder Qin led them to a couple of small business owners who were selling their goods. In front of the live camera, a couple of small business owners spoke about how they run the fair. The profits are not small, but the pressure is high. The main pressure is reflected in the selection of goods, shopping, quality, suitability for this show and so on. After all, if you pick the wrong selection, there may really be hundreds of thousands of goods smashed in the hands of the month not only in vain, but also to reverse some losses. Although generally signed in agreement, goods do not sell can be returned. But the freight, exhibition rent, running back and forth to the road, etc., do not still have to bear their own, down are tens of thousands of dollars. These small bosses also recommended a few good factories for Lu Yu to use for live banding. Oh, and incidentally, there was some talk about food factory production. Outside the fair, the old man had a few matzahs brought in, and a small business owner brought some melon seeds from his booth and some milk tablets. So Lu Yu and the others sat down to get high. The live feed covered up the faces of several small business owners to avoid being cyber-violated afterward. The owner in the pitch-black trench coat, a little dirty on top, lit a cigarette and snorted, like Russian red sausage. Most of what's sold in this country is domestically produced, only stamped with a foreign stamp. And those wellness drugs, most of them are vitamin C. The main one eats no one and has a bit of heart. It's pretty much the same thing with live webcam bandwagons these days. There are so few real gems, and at the very least, certainly none in the bargain bin. The crowd of viewers in the live room was abuzz. No, bro, are you being so direct? But is it true? That small boss said with a big grin. I've gone to Russia to get the goods, and after stacking up the domestic transportation, the cost is just too high and the profit is thin. But you can also rest assured that the domestically produced ones are of good quality in order to carry this brand name. Then the small boss recommended a few other factories that he knew, and the quality of their products was excellent. From inside, Shen Mo heard a reuse factory. Immediately after, another small business owner spoke up. Sometimes we have a feeling when we watch Netflix carrying goods that we are much more conscientious than they are. Oh, and the cafeteria too. The goods we sell and the products we choose are of good quality and low price, so that the people eat and say yes, and are willing to come and sell them next time we have a fair. Those guys, they don't care for low prices. Just a while ago sold that bird's nest and mooncake. What the hell those two factories I also know. Filthy outrageous. I'll go. What would happen if this Tama took the goods and ate them to death? And the tamale one, the dog won't eat it. Straightforward words once again set the airwaves abuzz. Shen Mo smiled and said, brother, can you tell me how you came to be on this path of exhibition? Some of the viewers in the live broadcast room got excited. Mo can This small boss didn't hide anything and said directly, I started out as a small leader in a snack food processing plant. Then I met the trade show pickup and went along with it. The main thing in this business is that you need to know a lot of people, and a few shows together. Oh, and well funded. Because at first you're sure to lose money doing it. The audience in the live room was a bit lost. We thought this place was so rough. Shen Mo showed a lost expression. Master Qin laughed out loud and said, where would you go in business without losing money? It's all gain and loss. Like this venue of mine. I almost sold it when I lost money in the beginning. Yanuki laughed along. Anyway, there wasn't much to do in the afternoon. A few small business owners had hired extras and didn't have to keep an eye on the booth. So we all just got high on our mouths. A couple of small business owners tell stories of strange people they've seen in their travels. Occasionally, I troll some buyers who are unqualified and meet scam factories themselves. Yanuki also tells them about what she met, chatting about fairies and gods and ghosts. In the middle, Luyu and Shen Mo showed shock from time to time. Are you guys that good? Have you seen so much? This made the audience in the live broadcast room look at the increasingly energized Master Qin, as well as a group of small bosses couldn't help but feel that this Luyu and Shen Mo were too good at giving emotional value. It's obvious that the other guy is blowing awesome, and as a result, he's still a big fan of it. That's an emotional intelligence that I should learn from. Finally, a bunch of people talked about raising children. One of the small bosses spat out, my son, although he studies well, is really rebellious. I joined a hotel in Xinhai, where my wife runs it, and my son eats at the hotel, stays at the hotel, and then feels so unfree that he's going to go jump off a building. Next to a small boss snorted, picked up a cigarette, what do you that counts? My son, learning is not good. The opening is, the big deal is that in the future and you run all over the world with you, follow you to loading and unloading. This was followed by another tweet. I'm not a chef by trade, and my son said that if I don't get into college, I'll be just like my dad, with a pot in my left hand, a spatula in my right hand, a bottle of beer next to me, and a cigarette in my mouth. This is the moment when the child becomes their biggest obsession. In the final conclusion, not spending enough time with your child is what makes them grow out of shape. But how are they going to feed their families if they don't come out and earn? One can only lament that things are not as they should be. Elder Qin was beside him with the same sentiment. It can't be helped. This child thing, just do your best. That son of mine, letting go of his good family business, didn't go to make movies too. It's kind of infuriating not to. Immediately afterward, a group of people looked at Shen Mo and Luyu and curiously said, how were you educated? Shen Mo scratched his head and said wistfully, I wasn't educated. Including the audience in the live broadcast room. They all looked at Shen Mo curiously. Luyu was also curious. Shen Mo seldom talked about his past. I grew up with my grandmother. The little old lady was rough on my upbringing. Smoking and drinking and fighting and early lovemaking will get you beat up. After you don't study well and tutoring doesn't work, just give up and do what you like. The rest is caring. Like not allowing people to bully me, taking me to eat, drink, play, wander around, gain insight, tell me stories about their past. Life experiences she's seen, the impermanence of the world, responsibility, etc. It feels, and is, normal. At Shen Mo's description, the group meets a cranky yet gentle and awesome little old lady. Shen Mo laughed. A very happy kind of education. Because my little old lady, she's never anxious. A bunch of small business owners sighed. Inside the booth, viewers lamented that the last sentence was the key, right? Because the little old lady didn't have any anxiety. Shen Mo grew up in a healthy environment all the time. Chapter 72, Overtime. Everyone turned their attention to Ryuki. The audience in the live room was even more excited about how the excellent Ryu always grows up. Shen Mo was excited. Wow, even having to listen to my wife's educational history. Yanuki tilted her head, meeting the gazes and cameras of the people around her, and smirked. I had a boring upbringing. Boring? Boring? Honey, are you kidding me? You're a posh kid. The crowd was stunned. Luyu said to herself, I've been a god of learning since I was a kid. I can learn that stuff just by looking at it. If I had wanted to do research, I would have been a good researcher by now. That's why I didn't suffer from studying as a child. Again, I inherited my mom's violent temper and forcefulness, and I punched back whoever bullied me, so I didn't suffer from bullying. And then the rest of the 3 views and such is even easier. My grandfather taught me from a young age not to be arrogant and to look and think, so my 3 views are fine with the overall morality of society added to them. And of course, on top of that, no one in my family is anxious. I think a lot of kids nowadays are depressed and committing crimes that are deeply related to parental anxiety. The crowd of small business owners fell silent. If someone else had said it, they wouldn't have believed it, nor would they have wanted to, but it was the excellent Willow Moon who said it, and everyone believed it. After all, they all know their problems too. Anxiety. The whole family is anxious. As if touched by something, the audience in the live room spoke up. The anxiety I feel is right. Anxious parents can do bad things to even the best of hearts. Ooh, it's true. Children who don't have anxiety infections can grow up happy. Children don't understand anxiety, so all the blame is still on the parents. Reminds me of a scene I saw when I went to the hospital, where a parent was leading their child to a psychiatry appointment while telling them, consider today your day of relaxation, and you're going to have to write 3 more papers this Saturday and Sunday. There is a generation of parents who missed every opportunity to get rich, but only missed shirking their responsibilities. It's hard to be mean, and we all know it's anxiety's fault, but under the pressure of survival, who can't be anxious? Unanswerable questions. Shen Mo. Luyu and a few more small bosses pulled a meeting and went back. Before leaving also loaded 2 pounds of melon seeds. On the way back, Shen Mo and Luyu chattered while high on melon seeds. Shen Mo asked if there really was no pressure to study when Luyu was a child. Luyu rolled her eyes and said extremely breathlessly, how can that be? I have to learn a lot every day. 2. Messy etiquette, messy art appreciation, messy knowledge of all sorts. A lot. Shen Mo was shocked. Then you still told them you didn't? Luyu was even more speechless. If I say I learned all of this, do you think they'll let their children go? The odds are that you'll go back and say, look at Willow Moon. People can learn. Why can't you? You're still a boy. So, just a straight line that I'm a schoolteacher and your kids aren't would be nice. I feel like I'm saving their kids. Also, when you go out, you give yourself an identity. It's not like anyone else can refute you. After all, not everyone is so idle to verify the truth of what you say. Shen Mo was stunned, but felt that Luyu had a point. Surprisingly, I couldn't refute it for a while. The audience in the live room was also stunned. Holy, she's got a point. It feels like she's bull ting me. But when I think about it, if people ask me about my salary, and I come in at $100,000 a month, and college students are at that level, doesn't that scare relatives back who want to compare? This big brother up here is right. Sure enough, the reason I'm not getting rich is still because I can't bull But Mr. Lu did save those children's lives. After all, in the eyes of parents, children can't accomplish their goals all because they don't work hard enough. And now Mr. Lu's sentence that I'm a god of learning directly makes them stop comparing themselves. Ugh, why is it that there will always be parents who think my child is the best, able to dislike the sky and the air, and perfectly fulfill the dragon pride script? Normal parents' expectations of their children should be beyond me. What outrageous parents expect from their children is to become the richest man and take me to the ultimate, best life on earth. The director watched the heat of the live broadcast, his heart beating wildly, especially if you scan the hot search. Within a short period of 1 day, Luyu and Shen Mo had rushed to several hot searches. Sensible couple. These two really talk when they have something to say. The anchors who brought the fakes live. Mr. Lu showed us the shopping channels. Refuse to be anxious. It's all about giving yourself an identity when you go out. The director had a certain idea in mind. Why don't we go live for another day tomorrow? The director looked at the Shen Mo duo, who were pulling stuff and talking nonsense in the camera, and secretly made a call to MS1. Yeah. Boss, can you let your son-in-law and your daughter-in-law go live for another day tomorrow? They both have too much heat. Back at home, Shen Mo started cooking dinner. Luyu sat on the side and watched, occasionally getting up to give a pickle of garlic, and then just watched Shen Mo cook, occasionally making comments and then making some stupid remarks. A full demonstration of what it means to have moral support. Shen Mo thought it was quite good. At the very least, not boring. The audience in the live broadcast room felt that Shen Mo's emotions were really stable. Lu Yu watched from the side, and even if she didn't help, she even gave her opinion. The point is that occasionally it's over the top to order food, but Shen Mo is also really spoiled. It makes a lot of people wonder if you just spoil her, as if her heart was in the right place. Lu Yu spat at Shen Mo. I blame Aunt Wenya. Shen Mo rolled his eyes and turned back. Don't talk nonsense. It's also me who cooks more on weekdays. Yanuki smiled. It's true that Shen Mo has been very active. The reason is pretty simple too. It just feels like the right thing to do, though everyone else thinks he doesn't have to, I guess. Dinner. While the broadcast was still in progress, Aunt Vinya walked in. With a big, brash wave of his hand, he said, we'll be live for another day. Tomorrow. Lu Yu and Shen Mo were stunned. The audience in the live room was also stunned. So hasty? Lu Yu said incredulously. Auntie, why? Aunt Wenya sat on the other side of the table and said easily while eating. The director said that today's effect was good. You two were very terse. And the program exploded. So it's going to be live for another day. Lu Yu and Shen Mo looked at each other. Is it our fault for being too good? Aunt Wenya didn't wait for the two of them to speak and continued. All my money is your money. You are not working for me. You are saving for yourselves. So refuse ye say no. Inside the live room, the audience laughed outright. 666. This PUA is exactly like my boss. Happy to see the president being PUA'd. It's a little cool. The depression on the faces of the two men looked like I was working overtime. Ha ha, I've heard that Silver Games has taken a vacation, but as a result, the boss is still working overtime to make money. This situation, it's cool to think about it. Chapter 73, Too Real. Lu Yu and Shen Mo were helpless, but who let Aunt Wenya speak reality? In this way, the two of them finished their dinner in a state of depression. In the evening, the viewers of the live broadcast had the honor of seeing Shen Mo learning about management under the pressure of Lu Yu. One management book after another lay on Shen Mo's desk. Lu Yu sat next to Shen Mo like a teacher and supervised. From time to time, Shen Mo would also ask some questions, such as what does the phrase emotional management is a must for managers mean? Does it mean that you don't change your face when Tarzan is in front of you? Or does it mean that you don't change your face when you're happy or angry? Yanuki easily gives an explanation of what this saying means in practice. Don't get angry, cranky, or anxious when you meet a difficult problem. Stop and take your time to think about it. Some things can't be solved by your incompetent rage. So don't rush, don't panic. Your emotions must be stable and come in order. Then Willow Moon told Shen Mo about some of the businesses in the circle that died of emotionally unstable managers. Like when the takeout industry was just emerging and countless entrepreneurs rushed into the takeout world. There was a takeout company called Flash. Their owner is dumping his family into the industry. Probably too much pressure. So the emotional management has been very unstable. It is hard to make the company have some market competitiveness, but the result is because of a deliveryman delivery delay. Received a bad review of the collapse of the deliveryman, scolding the deliveryman. So much so that an entire district of deliverymen quit their jobs and the market they had just occupied collapsed instantly. These are all bloody examples. It's not a big deal, because that company isn't particularly big, and it was only somewhat famous in the capital C in the first place. So this didn't get passed around, but those who knew about it took it as a warning. Lu Yu spoke easily, but Shen Mo and the others could obviously all feel a wave of sadness. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Lu Yu finished reading the company's mail before greeting Shen Mo to wash up and rest. And that's the end of the live stream. The topic hanging on the hot topic has caused a lot of displeasure. Especially some of the bandwagon anchors are disgruntled. Who's to say that the goods we bring are fake? We admit that there are some of us anchors who sell fakes, but you can't kill us all at once. Anger is there, defiance is not. It's not that the bandwagon hosts are afraid to fight back. It's just that they all have a black history and know what kind of cheap goods they're bringing. There are a few occasional part-time bandwagon masters who face netizens' inquiries and live chats are calmly answered. In fact, for us head anchors, everyone has their own regular money-making channels. For example, I'm a game anchor, mainly by receiving ads, a few $100,000 a line, a few a month is enough. There are also those big anchors who specialize in PK, and the bounty comes to hand in the millions every month. So we're all about the live bandwagon getting involved once in a while, rubbing their noses in it and making a quick buck along the way. As for what you netizens asked me, what do you think about the behavior of live streaming with fake goods? And what does Mr. Lu think about the unveiling of the inner workings of live streaming with goods? All I can say is that it will be clear if you see if they have a public crusade against Mr. Ryu. Anyway, as far as I'm concerned, as an old game anchor who has been mixing with various platforms for more than 10 years, but if it's really okay, it would have blown up a long time ago. Real and direct words that had the live streamers cracking up and laughing. Immediately after that, Someone asked this old anchor. If receiving Hiroko is so lucrative, why do you still receive rewards? Why don't you concentrate on advertising? Or concentrate on bounties? The old anchor smiled and said helplessly, there's no way. It's too tiring to go down the path of earning bounties exclusively from PKs. Take the head one, which plays a minimum of 12 hours a day. Long term is 14 or 15, occasionally up to 18. The bounty money I pick up is just enough to give people benefits every month. So time, money, and my body don't allow me to go down the path of specialization. It's got to be both, with the occasional extra money from live banding. But I can assure you that the goods I bring are real. At the very least, it's worth every penny. There are many similar answers on the web. Some people are also curious to ask if these head anchors are afraid of Luyu. Afraid of MS. Wanya. After all, MS. Wanya was the existence of the giant enterprises of the entertainment and netizen circles. 3 provinces entertainment and Hoya Media. In her hands. A lot of big events in the netroot scene have Hoya Media's participation, such as some large-scale exhibitions. Some of the small tour of the net celebrity anchor. There are Hoya Media's figure, a head anchor woman who is more famous for her singing. Hanya smiled and replied when asked about this statement. Interpret it however you want, but I can only say one thing. MS. Wanya is a very, very polite and cultured lady. The head of the company took me to visit MS. Vinya once when I was in the Northeast on my previous tour. I can say that was the gentlest female president I've ever met. Like a spring breeze. There was also a male netizen who exploded onto the scene by speculating on CP and answered similarly. He said, I never want to speculate on CP again after meeting MS. Wanya. The other side is just perfect for a man's fantasy of a wife. A face variant head webmistress answered similarly. She said MS. Vineyard's sunlight was gentle. Seen once. It's unforgettable. The most famous one was going to Comic-Con this summer and then it rained. A passing MS. Vineyard booked them on a bus straight away when they were at their wits' end. The reason is also very simple. MS. Wenya feels that we are all girls and must take care of each other. After a round of questions, MS. Vineyard was on the hot seat in the wee hours of the morning. These head anchors basically didn't say anything bad about MS. Vineyard. They were all complimentary. Some of the events complained of are also traceable. This caused many people to suck in their breath, not daring to imagine at all that a person could have such a good reputation. At the table in the early morning, Shen Mo and Luyu saw MS. When Yuz reply, MS. Vineyard, I didn't realize I was such a nice person to everyone. Thank you all for the compliments. And I just want to say that we should try to be as blameless as possible, both as human beings and in our work. So, I hope you all step up and get rich next. Go 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 go. It was accompanied by a raw picture of MS. Vineyard's clenched fist and cheering below. Seeing this, Shen Mo could not help but sigh with emotion. MS. When you really knows how to chat. Knowing that the internet wants to get rich, Luyu gave Shen Mo a blank look. And who doesn't want to get rich? You can never make enough of this money stuff. Some of the netizens who just entered the live broadcast directly laughed. Too real, too terse. Why do we love Luyu and Shen Mo? It's because they both don't do anything. Unlike some of the rich and powerful, who come in at every turn and say, I'm not interested in money. I've never touched it. Awesome, you don't earn all. Chapter 74, Dabbling with Food and Drink. It just makes you angry to hear it. Which is like Luyu, who very bluntly said that she also wanted to be rich. Someone in the live broadcast room immediately afterward frantically said, Mr. Lu, since you also like to get rich, why don't you go and make smartphones with new energy? These two industries can be lucrative right now. Yanuki rolled her eyes decisively when she heard about the camera transfer. But I don't know either industry. But I have investments. My private investment company has investments in cell phones and new energy vehicles. Not a bad gain. Luyu's words stunned Shen Mo. Wife has such a wide range of investments. The live feed was also filled with incredulity. Willow Moon bit into her handful of scrunchies and smiled at the live camera. You don't have to go down and do it yourself. Following someone else's investment can be a good path. Just for example, I have some shares in more or less all of those hottest domestic cell phones today. And new energy vehicles, too. After all, investing in professionals is also a must for the rich. Willow Moon began to ramble on about the difference between pro-life and investing. In the eyes of Luyu, they do not understand, and make money in the industry. Never personally down, because it's bound to fail. Even if it succeeds, there are huge sunk costs. It's not worth it, because venturing into an unfamiliar market, you're definitely going into it with the mentality that I've succeeded with everything else. How can I fail with this? No way. No way at all. And the reality is that 9.5 out of 10 of those who hold this mentality are dead, leaving one half dead, betting on a 1 in 1,000 chance of resurrection. Luyu rambled about it, and Shen Mo and the people in the live broadcast room felt so powerful and lofty. It's just a shame you can't use it. Aren't these things the equivalent of using without being told? Is it useless to listen to what you can't use? Shen Mo's tirade made Lu Yu laugh. After breakfast, Shen Mo asked the fatal question. What are you doing today? What are the two of them doing there on the 28th of Lunar New Year? When the company is on vacation? You can't learn from MS. Wan Ya, who is sleeping next door, and lie back down for beauty sleep too. Willow Moon didn't know what for. After all, being home on vacation is pretty boring. Handle the job? Willow Moon didn't want to do it even though she wasn't repulsed. In the end, Shen Mo offered to go shopping. At the gate, driving Grandpa's Big G, the two of them went all the way to the city of Irvine. Known as the Little Paris of the East, the city of Irvine is quite a sight to behold. The only shame is that there aren't many people on the road. There were quite a few food sellers though. This made many viewers of the live broadcast lament that the general public is still miserable. Soon Shen Mo and Lu Yu met the three people Lan Lan, Xiao Bai, and Li Zi. The three were wearing military coats and large earmuffs. Not in the least bit the image of the popular anchorwoman's great beauty. Viewers of the live stream called it worth it and exclaimed loudly that it really wasn't scripted. Shen Mo asked how the three people did not go home, and got the words that they had picked up their parents and spent the new year in Urban this year. Li Zi said with a smile on her brow, the winter in Urban is just fantastic. Not only can you have snowball fights and build snowmen, but you can also skate. So it's just perfect. Most importantly, the heating in Irvine was exceptional. Warm and cozy in the room. It's not like our old home, where it's not that cold in the winter, but it's not hot either. So, we decided to spend New Year's Eve in Irvine. The three of us came out today just to buy fruits, vegetables for the days of the new year. Lu Yu lamented that the three little girls were really hard, and asked Shen Mo to go over to give help. The next viewer of the live broadcast was privileged to see the Northeast's method of storing vegetables. A bundle of onions a man's height. Cabbage, come in a snakeskin bag. Potatoes, come in a pocket. Carrots, have a bag. Basically, you buy them by the bagful. Very honest. The vegetable vendor pulls in a load of vegetables and sells them out quickly. Buy fruit next. Oranges and apples, a box of each. The main one is high volume. The audience in the live room was stunned. No, do you guys urban buy things like this? No sooner had the question been asked than a local Northeasterner immediately stepped forward to explain. There's no way around it. Winter is too cold, and it's easy to run out of food when you don't stock up enough at home. At the same time, some people began to explain that in the past, in the days when there were no skyscrapers, it was the case that the Northeast had woken up from a sleep and the gates were blocked by snow. It must have been difficult, not to say starvation, if the family did not have enough food. Because of Shen Mo and others, Lan Lan Trio bought a lot more things, and finally lived to fill the trunks of 2 cars. At noon, Shen Mo and Lu Yu came to Lan Lan's house together to dine. He also met the parents and elders of Lan Lan, Xiao Bai, and Li Zi. Luckily, the 3 girls earned their money and bought large flat floors, or none of them would have been able to live there. It was also after seeing so many people that the viewers of the live broadcast understood Lan Lan's reason for buying so many vegetables. For lunch, Lan Lan made baked potatoes. The rough dish stunned the live audience. Potatoes? And you can eat them like this? At the same time, some people said it was really good and really quite tasty. After lunch, Xiao Bai proposed to play mahjong together. This is an activity for young and old alike. Mahjong was played for half a day, all the way to supper. During the mahjong game, Lu Yu cared about the Lan Lan trio's studies, then get a trio of pain spitters. Plum said, almost delaying the graduation. If she hadn't saved it in time, her graduation work would have been eaten by the sheep next door. However, Liz also laughed out loud and said that if her graduation work was eaten, then the other person would either have to save their graduation work or wait for a delayed graduation with her, because she would have kaboomed the other person's goat with her own hands. This scene made a lot of agricultural students watching the live broadcast spit together. Yeah, it's too hard. Followed by a bunch of Yambi trolls flooding the internet. What with the pig being slaughtered by the cafeteria master, the vegetables being eaten by the chicken being taken by the neighborhood moms, the tomatoes being gripped by a passing student, etc. The reasons are 1001, and the results are all exactly the same bleakness. It made Shen Mo laugh right off. In the afternoon of mahjong, Shen Mo was the only one who was losing, and the one who won the most was Lu Yu. This made Shen Mo have to spit out a sentence. Wife, how can you be so good? Lu Yu laughed and stated that as a Northeasterner, can you not know how to play mahjong? The winter is so cold. Stay for 10 days. Mahjong skills are worn out. Shen Mo laughed. It made sense. Because of the fun of the fight, dinner was served at Lan Lan's place. Dinner was cooked by Lan Lan's parents. A table of fine southern cuisine. None of the dishes were large, but the variety was exceptional. Lon Lon said that because her mom loves to cook herself, she doesn't speak for all Southerners. Shen Mo couldn't help but laugh at this. Chapter 75, The Old Lady Who Suddenly Appeared. After dinner, Shen Mo and Luyu continued to stay and play mahjong. This battle was half the night. The viewers in the live room couldn't help but spit out the fact that now you guys have successfully proven that there is no script. Who's a good live variety show that would have people playing mahjong for half the day and half the night? If it wasn't for the screams that came from time to time, we would have suspected that this was AI mahjong. But also let a lot of people see the real mahjong is what? Not the kind of TV that does not move on the appearance of 13 missing. Tian Hu. But even so, the broadcast made it to the hot seat for being real. The majority of netizens commented that it was too real. This is what unscripted variety shows should look like. Just a little boring. But it's nice to see the beauty hostess playing mahjong with the president. After all, the beauty itself is a beautiful landscape. Lon Lon and the others were leaving Luyu and Shen Mo to stay here. The room was enough and the daily necessities were all new. But Luyu looked at the snow outside and laughed. With such a heavy snowfall, wouldn't it be a waste of time to buy it if you don't drive back? The big black off-road G drives through the early morning streets of Irvine. Shen Mo looked at the heavy snow in the middle of the sky, the beautiful wife on the passenger side, and suddenly had a feeling that I am also a success. Stop the car. Luyu, who was looking at the beautiful scenery outside the window, suddenly said. Puzzled, Shun Mare pulled over. Luyu pulled Shen Mo out of the car and came under the streetlight. Moonlight, heavy snow, a long-haired beauty in a trench coat and scarf standing alone under a streetlight. It's truly a sight for sore eyes. The viewers who hadn't yet closed the livestream and were still holding on were stunned by the sudden beauty of the scene. Hurry up and take a screenshot. Shen Mo pulled out his cell phone and clicked it. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, Shen Mo took out the black beading umbrella that he always kept in his car and walked slowly towards Luyu. Yanuki smiled slightly and turned her back. The photographer following the shot mentally adjusts the angle. The viewers of the live stream had the honor of seeing this. Under the moonlight, the mature woman walks alone on the snowy street. Occasionally, he lifted his head, and a look of lonely sadness passed through his eyes, as if he were missing someone. In a flash, the man's gentle voice rang out as the large umbrella blocked the moonlight. Still so careless, ah. The beauty turned back, her eyes full of surprise. I'm back. Welcome back. The photographer felt so miserable. Even if he had to work late in the middle of the night, he had to eat the duo's dog food. The live audience yelled, Guys, this is the returned white moon. Screenshot, screenshot, screenshot. Must take screenshots. Mud. This is a surprise out of the blue. The photographer is serious. The prize is tonight. Luyu looked at Shen Mo's handsome face and revealed a touch of fondness in her eyes. What a lover with a heart of gold. And the silence. Grip. I told you to read more romance novels. And here it is. This scene is a returning white moonlight. Willowmoon snorted a laugh, narrowing her eyes and smirking. You're late. I'm married. Mr. White Moonlight. A scream rang out from the live feed. When Shen Mo and Luyu went into a deep sleep, this group of photos, which was known as Under the Street Lamp, the returning white moonlight, exploded all over the internet. There are just too many bored internet users on New Year's vacation. The 29th day of the month. Yanuki, who had gotten up in the morning, let out a scream. It gave Ms. Chin Hao and Ms. Wan Ya, who were eating breakfast, a burst of soft ears. Shen Mo hurriedly asked what was wrong. Luyu cried out, helplessly saying, the photos we took last night caught fire, and now they're all over the internet, so I doubt there'll be any smelly people coming to rub it in. Aunt Wunya silently raised her hand. I'm the shameless one. I've already asked my men to arrange to take the anchor to a photo shoot today to rub it in. Yanuki was desperate. Yesterday before she went to bed she was thinking of going with Shen Mo today to take more sets of shots of various clothes. After all, girls love to take pictures. Shen Mo laughed. It's fine. There are plenty of opportunities. We can go after the new year or on the day of the new year. Luyu could only nod bitterly, and that was all that could be done. There's not much better to do. There is no need to broadcast live today, and there is nothing else. So Shen Mo and Luyu are lying at home, because this morning, Ms. Chin Hao decided not to eat at home this New Year's Eve and went out to eat, so she didn't have to cook, citing Ms. Wen Ya, her grandma's increasing age as the reason, but did not lie long. Grandpa came back from outside, said the old lady came back, this year the Chin family to organize a collective dinner. It was only at this time that Shen Mo realized that the real master of the Chin family was the old lady, who was also the maternal grandfather's own mother. However, the old lady is always out of the country and has been living abroad with grandpa's elder brother. Luyu wasn't too sure about this, or Ms. Shen Hao explained that the Qin family's relatives weren't very close to each other. The main reason is that the old lady is patriarchal. Heavy direct line light side branches. Heavy boss like the rest of the children. So that when the whole big family, most of the industries are given to the Qin family boss. Even the grandpa, the youngest son only gets some cash. Need to come out to start their own business. This is also the reason why last year when grandpa took Shen Mo, Lu Yu out to visit relatives, those relatives all looked welcoming, but actually behaved coldly, and people didn't communicate much on weekdays. It's all because of the old lady's sins back then, because the old lady tossed grandpa's generation so badly back then that everyone was afraid to see her. Now that she's back and says she's organizing a family dinner, she still has to go over. Otherwise, I don't know what kind of demon that old lady can make. In the evening, grandpa took a large family to a 5-star hotel in Urban. As soon as they entered, Shen Mo and Lu Yu saw the relatives of the Qin family that they had seen during the New Year's visit last year. Everyone had one thing in common, a black face. I suspect the crowd is wondering in their minds why the old lady isn't dead yet. Lu Yu sighed inwardly, her husband's heart was quite big. But Yanuki guessed it did. After all, an old lady who hadn't tormented everyone in her youth and had even given shadows to it wouldn't be anyone's favorite. In no time, Shen Mo met the old lady and grandma's elder brother, an old gentleman named Qin Meng. The other side is a completely different style from the basilisk. Meticulous white hair, a straight and robust body, and a warm, jade-like face. It's like the old family head of a mansion out of a novel. But in the words of M.S. Shen Hao, this Qin grandfather, when he was young, used to have a knife in his left hand and a knife in his right hand, chasing after tattooed men all over the northeast, so that when people saw the Qin family, they all went around. And this Moncler outlet store is in 2 businesses abroad. One is oil and the other is guns and ammunition. As we all know, even nowadays when new energy sources are getting rich, oil is the king of international cash flow. It's hard to imagine the other side carrying a knife and slashing people. Shen Mo spat in his mind. Chapter 76, the old lady is gone and wants to know the backstory. Lu Yu smiled. It was also hard for her to imagine that it was also the first time she had met Qin Meng, the real head of the Qin family, as well as the old lady, the Empress Dowager of the Qin family. Qin Meng grandpa did not come over to greet grandma, nor did he greet anyone, and directly led the old lady to the top. Shen Mo looked around. Very good. The older generation is accustomed to this scene. Only the younger generation is not forked. But no one jumped out to make death. The spirited old lady stood on the stage, swept a glance across the room, and said in a deep voice, "Today is my birthday, and I don't think many of you remember it. Remember to bring the younger generation over to toast me later, or else. Ha! Dinner. What a dislikable old lady." Shen Mo's mood was complicated, but Shen Mo turned to grandpa. "You don't even remember your own mother's birthday?" Feeling the gaze, Grandmaster grunted coldly and whispered, "I haven't seen her in 30 years. Stunned, Shen Mo and Lu Yu were truly incredible this time. Grandma whispered, "The old lady wasn't even close to us until she left the country, and kicked us out a long time ago." The words all revealed a meaning. If not for the fear of being grudged by the old lady and tossed afterward, Grandpa and Grandma really didn't want to come. Ms. Wenya asked the attendant next to her for a small gift box, removed her own bracelet, wrapped it in a close handkerchief, put it inside, and handed it to Grandpa. "Dad, this is a new hit. Take it over." "It's not appropriate not to take it." Grandma gave a complicated look. "I'll make one up for you when I get back." What does it mean to be highly emotional? This is it. Grandmaster looked around, pulled up Shen Mo and Lu Yu, and together they walked toward the old lady. Ms. Shen Hao didn't want to go over there, saying she was afraid that her winged self wouldn't be able to resist hitting someone. The old lady sat at the main table, and her eyes flickered when she saw Grandpa, Master Qin Meng and a noble old lady standing next to him, and Service flashed a smile at Grandmaster. "Mom, big brother, long time no see. Here's a gift for you," Grandmaster said in a less emotional voice. The old lady opened the gift box on the spot, glanced at it, and motioned for Lu Yu to come forward, putting the bracelet on her before looking at Grandmaster, calmly saying, "You should be glad that my temper has changed for the better now. Otherwise, I would have smashed this bracelet and picked it out today." Shen Mo clearly felt Grandpa's fist harden. This old lady is really annoying. Lu Yu also held back her anger. She wanted to open her mouth but was silenced by a look from the old lady. What kind of look is that? Shen Mo felt that it was a look that saw everything as nothing. Shen Mo recalled a remark his grandpa had made before he came over, that his mom had gone to war before, carried a big knife, led the maiden scouts, and was the director of the Women's Relief Society. The old lady looked at Granddad and said sternly, "Look up at me." The basilisk, a fierce man who dared to beat Lu Xinhua with a whip, immediately winced. Surveying Grandpa's face, the old lady continued, Why didn't you go abroad to see me for so many years? Grandma doesn't say a word. Why don't you prepare a gift? Granddad remains silent. The old lady suddenly sighed and waved her hand, letting Grandmaster and Shen Mo, Lu Yu and the three of them leave. As soon as the three of them left, an old man from the Qin family's sideline went up holding a child. Between Shen Mo's turns back, it was as if he saw that harsh old woman's eyes flicker with a touch of tenderness when she saw the child. Back in his seat, Grandpa sat moodily. Shen Mo's eyes swept across the venue, and every now and then an old man led the younger generation over. The old lady would stay and ask a few questions. Shen Mo realized that the old lady didn't have any contempt for those female elders. Female children. They were all very peaceful. It doesn't fit with the prevalent patriarchal image. The dinner was withdrawn a little after 8 o'clock, but Master Qin Meng told everyone to stay. The scene was a little awkward for a moment, and no one dared to come forward. It took a while before they saw the old lady waving her hand tiredly and telling everyone to leave. The next day was also the 30th day of the new year, the last day of the old year. Just after getting up, Grandpa came into the dining room and said with a sullen face, "The old lady is gone. Passed away last night. Now come along to the old mansion." Shen Mo and Lu Yu looked at each other and both saw the incredulity in their eyes. "Yesterday I saw an old woman who was as tough as can be and spoke with a strong voice. And she's gone in one night? Or on such a festive day as New Year's Eve? And a really unlikable old lady." Shen Mo lamented in his heart. Yanuki nodded silently as well. The old Qin family mansion in Grandpa's mouth shocked Shen Mo. It was a plain brick house. If the courtyard wasn't cleaned up, it would be hard for people to imagine that this was the old mansion of the Qin family. A family with many outstanding heroes. You can see the entire yard in its entirety from the front door. Most of the Qin family members who came were squatting outside. Qin Meng Moncler outlet store stood inside, with a beautiful woman wearing gold glasses standing beside her. Through the people around the conversation, I learned that it was the youngest daughter of the Qin Meng grandfather. Is an international law lawyer, only 26 this year. Shen Mo sighed. Moncler outlet store, the body is really good. But Shen Mo was wondering why there was no trumpet funeral. Shen Mo didn't dare to ask and stood to the side with Lu Yu. After a while, Master Qin Meng came out to look around and make sure everyone was there, and then asked his youngest daughter to read the will. Everyone was shocked when they heard the will. The old lady still had money? The content of the will is very simple. The shares of the company involved in the Qin family will be inherited by Qin Meng, the son of the Qin family. Well, this one's no more than a surprise. The old lady's private estate and 30% of her property located around the globe was inherited by her maternal grandfather. All the cash of the Qin family, remove 20% of the cash, and all the rest will be divided equally among the side families. For each family, it's about $3 billion. There were more than 30 households present. The remaining 70% of the old lady's personal property was divided equally among the great-grandchildren represented by Lu Yu, including the collateral ones. At the end the old lady left the words, "I'm sorry I've tossed you around so much over the years, but I'm really stressed out. Mr. died early. I can't let the Qin family fall." The old lady was buried directly in the ground, and her husband carried on in bones. When the old lady was buried, Shen Mo saw her holding a letter in her hand. Shen Mo listened to a few old people next to him. That is the father of Qin Meng grandfather and grandfather. The last letter sent back home that year. After the burial, Master Qin Meng invited everyone to join him for dinner. At the dinner table, Qin Meng Moncler Kuko drink. His youngest daughter How to Persuade are not listening. Drunkenly, Qin Meng Moncler Outlet Online pulled his grandpa over, said he was sorry, and then said, "Don't blame mom. She's just too scared. I am afraid that the children of the Qin family will not be able to do anything. I am afraid that this family will degenerate, and I am afraid that after I die, I will be sorry for my own excellent gentleman who died early." Grandpa opened his mouth, but in the end nothing came out. "I think I know that old lady's story." Shenmei freaked out. Willow Moon wanted to know too, but the only people present who knew the story were obviously Moncler Jacket's outlet Qin Meng with a few older people. Don't dare ask. Chapter 77, Qin Meng's. The 5th day of the year. The 5th day after the old lady left, Shen Mo came to the airport with Lu Yu and Grandma. Grandpa, MS, Wan Ya, and MS, Qin how to see off Grandpa Qin Meng. At this time Shen Mo and Lu Yu found a problem. The other children of Master Qin Meng did not come back, but Granddad asked for the duo. Qin Meng Moncler outlet store looked despondent. "Not only you guys have shadows on mom, but my family too. In our family, except for me and Reedman, no one else dares to get close to the old lady." Shunmei was stunned. He was having a really hard time understanding this. All the more reason to want to know the old wives' tale. Master Qin Meng left with a somewhat forlorn look. Qin Yuan was a bit better. Back home, Lu Yu tries to ask Grandmaster about the old lady. Grandpa thought about it and realized that the images he remembered of the old lady were stern. Even the old lady was strict with the entire Qin family's children. She squeezed the old lady in all sorts of various ways. But Grandpa also said that the old lady didn't have her own name. Everyone just called her Qin Meng. Shen Mo remembered that this was what was on the tombstone as well. And that was the end of the matter. After all, everyone was not close to the old lady and not too many people wanted to explore her story. At night, while lying on the bed and brushing his cell phone, Shen Mo's head jerked and searched for Qin Meng's. There are all kinds of explanations. The most of them say that the name is feudal dross for women, but also gave Shen Mo a recommendation for an article called Qin Meng's. Shen Mo read it with slight interest. Qin Meng's. My name is Qin Meng's. I was raised by my husband. My mother-in-law bought me and named me Qin Meng. The first time I met my husband I was 6 and he was 18. At that time Mr. Qin Li was a pilot. Mother-in-law and father-in-law always said that Mr. Sick obviously can take the money to go abroad for refuge, but have to fight for their lives, when the official should be to save their own responsibility. I don't get it, Mr. And I said that his parents are the ones who are really sick. The country, and the country, the family. I was clueless then. When I was 10 years old my husband was drunk. He wanted to go to war and was held back by my in-laws. On that day, all of Mr. S comrades died in the air, and they defeated the enemy's fleet of planes, defeating the maritime fleet with man and machine, and creating the time for the war to be won. When I was 11 years old, Mr. became an Air Force instructor, which was a compromise between him and his in-laws. When I was 14 years old, my in-laws wanted him to marry me, but he wouldn't, saying he couldn't do any harm. When I was 16, my in-laws said he could go to war if he kept the baby. On that day, Mr. and I were together, and no other great lady wanted to marry a man who had no feelings and had to go to the battlefield of 9 deaths. Ordinary women. In-laws don't want it. When I was 18, I gave birth to my firstborn son. That day, Mr. said he was sorry and forced me to swear that I would not be allowed to follow the example of other people who had been martyred, and then left the house. I know that Mr. went off to run to his own mountain and sea. That day, Mr. took away the Qin family's strongest man. Mr. wrote that he was sorry for the Qin family and had no face to come back. When my eldest son was 1 year old, I got in touch with the guerrillas who had come here to build up the base area, and became the director of their Women's Aid Society, providing them with food supplies. I actually lied to them and I offered it to another team. When the eldest son was 6 years old, a large group of strong local men came over to see their father-in-law, who was also going to the battlefield to support Mr. The gray-haired eunuch said it was okay. My in-laws and I said it was a country party. I took the townsfolk with me to Mr. and a large shipment of medicines smuggled in from overseas by my in-laws. The gentleman was surprised to see me and panicked to see the townsfolk. At this time Mr. became a military commander because of his bravery in battle. I'll stay with Mr. But then I got pregnant and Mr. sent me home. This goodbye is forever. The day I received Mr. S suicide note full of apologies, my mother-in-law died. Later, a certain descendant of the Qin family who studied medicine said that it was a rush of anger and a brain hemorrhage. Eunuch looked at one of the photos inside the Qin family ancestral hall, looked at the old and young Qin family children, greeted all the remaining townspeople, divided up all the Qin family land, and handed over the business to me. Then the eunuch left the place with a group of old people. Then I heard that the eunuch had taken them to open a restaurant in a large city and poisoned the foreign army that had defeated Mr. When the war was at its worst, the large Qin family I led suffered a liquidation by the enemy, and all their properties were confiscated. I fled to the post-war base with the help of the guerrillas with the old, the weak, the women and the children. The other team I support, corrupt. Soon after arriving at the post-war base, I made the Qin family members work as logisticians and went to the front line myself, carrying a big knife. I had a really high force value back then. Then I saw the martial arts stars on TV and I thought I could single-handedly kill a bunch of them. When the war was all over, the organization found me and offered to help the Qin family rebuild. One of the organization's former undercover agents lurking on another team approached me and gave me a letter that the gentleman hadn't sent. It had the names of the first and second sons on it, and the gentleman said that the first son should be called Qin Meng, because my last name is Meng, and that it was the fruit of two people's love. The second son's name is Qin Feng, and his life should be as free as the wind. I took the Qin family and moved back to where the Qin family used to be, and all the original Qin family land is gone, destroyed during the war. The organization said it could help us fix it because my in-laws and I were the first to fund the organization and had a great deal to show for it, and the organization would not forget us. Even that leader received us personally when he came here, but I refused. I said, if my husband were here, he would not agree. He would say, please spend the money on nation building, because there is a nation before there is a family. I would have thought my responsibilities ended here. But when one day I saw a Qin family sidekick I grew up with bullying, I was terrified. The Qin family? Such a glorious and great family. How can a dude come out? I broke out that son of O's legs and made him kneel in the Qin graveyard I built. I began to take over the education of all the sons and daughters of Qin. I teach both men and women. I toss them around by all means to get them to work on it. Even for girls, if they make a mistake, I will let them go to the middle of the ice and snow to be punished. I won't allow them to say what's wrong with enjoying themselves when the Qin family has given so much. The effect is also good. Even my playful, grumpy, uneducated youngest son has grown to be a great person. When the granddaughter of the second son's family was 11 years old, the eldest son said he wanted to go abroad. To take me. The eldest son said that the Qin family didn't need me to carry it anymore, and that they, the younger generation, would carry it well. The eldest son and reprimanded me, saying that the Qin family had been disunited by my tossing. I said yes, I'll go abroad with you, but I've actually been keeping an eye on the country. I know that my second son's daughter, Qin Hao, married Lu Xinhua and later had a beautiful great-granddaughter. I've seen it in secret. It's really beautiful. It looks a lot like me when I was young. I've also met Wenya in secret and know that she and Qin Hao are together against worldly theories. Chapter 78, Qin Meng's 2. I also focus on sidekicks. The eldest grandson of the side branch of the big house side became a lawyer, or gold medal, has always had for the ordinary people, the poor people to fight pro bono lawsuits. The youngest granddaughter on the second house side of the side branch became a teacher and was especially famous. The eldest grandson of the third house of the side branch got cancer and left a posthumous son, so I hurriedly asked Qin Meng to dispose of him. The youngest son of the fourth house of the side branch got the first place in the country and became a scientist, working on rockets. Sidebar, 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 each one. I'm watching. It makes me happy, even if they all hate me, as long as they are doing well and the Qin family's honor has not fallen. I am happy. The most important thing is the honor of the Qin family. After all, if they fall, it will affect my dead gentleman, and as long as the Qin family has not fallen, my husband's name will follow. The world, oh world, should remember the name and merits of my husband. In my 5th year overseas, I relied on my ability to start a successful business. I made a lot of money with that investment company I started, but I'm finally getting old, and I'm starting to look forward to intimacy, but no child wants to be close to me, including grandchildren from my oldest son's branch of the family. Qin Meng probably saw what was going on, and having never renewed his marriage, he married a young widow and had a young daughter whom he let me raise. My oldest grandson and granddaughter were furious when they saw this and came over to grab this little sister. They're afraid I'll abuse her. But how? That little widow wanted to divorce Qin Meng straight away after she heard my eldest grandson talk about my previous upbringing. If you don't raise it, you don't raise it. It's not like I have to raise kids to do it. But I still see Reed occasionally and will tell her stories about my old days. It was also in the mouth of Reedman that I learned that my oldest grandson, my oldest granddaughter, called me a monster. A lone wolf who was old but not dead. I know that it's me who has shadowed them too deeply. I don't blame them. In my 20th year of coming overseas, I became very ill. When I woke up, I wanted to meet my second son. When I was sick, I remembered that he slagged off a girl and was almost killed by me. I kind of regret it. Love. It does not have to be from the beginning to the end. Why do you have to break his mind to my mind? Between midnight dreams, I think I regret even more that my upbringing made me a loner. To keep myself from feeling bad, I started going out to work more often, examine projects and make investments. I invested most of the money I made abroad, and built a lot of factories into the country as well. I told myself that I was trying to help solve part of the employment problem at home. But Reedman said, "Grandma, do you want to go and see second grandpa and the others?" Occasionally, I go to Irvine, but I'm too wimpy to go up there. When I was abroad, some old friends who used to be friends would visit me when I was out of the country. People from the embassy would also come to see me and they would ask me if I needed help. Even implicitly, the Qin family is fine. I shook my head no. In my 30th year away from home, I felt like I was going to fail. I want to go home. I sought out Qin Meng. Qin Meng didn't let me down either. He put off all his work and took me home. I asked Reedman, who is a lawyer, to help me make my will. This is the last thing I can give back to the Qin family. Inside the 5-star hotel, I met the Qin family I hadn't seen in years. Also met my second son. Unfortunately, they are still afraid of me. I actually wanted to take that bracelet, but for some reason, I didn't again. I feel rather pretentious. A niece from the side branch brought her little granddaughter. My heart was touched as I looked at my still swaddled child. I went back to the old mansion. That mansion that was later constructed on the Qin family's ancestral land. I let no one accompany me, and slept alone on the bed, holding in my hand the last letter that Mr. left me. This is my grandmother's story. My name is Qin Reedman. I guess Grandma met the great gentleman she had loved for years, my grandfather Qinli, in her dream, because Grandma was smiling when she left. Grandma had rights and wrongs and regrets in her life, but the old lady never gave in. After reading this short piece of only 2,000 words, Shen Mo's expression was in a trance. Maybe it's an old wives' tale. Maybe this Qin Yuan is really that sister-in-law, Aunt Qin Yuan. Next to him, Lu Yu, who had listened to the entire story through the silence of her heart, also fell silent. The article exploded on the internet and was soon hidden again, with articles being deleted. Later, Shen Mo realized that the identity of Qin Meng Moncler Outlet now is the chairman of a centralized enterprise, and secretly there is a hidden identity that cannot be said. In a nutshell, those who eat the state have the establishment. The second and third sons of Moncler Jackets Outlet Qin Meng are in politics and the military, and both are big shots on one side. And the eldest daughter is in a scientific research program and is in charge of aerospace. Shen Mo was stunned when he learned about it. What kind of family is this? No wonder Lu Xinhua didn't dare to offend Miss Qin Hao. No wonder Lu Xinhua had to follow Lu Yu in Ms. Qin Hao in everything. Gee, that's one word. Fierce. At the same time, Shen Mo went over things in her heart and felt that in those abusive texts, the male lead who eats soft food abuses the female lead of noble status in all kinds of ways is really bull asterisk 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 asterisk. If he didn't treat Lu Yu well, the Qin family would probably strike hard and directly kill him. After all, the human Qin family is meritorious to the country, even to put it bluntly, with the old lady in-laws that the earliest injection of capital, support costs, gifts of materials, the war carrying a big knife on the battlefield, Qin family members to engage in logistics, the end of the war after the business, the experience of investment in the country, called a sentence of the original shares is no problem. With raw stock like that, it's not too easy to bring down a softie. Oh, Grandpa Qin Meng still grew up in the revolutionary district. Grandpa also saw the article, and even the children of the Qin family also saw it. The younger generation was thrilled that our family was so great. When Qin Meng grandfather's eldest son came back to rewrite the genealogy, Shen Mo saw that his maternal grandfather's generation was not too excited, but just flatly recognized, and even slightly resisted. Shen Mo felt strange, and Lu Yu secretly told Shen Mo, for Grandpa's generation, the damage has already been done and is irreversible. Grandpa Qin Meng's eldest son, Ms. Qin Hao's cousin registered Lu Yu's and Shen Mo's names on the family tree as well. In this person's words, Lu Yu should have another name, Qin Yu, and Shen Mo is in the family. Shen Mo immediately said that in the future, my child will follow the surname of the Qin family. A big leg to hold on to. Master Qin Meng's eldest son patted Shen Mo's shoulder and said appreciatively, child, you have a future. I appreciate you. Come and play with me if you go abroad, and I'll fly you. Great uncle. Shen Mer grimaced. Lu Yu blankly glanced at Shen Mo. Don't you consider Shen's feelings? No consideration for your grandmother's feelings? Shen Mo rolled his eyes and said breathlessly, I'm not inheriting Shen clan, so why consider them? All my grandmother cares about is that I'm happy. Finally, Ms. Wenya's name is on the family tree, as the wife of Qin Hao. According to Qin Yuan, it was the old lady who let it happen before she died. For this year, Shen Mer's comments are exciting. Chapter 79, The Outrageous Reality. So, Shen Mer asked for a few more days of vacation as a representation of irritation. Yanuki rolled her eyes hard at this. Vacation. 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 Is that all you've got in your head? And then that anger was doused by shimmer in the evening. Qin Meng grandfather came back on the 15th day of the first month to organize a real reunion dinner for the Qin family. All the big and small houses of the Qin family's first and side branches had returned this time. At the banquet, Shen Mo met the whole family of Master Qin Meng. The men are handsome and the women are beautiful, and both are exceptionally good. Qin Meng grandfather toasted from house to house. The older generation returned the favor. Drinking this cup of wine means that everyone recognizes Grand Master Qin Meng as the head of the family. After admitting this, Qin Meng Moncler Outlet Store spoke his mind. Rebuilding ancestral shrines. It's a big thing. Extra big. Extra big. But the matter passed quickly. It even got through at the official. But the official made a request. The land, which has to be built according to the standards of a tourist area, for which the officials are willing to give a sum of money. Not only that, but we will also build a monument to General Qinli, and a monument to the old lady, and write a letter of merit. This request left the Qin family dumbfounded. Shen Mo was stunned when he heard it. Mom, yeah, something's not going to happen here. Welfare giving so well? Willow Moon thought the same thing. Qin Meng Moncler Outlet Online went up and inquired fiercely before the big man above was willing to reveal his words. One is that the localities want to boost the tourism economy a bit, and the other is that the people at the top want to promote patriotic education. And incidentally, Tell everyone that those who bled and shed tears for the country will not be forgotten. The Qin family was relieved. However, the Qin family also directly declared that we do not have to pay a little money out of the official coffers. Our Qin family has plenty of money. We are willing to take out the rest of the shrine for tourism and open use, except for the shrine for ceremonial use. All policies are passed all the way through. Someone in the Qin family has a real estate company right in the area, and it's a straight shot. The rest of the families contributed money and men. Things were finalized in the first month. Design drawings out in early February. It was covered in April. The problem of not working well in freezing weather was also solved cleanly by the Qin family's massive money attack. The Qin family fully expresses the point that in this world, there is no problem that money cannot solve. Also because of building this shrine, Shen Mo and Lu Yu directly did not leave, stayed behind to follow and help. Shen Mo's help was mainly going to work at the construction site. Willow Moon's help was to conduct the command. Also during this time period, Shen Mo and Lu Yu got acquainted with the offspring of each of the Qin family's offspring. It doesn't matter if you're familiar with this, you've directly mixed up a lot of contacts. Those who run real estate, those who run law firms, those who have hospitals under their names, those who have been engaged in education for 4 generations, those who have been engaged in medicine for 3 generations, and all kinds of connections. All of a sudden, all of them sprang up. At once Shen Mo understood the reason why Grandmaster Qin Mang wanted to reorganize the Qin family. These connections may not seem like much, but they can actually get the Qin family into various industries. For example, the simplest point, 3 generations of doctors in that family. The oldest old man is now the country's top medical experts. Disciples and grandchildren throughout the eastern provinces. Lu Yu has a medical project investment. Took to the old man took a look. The old man directly is a sentence. Cannot be invested. Cheating money. A glance to argue the truth. In a similar vein, the Qin family has a great-granddaughter who now wants to take dance lessons. It just so happens that there is an aunt in the side room who is a domestic dancer, and her own family learns chanting, and also introduces all kinds of contacts, so there is absolutely no chance of being cheated. Of course, the ones who benefited were also those in the offshoot branches. There are dance teams with offshoots through the Qin family bite into a lot of previously inaccessible theater. The parochial branch engaged in medical research received funding for the next 10 years in one fell swoop. A parochial branch engaged in education can say in one breath a sentence that the path of ascent opens up as soon as one's ability arrives. Some of the branches that are unable to do business and whose families are in what can only be described as good condition receive large annual dividends from the family group. Some kids who want to go into politics don't have to worry about investing at all, let alone worrying about their afterlife. Of course, the Qin family has also formed an internal control team. Grandmaster Qin Meng spoke about this in front of the ancestors at the meeting when the shrine was built and the first worship service was held. Qin family, you can be unproductive, you can be untalented, but corruption, infighting, and lawlessness are absolutely not allowed. Whoever shows up will just wait to be kicked out of the family. Not everyone is a true dragon. At the very least they can't be a drag queen. Be as clear-headed as Shimmer. For this reason, Shen Mo also went on stage to give a speech about his journey. At first, Shen Mo was confused, and then Shen Mo began to talk about the contentment of the person who is always happy, talking about it, and then shifted to how to eat soft rice, the correct posture of eating soft rice, and what is the mentality that should be eaten soft rice. Finally Shen Mo summarized, we must know our abilities and recognize our shortcomings. Never try, attempt, to carry out what you absolutely cannot do. Shen Mo's speech was always well received by the Qin family, the older generation of the Qin family, who had been ruthlessly educated by the old lady with cold storage, were all very sensible, or rather, they were all forced to open the second chakra and have a decent ability, plus years of experience, and have long since seen through the world. The children who are raised by them are pretty much all understanding too. At the very least, they're not the kind of kids who don't know anything, don't know how to do anything, and cause trouble all the time, looking down on this and that. Of course, afterward, Lu Yu told Shen Mo that those people were willing to listen to Shen Mo because of Shen Mo's. Shen Mo didn't understand at first, and when he came home, Grandpa told Shen Mo, my mom's educational ideology back then was, in today's words, success-oriented. You did it, and everything you said made sense. You didn't make it, and nothing you said made sense. For me to listen to you, either you are successful or you convince me. So violent. Shen Mo was stunned. Grandmaster continued. This theory is also deeply embedded in the Qin family tradition. As far as I've been in contact with various offshoots lately, and my older brother's family, their educational thinking is also heavily influenced by this theory. So you, Shen Mo, who successfully ate a soft meal, are a success in their eyes, and your theory, naturally, will be accepted by them, even if they don't accept it. They will adopt it. They will think about it, reflect on it, or not refute it. Grasping the grass. It's outrageous. Shen Mo was truly stunned. So Shen Mo wanted to ask, Grandpa, can I know how Tai Lulu summarized this theory? Grandpa was silent for a moment, then slowly said, I heard Qin Meng say that my mom was educated. When I was young my mom also read military books. After all, the Qin family is a large family. The inheritance is not short years. Coupled with my father's enlightenment, my mom has read a lot of military books. So my mom knows the art of war. Shen Ma and Lu Yu go a bad feeling. That's why Qin Meng said that after my mom got her theories washed out by reality again, she became realist, fetishist, and success only. Shenmei was speechless. It's just been made crazy into pragmatism. Chapter 80, Rich People. What a game. Lu Yu spat it out directly. Tai Lulu's experience is quite rich. Granddad was helpless beyond measure. It's rich. After all, he can write. He can fight. He can run a business. He can rule a family. It's the all-rounder. The only drawback is that he educates people too hard and his methods are too explosive. Grandpa talked endlessly and began to tell Shen Mo, Lu Yu about the glorious history of the old lady back then. After taking over the Qin family, he ran the entire Qin family business into the ground. Followed by the war of resistance can go to war. Can help govern in the rear. Saved countless people. But also can hook up with overseas businessmen. To buy weapons for the troops. Provide medicine logistics. Contact outside businessmen. Friends and so on. It can be very impressive. Grandpa also bragged. In those days, people had two names for women. One was sister-in-law and the other was big sister. Called sister-in-law because the man is awesome. And big sister because the woman herself is awesome. Your great-grandmother was called Big Sister. She used to carry a lot of people out in a sea of corpses. There was a twinkle in Grandpa's eye, as if to say, that awesome woman is my mom. Shen Mo and Lu Yu nodded together. Well, we are envious. This was followed by a disheveled look from Grandpa. But her upbringing was so explosive. She requires thought, morals, ability, mindset, motivation, and no mistakes in any aspect. For this reason, she chose the path of the capable and the loser eats dust. To show the whole Qin family that it's all fair. I'm the one who loses and eats dust and fights my way back up again. The words were simple and the look was despondent. But both Shen Mo and Lu Yu could feel the indignation. Obviously the Qin family is very powerful. Just need to be a mother not so desperate. A little share out. He as a son can be a lot easier. However, the old lady just doesn't share. Just insists on choosing. So much so that Grandpa has to struggle from nothing. Oh, and quite a few things too. Like startup capital. Like some contacts. Shen Mo and Lu Yu sighed. The two juniors. And cannot say what the old lady is not. And that was the end of the matter. The later development made Shen Mo and Lu Yu not expect. Qin Meng Grandpa found Lu Yu alone to talk and chat. Hoping to give the Qin family's foundation to Lu Yu to run. Let Willow Moon take the lead and organize an internal oversight meeting. This stunned both Lu Yu and Shen Mo. How can it be our turn? Grandpa Qin Meng was also not polite, and said bluntly, the future of this branch of your estate will definitely be all yours. You two are on the family tree too, so you must be members of the Qin family. Don't ever think of yourselves as outsiders. What's more, aren't you going to have sons with the surname Qin in the future? The meaning conveyed in the words was also simple. Wait until the day in the future when this branch of your family becomes extinct. Your property will return to the Qin family's own family. That's a bad meaning, but it's a template for how the extended family operates. Shen Mo and Lu Yu could only say, we will give birth to a son as much as possible in the future. And if we give birth to a daughter, we will also try to cultivate her. And we will definitely not let them be reduced to a waste that only relies on the family. Master Qin Meng also revealed this meaning to the various branches before he left. And then everyone privately means simply, unite when it's time to unite. Cooperate and win-win when it's time to cooperate and win-win when it's time to enjoy the benefits. Then all that's left is to try to raise the next generation and not produce waste. If they do get out, they also teach them to be good people, to stay out of trouble, to know how to live, how to make money, and how to get their share within the family. Of course, Grand Master Qin Meng also announced another thing. The position of the head of the family can be contested. If there's a loser on his team, someone else can take his place. The premise is that the person who replaces them has to show that they can lead the whole family to take off. For example, you go into business and make your own conglomerate with a market capitalization of several $100 billion. Lu Yu took over the Qin family's foundation soon after Lu Xinhua approached her. Looking at this person who didn't come over during the Qin family gathering, didn't come over during the construction of the ancestral hall, and now came over, both Shen Mo and Lu Yu were curious about the reason for his coming. Lu Xinhua came and said directly, I didn't come over to take advantage of the situation. I came to make demands. The request is simple. While I'm still alive, You two hurry up and give me a grandson with the surname Lu to inherit our Lu family's property. The rest doesn't matter. If I die, my grandson can change his name to Qin. I'd be dead by then anyway, and I'd have answered to my ancestors. That's, like, really brown. Shen Mo and Lu Yu were both helpless. Still, the duo agreed to do so and said that they would start the baby-making operation right away. Lu Yu calculated that she would have at least 3 children, one with the surname Qin, one with the surname Lu, and one with the surname Shen. Inherit 3 separate portions of the family business. Just pretty outrageous, but it's okay. Lu Xinhua is really even splashing and rolling all kinds of requirements, and has written the will. Ms. Qinhao also took Lu Xinhua's side in this matter. Ms. Qinhao also felt that their Qin family could not do the thing of eating the extinct family. They had to be moral. Then the hyped-up army adds another member. Shen Mo looked at the Wanya ladies, grandmothers and grandfathers who had the tendency to join the army of urging for marriage, and silently said in his heart, the wedding is going to be on the agenda. This one sentence made Lu Yu's heart tremble. Your own husband, remember? May. The snow in Urban has completely melted, and Shen Mo and Lu Yu have stayed over here for half a year in the blink of an eye. I have to say, time flies. Lu Yu was already 30, and Shen Mo was already 24. So, Shen Mo dragged Lu Yu to take wedding photos on this spring day. Listening to the excitement of Shen Mo's heart twittering, the corners of Lu Yu's mouth also rose into a smile. That's what it feels like to be loved. The photographer for the shoot was Mr. Rainey, a top-notch, award-winning photographer in the 3 provinces of entertainment, and in the country as a whole. The wedding dress was picked out by Shen Mo himself. The style is simple, cape. When Lu Yu saw what Shen Mo had prepared, a whole set of gold jewelry were stunned. A phoenix crown made of pure gold. The top of the gown was literally threaded with gold. Looking at the shocked Lu Yu, Shen Mo smiled triumphantly. Shocker. I ordered it right after your dad arrived. This suit cost me a whole $30 million. The best material. A phoenix crown made of pure gold. Real gold thread. Shen Mo even purposely begged Shen Yilong for this reason and asked Grandpa to contact Grandpa Qin Meng. Because there are some people that can't be invited by Shen Mo. Willow Moon was happy. The cape was immediately posted on the internet. On the other side of the river, the top silk studio weavers also issued a statement. The dress took them 3 years to make. It's a work of art, and it wasn't supposed to be for sale. But who let them be touched by love? Of course, they can't say that they were touched by Moncler Jacket's outlet Qin Meng. The 2 statements, especially the gorgeous phoenix cape that ordinary people look at a glance, made everyone cry out for a long time. Immediately after that, everyone is just lamenting that rich people really know how to have fun. And, Brother Mo is putting his blood on the line here. Looking at what Willow Moon posted, this time it cost all my husband's money. Everyone silently said. Chapter 81, Fighting Keyboard Warriors. Lu Yu wore a Chinese wedding dress gift worth $30 million and took a whole set of wedding photos with Shen Mo. Also along with the explosion of this set of wedding photos, the relationship between Shen Mo and Lu Yu also exploded. There was a girl who posted a comment under the burst of fire and it caught fire too. The rhetoric is, do you guys think Ryu was always touched by wedding photos made of solid gold? No, it was actually touched by Shenmo's heart. $30 million? Mr. Lu can get it out in minutes. It's even possible to say that General Manager Lu gave Shen Mo $300 million as a reward afterward. However, this act of Shen Mo making up the wedding photos for Lu Yu is the embodiment of truly putting General Lu on the tip of his heart. Nowadays, how many men will say to their wives, wedding photo that thing, just take it casually, or, no, wait until you have money, or, can you not be so materialistic? In contrast to each other, isn't it instantly clear the point at which Mr. Ryu was moved? Some marital disappointments don't happen overnight. They build up slowly. This comment instantly inspired a debate on the internet, and finally drew the fire to Shen Mo and Lu Yu. Lu Yu was branded as a gold-digging woman, and Shen Mo was labeled as a hypocritical man. People have always thought the two were too pretentious. You can take wedding photos and give gifts. Why are you sending them out? Isn't it sent just to show off? Then you will have to bear our wrath. Many people even said that they would boycott Shenmo's games, their anchors, Lu's products, and the works of 3 provinces entertainment. It's boiling hot. Willowman's response was also simple. Whoever asserts it cites the evidence. I'll admit it when you call me a gold digger, but I won't admit it when you call my husband a hypocrite. If not, I'm going to sue you for rumor mongering. And incidentally, it's a great way to send business to law firms everywhere. The old lady's got the money. Such a grumpy and overbearing reply had the netizens abuzz, with a large group rushing out to clamor. Let's see if you put us in first, or if we put you Ryu out of business first. Someone made notes, found out about Willow Moon's investments, Willow's investments, and industries, and then went to report them. From fire to tax to other messes. There are all kinds of reports. Yanuki was not at all afraid. Departments around the world are also cracking down. But the results came out fast. The official response from everywhere was, there's nothing wrong with the Ryu group. Then malicious rumor mongers were sent in by the dozens. Some say they bought loose products with problems. The local department immediately came to the door, and then carry out a variety of tests to determine that it is a rumor, and then directly arrested in. In the meantime, Lu Yu and Shen Mo are on a honeymoon trip across the country. Emotions are very stable. The hugely successful whistleblowing tour lasted over a month. One of the most interesting things that happened was that a number of Ryu's factories around the world, businesses were forced to close their doors and their employees went home on vacation because of the reports that they had entered the monitoring period. These local employees hit the door straight after hearing that it was someone from their neighborhood who reported Willow. One of the most famous of these was when a Ryu employee reported his next-door neighbor for looking for a chicken. Stabbed the chicken coop in passing. This Lu's employee cursed and said, I work in Lu's factory. My daughter-in-law works in Lu's furniture stores. Our family lives on Lu's. And as a result, because of you, this bastard grandson caused us to be at home on vacation. Don't you get you? Can you afford to be with me? Just you wait. I'm going to have to mess up your job. Afterwards, this Lu's employee really made a mountain out of the old king next door looking for chickens and subjected his family to criticism. Reporting rumors, looking for chickens and other behaviors all broke out. The old king in detention for a month. Came out. The job is gone. Daughter-in-law to divorce. Parents do not want to recognize him. Retribution. The similarities are endless. There are also people who are getting more and more vindictive, and are reporting on Ryu in all sorts of ways. Yanuki, with no problems in her own house, calmly put out the cash flow figures within the group. Feel free to come. I can get you in for rumor mongering anyway, for no other reason than to clear my husband's name. You can't threaten me. Ryuki's dominance and Ryu's lack of problems stunned all the netizens. It is also this frequent reporting proved under the Brightley brother, so that Lu's group in the reopening of the sale soared more than 10 times. All the losses are taken back. Lu's group of furniture. Hurry up and buy a dozen cities of the official department verified that there is not the slightest problem. The quality of the bar. Lu's group developed small snacks. Hurry to buy really did not put harmful substances. The job at Lu's group. Hurry up and grab it. Their family is really insured. The land developed by Lu's group. Hurry up and buy it. The fire protection is all qualified. Lu Yu invested in the hotel. There is a need to hurry to live bed sheets are all their own family washing plant cleaning. Health is no problem. Lu Yu invested in a milk tea store. But also hurry to buy it. Verified. The quality of the bar. The taste of the bar. 3 provinces entertainment under the star. Net red. Rest assured that the chase, after the general public has reported, they are basically the real thing. No drugs. No gambling. No cheating. Even the beauty is horribly low. It may appear to shut up the Jiangnan Watertown and open the Northeast grain silo, but there is absolutely no other lawlessness. The storm was followed by a grand feast at Willow's. Because of this feast, Lu's market capitalization had increased by tens of billions more. Many people have been snapping up Willow's stock. Nothing else. I'm really not afraid of a thunderstorm. And that's when another bomb was dropped from Qin's side. Lu Yu is on the Qin family tree and runs the Qin Foundation. The official also followed the trend of launching the story of Qinli and the old lady, the first family to inject money into our party. There were over 900 people at the peak of the family, and only 100 or so died during the war. The local townsfolk used to be out of a division, and an entire county used to be onyx. The old lady made money abroad during perestroika and invested it at home. During the great layoff, the old lady used to take everyone in the Qin family and pour out her family's money to rescue the local people. The townspeople's families who followed Qinli to the battlefield could have food to eat, and the Qin family could have no food to eat. Many people were in an uproar. This was a truly big family. People really don't have an eye for making money. People's behavior is true to their enjoyment. However, the Qin clan hid the other family members, only exposing the family of Lu Yu. With the words of Qin Mang Moncler outlet, let people know what we once paid. With the story of mom and dad to pull a little urban tourism, the local economy on it, we did not want to lay flat in the credit book to death. Willow Moon also made a lighthearted internet comment afterward. That's my gold digging. Creating a money-making extravaganza that capitalizes on the greedy, hypocritical, selfish nature of mankind. The aggrieved keyboard warriors can call me names all they want. It doesn't matter. But what I'm telling you is that when you become a keyboard warrior, you have to have the courage to take responsibility. Chapter 82, Shamelessness. Yanuki's image stood up instantly on the internet. Countless people clapped for her. Some people say it's a big female lead. It can be nice to have money, face and leisure, a loving husband and a strong family. After this matter had stopped on the internet, Shen Mo and Lu Yu had also finished their vacation and returned to Jinghai, back to the interior of the Lu group. There's something else going on here. Just as Lu Yu sat down in her office, Sister Yen came over to report that representatives of artisans from all over the world had come over and requested to see Lu Yu. Yanuki nodded. It's finally come to this. Shen Mo sighed in his heart. The reason why this event was so voluminous and able to get up. One is the rival competitor company of Lu's group is messing up, and the other is within Lu's group. Those old craftsmen who suffered losses because of the reforms and can no longer steal and take are messing up. The competing company attempted to destroy Ryu's by bribing the old craftsmen on staff to make shoddy products and then having them reported. Unfortunately, Lu Yu and Lu Xinhua were prepared. The strict quality control and internal control departments within the Lu group are all direct lines trained by the Lu family itself. They control every product that goes out. This department has increased the cost but strictly controlled the quality. This one takes the credit. Coupled with the fact that Sister Yen and a group of others had prepared early on, they took down the group of dissident craftsmen at the first opportunity after the incident. There would have been no need for the parties to talk further. You betrayed the group, betrayed the people who pay your salary. Lose in line with the idea that you once paid for lose. Is the idea of the old man not to prosecute you? We can just get together and part ways. From now on, you go your way, I'll go mine. How nice. You have a reputation. And you can keep looking for work when you get out. But this group of craftsmen had gathered to meet and discuss with Lu Yu once more. Originally, Lu Xinhua should have come, but he directly pushed off. He did not come. He was too annoying. Still soft-hearted, Lu Yu brought Shen Mo. In the conference room, Lu Yu sat on one side with Shen Mo, Sister Yen. Opposite was the old smith at the head of the group. Not many. 42 of them. The leader was an old man with gray hair called Zhao Shan. The profile shows that he's been with Ryu for 40 years. Being an apprentice is in. The house I live in now was issued by Willow. I'm really curious what the wife will do with it. Shen Mo was excited in his heart. For her part, Yanuki was calm. When Sister Yen sat down, she pushed up her glasses and spoke bluntly. Master Shan as well as all the elders. We are all familiar with the outcome of this matter. Willow thinks she has not wronged any of you. Your betrayal of the company is real. Mockery flashed in Sister Yen's eyes. Shen Mo saw that Zhao Shan on the opposite side of the table was directly bent at the waist. Is this guilt? So the company's outcome for you I think is also reasonable and compliant. One might even call it weak. Like some of the other established companies, the old men who betrayed have always been expelled, made an example of, and General Manager Lu chose to just terminate the labor contract without making a sound, even to the point of giving you 3 months of back pay, which I think is really compassionate. Not to mention the fact that we have evidence in our hands of your other offenses. So, I don't really understand the reason you guys have to talk about it again. Awesome. Shen Mo couldn't help but marvel. This speech is summarized in 4 words. Don't give face to face, bullying soft and afraid of hard. We still have your other evidence of lawlessness in our hands. You really want to mess up. We Lu can directly send you in. So take the benefits and off you guys. From the time she entered, Lu Yu only greeted at the beginning and did not open her mouth. The smiths across the street bowed their collective heads. After a long time, Zhao Shan slowly opened his mouth, his voice filled with decadence. Mr. Yen, we all understand the company's meaning, and we also know that the company and our group of people have left their faces. We're not here this time to claim anything else or make trouble. Just wanted to ask if we could be given another chance to go back to work at Willow. So shameless. You might as well say you want money. These words made Lu Yu's breath go cold, and Sister Yen laughed in exasperation. Sister Yen was about to open her mouth, but Lu Yu stopped her and faintly said, Uncles and uncles, if this is what you want to talk about, I think we should forget about it. Although Ryu is merciful and kind, he will not take in a rebel. I gave you guys several chances to do what you did, but you didn't take them. You all gave up. Yeah. You can also see that those who did not participate in the betrayal and who seized the opportunity of reform to reform themselves are still enjoying the same treatment as before. I'm not being harsh, so please forgive me for not being able to do anything about it. Zhao Shan and the others despaired, and this was the most terrifying reality. Those who did not engage in betrayal and stop thieving lived well, and them, no one wants them now. Lu Yu looked at Zhao Shan and the others, already too lazy to continue talking. Now it's been 10 minutes and they haven't even apologized. There's really no need for it. Hubby, see off all my uncles and uncles for me. Yanuki got up and was about to leave. One of the people on the opposite side became anxious and spoke in a panic. Lu Yu, what are you so mad about? Are you so proud that you easily found our alternatives and blocked us? If you hadn't blocked us, do you think we would have come? If you Ryu hadn't painted the cake, would our offspring have kept learning this craft? And now after being shut down, none of the family can find work? Anger, Unparalleled anger bubbled up in the middle-aged man. Oh, so it's been shut down by the industry. No wonder he came back to beg my wife. Thinking of this, Shen Mo shifted his body to block Lu Yu, in case the opposite side stormed out. Shen Mo had to be the first to protect Lu Yu and stop the opposite side. Yanuki was touched to see this. Love or not, it's in the details. Lu Yu looked straight at the middle-aged man. I never do blocking because there's no need to offend people to death, but I'm not going to let anyone bully me either. Why don't any of you want it? Don't you know yourselves? The middle-aged man gritted his teeth as he wanted to continue speaking, but Zhao Shan stopped him. Zhao Shan disheveled and led the crowd away. His only conscience told him that if he continued to make trouble, the last bit of kindness would be lost between the two parties, and there would be no turning back at all. As for why no one wanted them after they left Willow, even to the point of finding out why the companies they work with don't take them on, the reason was also simple. Ryu was too good to them. A car and a house, a well-paying and stable job, and they don't mind if they take private work. This is an offer that most companies can't give, but they still betrayed Ryu. This leaves other companies to ponder the question, is such a person really trustworthy? For a boss, it's fine for his men to be nearly competent as long as they are loyal. They can find replacements elsewhere, but if the character is questionable, no matter how capable you are, you can't have it. After all, he's making you $10 million today, and because he's not happy with the paycheck, he could bankrupt your company and thus run for the hills. Chapter 83, Shen Mo forced to work. So, Zhao Shan and the others were really cool, made a fool out of himself. Shen Mo followed Lu Yu's order and personally sent Zhao Shan and the others out of the company, and from the beginning to the end, he had always been gentle and smiling. Before leaving the door, Zhao Shan disheveledly said to Shen Mo, "Auntie, can you help us persuade him?" Shen Mo shook his head slightly. "Master, I'm just a member of the family." He wasn't crazy, so how could he beg for Lu Yu for a group of people he didn't know? You know, every time you beg, it can be emotionally draining. Shen Mo and Lu Yu's relationship was indeed good, but it couldn't be wasted on ordinary people. Shen Ma sighed slightly. Zhao Shan and the others showed despair on their faces. What were they going to do next? They all have families to feed. Although all the families have small assets, they are not able to sit on them. What's more, it's not easy to live in Qinghai University. Shen Mo watched Zhao Shan and the others leave. At the end of the day, there were some of them who were angry, not forked, and felt that Ryu had wronged them and counted them out. But there was no use being angry. They couldn't beat Ryu, and the point was that they really weren't in charge. When Shen Mo returned to the office, Lu Yu was chatting with the group's personnel department and finance department about labor costs. With the manpower calculations, this personnel change within Lu's family could save $2 million a year in labor costs. With the financial calculations, this personnel change within Ryu's organization will make an additional $7.5 million a year. At a minimum, Lu Yu's comment was that the two together could buy Shen Mo a sports car. Shen Mo was shocked and quickly waved his hand to refuse. There's really no need to buy a sports car. Those things are expensive. They're still picky about roads, and they're expensive to maintain, so you really don't need to buy one. A couple domestic off-roads if you're hard up for it. Otherwise, it's good to invest in new energy sources. It always seemed like new energy was the big brother of the future. Shen Mo was thrilled in his heart. Lu Yu smiled slightly and made Shen Mo sit next to him so that he could also listen to the changes caused by the group's personnel and financial development. It was mainly the director of finance and the director of personnel who kept talking about their programs. This is because both jurisdictions relate to the group's cost expenses. The program proposed by the personnel department for Willow Moon is largely cost-cutting. The personnel department has suggested that some of the staff could be appropriately laid off or the personnel structure could be downsized a bit. Lu Yu asked Shen Mo for his opinion. Shen Mo said doubtfully, "Is the group going bankrupt? What's with the sudden downsizing of the personnel structure?" The director of the finance department calmly replied back, "Not really, everything in our company is operating well. The company's overall loans do not exceed 20%. The liquidity on the books is perfect, and there are no bad debts. The HR director just routinely brings it up. We'll play." Shen Mer was stunned and looked at the HR director. The other nodded calmly. Willows rarely laid off employees because most of them were veterans of the group, many of whom had inherited their parents' positions. It's outrageous, but true. Most are autonomous separations. One of the biggest changes was to reduce the employee share of the 5 insurance premiums from $1,000 each to $800. The rest is not. Things like mass layoffs have been largely absent, but successive personnel directors have mentioned it every other day, because the staffing structure is so huge. The director of finance began reporting on the financials. As the superintendent said, everything is intact. The Ryu group has its own mode of operation, so much so that during the time that Lu Yu was not in the group, It was running well by the act of Lu Xinhua keeping an eye on it from time to time. Payments to external suppliers are settled on time. Everyone else's money owed to Willow was settled on time. Investments made on behalf of the group have also been paid quarterly dividends. The subsidiaries have also taken their contributions to the head office. The group's internal purchases, sales, and promotions are all in compliance with the regulations. The only surprise is that this year's promotional costs have been saved compared to previous years. It relies heavily on Luyu and Shen Mo to be famous. It can be described as being in perfect condition. After the finance director finished his report, the personnel director spoke again. Mr. Lu, does the personnel structure of the subsidiary need to be overhauled? Luyu frowned slightly. Her mind pondered over all of Lu's subsidiaries. There was no problem. What's with the need for a human structure? Something wrong? The director of the personnel department, a middle-aged woman named Lu Yan, said seriously, it's not a big deal. It's just that during these days of your absence, the general managers of some of the subsidiaries have raised the inconvenience of employing people and the unfairness of the situation. They say the personnel authority is with the company and go for group hiring, and sometimes the people they send down don't quite meet their requirements. That includes expulsion as well. It was also raised that there are now many young people from the post-2001 generation who are moving to raise the issue of leaving their jobs because they have a good family life and have capital. Yanuki frowned. Is that so? Why wasn't I told about this by internal control? Lu Yan was a bit embarrassed, but still nodded. She wasn't the kind of person who grew up with Luyu like the finance director next door, Li Mingming, but she was also funded by the Lu Group. That's why she needs to answer to Willow. Shen Mo saw that she was so honest and directly recognized it, and his eyebrows raised. That said, the Lu Group has subsidized so many people. How come there hasn't been a situation where someone climbs into Lu Xinhua's bed and wants to go to the Lu family to replace Lu Yua? TSK, I'm not happy that fiction didn't shine into reality. Yanuki was a little angry. Shenmer's brain wiring is just outrageous. Lu Yu looked at Li Mingming. Bring me the financial review of each subsidiary last year. I'll review it again. Then Yanuki dialed internal control. Soon, a middle-aged man walked in. The answer given was also simple. There had been no recent problems within the group. Lu Yu nodded and let the other person out without saying anything more. This matter of Lu Yu just let Lu Yan write down a list of some complaining subsidiaries. This concludes the mini-session. Lu Yu pulled Shen Mo to look at the financial statements of the subsidiaries. After reading it once, I had the previous 2 years brought over and read them together. Financial statements are the best indication of what's wrong with a company. If this company has had no financial problems for 3 years in a row, that proves that even if there is a little problem, it's a small problem. If all of a sudden there is a situation where the financials are down for 2 years in a row, that would be proof that something is terribly wrong with the group. It's like this Wyland company that we invested in. Look at him. 2 consecutive years of declining performance. The general manager Zhang Lu is also Lu Yan wrote. The right to appoint personnel in the head office has a meaningful person. Awesome. Shenmer said he had learned. Lu Yu identified 4 more subsidiaries, namely Hui Feng, Hui He, Hui Yun, and Hui Tian. They're all from the Hui generation. These 5 subsidiaries were built with the group's investment and operated autonomously. The main programs are also relatively simple, all of which are the operation of furniture brands. Operations with the parent company pretty much all overlap as well, and are mid-high and low at the same time. But none of the market shares are too big. This made Shen Mo couldn't help but lament in his heart. Do you think that if you don't buy Ryu's to buy the others that Ryu doesn't make the money? Lu Yu looked at Shen Mo and smiled. Hubby, you go and walk. Shenmer was shocked. Am I worthy? No. Why are you giving me a job again? My soft food life is getting different from what I used to fantasize about. Yanuki smiled. Matching. Chapter 84, Dangerous Silence. Shen Mo collapsed his face and said without tears, Wife, I'm really not suitable for this job. I haven't even touched it. Lu Yu came next to Shen Mo, sat on his lap, and softly said, Hubby, the bosses of those 5 companies are all middle-aged uncles. I don't like it. Alarm bells rang in Shen Mo's heart. Blah blah blah, wives hate middle-aged men, so won't I be in danger of being kicked in the ass in a few years? No, I have to find a way to increase my value a little bit. Shen Mo hurriedly spoke. Okay, if my wife doesn't want to go, I'll go. But wife, I need. Shen Mo wanted to speak, his eyes full of longing. Lu Yu smiled brightly, her eyes revealing that I understand. Lu Yu pulled Shen Mo to the lounge behind the office, pushed Shen Mo, stroked his face, and laughed softly in his ear. I know that my husband is working hard, so I'll pay part of my husband's payment first, okay? Office Polly. Shimmer stared wide-eyed. No, that's not what I want to be paid for. It's money. Never mind. For the sake of the office Polly, I'll take it. That said, Can I use work as an excuse to ask my wife to play some other poly when she gets home? Such as maids, policemen, doctors, etc. Only to see Luyu get up, pull open the closet here, change into a black silk professional outfit, and take out another white silk professional outfit. Women, too, should know how to have fun. Still, a shiver ran through Luyu's heart. Her husband's needs were so high. Shen Mo only felt a dry mouth. Goblin, eat my old son's stick. Today I am going to cut down the demons for the sake of the righteousness of this world. Luyu smiled in her heart as she sniffed. The fact that her husband has all sorts of needs and wants is a testament to her charm. Otherwise, why don't you go out? As far as Luyu knew, with Shen Mo's face value and stature, there would be many women who would fall over themselves when they went out. Although that's a bit demeaning to women, but Yanuki had really seen what those worthless women were like before. That's a pretty bombastic story. At that time, Ryuki was called Chief Little Willow. On a business trip with Xinhua Lu, her room number was leaked. When she returned in the evening, there was a tech girl with an alluring personality but not as good looking as her lying on the bed in her room. The other side was alarmed. Luyu on the spot to the police. The investigation result is that the woman learned that Xiaolu always stay here, so she stole the hotel cleaning big sister's pass card. Come over to deliver the goods. If she hadn't double-checked to make sure it was all the same result, Yanuki would have wanted to kill someone. But even so, the boss behind the hotel owner had signed a large order in the Ryu family in return. After all, if this was tossed out, their hotel would be finished. Also because of that tech girl's operation, that hotel's room lady, room manager, and general manager were all fired. The reason is simple: improper operation. Since then, every time Luyu went out and stayed in a hotel, her room would be checked in advance by a female bodyguard. Or if she stayed in her own hotel, it would be checked in advance by the hotel's general manager. Of course, now it's all about Shenmer's company. So, Yanuki was really aware of how proactive some women were with men. A rich and good-looking man like Shen Mo was even more of a prime target for those women. Even if you don't get to the top, it's good to take advantage. What's more, it's not like there aren't people out there who don't want to emulate the path of Shenmer's mom. If not to meet Shin Yilong, such a ruthless person, but also happens to Shin Yilong and Bamboo Kailan love than gold. Shen Mo's mother, even if not successful, that can also get a large amount of money to be put to rest. Therefore, Luyu was happy that she had managed to attract Shen Mo's attention. At noon, Shen Mo and Luyu didn't even eat lunch. Luyu's secretary was quite nice about it and sent a message to MS. Shin, how that your missy is working hard to make a baby. In the afternoon, Shen Mo went to Silver Games after packing up his room. As soon as you enter, you are warmly welcomed. Heads of departments, newly recruited employees have come forward to report on their work or to meet with each other. First of all, Xiaoji and the operation lady will report on their latest creation and continuous development of a dress-up and cloud-raising game called Cloud Raising Warmth. Shunmare looked at it, and he wasn't much of a fan. The game sent shockwaves when it went live. Chargers are numerous. Exactly 1 month after going live today, it has generated $30 million in revenue for the company. This is one reason why Shenma came to the company. With Shaw and the operations lady telling the story, this game will become the pillar of Silver Gaming's profitability and the king of cash. According to market estimates, as long as they don't make any mistakes, this game will generate more than $50 million every month. On top of that, Xiaoji also intends to start an ad space system in it, interconnecting advertising in gaming. This is the scenario that Shaw proposed. Johnny, the big man in the promotional world, explains it himself. This action is that the player can give the game character a room design, a residence design, and the furniture, the items, for this design were prepared by them in advance. For example, the Willow Group's branded furniture. The huge number of gamers is also one of the distribution channels. Johnny said to Shen Mo, Mr. Shen, you helped us. We have to pull you along too. Without saying anything, if this promotion operation is successful, you will definitely rise in status in the Lu Group. Shen Mo's eyebrows jumped wildly as he said excitedly, I thank you. You guys are a great bunch of minions. It is with you that I will have a better life and more work ahead of me. Shen Mo wants to cry, but there is still no way to say Shen Mo. After all, the other party is all in good faith. Sighing, Shen Mo asked the finance to allocate a sum of money to invite the old and new employees to go have a meal together. On the wine table, Shen Mo toasted everyone with tea instead of wine. It couldn't be helped. He couldn't drink. He couldn't let Luyu serve him. Although Luyu wouldn't say anything, Shen Mo felt that this would defeat good feelings. What's more, it's a great way to avoid alcohol. At the wine table, there were also two beautiful, newly recruited administrative young girls leaning toward Shen Mo, taking the opportunity to toast and chat, sneak close to Shen Mo. All of this was in the eyes of the personnel who had followed them. Also because of this situation, Shen Mo temporarily found a topic and left, leaving Johnny and Miss Operations to accompany everyone to eat and drink well. Johnny, being an old man, saw the problem at once. Shen Mo was afraid that those two little girls are using drunkenness to make him send off. After all, it's possible for a drunk person to do anything. When he returned home at night, Shen Mo cried and told Luyu about it. Honey, it's too dangerous to work outside. I'd rather stay home and serve you. Luyu rolled her eyes. Are you serving me? I'm too embarrassed to pick it apart. Decisively refused, and said, I've already asked someone to make an appointment for you with the bosses of those 5 companies in Wei. I'll send you the address later. Chapter 85, this will do. Shen Mo is helpless? His own wife is just dead set on not letting him go. Alas, since you can't avoid it, get enough payment. Shen Mo's eyes glistened as he turned on the horse galloping in this silent night. Luyu is also really a good teacher. Knowing that when teaching students you can't just rely on supervision. You have to lead with interest and attract with rewards. So Luyu changed into the newly purchased nurse's uniform for Shen Mo, the policewoman's uniform. Early the next morning, Shen Mo woke up rubbing his waist. He suspected that the reason the mature older sister liked the younger wolfhound might be because the other was physically fit. Otherwise, how to satisfy a woman who is 30 like a wolf? I still need to step up my exercise. Self-discipline must discipline itself. Shen Mo swore in his heart as he bit into his breakfast. Lu Yu, who was sitting across from Shen Mo, narrowed her eyes with a smile. It's great that hubby is on board, then I have to do the logistics too. Well, I remember that the Qin Foundation has invested in TCM health centers in China. Go back and prescribe some medicine. Willow Moon thought as she did. After eating breakfast and sending Luyu to the group, Shen Mo went to Silver Games. Just as I sat down, the personnel lady delivered 2 dismissal reports. The above gave compensation in line with labor laws. The dismissers were the same 2 girls who had courted Shen Mo yesterday. Shen Mo waved his hand and signed directly. Such a black sheep who tries to seduce him cannot be kept. Shen Mer never felt that he was a willow, able to sit on his hands and knees. Although those 2 girls weren't as pretty as Lu Yu, they were indeed beautiful. If the other party continued to seduce and attract, Shen Mo didn't feel that he could suppress the inferiority in his body. Therefore, Shen Mo chose to break away. Start eliminating it at the root cause. The personnel lady watched Shen Mo sign and then left decisively, and a sigh of relief that his aunt was still sober. The 2 dismissed girls were clueless, but it was the experienced personnel ladies and Johnny who talked to them. In the face of their disbelief and confusion, Johnny calmly explained, this is a company that everyone dreams of. It's a place where we can fulfill our respective little selfish desires. That's why we all want this place to get better and better. And in order for this company to survive, we must ensure the purity of Mr. Shen. That is to say, we can't let anything happen to Mr. Shen. Both of you are good at your job and business. It can be high up elsewhere. So, sorry about that. The 2 girls were red in the face. Johnny's words were euphemistic and the compensation offered by the personnel lady was good. Most importantly, the HR lady also recommended another business. The 2 girls looked at each other and could only turn away. It would be rude to stay any longer. Johnny was satisfied that they knew what they were doing. Otherwise he would have had to resort to some unconventional means. Who let Shen Mo lead Silver Games to fulfill all his middle-aged uncle's requirements for the company? He, has to keep this company running. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Shen Mo was reading a book in his office when he received a message from Luyu on his cell phone. A very nice private dining room. Shen Mer packed up his things, said hello to Johnny, Miss Operations, and left. Before he came, Shen Mo thought he would be dismounted. After all, the bosses of these 5 subsidiaries were all old men of the group. These 5 subsidiaries were also operated by them back then with the supplies given by the group. The brand, little by little. It could be said in one sentence that they were the Lu patriarchs who had followed Lu Xinhua's reign to open up new territories. Nowadays, although they are all in their early 50s and have little hope of moving forward in this life, they are still elders. Now that you've been asked out, it's normal to give a downer. However, when Shen Mo had just entered the private dining hall, a waiter greeted him. Mr. Shen, the guests that you have appointed have all arrived. Shen Mo looked at the time, 10:50. The appointment was at 11. Shen Mo laughed bitterly. When he pushed open the door of the box, Shen Mo saw the 5 old bosses rising and smilingly welcoming. Mr. Zhan from Huilin, Mr. Lu from Huifeng, Mr. Wang from Wuha, Mr. Yang from Huiyun, and Mr. Zhao from Huitian. Zhanqing was a big-hearted brown man, pulling Shen Mo to sit in the main seat. The whole thing was a bit overwhelming for Shen Mo. Hui Tian's Mr. Zhao shouted to the outside to serve the food. 2 minutes and the dishes were served. Shen Mo straightened his mind, picked up the wine prepared by the waiter next to him, and poured a cup for one person before sitting down. Speaking bluntly, the 5 old bosses are all my seniors. I'm also just a son-in-law who's in the family. I, for one, don't have much of a heart, so I'll be blunt about the reason I asked you all here today. Nothing else, just that my wife, Willow Moon, your great niece, came back and heard from someone that the 5 old bosses were unhappy with some of Willow's systems. My wife wants me to work out again, so I came to ask you all about it. The words were simple and direct, leaving the 5 veterans a bit confused. They are all old foxes in the workplace, and they all operate companies with billions of dollars in market value under their names. And this is the first time they have seen this kind of operation. It's too straightforward. Surprisingly, they directly said that someone said they were spitting on the company. After Shen Mo toasted a cup, he greeted the 5 old bosses for dinner. After eating a few mouthfuls of food, Mr. John sighed and said with a big grin, Mr. Shen, you're bashful and we're bashful, so let's just get right to it. Yes, the 5 of us old things spit on the group's personnel system in private, including within the company, especially after this year's talent recruitment allocation. The other 4 veterans nodded in approval. Shen Mo said suspiciously, why? I remember the group's personnel system has been around for decades? The 5 bosses glanced at each other, and Mr. Wang took a sip of wine, held his stomach, and helplessly said, because our benefits were not good in the past 2 years, we wanted to recruit some extra talents, but the group has been slow to pass, and in the last 2 years we've been paying more and more according to the group's hiring standards. Shen Mo took note of these questions. As the wine goes down, the gap between the two sides is also less and less, especially after Shen Mo put on an attitude of humility to seek advice. The 5 old bosses are chattering non-stop, put their own dissatisfaction with the group's system over the years. The 5 old bosses also guessed the reason why Liu had asked Shen Mo to come. Leave room for error. They could speak to Shen Mo if they had grievances, and afterward, when Shen Mo related back, Liu would be able to have a say whether she agreed or not. If she didn't agree, Liu would pretend she hadn't heard, and the 5 old bosses wouldn't say anything. Agreed. All are happy. If the 5 old bosses went to speak to Liu on their own, it would mean that the matter had reached a point where it had to be dealt with. The time came to 1 p.m. And the 5 veterans hadn't finished and hadn't eaten much of their meal. At this point, Shen Mo was already tired. Sighing in his heart, Shen Mo said quietly, 5 uncles, why don't we go take a bath, press a massage, and continue talking while playing? The 5 old bosses looked at each other. This really could work. Chapter 86. Shen Mo was stunned. After eating a few mouthfuls carelessly, Shen Mo and the others called out to the waiter to come in and settle the bill. The manager of the private dining room smiled and said, the bill has already been settled for all of you, and the chauffeur has been called for all of you, and the money has been paid. Mr. Zhao, holding his stomach, lamented, this must be the handiwork of Mr. Xiao Lu. Comfort. The bath center was introduced by Mr. Zhan, a not particularly large. The service cannot be said to be too good, but the main less people. Quiet. In the words of Mr. Zhan, even if the water is clean, as long as there are a lot of people soaking in it, it won't be clean anymore. This Marriott bath is not much people during the day. Also all new water. Sauna is not bad. Scrub master can also. Sure enough, once inside, the entire pool was empty. Stripping off their clothes, the 6 rushed off into the large pool, and after a soak, the 6 came together in the sauna. One person was wrapped in a bath towel, closing his eyes as he steamed in the sauna, and General Manager Yang said quietly, Xiao Shana, Shen Mo, in. Do you know where the 5 of us made our decision when we came out of the head office with our brand to start our own business? Shen Mo opened his eyes and said softly, look at the group's history wall said that back then it was some small brands that had problems, so they had to be cut, and you 5 resolutely came out to set up your own business, and the group gave the money for the investment. The answer was no, but it cupped the 5 a bit. The gray-haired general manager Lu laughed. This thing called history is just funny, describing the situation of crying and begging Xinhua not to abandon us as a heroic uprising. It was actually when a couple of smaller brands stormed the scene and the group threw and didn't want to, so they let us come out and run our own business. Xinhua is the one who invited us to eat and soak in the bath, and pressed the MO to determine it. The 5 of us were stunned. It was clear we hadn't done anything wrong, and we were still Xinhua's hairdressers. All kinds of begging. Old fun. Now that I think about it. Old Jean, I remember you were the first one out at that time, right? Shen Mo smiled and looked at General Manager Jean next to him, only to see the dark, fat, black and chubby one close his eyes and slowly say, that's for sure. Xinhua has blocked knives for me, so I naturally have to support him. Under the narration of several old bosses, Shen Mo saw the situation decades ago. The brands under the Lu Group have entered a crisis of confidence and a massive reduction in market scope because of the attacks on their rivals for venturing into the mid-range market. Yet again, the brand had a certain basic demographic at the time. It can be said to be a case of giving up and not giving up, and not giving up will have an effect on Willow itself. To that end, the then operations manager of the Ryu Group, now a vice president, came up with a plan. Cut Ryu off from the brands that went wrong, enabling subsidiaries. That's when Chief Young's 5 kicked out. But they don't want to come out. Stay within the Lu Group. How comfortable. Come out is equivalent to start again. Finally, Lu Xinhua said, "Brother, the group has reached a crisis point. You do not help me to fight. No one will fight for me. I give you subsidiary shares, give you resources, as long as you want, I give. I just want you to save these brands and make the subsidiaries work." Lu Xinhua also did what he said he would do. With those brands up, all 5 of the old bosses became billionaires. And compared to their contemporaries, those days were awesome. So much so that I don't know how many people envy them. Shen Mo lamented. 5 uncles? Awesome. Mr. Yang's 5 men opened their eyes and glanced at Shen Mo in shock. Why don't you praise your father-in-law instead of us? It was about time to steam, so we all went out and washed up together and went up to the 3rd floor for a massage. Mr. Jean waved his hand and asked for 6 girls, all quite pretty, in their 20s, with hands that look weak. The 5 old men in Shen Mo entered a private room alone. Shen Mo let the girl accompany him to chat about the exhibition is always not always come. After 10 minutes or so, someone informed Shen Mo that all 5 old bosses had gone to the lounge. Shen Mo skimmed his lips. It's true that he can't do it when he's old. When Shen Mo entered the lounge, the 5 old bosses were smoking and feeling old, and scowled at Shen Mo. Shen Mo smiled. I didn't play. I'll settle the bill myself later. Mr. Jean skimmed his lips and teased. No need. No surprise, your wife gave the nod. Shen Mo was instantly startled, but he didn't say much. Mr. Lu threw Shen Mo a cigar and continued the topic from the beginning. Actually, we don't have any grievances against the group. Like you said at the beginning, the personnel system, well, it's been working for decades. We've all been using it for decades. And the problems that are occurring now are minor. Not to mention the fact that we're so entrenched within the group that these small problems can easily be solved. Shen Mo nodded. After smoking, Shen Mo accompanied the 5 old bosses to talk about life. The 5 old bosses told Shen Mo about how spirited they were when they came out to start their own business. That's really heroic. Mr. Yang said, do you know about the group's cooperation with the Zhou family? Shen Mo nodded, knowing. Zhou's hotels often order furniture from Lu's here. Ryu's group even has a stake in Chao's. The parties are mutual shareholders. Mr. Yang said proudly, I negotiated it down back then. With the chat, a series of history of that year appeared in front of Shen Mo. So much so that I was chatting so much that it was dark by the time I got out. Shen Mo invited the 5 old bosses to rub a meal in the small restaurant next to him. In these 5 old bosses, Shen Mo learned something new. Successful people, who can eat top-notch private dining, can also eat the $8 bowl of hot and sour noodles on the side of the road. In the same way they can drink a 30,000 bottle of good wine. They can drink a $6 bottle of Arctic Ocean on the side of the road and be able to lament that it's gotten stale. A man is only a man if he can bend and stretch. When Shen Mo returned home, Luyu was sitting on the couch reading her email. Warm porridge with small savory dishes was placed on the table. Homie, Shen Mo lamented. After sitting down at the dining table, Shen Mo talked about today's meeting in detail. Luyu nodded and smiled. I understand. They are not dissatisfied with the personnel system. They are trying to say that we have made merits for the group, and have shed blood for the old general manager Lu, and that nowadays the subsidiary's performance is not good, and there are reasons why we can't keep up with the times, and also there are reasons for the decline in the headquarters support. So, please give us some time, and better yet, give us some more facilities. Shen Mo was stunned. How do you hear these meanings? Liu began to explain to Shen Mo word by word. At first, they said to Shen Mo that they wanted to recruit extra people, and the group would not let them, meaning that the group's support for them was smaller, because they used to have these facilities. Immediately after saying that the group's hiring standards are costing them more, meaning that the general environment is not so good anymore. Bath Center chat about the past glory, is to say that they are loyal to Lu's, for Lu's paid a lot. Now the age of the old, the ability is not very good, but Lu's cannot abandon them. The last thing I said about the so-and-so cooperation negotiated for the Lu's is that they still have the desire to forge ahead and hope that the group can support them again. That last roadkill is saying that they are still the same heroes who can suffer as they were decades ago. Grasping the grass. So many things? Honey, I'm still not fit for work. That's not even obvious to me. Shen Mo was sincere. This human heart. Too much heart. Yanuki smiled slightly and said blandly, "Work is still work, because you have potential. If you can't understand it, you can listen to it later." Chapter 87 Problem Solving. Shen Mo was bitter. Why? Why won't my wife leave me alone? Because you're the one I love. Yanuki said silently in her mind. Because I love you. I want you to be good. I want there to be less gossip out there. I want you to experience the joy I can experience. I want you to enjoy the beauty of the world. And I want you to have the ability to ride the waves alone in the future. Luyu felt that many people would say that her idea was selfish, but Luyu felt that if she loved Shen Mo, she should teach Shen Mo the ability to ride the waves alone. If one day there was an accident and the two were separated, Shen Mo would be able to survive on his own. At the very least, when Shen Mo one day in the future suddenly wants to make money, he will not be unable to do so at all. Of course, Willow Moon preferred another phrase for this matter. Love him and give him what is most precious to himself. The most precious thing Willow Moon felt was not her body or her vain love. It was her ability. It's your own ability to cross them all. However, what made Luyu happiest was Shen Mo's state of mind. Shen Mo did not feel tortured from the beginning to the end, and was always able to carry himself. When Shen Mo finished the bowl of porridge, Luyu served him another bowl and peeled eggs for Shen Mo. At the dining table, under the warm light, the husband, who has worked all day, is drinking porridge, while his beautiful wife looks at him with loving eyes. It's wonderful. Only, after we eat, hubby, we're going to get back to making babies. We're a minimum of 3 kids. Luyu's words made Shen Mo almost spit out the porridge. No, we had a great time yesterday, and we're still doing it today? Although Shen Mo liked it quite a bit, he couldn't come every day. Can't really carry it. Luyu sighed. It can't be helped. Who let our family have too much family business to inherit? And then there's my age. The last sentence was soft, and a touch of sadness emerged from the corner of Willow Moon's eyes. This was Yanuki's biggest pain in the ass. She's 30 years old. It's going to be 31 soon. It's considered old age. At this age, if you don't have children, the quality goes down. Yanuki was also anxious. Now she even needs to start preparing for pregnancy instead of just playing around and getting pregnant like a young teenager. Most importantly, Luyu sighed in her heart as she looked at Shen Mo's young face. The other guy's only 24. It reminded Luyu of a video she had swiped online. What does a 6-year difference mean? It represents the fact that you're in your freshman year of college and your boyfriend is in the 6th grade. Represents the time when you could be drinking and your boyfriend is still watching Ultraman. It represents the fact that while you're enjoying your life with your sisters by clubbing and not bouncing, your boyfriend is struggling for his midterms. The difference? It's that obvious. The corners of Shen Mo's eyes trembled slightly. He could understand Luyu's thoughts, but the young body couldn't carry it every day. So, Shen Mo began to learn the online sleep aid massage and gave Luyu a soothing relaxation. Pray that Yanuki falls asleep early. Dodging is impossible. You'll just have to bend the rules. Too bad it didn't work. Because when Luyu said that there was a little girl in your company who seduced you, Shen Mo felt that he had lost. However, Luyu did not make things difficult for Shen Mo, and gave Shen Mo a massage to loosen up afterward. Theoretically, with both of their wealth they could have a professional masseuse at home. But right, someone else's press is never as comfortable as a couple's press on each other. That's probably one of those couple flings. At the breakfast table, Luyu, who was dressed in professional attire, sent an inquiry to Shen Mo. What do you think should be done to tilt resources to those 5 subsidiaries? Shenmare was in deep thought. The best thing to do would be to recommend the ad space for the game Xiaoji was talking about to the 5 old bosses. After all, resources are limited, and if we cannot develop new sources, we will have to tear down the east wall and mend the west wall. But once the wall is torn down, there will be new people with damaged interests, and there will be problems. But new problems have arisen. Will it make people think I'm meddling in Ryu's internal affairs? Will this make people suspect that I want to be Wu Zetian? Tangled. Shenmare had a bit of a headache. Here's the solution to the problem, but he's a little less afraid to use it. Luyu smiled and bent her eyes. Shenmo's heart analysis was right. This is really the best solution. That's why Luyu smiled and spoke. Honey, mind if I use your company's resources? Shenmo was slightly stunned. Luyu speaks out the advertisement space of the game of Xiaoji's foundation, and she is going to use this to give 5 companies a resource tilt. Shenmare was overjoyed. Honey, what's mine is yours. Not to mention, the company still has your shares. It's great. My program is right. So happy that my wife is helping me solve a difficult problem. Luyu smiled faintly and led Shen Mo along towards Lu. On the way, Shenmare sent a message to Johnny to come to Willow's. Preaching requires him to be in charge. Luyu also took the opportunity to send a message to the secretary that at 10 o'clock in the morning, a meeting was organized within the group. Participating departments, publicity, operations, product, and the 5 branch bosses of the word we. Hesitating for a moment, Lu Yu added the branch bosses of the other homes. Those who are not in Kyohai participate by video conference. If you are in Kyokai, you must be present. When Shen Mo and Lu Yu arrived at the company, the secretary had already prepared the meeting. That's the kind of efficiency that $1 million a year secretary possesses. As usual, Shen Mo didn't want to participate. As always, Yanuki strongly urged him to participate. At 9 o'clock, Johnny arrived and began to tell Shen Mo and Lu Yu about the promotion of their game's advertising space. All of these things need to be covered in a small meeting first. By 9:30, Willow Moon had a definite plan in mind. At 9:50, Shen Mo, Lu Yu led people into the conference room. The conference room was full at this point. Shen Mo nodded his head in greeting with the 5 old bosses at the beginning of the word we. The attendees all curiously sized up Shen Mo and Johnny. One is an ant who doesn't show up much, and one is an elite guy who hasn't been seen. There was no facilitator for the meeting. It was Willow Moon's secretary who took on the role on an ad hoc basis. The session was final and a bit rough, but that's normal. After all, there's only one issue. After everyone was seated, Lu Yu was the first to speak. I took a look at the financial reports of the last 3 years, and I found that the turnover of some of the branches had dropped a bit as per previous years. With one word, the hearts of the participants tensed up. The bosses of the 5 branches, starting with the word we, looked at each other and saw joy. I didn't expect Shen Mo to take care of it so quickly, and Lu Yu even agreed to divide the new resources for them. As for things like not giving benefits for meetings, they believed it wasn't something that Lu Yu could do. This kid, Shen Mo, has the qualifications of Allow AI. Ryu's operations manager and publicity manager instantly tensed up. The branch is under their jurisdiction too. Chapter 88. But there was no appearance of apologizing first. For the aging operations manager and publicity manager, it's good to listen before you talk back. Yanuki continued. A decrease in turnover corresponds to an increase in costs. So, I'm hoping you all can give me a reason why. Yanuki paused, waiting for a response. Mr. Jean and the others instantly understood that this required them to pass steps. The 5 of them glanced at each other, and the oldest, Mr. Yang, spoke up. Mr. Lu, I think the main reason for the decline in our subsidiary's turnover lies in the distribution of talents, publicity and sales channels. Personnel authority is with the group, and the quality of the people assigned to us is getting worse and worse. Like design talent, without the good ones, we're getting a bad image and going into a vicious cycle. The same goes for sales channels and publicity. There's no talent to open up, and the group headquarters is allocating fewer and fewer resources to us for promotion and distribution. That's what's making our brand progressively less competitive and our turnover down. The operations manager and the publicity manager get it. This is the subsidiary coming at them. That's not true either. This is coming over for favors. But it's understandable. They want to make money too. Lu Yu had the personnel director, Sister Yin, brought in. As soon as Sister Yen came in and heard this, she immediately spoke with an expressionless face. Subsidiaries do have the right to recommend talents. Like the 5 old bosses present today have all cited talents. And our personnel department also recruits immediately after the basic review is passed, and then assigns them under the old bosses who cited them. I recognize that there is a part of me that is derelict in my duties as personnel director, but I don't recognize that all of it is my responsibility. Sister Word spoke forcefully and with great directness. She also had backing within the group and wasn't afraid of the other side at all. Shen Mo, on the other hand, was a little surprised that the 5 old bosses didn't say yesterday that they had the right to make personnel recommendations. General Manager Yang and the others didn't change their faces and looked at each other. General Manager Zhang continued. Today, General Manager Lu brought it up. I believe it's not about dividing the responsibility, but to make the group change for the better. After all, the better off the group is, the better off we all are. Options like you have at director level, shares to get dividends, shares in subsidiaries like ours to make money. Right. This passage brings the issue back around. People don't meet to fight for power. What Mr. Young has just said means to raise questions, not to shirk responsibilities. We should all work together to seek to make the group better and earn more and more. Lu Yu smiled and nodded her head, blandly saying, Uncle Jean is right. We are not meeting today to shirk our responsibilities and divide the blame for the drop in turnover. After all, our group doesn't have a tradition of doing that either. It's always been about getting on with the problem. The main reason why I greeted you all together today on an impromptu basis is to discuss the issue of new publicity channels. Getting to the point, the human elves in the room were pumped up. Willow Moon beckoned, and Shen Mo got up with Johnny. Shen Mo smiled and said, Everyone, this is my company's promotion director and vice president. Next he will introduce the new project to you. Johnny graciously stepped up to the big screen under everyone's gaze and opened up the program he had prepared long ago to explain. Our Silver Games company has newly developed a dress-up game called Cloud Raising Warmth. One of them is called I'm a Big Designer and it allows for home decorating and clothing. The idea is to import various furniture data into the game and list the brands. When you players have designed it, we will present the results as a way to brand it. And our game now has 10 million player users. The main thing is, it's all real players. Because this program is free, it's inevitable that there will be a lot of people playing in the future as well. The conversion rate is unknown at this time, but we are giving you all free services during the trial phase. After Johnny's introduction, the publicity manager and the operations manager and all the old bosses started muttering and conferring. Execution is definitely in order. After all, now they just need to provide a statistic. And this thing is still the ant Shen Mo brought, or the first time to bring. Direct refusal is certainly not. So, what everyone is doing now is discussing what this thing will do, and the subsequent value of it, the estimated price when it is charged, etc. Soon after, Mr. Wang spoke slowly. Johnny, right, this advertising space of yours, what is the price of the future charges? Johnny smiled calmly and gave an answer that stunned the crowd in the room. We will be focusing on Willow's furniture in the future. The rates will be split. We'll be working with third-party platforms in the future to charge for jumpstarts. Benefits. That's naked welfare. Willow's people were stunned. Regardless of future sales, regardless of the publicity, it's one more avenue anyway. And for businessmen, one more sales channel means one more money. It's dry. Turn around and dock. The operations manager pondered for a moment before saying, in that case, why don't we just upload all the brands under our name into the game? General Manager Yang and the other 5 old bosses became anxious when they heard this and hurriedly said, how can this be done? How can the new channel bet on all of Lu's products? We must let us subsidiaries try the water first. Regardless of what the future holds for this channel, they have to take the first bite. Not to mention, that's the rule that was set for us when we started the subsidiary. We, the subsidiaries, have a responsibility to open up new territories for the group. The 5 old bosses spoke with great eloquence and loyalty on their faces. But the operations manager rolled his eyes and said breathlessly, you can pull back. You just want to eat the first bite. When this channel is up, those of you who take the first bite will have established the field, and then everyone else will have to eat the leftovers. We are all foxes of 1,000 years. Maybe there is a gap in age, but there really isn't that much of a gap in Tao. So refuse, firmly refuse. Mr. Jean directly began to cry. Their subsidiaries were originally poor in the last 2 years. They must be given first. The operations manager sneered. You can work on yourselves. Besides, if the headquarters makes money, that's what the group makes. Arguing on the basis of reason and not backing down in the slightest. Soon, Shen Mo saw the 50-old man slamming the table, and the 40-strong man angrily scolded him for his shamelessness. The two sides tore into each other in a very ugly way, and a large group of non-local subsidiary bosses were spewing wildly in the video as they frantically fought for an unknown channel for their respective brands. Still, first in, first out. It doesn't matter if it doesn't blow up. If it does, it's a huge profit. Because Willow was really giving dividends. Everyone was really anxious. It's a matter of your own profitability. At this moment, Shen Mo understood something. Money is the driving force for everyone to move forward. Chapter 89, The Real Shameless. What impressed Shen Mo the most was Lu Yu, who could watch everyone argue with interest. The reason this argument finally ended was that when it came time for lunch, Lu Yu clapped the cards, with the subsidiaries taking up 70% and the group headquarters taking up 30%. Shen Mo wanted to keep Johnny with him at lunch, but it turned out that after people made sure there was no problem, they went straight back to Silver Games. In Johnny's words, his own family's food is better, but Shen Mo thought that Lu's group's rice was better. Uncle Long, the cafeteria chef of Lu's group, had once participated in a national chef competition. It's from 40 years ago. At that time, he had competed for the King of Kitchen, but failed. And in the end, the King of Kitchen was snatched away by a great lady from the capital. The other is said to be a descendant of the imperial chef. It's awesome. But Chef Uncle Lon is pretty good too. The chefs of Lu's group, and 90% of the chefs in Jinghai now, were all taught by Uncle Long. Because Uncle Lon used to run a chef training course. I have to say, people with a skill set can eat there. Take this skill to a certain level and life won't be bad. Just like Uncle Long, in the once national chef competition to get a place. Back to open the chef training courses to earn a lot of money. After old age, and the various hotels and restaurants titled can also get a lot of money. In the Lu's group here to mix, but also mixed quite well. Another reason why Shen Mo stayed behind today was that Uncle Long was making marinated noodles today. The marinated vegetables are grown by Uncle Long himself. The old man had his own vegetable garden on the outskirts of the capital C, which he cultivated himself. In Uncle Lung's words, I can sell this marinated noodles for $100 a bowl. Not everyone in the Ryu group can eat it though. The best part, the part that Uncle Long personally made, was naturally eaten by Luyu, Shen Mo and a group of executives. Other employees eat what other chefs make, but the flavors are all good. After all, the dishes are all the same. The only difference is the heat. Today's brine noodles are Beijing style and are eaten with one layer of brine and one layer of noodles. Uncle Long said he learned this from the capital city lady who got the title of the goddess of cooking back in the day. The other side is a great pasta maker. Noodles with brine is not great. The best is the clear soup noodles. When the chef competition broke up for a party that year, the other party made a clear noodle soup that everyone will never forget. The refreshing, fresh and not too nutritious texture, the lubrication of the noodles and the clear, transparent broth with the crisp baby bok choy. The flavor, it's perfect. After the meal, Uncle Long chatted with a look of reminiscence. Sister Yan, the personnel director, couldn't help but flirt. Uncle Long, you make a meal for us to try as well. Uncle Long was ashamed of himself. I can't. The operations manager laughed and said, Uncle Long, I see the movie staged to compete to the death, with an attitude that the old man is the best in the world. How come you still admire it? Uncle Long shook his head and cursed with a laugh. Where's all the you and me? Back in the day when we participated in the chef competition, everyone tasted and scored each other, and as long as they weren't unconscionable, they all made honest evaluations, so it's clear who's higher and who's lower, who's stronger and who's weaker, like that Missy who doesn't want to be named. People are just strong explosions. A bowl of clear soup noodles can conquer everyone. In today's terms, she is the god of fire. Everyone laughed. However, Uncle Long immediately followed with a dark expression. But there is also that situation where you guys say you're dead or alive. After the chef's competition that year, some of the people who didn't participate in the competition had said that our group of competitors were all feudal people and engaged in all kinds of abuse. Back in the day, the younger of us disliked it outright as well. Then both sides fought. A real fight. For a breath of defiance, the two sides had a private date, and several injuries went in. Shen Mo was stunned and said incredulously, Master, if they are unconvinced, wouldn't they just go directly to the competition? Uncle Long smiled. Because of participating in the competition they lost, so it triggered the physical touch. Next, Uncle Long tells them about an unexpected situation. It's basically a big battle between a group of people who are good at what they do because of jealousy, but have a bad mentality, play poorly, lose the game, and expose their character as being no good, and a group of youthful youngsters. It's the real war. As the saying goes, when you have a sword in your hand, you kill. Everyone is holding a chopper, even if the youngest is only 25 years old. That's 15 years of holding a kitchen knife, 15 years of killing chickens, ducks, geese, and fish in the kitchen, and all of them are people with hearts like water. So after the date is over, some people get hurt and can't hold a knife anymore, and some people go to jail. It also ruined the chef competition. Of course, that's certainly not what it says to the public. Uncle Long smiled and said, our group of people are also considered sinners, ruining one of the later chef's paths to promotion. But time passes and we don't regret it. These words made Shen Mo couldn't help but spit in his heart. Crap, you guys sure don't regret it. Unlucky a group of peers. You are famous again. The chef competition is cancelled. In the future the culinary assessment is you group of old people. You hold the chef industry's promotion path at once. Finally divide the turf. You go back to the Beijing Sea. Open the chef training courses. Monopolize the Beijing Sea chef industry by reputation. Big money, and then regret not overdo it, but eating the noodles made by others. Shen Mo was too embarrassed to dislike them to their faces. Uncle Long finally said, as the saying goes, if people don't do it for themselves, heaven and earth will kill them. In those days, everyone was just trying to stay alive, but Uncle Long still had a touch of gloom in his expression. A young manager listening nearby couldn't help but ask, Uncle, do you really have no regrets? In the middle of a midnight dream, don't you feel that what you did back then was excessive? Everyone was smart and could see through the essence of Uncle Long's words as Shen Mo did. That final parting, a banquet made by all the cooks together, could have been a celebration. Celebrate the fact that their group of winners can disappear from the chef's competition, and they can return to their respective cities to celebrate their careers. After all, historically, in those days, chef training courses and chef presentations could be lucrative, and Uncle Long's batch of old men can all be living it up, none of them poor. Even Uncle Long came here to lose because Grandpa Luyu invested in him back in the day and is an old friend with him, coming over to retire. But that didn't stop Uncle Long from making money out there in any way. Therefore, we are really quite curious. People do not take for themselves. Heaven and earth will be destroyed. These 8 words are so simple and easy to say. Uncle Long glanced at him and said quietly, no regrets means no regrets. If you have to regret being the victor, the winner, that's just pretentious. That's just real shameless. Chapter 90, so outrageous. Anyway, there were no outsiders in the vicinity. And the interested Uncle Long continued. In the old man's opinion, you can use all sorts of means to gain victory. It's not something earth-shattering or shameless because everyone is trying to survive. Because those people are standing up and calling us names. And they're doing it for the fame. For the visibility. So everything turns out they're going to have to live with as well. And the real shamelessness is when you win and then you have to preen about how you didn't have the best tactics back then and how you're sorry for whoever it was. Isn't that the equivalent of saying that you can't even win against someone as pretentious as me when you step on a horse? So are you a special loser? More importantly, by focusing your victory on the means rather than the craft when you're the one who regrets it, aren't you telling everyone that it's the one who loses who's the one with the best craft? And aren't you insulting us, your comrades? That's why regretting pretense is the real shamelessness. Uncle Long said it naturally, and those present smiled. It did make sense. After all, when the other side came out and said that their group of chef contestants were all vain and were messing around for the sake of fame, it was already proven that the other side came out actually for the sake of fame. And even if it wasn't, you stood up for yourself. And didn't you gain notoriety? When you gain fame, you don't gain wealth. Unless you don't want them. But is it possible? Would anyone have a reputation and easily gain wealth and then call it quits? Odds are there aren't many. But the group that was defeated and didn't get to share in the big cake behind them certainly didn't call it quits. So there's no need to be sorry. The other guy kind of deserved it. Listening to a game of gossip and knowing some of the victor's insights did not in any way deter anyone from continuing their work in the afternoon. After all, these can't affect the lives of cows and horses. Shimmer defines himself as a cow horse as well. It's just a difference in who they serve. On the way back to the office, when no one was around, Lu Yu suddenly spoke up. There are chef competitions now, but they are all organized by the winners of the year, and they will occasionally come to invite Uncle Long. But most of them are rejected, and only on rare occasions will Uncle Long go. Shen Mo was a bit confused. What was the meaning of these sudden words? I don't understand. But forget it, there's no need to have to understand. Lu Yu smiled. She was trying to say that Uncle Long wasn't as dashing as he made himself out to be. In fact, as he gets older and lives with abundant supplies, he still regrets a little bit that he did too much back then. So now he's not too keen on showing up and continuing to rake in the cash. The two returned to the office and Lu Yu asked Shen Mo to call Meng Bai. Silver Games now has shares in the other side and needs to give the other side a word about the operation. It doesn't matter if you don't say it, but it's time to be notified. The first time, it didn't connect. Half an hour later, dialed a second time, got through and hung up again. Received a reply. In the melon. Do not disturb. Shunmare was stunned. Big sister. Is eating melon more important than my phone call? Don't understand and don't want to respect. Still, Shunmare didn't continue to harass. Yanuki smiled at this. 2 hours later, Meng Bai's call returned. After picking up, Shen Mo was the first to speak. What kind of melon are you eating, to be so serious? Meng Bai's excited voice came from the phone. It's true or false, young master? Old excitement. Shen Mo was stunned. And Lu Yu, who was dealing with her work, similarly looked up and motioned for Shen Mo to sit over. Meng Bai said excitedly, you know about the Meng family's bankruptcy with the surname Zhou, right? Shen Mo No there are still you and Wang Chuanxing's operation inside. You are not now taking over the Meng family's legacy, ready to save the Meng family's company through the injection of capital to cut out the high-quality assets. Meng Bai continued. Surname Zhou also had an affair with a female university when he got involved with that good sister of mine. The melon came from that female university. Shen Mo's body shook. Please speak. After dealing with the Meng family, when I was about to deal with the Zhou family's assets, this female named Zhou Siyu jumped out and she was pregnant with Zhou Xing's child. Shen Mo and Lu Yu's body shook. Just outrageous. Meng Bai's excited voice rang out. What's even more outrageous is that Zhou Xing is the real young master of the Zhou family in the capital who was lost some years ago. Zhou Siyu is the daughter of the Zhou family's nanny, and after she learned of it by chance, she approached Zhou Xing with the intention of returning to the Zhou family pregnant with Xing's child. What a bloodbath. Willow Moon agreed. However, Shen Mo immediately realized another problem. Then are you not in danger now? Zhou Xing's death. If it was said that there was no reason for Meng Bai, Shen Mo would not believe it. Meng Bai laughed. No, the climax is next. Zhou Siyu told the Zhou family about Zhou Xing's death. Zhou's parents gave me a call, saying that Zhou Xing had nothing to do with their family and Zhou Siwen was kicked out. Zhou Siyu is inside and out. Shen Mo and Lu Yu were dumbfounded. Is that Zhou Xing the real young master or not? Meng Bai said excitedly. It's the true young master. Didn't wander off on his own though. It was the Chao's parents who didn't want him. The cause of the incident was only learned through my various stumpings to find an old man who used to work in the Chow family. Zhou's parents were not in love earlier. Zhou's father cheated on his wife, and Zhou's mother had to leave the Zhou family with Zhou Xing. But this guy, Zhou Xing, was afraid of losing his wealth and refused outright. And for that he pushed the mother of the week, who was pregnant, down the stairs. You could say it's a born bad seed. Zhou's mother found out through her investigation that Zhou Xing was still cursing her behind her back about spoiling his riches. Honestly, I wouldn't have believed it if I hadn't been sure that the old man I found had once been the Chow family's nanny. Mother Zhou was so disappointed in Star Chow that she left on her own. Father Chow is happy about this because it means his son looks like him. But when Junior came into the house and had 2 consecutive miscarriages, Father Zhou realized something. It's not Father Zhou that Xing Zhou loves. It's the Zhou family fortune, the status of an only child. The young star of the week swapped Junior's vitamins for birth control pills. The young Cho Sing thought he was good at what he did and did it covertly. But in reality, none of that was a problem when Chow's father actually started looking into it. So, Zhou Xing was kicked out of the house by Zhou's father, and was only given a hit of living expenses every month. All of the Zhou family elders were disbanded back then, and Xiao Siyu and her mom went there later. So they didn't know. What the Zhou family is saying to the public is that Zhou Xing is lost. Ha 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 ha. The fake young master of the Zhou family that Xiao Siyu thought was born again later by Father Zhou and Mother Zhou, because Junior could never give birth again after 2 miscarriages. Father Zhou took back Mother Zhou, who could give birth to a son. And after a few hard years out there, Mother Chow realized she was done for and went back. Outrageous to the core. Chapter 91 Good luck Meng Bai. Shen Mo was speechless. This melon, it's just a little bit too big for its own good. It's also outrageous and a bit out of bounds, comparable to a romance novel. But, Sister Meng Bai, you'll make a lot of money this way. If Zhou's parents don't intervene, Xiao Siyu is a joke. And that company of Zhou Xing's is all yours. Although Zhou Xing's company is riddled with scandals, but after all, it is able to prepare for the listing of the company. The hard power of the foundation is still there. For example, there are a lot of variety shows, and movie rights to big hit TV shows. Those copyrights are the most valuable hard currency. Shen Mo had heard Liu tell of a film and television subsidiary of a certain smartphone company whose boss had run away, relying on the copyright of a Qing dynasty drama to have a turnover of $10 million a year. And that's just one play. Therefore, although the market capitalization of the film and television company has not been the highest in the group of companies, the profits have always been substantial. Meng Bai heard Shen Mo's words and burst out laughing. That's right, but while that makes me happy, it's not the happiest. What excites me the most is that I'm not even the Meng family's own daughter. Ha 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 ha. This sudden sharp turn of events left Shen Mo and Liu confused. No, what's going on here? The twist came as a surprise. No, it's outrageous, isn't it? Liu was stunned. This melon, it's too crazy. Meng Bai's happiness couldn't even be concealed. When I was packing up the Meng family's estate, I found a paternity test between me and my Meng parents. There's a reason people aren't nice to me and count me out, because I wouldn't be their real daughter. After I probed the area, I found out that a kind nurse switched me back after I was switched back then. The Meng family found out about it later, but for my value they went along with the whole child swapping thing and started acting. Even to be realistic, I was allowed to enter the Meng family's account book and succeed in inheriting the estate. I can only say one thing, good and evil will be rewarded in the end. It's only a matter of whether it comes early or late. 6 flipped. Shen Mo and Liu glanced at each other and jointly lamented. Sister Meng, you belong to the category of lying down to win. Meng Bai's undisguised laughter came out of the phone. The previous suffering is covered up by this tiger's tail ending. I am not suffering at all. They're all dead. And the next thing I know I'm alone and happy. Meng Bai is really happy. She wanted to laugh to the heavens right now, to deliver the happy news to everyone, and to say aloud, brothers and sisters of the mansion, you must have a conscience, or else you will be rewarded for good and evil in the end. Shen Mo waited for Meng Bai to finish laughing before telling about the cooperation between Silver Games and Luz. After listening, Meng Bai smiled and said, does it affect this year's year-end dividends? Shen Mo thought for a moment and casually said, it doesn't affect, because otherwise the pre-production period is also free publicity. Meng Bai said easily, then what else is there to say? You don't need to find me for such trivial matters in the future. Sister, I'm going to live a happy life next. Oh, by the way, can I have Silver Games external endorsement? I'll make a fortune on my own family's company first. Shen Mo replied bashfully, yes, no problem, wait for my good news. Meng Bai said with gusto. Shen Mo and Liu were a bit confused. How is this good news again? But the duo didn't care too much. The matter was settled after all. Shen Mer had nothing to do, so he went back to his silver gaming company. He's also going to look at the docking program that's coming up next. Lu Yu, on the other hand, had her own work to do. So she let Shen Mo go after telling him to remember to leave the time after half a month free. They were going overseas to talk about an investment in the Qin Foundation. The Qin Foundation is essentially not much different from an investment company. There are just two main things that Qin's fund does: investing and financial retirement. The purpose of its existence is to make money grow, so that the people of the Qin family can receive a nice dividend from it every year to use for survival. Qin didn't have a trust or anything like that, and relied mostly on investments. The old lady didn't used to give them out when she was around. She always ran this foundation. The old lady didn't put this out until just before she died. As for the reasons and so on, Qin Meng Moncler Outlet Store did not say, but Liu guessed that it was because the foundation was essentially a way for the old lady to make up for the damage the Qin family had suffered under her. Before that, it was all about building wealth. Incidentally, a large portion of this foundation's previous investments in the Northeast were in factories. The purpose was to provide work for the descendants of the townspeople who accompanied the old master, General Qinli, in the war. Yanuki even found a list of country party families from that year inside. I have to say, the old lady kind of did what the local lookout family should have done. At the same time, Lu Yu also understood why it was difficult for the ancient emperor's orders to be enforced in places where there was a presence of a family lineage. For a family like the Qin family that would maintain a party's economy, with the family's children immersed in all walks of life in a low-profile manner, so that everyone could have enough to eat and wear, in addition to copying and exterminating the family, it would be really hard to shake the foundations, because the Qin family has actually guaranteed everyone's job compared to the court decrees that don't know what the future holds. Therefore, after Lu Yu took over the Qin Foundation, she decided to still maintain the old lady's idea back then. When Shen Mo returned to Silver Games, everyone was busy with their own business. Seeing Shen Mo back, the operation lady immediately pulled Shen Mo to the office. A document of a document to explain. A project by project to analyze. In the words of the operations lady, gotta find something for the boss to do. Shen Mo sighed at this. He had the feeling of becoming a giant baby. So Shen Mo also began to learn in earnest. In the end, what analysis? The environment is important. The teacher is important. However, Miss Operation also said that the reason why she was willing to analyze and explain to Shen Mo bit by bit was because of this new knowledge involving the company's business. In order to prevent Shen Mo from coming up with messy ideas in the future, and to take a precaution in advance. Shen Mo is a little embarrassed, but okay. After an afternoon of study and work, Shen Mo went home happily after making sure that all was well and healthy at Silver Games. Just returned to the villa and just had dinner with Lu Yu. Shen Mo was attracted by the hot search, and the same with Lu Yu. The reason is that Meng Bai is on the hot seat. Meng Bai put the Meng family's affair with Zhou Xing on the internet, but hiding the Chao family. In Meng Baifa's story, she becomes the complete victim, as well as the ultimate beneficiary. Meng Bai also tells the story of why she married Wang Chunshang, along with what she has been doing all these years since she disappeared. The main one is honest. This made a group of netizens who were eating the food lament that Meng Bai was awesome. Chapter 92, Joy. Shen Mo began to brush the netizens' messages under the hot search. Why am I, who also suffered a lot, not as lucky as Sister Meng? The same people who suffer. Why can Meng Bai be so powerful? Isn't it time for me to suffer a little in love and be cheated on? 6 flipped. The same patriarchal. Parents do not love. The result of Meng Bai Meng's sister is to win hemp. But I lost flipped. It can't be helped. Mainly because Sister Meng Bai Meng has this life. Is there a possibility that Meng Bai manipulated everything? Give it up. Whether it's revenge or some other reason. The police have already said that the deaths of Zhou Xing and Meng's parents had nothing to do with Meng Bai. So Meng Bai is destined to be the biggest winner. It doesn't matter if it's a winner or not. I think the most important thing is when I'm going to get rich. Don't you guys think that Meng Bai's luck is just too good to be true? A bit of a blessing in disguise? Oh, the luck upstairs is just too good to be true. And being blessed with a good fortune means that it's good luck for Meng Bai to meet a scummy man, be counted on, and finally marry an old man for revenge? Isn't this process a little too rocky? I'm curious now when Mumbai will get divorced. Compared to the divorce, I'm more curious if Sister Meng Bai, a former movie queen, will come out and act again. Sister Meng Bai's 30-year-old fan is here. I hope my sister comes out to act as soon as possible. Family, who understands the excitement of an old fan? Don't get too high upstairs. Don't forget that Meng Bai is a woman who married into a wealthy family, and she herself is now a thief and rich, so where else would she come out to act? Shen Mo laughed when he saw the comment. He thought Meng Bai's reply would be funny, and the truth is true. Meng Bai, I'll come out and act. I won't divorce Lao Wang for a while. I'll explain why I'm not divorcing. Because I'm not in the mood to find someone else and try for so-called true love. And the old king doesn't want to give his son a young son who will compete for the family fortune. So he'll pay for the money and I'll pay for the beauty. And we'll just live together for now. Incidentally, old Wang is a bit macho, but a good guy. He would share his own resources with me, support me in living the life I wanted, and give me enough security. So gentlemen, stay tuned for my new TV series in the future. This time I'm in the group with funding and will specialize in some of my favorite scenes and favorite roles. By the way, the first endorsement I pick up will be from Silver Games. Mengbai's reply was just as Shen Mo thought it would be, instantly setting off huge waves. No one expected Mengbai to reply so directly. Bringing money into the group, doing the plays you love, and not divorcing your husband because you want what you want. Such bold and direct words, so that the public cannot help but say, "Sister, you finally still upside down into what we dare not imagine." But along with that burst of fire is Silver Games. There was much speculation about the relationship between Silver Games and Mengbai. There were even malicious and bold speculations online that Shen Mo was related to Mengbai. This made Shen Mo couldn't help but roll his eyes as he replied online. "I don't have any personal relationship with Ms. Mengbai. After all, I'm only 24 this year. The reason she's endorsing Silver Games is because the company also has some of her shares, so the fertilizer does not flow outside the field. Burst of fire traffic must rely on their own family to eat well." The same blunt response left a crowd of netizens dumbfounded. "You guys really don't treat us like outsiders. Also, you guys are a resource monopoly. So envious." Unfortunately it didn't work any use. The next day Mengbai came to Silver Games to sign the endorsement contract, developed by Johnny himself. Immediately after signing, Johnny puts Mumbai on the air. One of the first things to get going was the Willow's Furniture branded room design trivia game. When Mengbai opened the live broadcast and began to play this small game and personally designed and personally selected the furniture in the game room, the netizens thought it was awesome to blow up. After all, the interface for selecting furniture contains a wide variety of Willow's branded furniture. You tap is and it appears in three-dimensional form. This game room you are also free to choose what type it is. And the rooms are designed to come out in 3 dimensions, belonging to the category that makes them instantly recognizable. The key is that you can save the image and print it off when you're done designing. The key thing is that all kinds of furniture, at your disposal. The bottom line is that this game is free. The netizens were on fire at once. This is the first time I've seen a game where you even design your own environment, whether people like the other types or not. But at the moment this game of personally designing and decorating your home's home furnishings is something that everyone loves to play. After all, who doesn't have a desire to personally design a home for themselves anymore? At the same time, also with the big traffic on the first day, the audience loved it and all kinds of branded furniture on the game were sold out. It's just a few small pieces, but it represents a good start. This made Lu Yu, Shen Mo, and the people from Lu's operations and branding departments happy. It's making money. However, Lu Yu immediately followed up with an order to Lu to strictly control the quality issue. In the case of quality, ensure the speed of transportation, never have buyer's remorse, the goods have not yet arrived, and then be returned. Willow Moon's goal is that we want to achieve as much as possible the goal of placing an order in the evening and having it delivered the next morning, because that's the only way the buyer is embarrassed to return it. Mengbai's endorsement made the game burst into flames much faster, and Xiaoxi was happy about it. After all, only by making money faster can the company's funds accumulate more and more. The company can grow bigger and bigger, and they, the game makers, can realize their dreams sooner, especially if Shen Mo is willing to support it. Mengbai was also very happy after the game furniture sold well. This represents the first successful battle of his second career. To celebrate, Mengbai fully demonstrated to the employees of Silver Games that I don't know anything about game technology, but I definitely respect it. Directly, the staff, nothing to say. The most luxurious 5-star hotel in Jinghai City to go. Tonight consumption, by the beautiful Ms. Meng to pay the bill. Shen Mo smiled at this and then brought his wife Lu Yu to him. "If you're going to dine with me, you'll have to bring your family along, otherwise you'll be in deep." At the table, Mengbai gave a burst of thanks to the staff. Because of their efforts, they proved Mengbai's investment vision. Because of their efforts, they proved Mengbai's eye for selecting products. Because of their efforts, Mengbai's second debut was a one-time success. So, Mengbai wrapped another big red packet for each person. After all, to the current Mengbai, this was all small money. When Mengbai finished getting excited, Lu Yu gave Mengbai a gift, Ryu's banner, starting with the word Hui, a joint spokesperson contract for 5 brands. Chapter 93, benefiting Lu Yu. There's also a web drama that Haya Media invested in together with Moonsilent Media. Adapted from the online IP Tomb Raider for the female lead, Mengbai covered her mouth in surprise. Is this where the resources come in? If you don't mind. There's also some skit IP that our gold agent thinks you'd be perfect for, and we wonder if you'd like to take it on. It was a little awkward for Yanuki to say that last one. The movie and TV show stigma circle is probably that movies look down on TV shows, TV sets look down on Netflix, and Netflix looks down on sketches. The further you pick it up, the more it falls off. Because big IP movies and TV shows are often invested tens of millions of dollars. Actor appearance fees often take up half, if not more than half, of a shoot, and fall into the category of making money and raising your profile. Whereas web series and short dramas are basically hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars of investment, and the occasional $10 million level. Actor income isn't the big one either. Of course, there have been some Netflix shows over the years that have become more expensive to invest in. Still, it's very weak overall, and the chain of contempt is still there. And Mengbai, no matter what, is a child star who started out as a teenage movie queen, and used to take on big scripts with hundreds of millions of dollars. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for Zhou Xing to get started by eating Mengbai's resources back then. That's really something to eat. Shoot, why not? The only thing I'm asking is for my Whitehill Entertainment to be able to invest along with it. At first, Mengbai wanted to merge the entertainment company inherited from Zhou Xing with Lu Yu and Shen Mo's media company. When the two merge, they are a powerful combination. But when Mengbai takes over Zhou Xing's entertainment company in its entirety, he realizes it's not that simple. She hesitated. There are no major problems with Star Chow's entertainment company as a whole, and after taking out the feuding, corrupt parts of the company, this company as a whole is on the upswing. Staffing is also very high. There are a lot of top stream writers, actors, stars, hosts, variety ventures, and potential artists. Mengbai even had to sigh a sigh of relief that Zhou Xing was scum, but his ability was really good. The deaths were real accidents. So Mengbai changed the name of the company. Let the old Wang help to hire a professional manager after the operation alone. Now Mengbai's idea is that there will be no more mergers and acquisitions, but there can be project cooperation. Yanuki shrugged. Of course, project cooperation is normal, as long as you, Mengbai, don't mind the shame. This treat, which Mumbai paid for, was eaten until the latter part of the night. Because he was happy, Mengbai invited everyone to sing and dance again, and once they had fun, they were late, forced to do so. Shen Mo gave another day off the next day. Of course, that's what Shen Mo wanted. Early the next morning, Mengbai flew to Urban in high spirits. A week later, Mengbai is the heroine of the short drama I'm Not a Stepford Wife, but a female bully was online. Very fast. It also caused huge fluctuations. Once a movie queen, now she's gone on to do sketches. This has to be seen. It doesn't matter if the script is good or bad. It's just a way to see if the Queen of Shadows is doing a skit in the same genre that we usually like to watch. Because it can be seen here whether the preferences of the movie queen are the same as the ordinary people. The day the skit went live, Shen Mo and Lu Yu were also in front of the TV. Soon after, he saw Mengbai spitting out the bossy quotes with his stunning face and sexy lips. By joining forces with me, you can only reap benefits. No love. Men, don't play with fire. Beware of drawing fire. This woman is under my protection. Where is it the turn of you rotten cucumbers to bully her? Laughing to death. I, Meng Qingyue, have money, face and ability. The people chasing me can line up from here to Paris, France, and still care about the love of a man like you? What's wrong with a second marriage? I'm the 8th marriage, and there are plenty of people to marry if I say I want to. Who says women can't like girls? The gender is different. How can it be true love? I don't need money from you to spend. So who are you to order me around? Buying my company? I'm the one who put you out of business and picked on your company. A dominatrix has to concentrate on his career. Love is just an embellishment. So little boy, what makes you think I'm going to love you just because you crawled into bed? I'm drunk, not dead. Call the police. I'm a woman. You're a man. And look who you arrest when you call the police. What's wrong with husband and wife? Is it okay to go against a woman's wishes? After reading it, Shen Mo and Lu Yu were in a trance. OMG. It's so greasy, but it's also too charged. Worthy of a great beauty. Is to say such a greasy line also let a person's mood surging? Cannot help but indulge in its beauty. Open the comments section and see all the reviews as well. OMG. I can't believe I was seduced by beauty. It's worthy of being a human wife, a vengeful woman, a president, a rich man, a noble woman, and other women with multiple attributes stacked on top of each other. Sister, kill me. Without saying anything, I have to download this skit. The plot is trashy and the lines are greasy, but it can't help that the female lead is a good actress and good looking. I have to say, the director knows how to cast. Happy. My sister's acting skills are online as always. This will be the first step for my sister to get back to the top tier of movie queens. Happy, excited, uplifted. Without saying anything, let's follow my sister's account first. Explosive fire. Mumbai's traffic has returned to its peak overnight. And once again, it has brought the Silver Games game to life. That's the way fame is, rolling in profit. But there is a downside to this downfall, as some over-the-top stars are trying to get into the skit market as well. Mumbai has made an example. Why can't we follow suit? That might be a comeback path. 2. As a result, the value of sketch actors has risen and the market has expanded. But the resources that would have belonged to sketch actors have become fewer, only because of more descending strikes. This caused many people to jump out and rage against Mumbai. Shameless, destroying the market and so on. Mumbai's response was simple and brutal. You can go to the Netflix, TV and movie markets. This is exasperating. You think the market is that easy to get into? Is it because we didn't want to go before? There was a lot of anger, but everyone could only tolerate it. Who let this circle be like that? The weak and the strong. The weak can only depend on the strong for charity. The strong can make their own bread and eat it. It's like what a certain director's wife said about her husband. You think it's my husband who doesn't want to specialize in filming and prefers to be a director? No, it's because no one is looking for us to make movies anymore. So we have to be our own directors and build ourselves a pie to eat. There are not many people who can stay hot in the river. But the one who profited the most from Mumbai's explosive fire was Liu Yu. Shen Mo also learned only after Mumbai was on fire that the business that Liu Yu was going abroad to talk about this time was an overseas short drama. With the explosion of domestic short dramas in the past 2 years, some overseas Chinese have wanted to try their hand at investing overseas. After all, this thing of short drama is mainly a short and quick, small investment costs, but bursting into flames with high returns. A few $100,000 invested in a show that catches fire and could make hundreds or tens of millions. Chapter 94, Fearful. And the Shen Foundation just happens to have a stake in a movie and television company overseas. It's still a stake in a major movie and television company spread across the globe. Willow Moon could totally use the other side to put domestic skits out there. Using Liu Yu's past experience, those wolves in foreign countries were the type that really didn't mind meat for dinner. What's wrong with a goose and a gander? They have to turn the ground over and eat it. For those hungry wolves in foreign countries, we have to take a bite out of all business, big and small, and there is absolutely no such thing as too much. Sure, gotta make money. After Liu Yu took over the Shen Foundation, the first project she was going to do was to integrate the resources of short dramas and place them outside the country. Successful. One can prove their ability to companies outside the country that have cooperation with the Shen Foundation. Secondly, it was able to prove his ability to the people of the Shen clan. An important part of the group's operation is the integration of resources. The only way to reduce costs is to integrate resources on a large scale, so that profits can be expanded and benefits can be expanded successfully. In order for the trip abroad in half a month to go smoothly, Liu Yu grabbed Shen Mo as a strong man and asked him to help organize the resources for the short dramas of Haya Media and 3 Provinces Entertainment. And, of course, there are resources for short plays from smaller companies. Those smaller companies are not capable of exporting overseas. Shen Mo would then need to visit them one by one and negotiate this cooperation with them. Negotiation. A skill that Shen Mo hadn't been able to exercise in the past few years. For this reason Yunuki personally taught some negotiation skills. The main fight is a vicious one. In the words of Liu Yu, this short drama resource integration, we are the channel side, is also considered to be the A side, is to send money to the other side, so we must not wimp out, be A-okay with it. The cost to us of this resource consolidation is not small, so we cannot concede defeat, etc. After a walk down, Shen Mo had just one feeling, really tired. Negotiate with various sketch companies and studios to finalize prices, how much resources the other side can offer, etc. Really tired. But the effect was also very good. At the very least, Shen Mo felt that he was now terribly strong. During this half-month period, Mengbai made another short drama called Flash Marriage Husband is the Richest Man. Mengbai felt that it was just very six, and this big sister was still addicted. Time turned to the day of leaving the country. At the airport, Shen Mo looked at Shin Jia, who was talking cheerfully with Liu Yu, with a puzzled expression. Why is this great lady here too? Unhappy Obviously it should be a solo business trip with his wife. Why is there a big lady following him? Ugh, tough. Liu Yu talked with Shin Jia while giving Shen Mo an amused blank look. You this guy, the idea can be really marvelous. Besides, we are going to the beautiful country, how can we not be alone? Shin Jia soon also saw Shen Mo's bad face and teased. I'm going abroad on a business trip. We have cooperation there and won't be traveling with you all the time. Shen Mer breathed a sigh of relief. That's okay, but I will be staying at the same hotel for the last few days. So, dear brother, you'll have to put up with a lot. Shen Mo was instantly speechless and didn't want to speak anymore. You sleep with my wife if you can. Yunuki wanted to laugh, but she held back. Because you can't play with your cell phone. Time on the plane is boring and people often have no choice but to sleep. After all, chatting affects other people. And that's bad. Luckily Shen Mo picked up a book called Fortress at Sea. For this novel, Shen Mo's evaluation is not bad, much better than the movie that was shot. The reason why Shen Mo knew about the movie adaptation of this novel was still because of MS. 1. Yeah. This is the hardest investment MS. Vineyard has ever lost money on. That fresh meat in the lead role is also under MS. Vineyard's employ. So much so, that Fortress of the Seas made MS. Vineyard lose her head. The only thing that came out of it was that MS. Shen Hao took her out for a few days to comfort her. In Grandpa's words, it came back red hot. One look at it and it's a lot of fun. The plane arrived at the station without finishing a book, and Shen Mo put the book down, hoping the others would see it as well. The book is still good after all. Just because a movie is made, doesn't make the original bad either. It was only when he got off the plane that Shen Mo realized what the luxury of the rich was like. Modified limousine, 22 male bodyguards, 2 personal female bodyguards. One could guess from the bulging pockets of these bodyguards that there might be other weapons inside. Get in the limo and make your way to a 6-star luxury hotel in the city center. As soon as I got out of the car, a manager came up to greet me and take my curtsy. The 2 rooms are next to each other and were prepared long ago. As soon as he entered, Lu Yu had Shen Mo and the female bodyguard check the entire room. The female bodyguard even brought in 2 boxes afterward. Open all the real ones. I really don't want to leave the country if it's not for business. Ryuki sighed in exasperation. Shen Mo was curious. What was going on? At the dinner table, Lu Yu and Shinjeja start spouting off about law and order abroad. Yunuki, the first time I came to the beautiful country, I met the shooting. I was almost taken by a stray bullet when a man who couldn't live because his family went bankrupt began to take revenge on society. Shinjeja sipped her water and directly spat. What do you call this? The first time I came or brought my bodyguards to the old district to inspect the dealer's store, I ended up meeting violent men rushing up to carry out the assault. If it wasn't for the loyalty of the bodyguards and my own slight knowledge of boxing, I would almost be finished. Yunuki took a bite of her steak and continued. Honestly, it's hard to imagine that this was once the lighthouse country of the world. The few times I've come this way, I've always met something unexpected. Transgender, white sugar suckers everywhere, multiple gender ideologies, homeless people on the streets. It's really unimaginable. Shinjeja shrugged her shoulders and said helplessly, there's nothing I can do. Hulet even so. This country's economy is still good, and it's still the distribution center of world trade, so we still have to come over and do business, even at the risk of my life. At night, when the lanterns were on, Shen Mo saw a police car constantly patrolling downstairs at the suite window. Shen Mo queried, wife, this high frequency of police car patrols will still appear the kind of situation you said? Shen Mo was a little disbelieving. Yunuki swept downstairs. It didn't used to be over here. Only after we invested in a hotel here and made extra donations to the nearby police department, we, along with a number of other businesses in the neighborhood, donate an additional $5 million a year in funding to the neighborhood police department. Lu Yu thought for a moment and then added immediately, ever seen the money empire made on Hong Kong Island? The cops here are a lot like the ones in that movie. And how much you need them to contribute depends on how much you pay. It's crazy. Shen Mo looked at the neon flashing world and spat incredulously in his heart. It was really hard for him to imagine that this was the same world as at home. At the very least, there weren't many times in the country where Lu Yu was with a personal bodyguard. Here, the bodyguard sleeps next door and is on call 24 hours a day. You could tell that Yunuki was scared. Chapter 95, Seducing, Hitting. And while Lu Yu was scared, Shen Mo was excited. Something better not be wrong, or I'm going to have to show off in front of my wife. I, Shen Mo, am a street bully who can beat up 5 hooligans with my bare hands. So, thanks to my grandmother for letting me learn martial arts back then. What does it mean that you can use it without, but you can't live without it? Shen Mo thought that was it. By the way, when you go back this time, make sure you practice your gun shooting skills hard. If danger is abroad, be sure to practice a variety of skills in advance. Even if it's no better than a professional, you have to make yourself self-defense. As Lu Yu listened to Shen Mo's heartfelt words, a smile gradually rose at the corner of her mouth. That's so nice. Luckily there were no accidents all night. After breakfast the next day, Shinjeja left with her bodyguard. Her task was to negotiate cooperation with the dealers over here. Shen Mo and Lu Yu, on the other hand, took a car to the other end of the city, where there was a movie and television company called Westover. Along the way, Lu Yu introduced Shen Mo to the Westover family. The owner, also named Sifo, is the head of the Sifo family in this generation. Lu Yu called their family the Old Money family. The family has been around since there were movies and has stood tall as the times have gone on. Even today, It still sends all kinds of big movies with stars all over the world every year. But in the last few years, with the rise of the Big East and the strengthening of national self-confidence, it's getting worse and worse for Westover to make money with those they represent behind them. After all, one can't rake in the dough at Eastern University. Like in the old days, they could roll in a few $100 million pretty dollars in the East with one movie. Eastern University is their ticket. Of course, Willowmoon makes a point of saying that there's also a reason for their declining quality. After all these Western stars in the beautiful country have all kinds of problems, but that doesn't bother the Seaver family. The Seaver family has evolved over time and has long since become more than just a movie and television family. Antique collecting, real estate, stock investments, and the guns and ammo that characterize the beautiful country are all avenues of money coming into the family. Anyway, it's a big family, and one of the reasons why the old lady has a stake in Westover is because the old lady was an interpreter in that War of Aid back in the day, and another is that she used to buy guns and ammunition from the family privately. Well, to paraphrase great-grandpa, we were the earliest buyers of guns and ammunition sold by the Seaver family, and we provided the starting capital for that market. The business was only gradually cut off later with the rise of our country. But these are not the main thing. The main thing is that when the old lady negotiated with the Westover family back then, she cut down the proud youngest member of their family, and hit the backbone at once. Shen Mo made a note of it. Now that there's a new person, will this family still play the trick of dismounting? Well, one has to be careful, and in case they get into trouble, they have to be squashed at the first opportunity. Absolutely no wimping out. You can't disgrace the old lady. Shen Mo's heartfelt words made Lu Yu smile slightly. What delightful words. The car pulled up in front of the Westover Corporation, where a handsome Western man was already waiting. The close-fitting suit set off the man even more handsomely, especially with his beautiful blonde hair and upturned features, which, combined with his youthful countenance, could be described as perfect. Shen Mo took the lead to get out of the car, opened the door for Lu Yu and stood behind him. The man was the first to speak. Hello, Ms. Lu Yu, Mr. Shen Mo. I'm Henry, Sifo. You can call me Henry directly. Yanuki smiled slightly. Good, Mr. Henry. Shen Mo, hello. Please come with me. Without saying much else, Henry led the way straight ahead. I can see that he should have investigated ahead of time. On the way, Henry introduced himself to Lu Yu and Shen Mo. He is the current confirmed successor to the Seaver family, his grandfather being Seaver Sr. Incidentally, Henry also described his education and the artist business he is now in charge of at Westover. Immediately after that, he started to talk about his management methods and future goals for his artists, as well as generating revenue and so on. Yanuki kept smiling in the face. Shen Mo, on the other hand, looked a bit odd. There is always something wrong. Yanuki mentally spat. Of course it's not right. When a person introduces themselves frantically, then that person must be lacking in substance. It's like some people in this country, going crazy about how rich they are, when in reality they're probably about to go broke. It's true that there is such a thing as how can people know how good you are if you don't tell them, but in reality, when you initiate the introduction, it already proves that you are weak-minded. That's why a good investor doesn't listen to what he's told, but thinks carefully about what he's saying. Similarly, good entrepreneurs don't focus primarily on finding money, but go for the hard work of making money first and then finding it with their own excellence. In the words of a successful entrepreneur plus investor in the circle, you have no money. The bank dares to give you a loan? Investors dare to compensate you for a lonely throw? Banks or investors? That's the icing on the cake. Not many are willing to send charcoal in the snow. So Yanuki smiled slightly at Henry's behavior. In his excitement, Henry took Lu Yu around to the artist department again and saw several famous singers and actors. Yanuki very skillfully communicated with them in a foreign language and told the biographies and representative works of these people. Shen Mo's entire body was stunned. My wife. So awesome. Lu Yu calmly smiled. Surely it is necessary to do homework well. Unfortunately, the conversation hadn't lasted long before it was interrupted by a blonde, blue-eyed, self-proclaimed secretary of Old Westover named Catherine. A great beauty. Old Sifo has an invitation. Catherine and refuses to be followed by Henry. Yanuki smiled weakly at Henry. Mr. Henry, you really are very good. Henry's face was unchanged and he said calmly, then I wonder if I could have you for dinner later. Just the two of us. Shen Mo was shocked in his heart. Here comes the digger. No way. Lu Yu refused decisively. I'm a married woman. I can't have dinner with someone else. Gotta watch the impact. Henry glanced disdainfully at Shen Mo and smiled. Beautiful Ms. Lu Yu. In our beautiful country, it has always been the strongest with the beautiful. I believe that given time, you will see how good I am. Lu Yu's face turned cold. Shen Mo rushes up and throws a head kick that sends Henry straight over the top. grasping the grass. Can't stand a little This is not putting me in the eyes in the slightest. But immediately afterwards Shen Mo tensed up. It shouldn't be impulsive. Henry was furious and ended up being violently punched by Shen Mo riding on top of him. Can't stand a little I'm not a green turtle who can't wait until you really start chasing my wife before making a move. But, seeing as how Catherine didn't stop it, maybe I won't have a problem punching him. While thinking about this, Shen Mo quickly knocked Henry out. I learned this from an old man in the park. The old man said it was a skilled job. Chapter 96, Hard Dislike. Only after seeing Henry pass out did Catherine calmly step forward and greet the men to carry Henry out. Ms. Lu Yu. Mr. Shen Mo. Please follow me. This time it was Catherine who led the way. Take the chairman's special elevator all the way to the top floor. The bodyguard was taken into another room. Shen Mo and Lu Yu came to old Westover's office. At the first glance, Shen Mo felt that old Sifo was not a good person to get along with. Though gray-haired, he was also meticulously groomed. The face was nothing but serious and calculating. The key is not to put on weight, and the muscles are still faintly visible under the suit shirt. Shen Mo had no doubt that this was an old man who could get into a wrestling ring with his suit off. Lu Yu was the first to speak. Hello Mr. Cipher. I'm Lu Yu, the general manager of the Qin Foundation. We've emailed before. Cipher didn't say anything, keeping his eyes fixed on Lu Yu, grasping the grass. It's not possible that this old thing has a crush on my wife too. I don't know if I'll be able to get out of here after beating him up. Yanuki wanted to laugh, but had to hold it in. As if sensing something, old Sifo swept a glance at Shen Mo. You want to beat me up? Lu Yu's pupils snapped. Shen Mo's pupils similarly shrunk violently. Living hell. Old Cipher smiled disdainfully and gestured to the chair next to him, motioning for the pair to sit down. Then said to Catherine, tell Linda to come up in an hour. I want to have a chat with the two offspring. Yanuki and Shenma kept their smiles. Old Cipher pulled out a cigar and handed it to the pair. Politely declined. Old Sifo lit himself up and whispered to Lu Yu. You look a lot like that old woman. The moment you walked in the door, I almost thought it was the young her coming. Willow Moon did not speak. I went to war when I was young, fought in that unjust war, and was brutally beaten by you. That's also when I met the old woman who saved my life when I was a lad. That's why we've worked together since then. Old Sifo's eyes were full of memories. It was the worst memory of my 8 years in the military. 18 went to war, rose to the rank of second lieutenant at 22, and was in a unit that swept the world. An elite corps that has been undefeated in our country for 160 years. So I was proud until that battle came. In that battle, the army I was in lost and I was captured. I quit the war after that, too, to concentrate on business back home. Thought I was going to die when the old woman dug me up from the dead. So then I went into business with the old woman, sold her shares in the Westover Corporation, and established a long-term arms trade channel. Even went so far as to help her collect information on weapons specialists. But the old woman is a woman who gets her way. She keeps threatening me, taking money from me, resources. I have to say, she's pretty hateful. So, you guys know what I mean? Old Sifo put down his cigar and poured himself another glass of wine, his falcon-like eyes staring dead at Lu Yu and Shen Mo. Shen Mo's muscles swelled, ready to get up at any time, and bared his teeth and smiled before Lu Yu could say anything. Master, I've heard my grandmother tell stories about my own grandfather and my own great-grandfather. They went to war and were both participants in that battle you speak of. I have the bloodline of a victor left in my body, so it's only natural that I beat your grandson. You know what I mean? In this instant, the atmosphere created by old Sifo instantly shattered. My husband is awesome. Willow Moon lamented in her heart. On her face, Lu Yu laughed softly. Old master. No, Mr. Sifo. I understand what you mean. You've already paid back the old lady's saving grace from back then. So you want to take back the Qin Foundation stake in Westover and you want to cut ties with us. After all, you've been able to make less and less money off of Qin. No, I think it's Dongda. Over the years. Right. Old Sifo lit his cigar again and did not speak. But you're about to owe us another life. Lu Yu's next words produced a touch of shattering on the old Sifo's serious face. What kind of are you talking about, you girl? Lu Yu calmly said. Mr. Sifo, as far as I know, the major old families in Europe, the large capitalists in your country, basically all have investments in us. There are building large factories, and Mom lives over there. There's hanging out at our university over there. There are also those who move their main business to a branch office and put some of their personal property there. It's more of an investment company that's set up to make massive investments over there. Wouldn't you need it? Old West Buddha's face became embarrassed. He believed the truth in Lu Yu's words because he had also secretly invested in some entertainment companies. After all, you know what's going on in your own territory. But Old West Buddha didn't expect Lu Yu to speak bluntly. Lu Yu calmly continued. Mr. Cypher, are you sure you want to cut yourself off from Qin? It's in your best interest to work with Qin. Of course, I personally believe that this is Qin saving your life, just like years ago. No? After a long period of silence, Old West Buddha smiled and said, you and that old woman are indeed one and the same. The conversation is all so overbearing. In this instant, the aura of the old Westphalian Buddha unloaded, leaving only exhaustion. He is an ancient nobleman of this land. Although the family runs an entertainment company, there have been generations of soldiers and politicians in their family, and they have invested in businesses in all walks of life. So, he loved the kingdom dearly. But love is limited. I can't help it if the chair is a chair of death in this country. Every time I walk down the street, looking at men wearing women's clothes, at young people behaving strangely, at some veterans wandering the streets, old Sifo wants to ask how this country got to be like this. Even back when they lost the fight and were forced to withdraw from that battlefield, this country was a beacon of civilization for the world. He can still wear a black trench coat with a big blonde back, smoke a cigar, hold his head high, talk business with an old lady, and talk out of contempt for the other country and flaunt his own. Especially when one can point to some of the East Lords on the street who have come to this beautiful country to find work and survive, and smile at the old woman and taunt. So what if you have a history? We are the lighthouse of the world today. Even though the old woman was as tough as she could be, there was no way to refute her on that point. But not anymore. The wind and water are so strong that the old woman's great-granddaughter can come over and say, I'm trying to save your life again. The point is, it's still true. Old Sifo was upset and couldn't do anything about it. Who made this country so broken and twisted now? After all, a nation whose streets are filled with beggars can't really be called strong. Let's just say that it's just a matter of toughing it out. Chapter 97, Testing Qin. Old West Buddha's hardening didn't help. At the very least, Lu Yu and Shen Mo didn't care, and even mocked a little. After determining that there was no way to overpower Lu Yu and Shen Mo in terms of qi, Old West Buddha began to chat idly with Lu Yu and Shen Mo, continuing to tell the stories of the past. Only this time there was no pretending, only peaceful coexistence. Old Sifo told of the investments he and his old lady had made together in various parts of the world in those days, and of the rise and fall of nations he had seen in various parts of the world. I have to say that old guys who live a long time are a living history. For example, when the old man followed a certain 5-star general to make a fuss in the island country, he had really seen the condition of those islanders. In the words of the old man, it was a twisted country, extremely twisted mind. The upper class uses a target to attract the lower class to die with vigor, and then they themselves act as a bully. The husband had just gone to the front, and the wife was taken into her own home by a high official. Before the husband died, he told his wife that you no longer had a man and took the land into his family. Very twisted. This also sowed the seeds for the subsequent demise. Lu Yu didn't change her face at this and answered with a smile. Some things, you don't have to pick up on them, just assume he's full of. For his part, Shen Mo cheerfully discussed it with old Sifo, and inquired about the history of other countries, such as that of this pretty country. Old Sifo spoke more vigorously. Only when he was speaking, he got in a bad mood and began to talk about how their group of capitals had been making trouble in the world back in the day. I think back in the day, we capitalized on the international scene. Whichever country we go to, that country's economy will be strained, and we'll take a lot of money with us when we leave from there. That life, it's really cool. Old Cypher misses that life. Shen Mo, on the other hand, played dumb and said, and then you guys bumped into a ghost there on Hong Kong Island. Old Sifo was speechless. Little thing, can you talk? Say, aren't you in the entertainment company? How come you're still playing with financial companies? Old Sifo said faintly, to make money, it is definitely necessary to keep up with the east wind of the times. They're all rich, they look for connections and they get mixed up. Plus, the other side doesn't mind being more capitalized and more maneuverable, and admitting them is just to be expected. An hour passed quickly and the lady named Linda came up. This is a mature Western woman in her 30s and the managing director of Westover. Shenmare was a bit surprised to have an outsider as general manager. That Mr. Henry, it's kind of miserable. Willow Moon's eyes flashed with realization. Ms. Linda's business skills are strong, and she is direct and straightforward about the channel resources of Westover, and to make comments on the future model of cooperation. Split. Lu Yu didn't care about that. She was more concerned about the share of the short drama that the West had filmed on her own. Yanuki made the suggestion that the two parties set up a filming company together. Linda frowned. She was trying to Westover all by herself and didn't want to work with outsiders. But the resources for great sketch scripts are currently in the hands of Willow Moon. Of course, it's not like Westover doesn't have writers, but writers involved in short plays don't. We can't have movie script writers turning around and going back to writing that. In the end, it was old Sifo who tapped into the idea of a specialized sketch company, with the resources of the channel being assumed by Sifo. Shen Mo roughly estimated the proceeds. Willow Moon got it just fine. After all, we're all smart enough to know how to play the benefits. After the talk, Old Westfall also invited Shen Mo to have dinner with Lu Yu. The dining place is in the building behind the company. A whole building, all owned by the Old Westover family. Inside resides the Old Westover family, including Henry, who is seen. During dinner Lu Yu and Shen Mo also met the rest of the Sifo family. After getting to know each other, Shen Mo had one thought. It is worthy of being called the family of old money, from the old Sifo to his youngest granddaughter. In addition to the Henry who has seen, all behaved very well. There's no high and mighty, no drugged out, mixed up society look that's propagated in the national news. All of them, very polite. At the dinner table, old Seaver calmly announces that Henry has been kicked out of the line of succession. Then Shen Mo and Lu Yu met the ruthlessness of the Westover family. Everyone, including Henry's parents, didn't have much to say, calmly recognizing this reality. There wasn't even one person who asked why. It's as if it's not their loved ones who are down on their luck. Shimmer was puzzled by the situation. Perhaps it's because of this brutal competition that the Seaver family has thrived. When dinner was over, the members of the Seaver family left on their own, each one having something to do that belonged to himself, and not one of them stayed behind to keep old Seaver company. This made Shen Mo lament that this was not the same as the domestic family's mode of competing for favor. The Westover family seems to be about pure ability to compete, where some families in the country need to look at the older generation. Whoever the older generation bellows about can get on. So there will be the case of the 9 sons taking over and the son returning from a business trip to give the old man a pair of paintings. Old Sifo left Lu Yu to continue chatting with Shen Mo after the meal was finished. This chat was completely different from the one at the company, and Old Westover began to inquire about Lu Yu's affair with Shen Mo and the Qin family. In the words of old Shifua, that old woman hid very deeply and was never willing to tell him the specifics of the Qin family. Lu Yu smiled. We can't say. After all, our family is very special. Old Sifo smiled and didn't say anything more. At 19 o'clock, after it got dark, Shen Mo and Lu Yu got on the car back to the hotel. As soon as he got into the car, Lu Yu had the 2 bodyguards sit down next to the window, and he himself sat in the center with Shen Mo, and distributed the weapons. There's always a bad feeling. Yanuki murmured. Bang! The sudden sound caught Shen Mo and Lu Yu off guard. Looking at the cracks that appeared on the car glass, Shen Mo's pupils shrunk violently. In the next second, continuous firing sounds rang out. The driver slammed on the gas and quickly fled. There was no pursuit, as if to give a warning. Returning to the hotel, Shen Mo and Lu Yu's faces were both ironic. That's an upsetting thing to do. Who the hell is it? And no one is offended. It's one of the ciphers, or one of their rival families. That's one of the reasons I don't like coming to this country. It's real life threatening. Lu Yu's face turned blue. It can't be. Just one skit. It's worth an assassination? Shen Mo exclaimed in shock. How much money can you make from a skit that's done even remotely well? And it's still something that can be copied at any time. The reason Ryuki came here was more of just wanting to get to know the partner families over here. Otherwise, Lu Yu could have found someone on her own, set up a company, and just made skits all by herself. Willow Moon whispered. There's not enough interest in the skit. They're warning us. A careful analysis of the words spoken by Old West Buddha today will tell us that the old lady offended quite a few people back then. And the Qin clan is expected to have offended quite a few people when it expanded overseas. These people are here to test Qin. Chapter 98, Reprisals. What then? Grasping the grass. Brothers, the time has come to show my manhood. From this moment on, I am the king of urban soldiers, reborn and returned. Shen Mo inquired on his face, but inside, he was excited to the point of madness. Lu Yu gave Shen Mo a funny look. You really have a lot in mind. On the face, Lu Yu then smiled lightly. It's okay. Tonight, Henry will break his leg, and this matter will be cleared up tomorrow? Shen Mo was stunned. What do you mean? Lu Yu put her arm around Shen Mo, meaning that this matter is very good to solve, as long as you are tough enough. This was what great uncle Qin Meng had taught her before she came out. With the country standing behind us, there are some things and some people you can't wimp out on. Therefore, this night Lu Yu slept soundly with her arms around Shen Mo. That same night, Henry's leg was broken in his sleep in the hospital. Inside the Sifo house at night, everyone was sitting together. Old Cipher exhaled deeply and smiled to himself when he received the news of Henry's broken leg. That eastern country, it's really rising. The rest of the family members sighed together as they looked from side to side. Alas, have Linda send the list of attackers to Yanuki tomorrow morning. Old Sifo ordered and left. They didn't do the attack, but the family acquiesced. If Lu Yu foolishly chose to scout alone, Then the Cypher family was happy to see it happen. Unfortunately, Lu Yu chose to go the other way. I don't know anyone in this country but you, the Westover family, and I got into a conflict with your grandson. So, nothing more to say, everything that has happened to me will come back to me and your grandson. Lao dang. Resign yourself to your fate. This is a rogue hit, but it's this kind of rogue play that leaves nothing to be desired, just staring at you as a groundhog family to fight. You either solve the problem or provide ideas to solve it. Old Cypher hated the way Lu Yu handled the problem, but he didn't have anything too good to do about it. Sighing, Old West Buddha could only resign himself to his fate. The next day, when Shen Mo and Lu Yu got up to have breakfast in the hotel restaurant, Linda sat down with a dinner plate and first gave a list of names, followed by taking out a new profit-sharing contract for the short drama company. It's to apologize, Linda said softly. Yanuki looked away and nodded, accepting the apology. Willow Moon lined up a photo of the list and sent it out. Just in time for breakfast and dinner, Linda expressed her willingness to be a tour guide for Shen Mo and Lu Yu. Take a tour of the city. Yanuki readily agreed. It always seems that you two women laugh horribly, Shen Mo said silently in his heart, but it was the roadmap laid out by Lu Yu. After breakfast, the first stop was the old part of the city. While Linda was presenting the history and stories of Old Town, a car accident occurred next to it. Linda looked at it and said, "It's a Gordon family car. They and our Westover family used to be rivals and have declined in the last few years." Yanuki shook her head and sighed. "That's horrible." The second stop was an antique collector's store, which Linda described as so famous that it has been around for 100 years and is one of the sights of the city. The owner's family has been pawning and exhibiting antiques for generations. As Lu Yu and Shen Mo admire the treasures here, a shooting occurs outside. Linda went out to have a look and came back to explain. "It's not a big deal. It's the first lady of the Faluna family who was attacked while she was shopping. It's normal. Odds are that a rival family did it. Alas, this country is becoming more and more dangerous. It's better on your side. Banning guns." Yanuki smiled and nodded. "Yes, it's still civilized enough where we are. This country, it's getting more and more degenerate." The third stop was to see the river, and Linda smiled as she explained that several waiting meetings in this country had been talked about on the river. During the introduction, a boat on the river suddenly raised fire. Willow Moon smiled. "It's not a good day for traveling. More than unfit to travel. It's simply too dangerous. It's horrible. Want to go home." Ryuki sighed, unable to return yet. When Lu Yu and Shen Mo returned to the hotel, they only saw that the current affairs news on the TV was broadcasting various sudden events of the day. In the words of the moderator, "It's not a big problem, and the frequency of occurrence is only up 1 percentage point from yesterday." Shen Mo was speechless. "Come on, car accidents, shootings, cruise ship fires, etc. all in one day and you guys don't care? Isn't that outrageous?" The fact is, not outrageous enough. That night, in the city's largest, oldest hotel, Old West Buddha held a banquet, which Lu Yu attended with Shen Mo and Shin Jejia. As soon as he stepped into the banquet hall, Shen Mo met quite a few famous old men. They smiled and invited Shen Mo 3 people to the small conference room on the upper floor. 3 words showed that Lu Yu was really a young hero, and then generously said that after Lu Yu to do business, "Feel free to talk about it, and we will only talk about business in the future, and not about other things." Lu Yu also smiled and said that the previous ones were greetings, point to point, and that we would have to work together on more and bigger projects next. One of the old men even asked if Lu Yu was interested in the arms business. They could take Lu Yu a stream. Lu Yu smiled and refused. Not interested, but he could introduce Qin Meng to all of you. The 2 words Qin Meng made the old men's eyebrows jump wildly. It was as if he had heard some great horror. The old men politely expressed to Lu Yu their desire to live in the East for a while, looking to invest in some private industry and make some local money by doing some OEM factories. Willow Moon graciously agrees and suggests a couple of good projects. It's okay to cooperate and make money. Everyone had a great time discussing it. After the negotiation was completed and came out, the people in the banquet hall looked at the Lu Yu who was laughing and joking with the old men and had their pupils shrinking violently, and immediately understood. This is a ruthless person. Still, there were unknown young men at the party who got drunk and came to pick fights, provoking Shen Mo. The implication of the words was that Shen Mo was not worthy of Lu Yu. Shen Mo didn't hesitate to rush up and deliver a fat punch. The sharpness of the hand caused the old men, represented by old Sifo, to utter loud compliments about how handsome the young man was. Shen Mo smiled and said, "There's no way. My grandfather and great-grandfather were both soldiers who were killed on the battlefield." Shin Jejia raised her glass and followed. "The battlefield that cost Western University." A group of old men's gazes immediately grew respectful. Being a bunch of old, elite men, they knew that war back then all too well. Maybe not attended, but definitely understood. and they have more or less seen war. Back at the hotel in the evening, Luyu launches a new teaching to Shen Mo. Why do they respect us? Because we are ruthless enough to have a strong country standing behind us. So remember, husband, with coyotes, you don't back down. You just fight right back. For those who provoke, just dislike them. It's the only way they can treat you with respect. Being weak is not an option. Chapter 99, Difficulties. So, hubby, you did the right thing today. When faced with those who provoke you, you should fight up first. Luyu voiced her unhesitating appreciation for Shen Mo. Shen Jiajia, who happened to be in the room, rolled her eyes. Sister Luyu, do you ever feel like you're acting especially like the heroine in a romance novel with a mouth? Luyu and Shen Mo looked at her suspiciously. What do you mean? Shen Jiajia smiled and said, the logic in romance novels is that the hero and heroine are separated because of one disappointment after another. And these disappointments are all because the other person who is in love has no explanation. For example, in something like today, because you didn't open your mouth to defend it. Sister Luyu, Shen Mo will be disappointed. Why don't you open your mouth and defend me when you're obviously married? And then get disappointed. And then have a disconnect. When one day you go back late because you're drunk. Sister Luyu, Shen Mo will be scared, fearful, and break up and separate. And it all started because the side that made more money didn't ask for an explanation. So, Sister Luyu, you're the heroine with a mouth in a romance novel. Luyu and Shen Mo rolled their eyes together. Sick. Yes, 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 there is a disease. However, Shen Mo and Luyu had only just realized that Shen Jiajia, the next generation president of the Shen family and a woman of thunder and lightning, turned out to be a lover of romance novels, or the wife-chasing crematorium. So much so that Luyu couldn't help but say, this kind of literature, it's easy to read too much and not want to fall in love, right? Snorting disdainfully, Shen Jiajia rolled her eyes and sneered. I've been in 4 relationships since college, and basically all of them broke up because of money. How much more do you think I'm going to talk about it? The odds are that it'll be a business marriage from now on. He'll live his life, I'll live mine, with a prenuptial agreement in advance, and a divorce if my family goes bankrupt or his goes bankrupt. It's good to be realistic. Yanuki fell silent. Indeed, she knows Shen Jiajia's story. Shen Long does not allow Shen Jiajia to talk about her identity, and the cost of living has always been slightly better than the average student to a certain extent. So the first boyfriend that she talked about in college kicked Shen Jiajia after climbing up to a female second generation of rich people within the school. Oh, it was Shen Jiajia who decisively kicked the other party after she was green. Talked about the second boyfriend. Shen Jiajia slightly revealed a little identity, but because Shen Jiajia conservative, do not give each other to touch, and then cheated, was caught. A burst of ranting to Shen Jiajia, said you have money, do not give me to spend, but also do not give me to touch. I want you to do what? 3 views of a thief twisted. The third is Shen Jiajia talked about after graduation. The other party is Shen's employees. Shen Jiajia to start the pursuit, after being together also behaved very well, courteous, not to mention not requiring premarital cohabitation. However, he revealed his nature when Shen Jiajia accompanied him back to his hometown on New Year's Day, and surprisingly asked Shen Jiajia to buy all kinds of expensive things. Shen Jiajia did not care. It does not matter. The result is even more outrageous came. The other party is sure that Shen Jiajia fell in love with him, but even took out some of the feudal remnants. Not let Shen Jiajia on the table to eat. Let Shen Jiajia to build a house for their family. His father and his mother proposed the bride price is not. The dowry has to give 10 million. But also to give that man's brother a child. Shen Jiajia realized at that time that the man's reason for asking to live together before marriage was that he was a eunuch. Shen Jiajia could be described as furious and was directly about to leave. Even more outrageous came when the other side came to force love. Fortunately, Shen Jiajia was smart enough to arrange for a bodyguard to follow behind her in advance when she came, which prevented any accidents. The triple whammy nearly broke Shen Jiajia, but fortunately is not a relationship brain herself. The 4th paragraph is the most outrageous. The other party is a small family in Jinghai, which is also considered to be a door-to-door family, or a family that lives on the order of the Shen family. It's logical that it should be good. After all, you're relying on Shen for a living, so what are you picking at? As a result, before the conversation got much better, the other party's sister jumped out and stated, my brother is just using you as a stand-in, and it's all Sister Lin that we like. Oh, White Moon stand-in literature. Furious, Shen Jiajia almost directly bankrupted the other party. You're sick, right? I want money. 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 The man across the street came back and begged Shen Jiajia not to give up. His sister does not represent him. Shen Jiajia was then relieved. However, just before determining the relationship. To be engaged, the man across the street showed his true colors, arranging a job for Bai Yueguang, getting up in the middle of the night to find a cat for Bai Yueguang, repairing the plumbing, and coming back all covered in cat hair. Knowing full well that Shen Jia is allergic to cats, Shen Jia directly proposed to break up. Get lost you. I do want to be in a relationship, but that doesn't mean I'm a relationship brain or in love with someone whose family is inferior to mine in every way. As a result, the other party came to stalk him and begged for peace on his knees, proposed on the big screen, rumored about Shen Jia, and was outrageous to the extreme. The bottom line is that it's also supplying Shen with substandard products while doing so. This made Shen Jia so furious that she sent the scumbag directly to jail and bankrupted the other party. Afterwards, there was a comment. Katya, I'm willing to lose my family's money if you can be happy and forgive me. This makes Shen Jia confused. Big brother, am I a very cheap person? What makes you think that I will still forgive you? You go to hell. This series of experiences creates a situation where Shen Jia is very eager for love and very unsatisfied with her own relationship. Too much luck. Perhaps the topic was too heavy. Shen Mo decisively took the lead in changing the topic. Sister Katya, how's the work you've been doing in the last few days of visiting? Shen Jia sighed and said helplessly. It's bad. The market here is starting to gradually wither. Import and export taxes are also gradually rising. And I'm already thinking about coming over and investing in a factory. It's really quite a sigh. Doing this piece of international trade is like this. Sometimes you go to the local investment to build factories. The money saved would be better invested in transportation. But sometimes when import and export taxes are too high, it's better to build a factory locally. It's clear that the purpose of this country's frantic efforts to pull up import and export taxes right now is to get people to come back and invest in factories and pull up the employment rate. Otherwise the economy would be even more depressed with all the residents out of money, especially with the increase in the number of vagrants. Social security has become a major problem. Shen Jia rubbed her temples, distressed. Lu Yu sighed. There's no way. If it's not possible, then invest in a factory. Unless your family is willing to give up such a large market. Shen Jia glanced at her and directly spat. Investing in a factory involves another issue. Do I want to cooperate with the agent I used to work with? If we cooperate, then I'll have to score him a fortune. If we don't, he's sure to be bad. Shen Jia also has a headache. This is the difficult problem. After investing in a factory together and being able to produce and sell in situ, then they can work directly with the distributor and cross over to the agent. But you cross the original agent and you have the biggest problem of all. Offending people on the other side can be bad. So Shen Jia was hesitant. Chapter 100 Monopolization of the resource base. In that case, let's go with the flow and invest in a factory. The big deal is to bring in the former agents and make the investment together. Shen Mo said with doubt in his heart. He felt that this problem was very well solved. Lu Yu sighed and slowly said. You're afraid that after working together with the agent, the other party will swallow the Shen family's production technology and kick you out. The basis of Shen's cooperation with agents is that one party contributes channels and the other contributes technology and production materials. But as soon as a joint venture is built, a situation arises that kicks the other side out. Of course, not only Shen put the agents, the other side is also afraid of Shen's entry to swallow their distribution channels, and then kick them out. It can be said with a bang that this is a partnership with only benefits and no trust. Now that we have met the problem, people want to solve it, but they don't know how to do it. It's a headache. This is the sadness of not having your own distribution channel in a foreign country. Like in China, Shen has its own sales channels, saving a lot of work. That's why this business thing is hard, especially in a brick-and-mortar business like ours. The costs are too great. Like the virtual economy, it's just a matter of getting through the channels. Everything else has a way of working out. And the biggest cost is just the labor cost. Lu Yu sighed slightly. She didn't have a good solution for Shen Jia either. Shen's group is also an outsider over here, just operating for a long time and having certain connections, but it can't do anything to shelter the Shen family. Shen Jia said with a headache. If you really can't, you'll have to do some market exchange, find some locals to cooperate with, and then invite a third party in. This is considered a conventional solution for traditional foreign trade. Not very wise, but it works well and the benefits are long enough. Willow Moon nodded slightly. And that was all that could be done. Then you'll need to take more bodyguards with you when you go out these days. After all, once you don't cooperate with your agents, then they're likely to dogpile. That's the worst thing about being abroad. It's easy to get into trouble. Shen Jia nodded. That much was certain. Life is important. As far as breaking the rules and no one coming to do business from then on, how about this one? One can only say that as long as the market is big enough and the benefits are big enough, there will always be people who are desperate. After chatting more about the market, and cooperative projects. Shen Jia went back to her room. Lu Yu, on the other hand, looked at Shen Mo with a smile. Hubby, won't you persuade me to help her? Shen Mo shook his head and said softly, you've known each other longer than I have. Your relationship is better, and you're still bosom friends, so if you're willing to help and can help, you definitely don't need me to ask. Lu Yu nodded her head. It is true that she can't help. The Lu family and the Shen family's business is different, and the marriage is only a good relationship between the elders. All that can be done is financial support. But Shen himself was not short of money. From back then to now, Shen has always been a cash flow powerhouse, so the only support Willow Moon could give right now was intellectual and security, as well as positional support. Let Shen Jia not appear to be alone, and the support for the position is most obvious. Half a month later, Shen Jia finally got together a group of people to start a factory here. I should say the people who signed up to run the plant. It's very heterogeneous and you can tell it's not trying to make a lot of money. It's just trying to open up the market. Shen Mer attended the contract signing site. This Shen's branch factory is a joint venture. The shareholders are Shen's former agent over here, Mr. Fernando, the local businessman doing hardware industry, the Dolan family, as well as Lu Yu and a share of Shen Mo and Qin's foundation. Lu Yu and Shen Mo and the Qin foundations is the position support, telling them that the Shen family still has allies in the international support. Once the signing was completed, the Dolan family went on to other international collaborations with Shen. For example, sales channels in Southeast Asia and Africa are interchanged, and markets are divided jointly. A conversation down, the Dorian family more or less still a little concession. Sent to cooperate is also young people, just 2 years older than Shen Jia, also belongs to the circle. Reputation is particularly good. Do not mess around young people. So much so that Shen Mo couldn't help but spit in his heart. It's not possible that they were sent here to join forces with the goal of seducing my sister. Lu Yu would like to roll her eyes and express her speechlessness towards Shen Mo. My dear husband, don't think too much. The Duoluan family is a merchant family that has extended for more than 170 years and has been passed down for several generations. It is not so bad that they would come over to join hands when they see a person from a foreign country. Then, night, after sending off Mr. Meldo, the representative of the Dolan family, Shen Jia lay down on the sofa without any image and said in a lifeless manner, this Meldo wants to marry me. Grasping the grass, I really guessed it. Lu Yu was also incredulous. Why? Are these Westerners so horny? Shen Jia said with a headache. The Dolan family is an old family. Their family has been in the hardware and steel business for more than 100 years. They are part of the old money. Shen Mo couldn't help but interrupt. Sister, wait. Shen Jia looked at him suspiciously. What's wrong? Is the old money family here so worthless? How come we met one as Shen Mo was really stunned. Shen Jia glanced at Lu Yu with an expression of did you not say that? Then explained. It's not that the old money family is worthless. It's that we're too valuable. What's that supposed to mean? A so-called old money family, loosely interpreted, is one that has been passed down for a long time, has amassed a lot of wealth, and is also deeply entrenched in a particular industry with a super thick cash flow. But the ultimate explanation of such families is that they have eaten the dividends of the founding of this country, or of the changes of the times, and have maintained their empire by effective education. For the rest, there's nothing, but there are shares of the market. Just because the old money family is powerful doesn't mean they can eat all the market, so that when faced with the same, even if it's a behemoth that has just risen up not too many years ago, they will take the initiative to reach out. Incidentally, the fact that the old money family has been able to sustain itself, taking this land under our feet, is actually a resource monopoly in disguise. If, as in the case of the Dolan family, their family brand of hardware and steel is so entrenched in this country, it will be difficult for multiple families of the same volume to rise in this industry, and for newcomers to rise and challenge the Dolan family. This is also a disguised illustration of the fact that, as times go by, new tycoons are hardly created on old industries, and mostly catch up with the changing times. Like our Shen family in the country is also like this. Because our parents caught up with the reform dividend and ate a pot full of money, so our family can get rich. But this industry is under the oppression of our family. It's hard for the new era to produce the same kind of great tycoon. In mathematical terms, it's a limited number of resource bits. And then there's the fact that you can look at the new age billionaires, basically eating the internet, generated by the changing times. So, the old money family is nothing, like our Shen family. When I have another child, in the inheritance for a few decades and 100 years, it can also be called the old money family. Saying that, he also scowled at Lu Yu. The Lu family could actually be called the old money family. The inheritance was long enough. And Shen Jia has always felt that Lu Yu is hiding something. How can the Lu family's private cash flow only be that more than 20 billion on the surface? There is definitely still hidden. Shen Mo nodded and understood. To put it bluntly, the old money family wasn't that powerful. It was simply the descendants left behind by the forerunner elite. So Shen Mo turned to ask another question. Then what is the purpose of the Duoluan family seeking your marriage? Chapter 101, Return to China. Right. What's the purpose of the marriage? After Shen Jia thought for a moment, she slowly said, he probably wants to ride on the express train of the Shen family and our country's development. What the hell? Shen Mo was filled with shock and couldn't help but say, Sister, what does that mean? Shen Jia once again looked at Lu Yu and couldn't help but say, Sister Yu, didn't you tell my brother anything? Lu Yu shrugged and casually said, First, he's the one who doesn't want to listen, and second, he doesn't want to engage in traditional manufacturing. Shen Mo scratched his head. Was there anything involved? Shen Jia sighed and slowly said, It has always been believed that the traditional manufacturing industry is dead and there is no possibility of further expansion. In fact, those of us in traditional manufacturing families are expanding all the time. And even then a lot of brands that the country thought were dead are alive and well. For example, a Phoenix bicycle. Shen Mo cocked his head and couldn't help but look at Lu Yu, incredulously saying, That thing is still alive? Willow Moon nodded. Well, alive and well. Shen Mo was stunned. He couldn't believe it. Shen Jia took out her cell phone and searched for a while, then sent a list of foreign trade shipments to Shen Mo for him to see for himself. Shen Mo saw several such as Phoenix bicycles on it, brands that people thought had been hung up, produced domestically and sold but abroad. Just awesome. Shen Jia continued. The main reason these trades have survived is the growth of our national power. Our country has been trading with many countries to help the poor, and all of us in the large conglomerates have taken our national identity and skated along with the country. Those small countries lack a lot of industry and can't manufacture a lot of things, like urea bags, and we go over there and it's a descending blow. Like our Shen steel mills in foreign countries, hardware products, all of them can make a big profit, which also acquired a lot of minerals and so on. It's safe to say that we have a bright future ahead of us now that we're slipping along with the state. I guess the Dorian family is also looking at this and wants to make a marriage with us. With Shen Jia's narration and Lu Yu's occasional interjections, what appeared in front of Shen Mo was the scene of a group of enterprises following the rise of the country's international status, establishing diplomatic relations, and signing trade agreements to make money. Each of these markets are not particularly large, but cannot help the world is big enough. The market is large enough, slowly accumulated, with the time to develop, the brand in depth, but also can make a lot of money. However, Shen Mo had another question. Wouldn't it be fine for the Dolan family to enter those markets on their own? Those small countries' economies are on the rise and markets are appearing, so they can enter on their own, right? There's no need to join forces with us. Shen Jia and Lu Yu glanced at each other and smiled mysteriously. Do you know why our country's ancestors preached that the master is famous? Do you know why my country has an ancestral policy of peace? Do you know why my country is helping small countries with their poverty? That's the reputation. Is the beautiful country's reputation in the world so bad that those countries they have bullied think hatefully of their reputation? And what is the reputation of the people who used to help us in this poverty-stricken country? That's a savior. So, if the Dolan family wants to get in ahead of the rest of their country, a marriage with us is the way to go. As they chatted, Shen Jia was gradually figuring out the thoughts of the Duoluan family. This collaboration is a test run for the Dorian family. They are after a wider market. Then, sister, do you still want to engage in cooperation with them? Shen Mo asked suspiciously. He felt that he should just reject such unsuspecting people. Shen Jia smiled and said, Of course I'm going to continue, and I'm eager to enter the Dorian family's market internationally. As far as I know, the Dolan family has sales channels that they operate in many countries. If we can work together, there's big money to be made in the future. As for the marriage, it will have to wait and see. After all, I don't want to turn myself and the Shen family into a dowry, and I still want the bride price. Shen Jia's eyes flickered with brilliance. The Durans had it in for her, and she had it in for the Durans. Thank you to the men who slagged her off and gave her a sensible view of love. She would never fall in love again, much less wrestle with a beauty contest. Lu Yu laughed and advised, You shouldn't be too utilitarian either. What if you really need your true love and then miss it because of your bonus? Shaking her head, Shen Jia smiled and said, In the words of the novel, you can't even give me your entire body. So what's the point of talking about loving me? 6 big hits. Willow Moon was equally speechless, and she wanted to say something about reading fewer novels. Shen Jia continued, Sister Yu, not everyone can be as lucky as you. Get married by chance and meet someone who loves you. Willow Moon nodded. Indeed. But Sister Luna, when are you going to have a baby? The sudden urging made Lu Yu roll her eyes and urge, Hurry up. Shen Jia smiled and left. Then, honey, it's time to make a baby. Shen Mo sighed. Tired. He's been getting more and more tired since the duo started deciding to have kids. That stuff gets tired when you play with it too much. But Shen Mo is still going to insist. Shen Mo really wished that he could give birth to triplets at once, so that he wouldn't have to do it deliberately in the future. The next time in the beautiful country, Shen Mo, Lu Yu, Shen Jiajia's work was relaxed, mainly focusing on touring. Shen Mo also went for an armed cross-country during this time, and had a hard workout. When the short drama was officially online and achieved excellent results, Shen Mo and Lu Yu returned home. Shen Jiajia, on the other hand, was going to be around for a while. She had recently been hitting it off with Meldo of the Dorian family, and the other party had really carried out a passionate and fiery pursuit. In the pursuit of this, Meldo has also partnered in multiple concessions and has liberalized some of the Dorian family's regular markets. However, Shen Jiajia did not have a chair of greed, but also in the Shen's fixed market for a certain liberalization. Both sides can say they are satisfied, but Shen Jiajia did not agree to Meldo's advances straight away, because she feels that collaboration and relationships and unions are three things that don't mix. Meldo was helpless to say anything more about it. After all, romantic views were different. Returning to the country, Lu Yu and Shen Mo immediately plunged into different work. Lu Yu had to deal with the Lu Group and Qin Foundation, and Shen Mo had to return to Silver Games. Miss Operations and Johnny tell Shen Mo that they're going to develop a new, thievingly awesome game. The game is called Glory. Chapter 102 Surveillance. Listening to Xiaoji's introduction to this game, Shen Mo felt that this game should have little prospect. 5v5 Confrontation. Each character's skills are still different, and the confrontation also requires upgrades, as well as defense towers. This game, will anyone play it? Anyway, Shen Mo said he definitely wouldn't play it. He only likes a series of pass-and-fail minigames like Elimination and so on. However, Shen Mo still agreed. After all, the company's flow of water in the past 6 months was beautiful. The operations Mrs. and Johnny and Shoji trio also opened a small games department, a medium-sized games department, and more. The company has also expanded to the point where an entire floor has been contracted out and the staff has reached 300. When he first came back, Shen Mo wanted to say that he planted a seed in the spring and grew a company of 300 people in the winter. Glory also has a counterpart in the computer game Heroes. Xiaoji also wanted to develop both, but felt that the money in hand was not quite enough. For this matter, Shen Mo chose to think about it, waved his hand, and directly invested money. This made the operation young lady's eyes widen, incredulously saying, Mr. Shen, does Mr. Lu know about this matter of you investing money? Shen Mo thought for a moment and said seriously, I think you're all talented and definitely won't let me down, so I think I can vote. As for Mr. Lu's place, you guys just don't say anything. This was his own first time initiative to make an investment. Cannot make a hot mess. What if it fails? Sneak in and get it done. Then tell Lu Yu when you've succeeded. Fail, that doesn't matter. Xiaoji was touched. Where can you find such a good boss? Shen Mo patted his shoulder. Old brother, I am relying on you. The operation lady took out another option dividend plan for the company's executives for Shen Mo. Shen Mo flipped through it, felt it was okay, and also directly agreed. But Shen Mo likewise set a condition. I can give everyone meat, but everyone has to create enough value just the same. Go back and create a planner for progressive bonuses. Games in development like Glory and Heroes can also give bonuses for completing tasks according to the schedule, or completing them ahead of schedule. Giving money is not the issue. The issue is whether people can create value. That's something the operations lady recognizes. After the internal mini-meetings comes the collective general meeting. Shen Mo got to know all the new mid-level leaders. In a word, there is something everyone said. As long as it can be solved, Shen Mo must give all the solution. What can't be solved? Shen Mo finds his own wife to solve. The minister of the small games department, a middle-aged uncle named Lin Qi, weakly said, Boss, my daughter wants to go to the elementary school in the district, and there's a lack of places. Shen Mo waved his hand. No problem. This can be solved. You don't even need to find Lu Yu for this. I have a house in the city, and the quota is fine for you to take. One of the new architects, Master Rong, saw this and likewise raised his hand, saying weakly, Boss, I want to buy a house. Shen Mo likewise said it was fine. If you want to buy it now, I can lend it to you if you don't have the money. Just work hard to pay me back afterward. If you want to buy it afterward, then you'll work hard to develop new games and collect dividends. And as long as you're capable enough to create a lot of value, I'm not stingy with the money. Architecture Master Rong gritted his teeth and said seriously, I want to buy it now because I want to get married. Shen Mo shrugged his shoulders. No problem. Let the Miss Operations sister take him to pick a set of Lu's property after the meeting. And Shen Mo gave the money. No interest. The others were stunned. Mr. Shen, are you the king of the wishing pool? Do you really agree to anything? Fu Rong's lips trembled and said incredulously, Mr. Shen, aren't you afraid that I won't still run away? Shen Mo smiled and said softly, what I want are employees who genuinely work for me. Again, I think the job thing, you have to be genuine for genuine. And the whole pie in the sky thing isn't going to work. And Xiao Ji, Johnny, Wang Lin, Miss Operations, Li Chang and a few others have already proved that after being confronted with my true heart, they reported back to me in good faith. So I'm sure you won't betray me either. Of course, I'm not afraid of betrayal. This is a sentence that Shen Mo did not say directly. He was backed by two large conglomerates, the Lu clan and the Shin clan, both of which had strong legal departments there, as well as the Red Circle law firm, a longtime partner, which could easily knock any betrayer to the ground. The congregation attending the meeting was truly moved. Even though most of them were old foxes, they were still moved. After all, Shen Mo was really contributing money and people, not just drawing a big pie. That's really strong enough behavior. At noon, Shen Mo, as usual, invited all the staff to lunch. This time it won't be a casual invitation. It'll have to go to a big hotel. Going out to eat during work hours and taking the afternoon off has made even the newest employees heartened. This boss, he's so strong. But when he went home at night, Shen Mo was caught by Lu Yu. Hubby, is there anything you want to say to me? Lu Yu looked at Shen Mo with a smile. In his heart, Shen Mo told the story of how he had increased the company's money again. Yanuki breathed a sigh of relief and satisfaction. There was no mental spitballing, no whining, no upside down east meets west. Which was nice. Tell us why you need private investment? You could have let Meng buy and I follow along and invest. Lu Yu sat in Shen Mo's arms, put her head on her shoulder, wrapped her arms around Shen Mo's neck, and softly inquired. Shen Mo smiled coyly. I didn't tell you because I was afraid of being told. The reason for giving the investment was because I felt that day by day, Shoji and Johnny and the guys ran the company well and everyone got along. And the reason for the massive spreading of money was because I felt that it was the best way for me to manage the company. I can tell you, I was thinking that it would be best if I succeeded. And if I didn't, I wouldn't be sprayed. I can tell you that the reason for the massive spreading of money is that I was inspired by reading the biography of Liu Bang and meeting the man who, after becoming emperor, gave all the people in his hometown a title. Shen Mo felt outrageous when he thought of the biography of Liu Bang that he had stumbled upon. Shi Wan was killed in battle. So let's give his mother a vassal. Zhou Chao. When Ji Chang died in battle, he gave their sons a vassal. Definitely don't let the brothers who follow you die in vain. Maintaining one. You can despise my character. You can say I'm a scoundrel. But you can't say I'm bad with my men. All the brothers who follow me are definitely well-fed and well-drinking. Lu Yu was satisfied with Shen Mo's words, then smiled and said, but husband, you did wrong. Do business this matter. You can't bear the entire cost alone. Meng by there I'll go and say, the two of us should be additional investment is necessary to give. The reason is simple. What if this game blows up big time and Meng by suspects that you're adding investment alone to dilute your shares and kick her out? Shen Mer drifted off. Willow Moon continued. The same goes for spreading money to employees. It all has to go on the company's books as much as possible. We could set up a company welfare fund dedicated to solving employees' difficulties. Chapter 103, Pregnancy. Saying that, Lu Yu suddenly realized a problem. Why would Shen Mo generate the idea of having to work secretly and then talk to her after making achievements off? Is she some kind of very bossy person? Yanuki thought of herself as a very harmonious and amiable person. Whether it was being a person or doing something, Lu Yu felt that she had never gone overboard. Why didn't Shen Mo dare to talk to her directly? Is it because you're afraid of losing money by failing and being scolded by her? So, Yanuki asked the question. Shen Mo didn't want to answer. Lu Yu used her hands to break squarely on Shen Mo's head. Her eyes looked straight at him, and she said softly, husband, you have to say a reason out. Shen Mo sighed and said softly, it's me who's a wimp. All the courage of my life went into marrying you. Yanuki gasped and laughed. I'm not asking you to talk about love now. So, Lu Yu said directly, honey, please tell the truth. You lack courage? In the land of beauty, you go up there and beat the out of each other. You didn't lack courage back then. Shen Mo's eyes fluttered and he stammered. I'm afraid you'll be disappointed in me. Thinks I'm not a moldable talent. Not wanting to disappoint people who are genuinely good to them. Not wanting to see their heartbroken eyes. This is the courage that Shen Mo lacks. Yanuki drifted off for a moment, suddenly understanding the meaning of that phrase. Love is hate. It is because of the infinite love held for you that it hurts so much when you betray. On the flip side, it's precisely because you love you that you're afraid of being disappointed. Lu Yu hugged Shen Mo and nibbled down, and after a long time, her lips parted and whispered, husband, I will never be disappointed in you. Please feel free to do things. It was a night where the two poured out their feelings for each other in bed. The next day, Lu Yu asked Meng Bai out to explain Shen Mo's private additional investment and to tell the prospects of the two projects. Meng Bai smiled and waved her hand to indicate that she didn't need to care, and that she would just talk to her if she needed to make additional investments. Silver Game Company is running so well. Meng Bai said he received dividends in the first year of his investment. How could he question it? Meng Bai said her own thinking is very simple. Investment, cooperation, resource sharing, as long as there is no compensation, she will never mess around. The additional investment is all a minor issue. She's not that far off at the moment. This ended with Willow Moon talking about the creation of a special employee funding council within Silver. Employees meet a lot of problems, and the company pays to solve them for people. This department will be managed by Shen Mo himself. Lu Yu explained in detail again Shen Mo's previous behavior of spreading money. Meng Bai nodded decisively and said, although I don't understand why this department was set up, or why it's necessary to spread money on a large scale, even spreading an impulse that I suspect you're laundering money, but Silver Games does make money all the time, and that's okay. If I can make the game a smash hit, sell it all over the world, and make the shares in my hands worth billions and billions, then I'll be happier, and I'll care less about the company. Meng Bai's stance was on full display at this moment. She doesn't care as long as Silver Games stays profitable. The rest is trivial. If it doesn't make money and she loses money, then she admits it. Who made it an investment that she herself asked to come? Yes, it's that wimpy. As for behaviors such as making noise, Meng Bai couldn't do it, nor did he have the ability to do it. Because she would have been a small share, she wouldn't have had the advantage. And even more so because Silver Games was really pretty much the same with or without her. Therefore, Meng Bai was clear that she needed to act atmospherically. Lu Yu also smiled and gave Meng Bai the indication that if Silver Games really wasn't making any money, Lu Yu would privately pay for it and take back the shares in her hand, and definitely wouldn't let her lose money. Meng Bai smiled and thanked him, hastily saying no. Shen Mo returned to the Silver Game Company, then began to prepare for the employee financial aid. Incentives are incentives, and this one helps employees. Of course, grants need to be paid back. There was also dissent from the leadership, who felt that this stuff was not likely to bring the company down. After all, the human heart is unfathomable. The newly recruited legal department employee then brought up the disgusting employees he had seen. Employee a female, stormed out of her pregnancy after transferring, and was receiving her paycheck while resting at home, and demanded the full amount or she would sue the company. Employee B, a male, was dissatisfied with the redundancy compensation, led the company's staff to cause trouble, and finally betrayed the company's secrets and breached the non-compete agreement, and afterwards took the company to court, saying that the company didn't give people a chance to live. Employee C, female, love brain, sold company secrets, and after being sent to prison, said the company was inhumane. Employee D, male, borrowed money from the company in bad faith, resigned and ran away, and that company was also guilty of patronizing its employees, and a host of other situations. Legal simply means that it's best not to have it, because you meet a very few unscrupulous employees who can have too much borrowing and end up not being able to recover it, and you don't know what level the staff is at these days. But again, Shen Mo wanted to execute. In the end, Wang Lin and Johnny came up with a plan that employees who have been on board for 3 years can only make the act of applying for funding, and to sign a series of work agreements afterward. Other than that, you have to be in an extremely special situation to apply. However, this funding session is not entirely of a loan nature, but will also help you in some alternative ways, depending on the difficulties that you personally present. For example, if you say you're short of money, fine, then we can put you in positions that make more money, as long as you're competent enough. And if you're not capable and still willing to get ahead, then the company won't be able to fund you for free. On the day of the establishment of the Employee Financial Assistance Society, Wang Lin personally took these regulations and spoke them out one by one at the staff meeting. In the words of Wang Lin, our company's management is not strict. The welfare benefits for employees are pulled full, basically to ensure that everyone, as long as you pay, there will be a return. You pay more, there will be a number of returns, but the company itself needs to make a profit, or else it's no fun for the boss to run it, so please don't mind these rules. After all, when the company closes down, none of the leaders at the top will have much of a problem, and the only ones who will be pitted are the employees at the bottom, who are expected to work diligently and honestly. Employees at the bottom of the ladder also showed understanding and then threw themselves into a new work ethic. The game's glory and heroes are in hot development. Both the small and medium game divisions have also begun hot game development, with ample bonus incentives. Everyone is excited. It was also at this time that Shen Mo received an even better piece of news. Yanuki is pregnant. This is an amazing thing. And the pregnancy is in its third trimester. When they went to the hospital for a checkup, Lu Yu was shocked, and when they heard the news, Lu Xinhua and Ms. Xin Hao almost went crazy, ranting and raving at Shen Mo. Chapter 104, Explosion. It's 3 months pregnant. How are you being a husband? And you have to make your wife rely on a medical exam to find out. Substandard. So substandard. Lu Xinhua and Xin Hao angrily sprayed this matter directly at Shen Mo in front of Lu Yu. Both of them were scared. If this big grandson was lost because of some accident, they would have to cry to death. After spraying, Lu Xinhua went back to Lu's to take over the job, and Lu Yu was officially put on vacation. The Qin clan foundation side was also taken over by someone sent by Qin Meng's eldest uncle, and a batch of extremely good quality nutritional items were sent to Lu Yu. Xin Hao waved his hand and promoted Wang Lin, the original operation miss of Silver Games, to be the general manager, and with Johnny's assistance, he fully operated Silver Games, while Shen Mo stayed at home to take care of his wife. This arrangement could easily make people think that they were afraid that Shen Mo would take advantage of the situation and take off, and his heart drifted. But Shen Mer readily agreed, and he thought it was very good. The work is done by others, and you only need to deal with some important documents on a regular basis. After the news of Lu Yu's pregnancy was distributed, many people came to congratulate her. The first to arrive were Zhao Yanyan and Zhou Yu, and one of the two people's words when they saw Lu Yu was, "This belly of yours doesn't show your pregnancy." Lu Yu sighed. "That's why Shen Mo and I didn't realize it before. I thought nothing was wrong with me, but I didn't realize that I was pregnant." Immediately after the three girls sent fruits to Shen Mo, they began to chatter about the topic of who was the real mom, who was the godmother, and what gifts to give. Listening to their discussion, Shen Mo fully understood the saying, "What is meant by 3 women in 1 drama? Tops 800 ducks. The passion. It's truly outrageous." Before they could finish their discussion, Lu Qingqing arrived. Hearing the discussion upstairs, Lu Qingqing went ahead and engaged in a chat with Shen Mo in the downstairs living room. Lu Qingqing laughed and said, "I married your brother. You married my sister. What should we say about this relationship?" That's right. Lu Qingqing ended up with Shen Jiayun, who had reformed and started working hard again. Shen Mo felt that this must be Lu Qingqing's decision after thinking twice. After all, Shen Jiayun worked hard, and after working hard, he was essentially a good person, especially since he was still able to pry the hidden power behind him through the marriage. It is indeed a good aid for Qingqing Lu, who belongs to the category of solo struggling entrepreneurs. Of course, the only downside is that Shen Jiayun's abilities are really a bit worse when they're out of their comfort zone, but it can also be used as a pillar of Lu Qingqing's company. One of the news that Shen Mo paid attention to was that Shen Jiayun had managed to enter the entertainment industry as the ugly child of a capitalist. The main business as an Edison, the side business as a star. The two combined with each other, Shen Jiayun earned a lot of money, supposedly raking in tens of millions a year. These tens of millions of dollars were not much for the tycoons, but they were free money that fell purely in the hands of Shen Jiayun and Lu Qingqing after taxes. And in business, the most important thing you need is a huge cash flow. So Shen Mo smiled at Lu Qingqing's question and said, "Why don't I call you sister and you call me brother?" Lu Qingqing froze for a moment, then covered her mouth and laughed. Yes. Along with Lu Qingqing's laugh, her body involuntarily trembled. Shen Mo fantasized about the scene where the other party wore revealing clothes. It should be beautiful scenery. Now that Lu Qingqing had inherited the entertainment company that Lu Xinhua had given her, she was already the old boss, the party of capital, and possessed the capital to not have to wear revealing clothes. I have to say that family history is a good thing, and it really is a great way to set people free. Gossip days, Lu Qingqing told Shen Mo some jokes in the entertainment industry, such as some stars who collapsed their houses. The reasons for collapsing their houses are very strange. At the same time, Lu Qingqing also told some gossip from her own small circle. Shen Mo is again the kind of person that likes to listen more, and the two of them chatted for a while. After a while, Lu Yu and Zhao Yanyan were all still quite intent when they came down together. That made Yunuki a little tasty, but it immediately disappeared as Lu Qingqing rushed over to bail out Lu Yu, burying her head between her neck and sweetly calling her sister. "Damn green tea. I can't believe I didn't know when you and my wife were so close." Shen Mo was frantic in his heart and regretted loving Lu Qingqing just now. Lu Yu went downstairs not to see off the guests, but to ask Wang Ma to cook, and to make more today. After knowing that Shen Mo and Lu Qingqing had just been chatting about gossip, Zhou Yu gave a big gossip. "Song Wenjing from the capital. Do you guys know about it?" Zhou Yu's eyes flashed with a brilliant light. Shen Mo and the others thought for a while before nodding their heads together and saying, "Heard of it, never seen it. The type where people are stupid and have lots of money." Jinghai is a far cry from the capital, and all cooperation between the two sides is rare, with little from the main company. Of course, it's more a matter of people on the side of the capital C not being able to reach people. simply because the families in the capital are more powerful. Like the Song family, even the Qin family can't die. However, everyone still thought that this Song-winking Song family's youngest son was sizable and cute. The reason for feeling this way is that Song Wenjing has an out-of-country white moonlight, rumored to be the first lady of the Lin family in the capital. Then Song Wenjing, as if he had no money to buy a plane ticket, never went to see it in 5 years, single-mindedly playing stand-in literature in the capital. Particularly outrageous. Nowadays, airplanes are so advanced, you can't see a thing. There was an even more outrageous one. Back then Song Wenjing had intercepted an airplane in order to stop Miss Lin from leaving the country. And then it was said that he was sent to squat for a period of time with his legs broken by the Song family's old man. Got sued by the airline. So much so that the Song family also lost the airline a huge amount of money, ruthlessly filling the airline's deficit. That's why those who have heard of Song Wenjing in private call him big and little cute. He's a fool with a lot of money. But what's wrong with that? I haven't heard any new jokes. Zhou Yu held back her laughter and said, "This year, my family took a piece of land in the capital and was going to invest in 2-star hotels. So I built up some relationships with people there and attended a few banquets. It just so happened that I met Song Wenjing's legendary White Moonlight, Ms. Lin 1, back in China. I was expecting a female competition literature between fallen white moonshine and stand-ins, and a scummy wife-chasing crematorium. Who knows? In the end, it was Lin 1 herself who spouted off that she didn't even know she was Song Wenjing's White Moonlight, since she never spent more than a few days with Song Wenjing, and at best, it was just a nodding acquaintance at various banquets. And Lin 1 said that she is the head of business of the Lin family in this generation, and has to support a large family, where she has the mood to talk about love with Song Wenjing, and that she will have time to study more about new energy technology, to see if she can get the car companies under the Song family to ride on the fast lane of the new era. So Song Wenjing is simply a joke, and the canary double that Song Wenjing kept, actually for Song Wenjing's loins. She fooled Song Wenjing into donating a loin to herself. Thieves blow up. Chapter 105, Psychopaths. This is more than very bombastic. This is bombastic to the core. Unbelievable. A complexity flashed within Shen Mo's heart, and on his face, he said breathlessly, that Song Wenjing is the Song family's youngest son. He should have been trained in the direction of the air since he was a child. How did he do such a thing? Hasn't the Song family ever reflected on their own cultivation? Also, that canary that was raised by Song Wenjing, how did she know that she matched Song Wenjing's waist? That's not too normal, is it? Shen Mo felt it was wrong in so many ways. Even if Song Wenjing was no longer an idiot, he was still the heir to a large family. It was impossible for him to be tricked so badly. Zhou Yu said quietly, I don't know how Song Wenjing became so brainwashed. I only know that the Song family has changed heirs again. As for Song Wenjing's waist, it's easy to explain. Because that canary hooked up with Song Wenjing just to find a suitable waist. The odds are that Song Wenjing went through the process of finding her a loin to match himself before he was fooled. However, to be able to fool around and succeed, this canary is indeed powerful, and I can only say one thing, in order to stay alive, it has also exploded with great strength. But isn't that canary afraid of retaliation? Lu Qingqing asked a crucial question. There was no way the Song family would tolerate their own family members being bullied like this. Zhou Yu sighed. But what if the Song family falls? The word staggered everyone in the room for a moment. Song family, what about the arrival? Zhao Yanyan and Lu Yu glanced at each other. How had they not heard such a piece of news? Even if Jinghai was far away from the capital and there was a gap between the families on both sides, if the Song family fell, there would definitely be a whole string of chain reactions. At the very least, the industries controlled by the Song family would be asked to spit out in their entirety, and they would definitely get the message. Zhou Yu's eyes were complicated as she said, Song Wenjing is good in his own right, leveraging the Song family's great power to contribute to the Song family's business landscape and provide for the Song family. It's safe to say there are no flaws except for the love brain. But I heard, that little canary girl of his sold out some of Song Wenjing's records in order to stay alive. If you've been watching some of the news crew's appearances lately, you'll have noticed a series of Song family members that haven't been out in a while. Zhou Yu's words caused Zhao Yanyan and Lu Yu to look stunned. I'll go. There's still this mode of confirmation. Shen Mo was stunned. After a long time, Lu Qingqing lamented, Sister Zhou, you've really wasted a part of your talent by not taking the public examination. Who would have thought that it would be possible to confirm the other side from a news broadcast? Zhou Yu smiled and turned to other gossip. You all know about the Zhou family in Hong Kong City. Their eldest daughter raised a phoenix man, was cheated out of her money, and her children were switched. It's all over the world right now looking for kids and hunting down phoenix men. There's also Master Niu of Magic City. A while ago I went over there to attend a banquet, And I heard a young man say that the reason Master Neo has never taken a wife in his life is that he didn't know what was going on in his early years, and was infatuated with the little widow left behind by his late best friend. And that little widow is still a dead green tea. So much so that the old man ox lost his wife, repented and came to a wife-chasing crematorium, never married and suffered for the rest of his life. And the wife of the original ox is now living a prosperous life, a loving couple with grandchildren who are not so young. Similarly, there's Zhao Zhongyang from Xinchang, and that guy is now chasing his wife to the crematorium. He abandoned his wife for the future. Now successful, deep in the moonlight back then, especially after his wife left him, separately talked about technology newcomers, successful musicians, now more than 40 years old, still growing 20-something as well, and while raising their daughters, a new talk about a 20-something pilots, but also learn to fly the plane after the whole person is more and more of melancholy. OMG. There are so many strange people in this world. Shen Mo was really stunned, completely unable to understand what those people were thinking. So, reality is stronger than fiction. Zhao Yanyan lamented. She could even think of Zhou Yu's state in the banquet, definitely a passerby who was eating melon around her. That's why, when some people think what they're doing is romantic and awesome, it doesn't even occur to them that the people around them are looking at them with the eyes of an idiot, and are secretly admiring in their minds that they're so stupid. At the thought of it, Zhou Yunyan laughed. Like Song Wenjing intercepting an airplane, it looked romantic, and then the people on the plane would only think he was stupid, and the Song family would have to pay for the money afterward, and would only earn the title of a loose cannon. As for not losing money, I'm sorry, but then your Song family is really something. You'll have to be crushed to death by your political opponents. Your family is so desperate. You really think you're the emperor. After laughing together, Lu Qingqing began to ask about Lu Yu's condition, expressing concern appropriately and stating that she definitely did not have her heart set on entering Lu's. Lu Qingqing already felt that her life was complete, so there was no need to die again. The main purpose of this visit is also to express this. It didn't matter if people were skeptical or not. What mattered was that she had to express her heart. Before these people could leave, Shen Jiajia rushed over again before dinner. Shen Jiajia is here on behalf of the Shen family. After arriving, he first spat at Shen Mo, saying all kinds of things about him not caring about his wife. Shen Mo burst into bitter laughter, feeling like blacking out. Shen Jiajia then expresses her concern to Lu Yu and sends her various tonics, as well as a string of Buddha beads begged by Zhu Kailan herself. It was really given to the child in the belly, not in view of Shen Mo's gift. As soon as it was tossed, it was night. Lying on the bed, Lu Yu comforted Shen Mo for a while, although Shen Mer didn't think there was anything to it. He liked the feeling. At noon the next day, Lu Yu woke up from her lunch break and did not find Shen Mo around. Her heart palpitated. The villa was all quiet at this time as well. When Lu Yu walked out of the room, went downstairs, and came to the living room, she was just in time to see Shen Mo pushing the door and holding a box. No, why is my wife awake so early? Shimmer kind of broke his defense. Lu Yu tilted her head. Is this going out to do something bad behind my back? Taking a deep breath, Shen Mo helped Lu Yu to the sofa, then smilingly opened the box in his hand in front of his face. Yanuki poked around. It was classical jewelry box. The moment she opened it, Yanuki was flashed. 3 layers, 2 gold bracelets, 3 gold rings, 2 pairs of gold earrings, an anklet, 2 bracelets and a gold necklace. This was all beaten during my grandmother's lifetime, and this jewelry box was used to pass on to my granddaughter-in-law. The old lady said that after she dies, the odds are that the Shen family won't be flat out put out for me. That's why she can't let her future granddaughter-in-law feel unappreciated. Yanuki covered her mouth. Chapter 106, Helping Others Goes Wrong. Grandma lives a really transparent life. Lu Yu couldn't help but sigh with emotion. She felt that her grandmother was just too good and was really good to Shen Mo. Even after his death, he had planned carefully for Shen Mo, so that he could still feel the warmth of love in certain moments. To them, the gold wasn't worth much and the style wasn't much of a novelty. It's the thought that counts. Lu Yu guessed that the grandmother is trying to use these gold to tell her granddaughter-in-law, my Shen Mo is also from someone to love, someone to like, since childhood has not suffered any wrongs. My family is a serious family. You also have a lot of respect for you. I hope that you can also cherish my Shen Mo, respect him. Yanuki thought that such a family must be very cozy. Lu Yu said, hubby, let's go together to pay homage to grandma. Shen Mo was slightly stunned, then smiled and refused. No, you're still pregnant. It's not good to go to these places. Shaking her head, Lu Yu softly said, grandma is such a good person. How could she not love her great-grandson? It's definitely fine. Lu Yu repeatedly insisted. And Shen Mo let Wang Ma pack her things, such as nutritious meals for pregnant women to eat on the way, hot water, clothes, small stools to sit anywhere, and so on. An hour had passed since everything had been packed, and the three of them drove to the Pro City. It's not a long way, but it's 2 hours, especially since there's a stretch of country road. In the car, Luyu asked Shen Mo what kind of person her grandmother was. The image of her grandmother in Luyu's memory appeared by describing her to the Shen family. A very competent, nice little old lady who never made things difficult. At least there was no fictional situation where one's son looks down on one's daughter-in-law in all sorts of ways because he's a rich man. However, it is true that Luyu has not seen much of the little old lady, just the occasional couple of times in the Shen family, and she is not even impressed anymore. Shen Mo was caught up in his memories. Grandma's image. Ah, it was quite good. Grandma was a very open and respectful person, and very snarky. When the uncle next door to my family beat up the newly married aunt, Grandma rushed up and slapped him twice, knocking him to the ground and supporting the aunt's divorce without a second thought. When the uncle's family next door said that the aunt was married to them and was the private property of their family, the grandmother rushed straight up and shouted angrily that the instructor had said that we stood up. Hadn't he informed your family? And private property? Everyone is independent. With the scummy look of your family, I doubt you're the ones who tricked this pretty girl into coming here. Then Grandma shielded her aunt and called her family over from thousands of miles away. Yanuki's eyes instantly lit up. So heroic. Another time, when our county came to shoot the flower children, they cunningly used the condescending way to know the child's information, and then picked up the child when people were not paying attention and left. And when they were surrounded by the child's family, they said that the child was theirs, and all sorts of acting, and the people were stupid in those days, so they helped to shoot the flower children. After the grandmother saw, rushed up and grabbed the child, to shoot the flower child, the child's mother, the surrounding people a roaring output, hard to control the people with their own strength, and then reported to the police. The old lady is I don't believe in anyone. I only believe in the police uncle. Pat Hanako wanted to run. The old lady directly pulled her. Don't you say you are the child's grandmother? Why are you still running? Wait for the police to come. The child's own mother was moved to tears afterwards and brought her family to give the grandmother a banner in money. But grandma didn't even ask for it. She's not short of those things. A brash, bossy little old lady figure came to mind in Yanuki's mind. Shen Mo continued. Grandma's character is brash, enthusiastic. The village outside the village. Open store around, upstairs and downstairs. Whoever has something to look for her, can help all help. What about helping old Mrs. Lu at the head of the village to catch her mistress? Telling Xiao Lu downstairs that you've been cuckolded by Xiao Wang next door. And so on. Grandma was very interesting when she was alive. As he spoke, Shen Mo's eyebrows opened up in a smile. Lu Yu, on the other hand, realized a problem. Shen Mo never told how his grandmother educated him. Faced with this question, Shen Mo smiled and said, there's really nothing to tell. My grandmother had a free-range policy with me, giving me food when I wanted it and drinks when I wanted them, as long as I didn't fall in love and learn the hard way. Speaking of this, Shen Mo winced as if he had thought of something horrible. Willow Moon's eyes curved and she smiled. Hubby's awesome, he didn't even learn the hard way. Shenmare nodded. Was I not trying to be bad? It's being beaten. Have you ever seen the wooden mop that mops the floors in small restaurants? Hard discount. Thinking back to that year, I was also the man who almost became the last hall master of the non-mainstream. But it's a pity. It's a pity. Yanuki wanted to laugh. It was from being beaten up. It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon when they arrived at the county town, and Lu Yu proposed to stay here for a night, and she wanted to see the place where Shen Mo had lived when he was a teenager. Shen Mo scratched his head. It's fine. He can live anytime anyway. Older neighborhood. Later elevator addition. 3-bedroom, 1-bath home. Shen Mo said. Across the street is Uncle Qian's family who rents our door market. I asked them to help clean once a week, and incidentally, help water. Occasionally the other's daughter who is in college comes back and stays. This surprised Lu Yu. The daughter of the opposite family came to live with you? Shen Mo smiled and explained. The family across the street is surnamed Qian. I call Uncle Qian and Aunt Zhou. They were here 20 years ago. His family has 2 daughters. The eldest daughter is the same age as I am. When I was a child I even ate Aunt Zhou's milk. And the youngest daughter is 6 years younger than I am. And she's in college now. That's why our 2 families are especially close. During the time when Grandma first died, Uncle Qian and Aunt Zhou both let me go to their house for dinner. Since I had to rest, I also went to visit my grandmother's grave in the afternoon. The evening was eaten at Uncle Qian's house. When Uncle Qian received a call from Shen Mo in the afternoon and said that he was back, he directly asked Aunt Zhou, who was helping, to come back to receive him. Aunt Zhou pulled Lu Yu to talk about Shen Mo's childhood. From Shen Mo still wetting his bed at the age of 8 to Shen Mo and Qian Sanjin being suspected by the teacher of early love because they were too close. At dinner, Uncle Qian put down his work in the store and rushed back to eat together. Back together was Uncle Qian's youngest daughter, Shen Duo, a youthful and beautiful college student. After the meal, Shen Mo and Lu Yu and Wang Ma went back to their rooms. Shen Duo also wanted to come with me, which made Uncle Qian and Aunt Zhou very dissatisfied, thinking that their daughters were too uneducated and dragged them to a good talk. At night, Shen Mo and Lu Yu were lying on the bed. Lu Yu smiled and said, "I didn't realize that my husband is quite popular, and girls 6 years younger than you have crushes on you." Shen Mo was shocked. "Wife, what are you talking about?" Lu Yu rolled her eyes and smirked. "Don't pretend. That Shen Duo is looking at you with drawn eyes." Shen Mo had a headache and could only open his mouth to explain the relationship between the two. Shen Duo was almost molested when she was in junior high school, and it was Shen Mo who saved her. The hero saves the day and instantly plants an impression in the little girl's mind. On the eve of Shen Mo and Lu Yu's wedding, this little girl rushed over to confess her love. This was also the reason why Shen Mo basically did not mention Uncle Qian's family later. Too embarrassing. He's really not an animal. Chapter 107, just like the young hero Little Neza. The difference of 6 years means that Shen Mer is in his freshman year of college and the other is in the 6th grade. Liu heard this, then her face turned sour and said in a cold voice, "Husband means I'm an animal. After all, I'm also 6 years older than you. It feels like you're being unreasonable, wife, but I have no proof." Shen Ma instantly ghosted. Yanuki was a bit embarrassed. It did seem a bit unreasonable, but it was fine. She was a woman. Shen Mo sighed. "It's not the same, the two of us are in love. While I only have affection for Qian Duo, pure and innocent affection. In the past, when reading romance novels, the hero or heroine did not choose a childhood friend to be scolded as a scumbag." Shen Mo wanted to retort for them that it was really not a scumbag, but purely because they did not want to be beasts of burden. Think about it, you grew up with a member of the opposite sex. The two of you eat and live not to say all together, but also a rice pot spoon rice. A quilt slept over. She pulled pants pockets you gave cleaned up. The two of you call each other brother and brother. Are you sure you can think of each other as boyfriend and girlfriend? Not siblings? Anyway, Shen Mo felt that it was definitely not love. Love isn't that way. So Shen Mo didn't have the slightest idea about Qian Duo and her sister. Especially Qian Duo. This was the one he had watched grow up together as his sister. After a meal of explanation from Shen Mo, Lu Yu finally smoothed out the relationship. Just like she would never have love for Shin Jiafeng, only as affection. It was also like she was with Shin Jiayun back then just to fulfill her marriage contract. To put it another way, if there was no marriage contract to bind them, she and Shin Jiayun should have been very good brothers, and the other party was still very righteous to his brother. Early the next morning, Chen Duo came over early to yell at everyone to get up for dinner, and Aunt Zhou made a series of maternity meals. Really on the ball. It's just that the way Chen Duo looked at Lu Yu at the dinner table was full of dissatisfaction, as if the other party had snatched his beloved toy. Lu Yu, on the other hand, smiled faintly at this and didn't care at all. "It's just a little girl. My husband loves me." Especially when Shen Mo put the boneless chicken claws into her bowl. Lu Yu smiled and bent her eyes. This unconcerned attitude angered Chandler even more. Really, it's so angry. It's infuriating. How can there be such an exasperating woman in this world? If she is Shen Mo's girlfriend, she will definitely not do things like this, and will only shrink Shen Mo at home and not let go out. Shen Mo was as indifferent to the atmosphere on the field as if he had no feelings. Blandly, as always, being himself. What he should have done before with Ryuki, he would continue to do now. After breakfast, Shen Mo and the others went to visit the grave. Qian Duo volunteered to follow, with the excuse that, "Grandma also took care of me and left me a room in the house. So what's wrong with me? As a granddaughter, going to a grave? Is it wrong to do your filial piety? What's more, I go every year." The words were perfect, but everyone knew what she was really thinking, and they were all torn up for fear of her having a seizure and messing things up. In the end, it was Willow Moon who said that it would be good to have a little girl along for the ride. Go downstairs, do your shopping, and drive to the countryside in one fell swoop. Grandma's grave is with Grandpa, both in the country. It's called juxtaposition of bones. The Shin family is not a big family, just farmers from the countryside. The reason for the current family business is purely because Grandma and Shin Ilong are so capable, so Grandma's grave site isn't that big. It's on a hill. Although Shin Ilong hired people to repair the road up the mountain every year, he still needed to walk for a while because he had to pass by a piece of other people's land in the middle. Willow Moon is curious. Why don't you buy it over? It was only logical that with the wealth of the Shen family, it would be normal to buy it over. Shen Mo laughed bitterly. It's not that he doesn't want to buy, it's that the other party doesn't sell. The other party in the Shin family is a deadly rival. Anti as the Shin family can be next to each other, will not be good, but because the other side has limited capacity, They can only bully more seriously over such trivial matters. Slipping and sliding to the front of the cemetery, Shen Mo put the small stool for Lu Yu, let Chen Duo and Wang Ma accompany her to rest for a while, and went to look for a few stones nearby, preparing to build a small stone platform. After Shen Mo walked away, Chen Duo looked viciously at Lu Yu, malice and dissatisfaction flowing out madly. Lu Yu propped up her chin and said calmly, "Little friend, you're not going to push me and then make me miscarry, are you?" One sentence made Chen Duo stunned, then stammered, Do I look like such a bad person? Besides, I'm a pervert, not a dumbass. Push you in, and Mare's sure to eat me, and he doesn't like it in the first place, and he'll be even less likely to leave me alone when he does. It's kind of nice now that I can still peek in on him and satisfy myself by sleeping in his room when he's not there. It would be better if you would divorce him and let me have him. The more Chandler spoke, the smoother it became, and the core meaning was just one. I'm a pervert, but not stupid plus crazy. I like Shimmer, but I won't hurt the people Shimmer likes and challenge the other person's patience with me just because I like them too much. An expression of malice would be quite nice. Lu Yu is a bit dumbfounded. Good guy. All the words of persuasion I prepared are useless. You girls turned out to be so open-minded yourself. That's a reversal one didn't see coming. Both thought they were going to meet a fictional situation, but it turned out that the other person was horribly level-headed. All it shows now is pure isolation from the person who should be there. That's awesome. Wang Ma was even more so. She thought she was going to be able to show her force today, but she didn't expect it to be so peaceful. Lu Yu turns to ask Chen Duo about the reasons why he likes Shen Mo. While learning a little bit about Shen Ma's childhood story, Chandler said with nostalgia, Mare was very good as a child, though not good at school, heckling like a 2-bit cutie all day long, except for good grades in sports. The rest of the grades are a mess, belonging to the type that teachers don't want to care about and are left to fend for themselves. Lu Yu was speechless. This was still excellent, but Mare is known far and wide as a good man. There is a left-behind sister named Zhao Ti in the village. Her parents divorced and both left. No one wants her. She can only follow her grandmother to live. Initially it is Mo secretly take his pocket money to subsidize her, and later introduced her grandmother to work at Grandma's barbecue. What Mare doesn't know, though, is that Grandma had the idea at the time. Speaking of which, Chandler gave a nasty grin. Sister TT also likes Brother Mare. Last year when she came back from New Year's Eve she even cried to me and said that she regretted that she had wimped out, and that if she had been more proactive, Brother Mare wouldn't have married you. Yanuki was speechless. Having been disgusted, she clearly felt Chandler's malice, but Shenma does not often talk about the past here in Lu Yu 3-dimensional up, a 3-pronged teenager who has no problems except for bad studies. There was even a group of beauties who were crushing on him because they were too good, as if Chen Duo had flipped a switch. He continued, Brother Mo has also opposed bullying to save the schoolgirls, donated money to children in poor mountainous areas, and led us to fight against the flower slappers to save people, and is especially good. Lu Yu laughed, just like the young hero Little Neza. Chapter 108. Lu Yu really did not think that their husband is so excellent or a group of people in the heart of the teenage white moonlight. However, Lu Yu similarly smiled and said to Chen Duo, Little sister, you said that Shen Mo treated them all well and should have formed a white moonlight image with them. As a result, they haven't come to look for Shen Mo for so many years. Is it because they don't love Shen Mo, so I don't even have to be jealous of them the way you think, do I? Lu Yu's words caused Chen Duo's face to look odd. I only heard Chen Duo say, Sister, is there a possibility that they have been acting like a pervert? Secretly spying on your lives, even to the point of making photoshopped pictures, retouching you out of the picture and fixing yourself up to create the illusion that you're surrounded by shimmer. What's more, they're working hard and trying to start their own businesses so that they can have money in the future so that they can adopt Brother Shen Mo. There was ample malice in Shander's words. Ryuki, on the other hand, smiled unconcernedly and did not take it to heart. If hard work works, then what's her family's accumulation? It's impossible to catch up with their family without being able to stand on the wind and be one of those few industry pioneers. That's the reality. Chandra was defeated by Lu Yu's bashfulness. That's what I'm most afraid of. Not picking up on it at all. It didn't take long for Shen Mo to return with a few broken bricks and stones. It was left over from when the old mansion on the hill used to be pushed in. It's been decades, and it may not be good for anything else, but it's good for a small circle for burning paper. With the flame burning, Shen Mo and Lu Yu closed their eyes together and spoke the words they wanted to say to their grandmother in their hearts. Chandler didn't screw up again either. After a while, opening his eyes, Shen Mo looked at the tombstone through the flame, as if he saw a little old lady waving at him. Shen Mo let out a light laugh and murmured, I will bring my heavy grandson to see you. After returning to the county, What refused the invitation of the Qian family's parents to let him stay for a few more days and drove straight back to Jinghai City. For the next few hours, Shen Mo and Lu Yu's daily routine was mainly to rest and occasionally deal with their respective work. The people at Silver Games would only report on the progress of their work to Shen Mo every other day. Ryu's is even managed by Ryu Xinhua. With the passage of time, the day of production came in an instant. Outside the maternity ward, the Shen family, the Lu family, and the Qin family had all arrived. Lu Xinhua and Ms. Qin Hao were separated by a great distance. By God's blessing, the baby was born, a dragon and phoenix. Ms. Hao Qin's last name is Qin in a big way. Lu Xinhua had the intention to open his mouth, but did not dare to, and could only squeeze Shen Mo and call him a wimp. Shen Mo shrugged his shoulders and said easily, "Yeah, I'm just a goon." The child's name was also given by Ms. Qin Hao, Qin Ming and Qin Yu. Lu Xinhua thought it was vulgar. A lot of people came on the day of the 100th day feast of the two children, and the gifts received made the two children $1 billion family presents before they could remember. Shen Mo was envious, but the thought that this was his own child was soothing. With someone to serve the month and someone to look after the child, Lu Yu's state recovered very well, and in half a year she became a great beauty again, or a great beauty with more of a mature woman's temperament. The key is that the skin did not show old age, still tender as snow, which makes Shen Mo straight call out that he has earned it. Yanuki laughed petulantly at this. When Qin Ming Qin Yu was 4 years old, Shen Mo and Lu Yu had a boy, Lu Mingli. In the same year, the two games Heroes and Glory produced by Silver Games were a big hit. Shenmue's value skyrocketed. Lu Xinhua also transfers 60% of his cash to Lu Mingli as a gift, and says that his mission has also been accomplished. When Qin Ming Qin Yu was 8 years old and Lu Mingli was 4 years old, Lu Yu gave birth to a daughter, Shen Yunran, for Shen Mo. With this, the duo's childbearing mission is officially complete, and they rejoice. 4 children, each with an estate of their own to inherit. After giving birth, both Lu Yu and Shen Mo's work started to get busy. Lu Yu officially took over the Lu Group, and with the addition of the Qin Foundation and Ms. Wenya's estate, the work can be considered quite hectic. Shen Mer is also starting to really hit the ground running for the sake of her children. Shen Mo had to say one thing: his previous self was really pretentious. 4 children, although it could not kill Shen Mo, but it brought sufficient pressure to Shen Mo, especially the existence of the youngest daughter. This is the existence of the future to inherit their own industry. Must take good care of Ah. This made Lu Yu couldn't help but sigh. A child is still closer than a wife. Shen Mo hurriedly hugged Lu Yu, kissed and hugged and lifted high. All kinds of comfort. The wife is the best. The 4 children's growing life. Shen Mo and Lu Yu are trying their best to participate, but the 4 children still grew crooked. Qin Ming ended up becoming a researcher in medicine. Qin Yu to the extent that she inherited the Qin Foundation, a huge family business, but she is so energetic plus clean that she has no desire to fall in love. The two made Lu Yu and Shen Mo feel what the older generation felt back then when they watched the two of them not have children. Lu Mingli was even more outrageous, straight out of his brain. A big gift was given to Willow Moon at the 6-year-old's parent-teacher conference. That day, Lu Yu went to a parent-teacher conference, and when she entered the door, there was a group of little kids shouting to meet the Queen Mother. Ryu Myungri has made himself into the Prince of Kyukai. Afterwards, Lu Yu and Shen Mo were laughed at by the circle for 3 years. Growing up, Lu Mingli concentrated on his career and took care of Lu's business, but he got a bastard child. It's a direct relationship with a partner, but the pair chose to have 2 children and not get married for fear of the other plotting against their industry. The youngest child, Shen Yunran, was the least reassuring to Shen Mo and Lu Yu. It was also the presence that gave the duo the biggest surprise. She, who became the Green Tea Sea King, she only falls in love, doesn't get married, doesn't have children, and finally a girl was brought back. She said, "How can we be together when the genders are different?" To show that she is no longer a Green Tea Sea King, Shen Yunran even cut off her long hair and grew it short to become a competent girl. That day, Shen Mo's sky collapsed. He has never suffered anything in his life. How to eat all the pain in the 4 children ah. Or Lu Yu said, "Look on the bright side. Otherwise what else can you do? Cannot beat them to death. Who let the child is your own birth." In the end, it was Lu Mingli who had more children to carry on the scattered family business. The 4 children taught Shen Mo the truth that you can't be too proud when you're young, and you'll get retribution when you're old. It's over. It was rushed, but it was close. The new book, The First Emperor of the Desolate Ancient of the Shadowed Sky, is now online. Check it out if you read the homoeroticism. It will probably be a while before I start the same type of article again, because the energy is just a little low. Actually, I should have written more, but there was just too much going on. E.g., my brother-in-law is here and has to be taken care of. Grandma's sick again.